Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4 US. Chapter 98. Sister-in-law grows up Hanabi's crush. 98 181st. Chapter 98. Sister-in-law grows up Hanabi's crush. Really, Sister Tsunade, did she really say that? When Liu Sheng came out of Hokage's office he went home and told Shangolin the good news. Wearing an apron, the girl who was cleaning the house suddenly looked at Liu Sheng with surprise. Seeing Liu Sheng nodded, the girl immediately rushed over excitedly with her unladylike legs wrapped around her waist like her hands wrapped around Liu Sheng's neck, and she pecked vigorously on Liu Sheng's mouth a few times. Cheered. Great, I will be able to carry out missions with you Liu Sheng in the future. Holding Shangolin's small buttocks with both hands, Liu Sheng joked with a smile. Yeah, you have to work harder in the future, otherwise you will drag me and Hinata back. Hee, I will never hold you back. Getting down from Liu Sheng's body, Shanglin smiled confidently. When Liu Sheng, you went out to perform missions, besides I often went to the hospital to help. It's no wonder I didn't leave behind the cultivation of powerhouse and sealing technique. Now I have mastered the strange power boxing and a small part of the sealing technique. Quote. Awesome as expected of Shangolin. Liu Sheng couldn't help giving a thumbs up and then performed a head-to-head kill on Shangolin, giving the girl one of the most wanted rewards. In fact, he wasn't surprised at all. Why does Liu Sheng think that Shangolin is more suitable to be Tsunade's disciple than Haruno Sakura? In fact, not only is Arana more suitable to be Tsunade's disciple than Haruno Sakura, but even Hinata is more suitable to be Tsunade's disciple than Haruno Sakura. Because they are all descendants of the Otsutsuki clan. The Uzumaki clan of Kaorin and the Senju clan of Tsunade are distant blood relatives, both descended from Otsutsuki Ashura. So the Senju family and the Uzumaki family both have sage body chakra as equally huge and chakra's control as equally astonishing. The Senju family and the Uzumaki family are also the most suitable existences in the ninja world to practice each other's secret arts. It took Haruno Sakura 3 years to have that level of monster power. But it didn't take half a year for Shangolin to master the Weilaquan, and she had already started to practice the sealing technique. This is the advantage of blood, and this is the world where blood is supreme. Like Shangolin, there is also Hinata, a descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura, the white-eyed princess with the highest purity of white eyes in the past 1,000 years. Liu Sheng, who keeps visiting the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans, has changed from only teaching medical ninjutsu to teaching them strange power boxing. As the existence with the weakest strength and the most mediocre talent among the 3 women, if Ino can learn the strange force boxing, he will definitely be like Haruno Sakura in the original book, complete reversed unchanged fate. For Hinata, Liu Sheng asked her to learn the strange power boxing. Although the strange power fist is a kind of steel fist, it conflicts with the gentle fist attribute of the Hyuga family. But Liu Sheng, as a traverser, knows the strength of the combination of hardness and softness. Just imagine when Hinata integrated the skills of Guilaquan into gentle fist, the acupuncture point was no longer to seal the opponent's chakra flow but to beat the cow directly across the mountain, poke the enemy's internal organs and directly kill the opponent. Listening to the scenes described by Liu Sheng in words, Hinata, who aimed not to hold Liu Sheng back, started learning Guilaquan last year. Liu Sheng hasn't checked Hinata's progress yet, so he doesn't know if Tuiden has learned Guilaquan yet. But it doesn't matter if you learn or not, Liu Sheng, Hinata and Shangolin will be on the same team in the future. There are still 3 years before Shippuden begins, and Liu Sheng spends a lot of time teaching them. In order to celebrate that they will be in a small team in the future, Liu Sheng and Shanglin decided not to cook at home today but to go out for a hearty meal. Just when Liu Sheng thought it would be a date between the two, he made an unexpected move. I saw that she brought Liu Sheng to the Hyuga clan, planning to call out Hinata, a future teammate. Obviously, when Liu Sheng traveled back and forth to various borders in the past few months, Shanglin's contact with the 3 daughters Hinata and Ino has not been broken. Liu Sheng is also very satisfied with their friendly relationship. Soon Hinata came out from the Hyuga clan. But behind her there is a small tail. Liu Sheng, big brother, long time no see. When Liu Sheng's eyes fell on the little tail, a little face that lost a little baby fat compared to last year immediately caught his eyes. I saw Hanabi, who was hiding behind Hinata and was about to give Liu Sheng a surprise, trotted towards Liu Sheng, hugged Liu Sheng's waist and said with a smile. Long time no see, Hanabi, it's been a while. Liu Sheng touched Hanabi's head and responded with a smile. Hanabi was very happy to be praised, but then, as if he had discovered something, he suddenly raised his hand on the top of his head, measured the position of the top of his head and Liu Sheng's body, and immediately puffed up his small face slightly. Liu Sheng, big brother, you lied, I'm shorter than before. Looking at the cute look of his sister-in-law, Liu Sheng regretted not bringing a camera with him, otherwise he would take a picture of this picture. When Hanabi grows up, those 10 walks will be a very good memory. Decided must carry the camera with me in the future. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng couldn't help pinching Hanabi's little face and said with a smile, little idiot, that's because I have grown up as a big brother. Yes, Liu Sheng has grown taller again. Just like what I said before, Liu Sheng, who has entered the growth stage with a fairy body, not only the chakra volume will change a level every quarter, but even the height will change a little every quarter. 13-year-old Liu Sheng is 1.73 meters tall. Among his peers in the Hokage world, this height is almost invincible. Hinata, Shangolin and Ino, who are also 13 years old this year, have just broken through 1.5 meters in height. Even the tallest Ino is only 1.53 meters. Compared with Liu Sheng's 1.73 meters, there is a full 20 centimeters difference. This distance caused Ino to have to wear high heels and put on his feet if he wanted to kiss Liu Sheng, otherwise Liu Sheng had to bend down. On the other hand, Hanabi, who was 1.32 meters tall last year, has grown to 1.37 meters this year. This soaring speed was even more astonishing than when Bai Yi was a child. But considering that Hanabi's adult height is 1.7 meters, it is not surprising. Quote. Well, Liu Sheng big brother has indeed become taller. After listening to Liu Sheng's words, Hanabi really looked at Liu Sheng seriously and found that Liu Sheng was indeed taller than when he came to her house last year. And Hanabi's serious appearance makes him look even cuter. Liu Sheng couldn't help pinching her little face again and then directly hugged Hanabi, and Xianglin and Hinata, Li Zhao's daughters, went to celebrate the establishment of their Wuji group. Hanabi, who was hugged by Liu Sheng, did not feel shy or struggling at all, but was even happier. Since she hadn't seen her for several months, she found it more comfortable to sit in the arms of Liu Sheng big brother. Yes, this is not the first time Liu Sheng has hugged Hanabi. Since Hanabi recognized his future brother-in-law and shared his enthusiasm for his sister-in-half, Liu Sheng also made Hanabi feel the love of big brother. That's what Hyuga Neji couldn't give her. In the no-nonsense family of the Hyuga clan, there is also something that Hanabi cannot desire. The reason why Hanabi became a sister-in-law is because she can always receive this kind of tender and considerate affection from Hinata. But as Liu Sheng's status changed, the Hyuga family acquiesced in his relationship with Hinata, and he was able to come in and out at will. After the Hyuga family came to find Hinata, Hanabi realized the feeling of being taken care of by the big brother. It was a feeling different from her sister, which made Hanabi very obsessed. So after getting acquainted with her, Liu Sheng not only hugged Hanabi but also killed her. Chapter 99. When Hanabi's Guide Jonin Genocide Mission. 99 181st. Chapter 99. When Hanabi's Guide Jonin Genocide Mission. In the private room of the restaurant, Hinata and Xianglin tasted falling out of favor for the first time. In the past, when everyone gathered for dinner, Liu Sheng would treat the three girls with a glass of water, taking care of them very well, and there would be no partiality. Even if he sometimes neglects Xianglin, who has changed into his own shape, Liu Sheng will make up for it when he returns home. But now Hanabi has taken away the treatment that belonged to Hinata and Xianglin and has become Liu Sheng's exclusive favor. At this time, Hanabi did not sit next to Liu Sheng but directly sat on Liu Sheng's lap to eat. Looking at the Jonin vest that Liu Sheng hadn't taken off yet, Hanabi seemed to have just reacted. Her beautiful eyes slightly opened and said, "Liu Sheng big brother, why is the vest on your body different from the one before?" Putting the delicacies from his own plate on Hanabi's plate, Liu Sheng smiled at Kaido, "Because the big brother has become Jonin. This is Jonin's Molly." Amazing. Hanabi opened his mouth wide in surprise. 8-year-old Hanabi is actually not a kid who knows nothing. On the contrary, she is actually much precocious than when Hinata was 8 years old. In addition to showing her childish side in front of her sister, who can let her act like a baby, and Liu Sheng big brother, Hanabi is a little adult in front of her father, elders, and even school teachers and classmates' genius image. As the head genius of the Hyuga clan, Hanabi, who has no Senju clan and Uchiha clan to compete with him, is of course the chief student of the ninja school. In addition to strength, the chief student should not be left behind in 560 comprehensive qualities such as cultural knowledge. Therefore, Hanabi is also very clear about the classification of ninjas in the records of these levels. If I remember correctly, the fastest record among active ninjas to become a Jonin is 12 years old, and it was 12 years old during the war. And Liu Sheng big brother is the same age as his sister, even only 2 months older than his sister, and became a Jonin at the age of 13. Is this the strength of Liu Sheng big brother? No wonder so many people say that Liu Sheng big brother is Konoha's hope, the Hokage who came from trouble. Liu Sheng didn't know what Hanabi was thinking. Seeing Hanabi staring blankly at him, Liu Sheng couldn't help pinching her little face, smiled and encouraged. "Hanabi will become so powerful in the future, let's eat first." Quote. Liu Sheng big brother, you are a Jonin now. After Hanabi graduates, can you be Hanabi's Guide Jonin? Hanabi came back to his senses and suddenly looked at Liu Sheng with sparkling eyes, asked. "Do you want to be the big brother's disciple?" Liu Sheng asked with a smile. Hanabi nodded again and again, looking at Liu Sheng expectantly. Liu Sheng pondered for a few seconds, nodded with a smile and said, "Okay, after you graduate, the big brother will apply to Master Hokage to be your Guide Jonin." "Really? Great, thanks big brother." Hanabi suddenly cheered, as everyone knows Liu Sheng's willingness to agree so readily is to play with the tricks he has cultivated. Hanabi is 5 years younger than him and Hinata, and the day when the 4th Ninja War in the original book ended happened to be Naruto's birthday. At that time, Hanabi had not yet ushered in the graduation season. By the time Hanabi graduates from ninja school, Shippuden will be over. At that time, Liu Sheng will have a lot of time to raise his sister-in-law. That's why Liu Sheng readily agreed. And Hanabi, Hinata and Xianglin of course don't know that Liu Sheng, whom they adore actually thinks this way. Otherwise I don't know what they would think. Time came a few days later. Hokage's office. Liu Sheng, Hinata and Xianglin's unsolvable team assembled for the first time. Here are your Anbu costumes and Anbu manuals. Read and memorize them as soon as possible in the past few days. After Shizune handed the 3 storage scrolls to Liu Sheng and the other, Tsunade asked with a serious face, "Your current team is not only an active ninja but also an Anbu whose information and intelligence will not be released, and even their names will not be released. Remember, no matter what mission you perform, your achievements will be recorded in the files of active ninjas, but you cannot disclose to anyone, including your close friends and family members, that you performed missions as members of Anbu. Do you understand?" "It's one." Liu Sheng and the 3 responded quickly. "Very good. If you have time, you can give your team a name, and you can also give yourself a code name." Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, then took out a small storage scroll from the drawer, threw it at Liu Sheng and said, "This is your first task after reading the Anbu manual. Act as soon as possible and it must be done within a month. Get it done. CGFH." After receiving the flying scroll, Liu Sheng glanced at the seal subconsciously. When he saw a big S letter written on the seal, his pupils shrank slightly. But on Liu Sheng's face he nodded flatly. "I see, Lord Hokage." After entering the work mode, Liu Sheng's name for Tsunade has also changed. Tsunade didn't mind the change of Liu Sheng's title but showed a smile and promised, "After you complete this task, the reward is to enter the Forbidden Technique library once. If you want to learn the powerful Forbidden Technique, then work hard." Yes, it's that arrogant. After the death of the two elders as well as Shimura Danzo and the root organization, Konoha officially entered the era of Tsunade. Tsunade, who has absolute autonomy over Konoha, can appoint a new elder to take office or let the elder and Hokage assist the position until the vacancy remains. Of course, Tsunade would not choose an uncle who can tell him what to do and did not directly abandon the positions of Hokage's assistant and elder. It is already very filial to deny Konoha F4's record and meritorious service. Now Konoha is in Tsunade's final say. If she doesn't need a little face or doesn't want Liu Sheng to get lost in the powerful Forbidden Technique, she wants to show Liu Sheng the Book of Sealing directly. Yes, Lord Hokage. After hearing Tsunade's words, except for Liu Sheng's feigned surprise, the expressions of Hinata and Shongalin didn't change much. For the two girls, Tsunade's true medical ninjutsu, strange power boxing, and the 100 healings mark, which has not yet been learned, are enough. In addition to these, Shongalin was also gifted by Tsunade the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family from Uzumaki Mito. These things have been enough for her to learn for a long time. Even if they get the Forbidden Technique, they don't have time to learn it. And this reward must have been prepared by Tsunade for Liu Sheng. After walking out of the Hokage building, the three of Liu Sheng did not separate but returned to Liu Sheng's home. In the living room, Liu Sheng opened the quest scroll given by Tsunade and read the content of his first S-rank quest. When Liu Sheng and the three of them read the mission content, their reactions were different. Liu Sheng raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. On the other hand, Hinata and Shongalin's beautiful eyes widened and they felt a sense of shock in their hearts when they first came into contact with the dark world, and their worldview was refreshed. Because the first S-level mission of the Unsolvable team is astonishingly extermination of the genocide. Don't put too much psychological burden on yourself. We are just doing what Senior Anbu did, guarding the peace of Konoha in the dark. As if aware of the emotional changes of the two women, Liu Sheng couldn't help but said, "After all, there's no real peace in this world. It's just someone carrying the burden for you to move forward. In peaceful times, Anbu is the real unsung hero and the real ninja." After listening to Liu Sheng's words, the heart is actually not fragile, and Hinata is the two girls who have seen blood for a long time, so they quickly calmed down and nodded vigorously. Chapter 100. The Bingshan Beauty Samui. 100-181st. Chapter 100. The Bingshan Beauty Samui. The three of Liu Sheng didn't spend a few days memorizing the Anbu manual but only spent one night to prepare, and the next day they applied for the certificate of leaving the village and left Konoha directly. On the bright side, the three of Liu Sheng left the village as active ninjas. However, after leaving Konoha and finding a dimly lit tree hole, Liu Sheng and the others walked in one after another. When the three of Liu Sheng came out of the tree hole again, their clothes had changed. The combat uniforms dedicated to active ninjas have disappeared, and Anbu's matching black cloak and animal mask have been replaced. Liu Sheng's three animal masks are all white cat face masks. After putting on the Anbu costumes, the three of Liu Sheng started to move, heading for the first destination of the genocide mission. Generally, it only takes a day or two, at most 2 or 3 days, for a ninja to reach any country in the ninja world from his own country. For example, when Shippuden just started, Class 7 rushed from the Land of Fire to the Land of Wind in just 1 day. It took less than 2 days to recover Gaara's body and help Chio bring Gaara back to life. Therefore, the S-level task that Tsunade gave him a month to complete was undoubtedly a large project that required traveling to many places and spending a lot of time. And the first destination of the three of Liu Sheng is Ghost Lamp City. Ghost Lamp City can be said to be a city, and it can also be said to be a prison. This is a prison established by Kaoyan Village and trusted by various countries to detain criminal ninjas. After all, Ninja Village is just a village with a very limited area. Although the 5 major countries occupy a large area, most of their citizens are common people. Prisons are not suitable to be built in villages that is outside the country's military base. Therefore, there is the existence of Ghost Lamp City. As long as ninjas from various countries commit serious crimes that violate the principles of ninjas, they will be escorted to Ghost Lantern City, and the person in charge will put chains that can restrain chakra into the prisoner's body to suppress the prisoner. Moreover, these chains also have their own spells. If the prisoner tries to escape, the chains will turn into chains of flames and burn the prisoner's body. The first appearance of this prison is from Hokage Ninja Movie, Blood Prison, which also appeared in Boruto. The location of Ghost Lantern City is on the seaside near Kaoyan Village. It is a small island similar to the Land of Waves surrounded by the sea. The island is named after a kind of sour berry called Ghost Lantern. The purpose of Liu Sheng's trip to Ghost Lamp City was to sneak into this prison and capture a prisoner. As for why it is necessary to use grasping instead of saving, it's very simple: because they want to capture and kill the prisoner and take off the other's head, so they must use the identity of Anbu and cannot reveal the identity of the Konoha shinobi. And that prisoner is one of the important targets of the genocide mission. The other party was imprisoned in Ghost Lamp City not long ago, and he was escorted to the ninja village in Ghost Lamp City, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Cloud Shinobi Village. On the surface the identity of this prisoner is the ninja from the original Cloud Shinobi Village. But in fact his identity is not a ninja of Cloud Shinobi Village but one of the high-level officials of a small ninja village. The reason why he was escorted to Ghost Lamp City as a prisoner of Cloud Shinobi Village was because Cloud Shinobi Village changed his post, put him on the identity of a dead Cloud Shinobi Village ninja and then gave him a certain kind of ninja who violated the law. In principle he was sent to Ghost Lamp City for a period of time. After a while find a reason to fish him out and the other party will become a real Cloud Shinobi Village ninja. Why should Cloud Shinobi Village be so nice to a senior executive of Shinobi Village that is a relatively good dog? This is just a deal, just give the younger brother a good bone to eat. This transaction involves the reason why Konoha took several months to stabilize the country of fire. The senior officials of this small ninja village and even the family are one of the high-ranking people who caused trouble on the border of the Fire Kingdom. During the trouble they beat to death one of Konoha's younger brother's high-level executives. Now Konoha is going to send someone to exterminate the other party and his family and give the younger brother an explanation. Therefore this is another game between the big country and the big ninja village in Konoha, the country of fire, and Cloud Shinobi Village, the country of thunder. The three of Liu Sheng are the main players in this game. The purpose of Tsunade asking them to perform this task is also to allow Liu Sheng to get in touch with and adapt to the darkness of the ninja in advance to accumulate experience as a superior so that he can use the sharp blade of Anbu well after succeeding Hokage. For Liu Sheng this task is simply a piece of cake. If it is carried out alone Liu Sheng only needs 2 or 3 days to wipe out the family of the chief messenger of Shaonan Village. If it was just to destroy that little ninja village Liu Sheng could finish it in less than half a day. After all it was only a matter of 1 or 2 AoE ninjutsu moves. However, with the 2 daughters Hinata and Shangulin by his side, Liu Sheng decided to use this task to train the 2 daughters so that they can complete their transformation. Especially Shangulin. Before meeting Liu Sheng she was a mobile power bank and now she has never killed anyone, not even the cowardly young Ku. Ask for flowers. But in terms of comprehensive strength the 3 major abilities of the Uzumaki clan have now been awakened. Shangulin, who has mastered the strange power boxing and part of the sealing technique, is undoubtedly the strongest among the 3 women, even stronger than the current Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto. As long as Shangulin transforms from a vase with powerful strength into a real ninja, that is the biggest gain of this mission. But where everything goes well in life there will always be various accidents. 2 days later Liu Sheng and the others successfully infiltrated the Ghost Lamp City by relying on the hyperopia plus clairvoyance of the white eyes and the perception of the radius of tens of kilometers of Kagura's mind, but found that the target they were looking for had been captured by Cloud Shinobi. The people from village picked them up. Fortunately Cloud Shinobi Village picked him up half a day ago. 0. The locations of the 5 major countries on the ninja world map are that the land of fire occupies the most fertile land center, the land of wind occupies the desert area in the southwest, the land occupies the Rocky Mountain area in the northwest, and the land of thunder occupies the mountain area in the northeast. The kingdom of water occupies the sea area in the southeast direction. The land of grass is a small country sandwiched between the land of earth and the land of fire, with the land of dragons and the land of rain on the left and right. That is to say, even if the people of Cloud Shinobi Village go by water they still need to go through the sea near small countries such as the country of Taki, the country of iron, and the country of sound. The time required is at least twice as long as that of Liu Sheng and others. If they catch up at full speed Liu Sheng and the others will soon catch up with them. Therefore Liu Sheng used the illusion to hypnosis the guard, and after learning the direction where the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja left he led Hinata and Shangulin to chase after him. With the help of Shangulin, whose perception range is as high as tens of kilometers, Liu Sheng and the others only spent a few hours to perceive several chakra fluctuations. Among them one chakra is stronger, at least much stronger than Hinata. Then after getting closer to that chakra wave, Hinata, who has white eyes with a telescopic ability many times clearer than Kagura's mind eyes, quickly confirmed that the other party was wearing a Cloud Shinobi Village's forehead protector, and they followed them on this mission, the goal. But after Hinata described the appearance of the leader of the escort team of Cloud Shinobi Village in words, Liu Sheng's face became weird. Due to the black and white perspective I can't tell what color the shoulder-length short hair is, and there's also a particularly big upai, even bigger than Hokage-sama. If I remember correctly this should be the iceberg beauty of Cloud Shinobi Village. Sam Yibatting. Chapter 101. New made using the strongest illusion for the first time distinguished heavenly gods. 101 181st. Chapter 101. New made using the strongest illusion for the first time distinguished heavenly gods. When the 3 of Liu Sheng got closer, Liu Sheng found that the escort team of Cloud Shinobi Village was indeed the Samui team he knew, and the leader was also the #1 boss in the ninja world. Samui. Like most men, Liu Sheng likes big ones. So for female characters with big capital, Liu Sheng will be very impressed. Such as Hinata, such as Tsunade, such as Terumime, such as Samui. But among these 4 female characters, who has the most capital? Then Liu Sheng can only think of one, and that is Samui. Yes, there are not many roles in this role, but Samuel, who amazed Liu Sheng as soon as he appeared on the stage. Just like in a certain star-spangled country in the previous life most people liked blondes. In this world where English is also available, the Kingdom of Thunder Cloud Shinobi Village is similar to a certain star-spangled country in the previous life, and the image of Samui as the blonde girl in the Hokage world. Short blonde hair, beautiful green eyes big enough to make Sam Yi feel, sore shoulders, exquisite facial features, and indifferent expression. Such a beautiful iceberg. It is also in line with Liu Sheng's hobby. Yes, although Samuel is not in the list of Liu Sheng's 3 favorite female characters, it does not prevent her from meeting Liu Sheng's hobbies. Therefore Liu Sheng is going to turn her into his collection like Shanggulan, that is one of the maids. But it's not the same as using a gentle offensive to slowly train Shanggulan to become her own maid. This time Liu Sheng planned to use a brutal and direct method to turn this woman who belonged to the ninja of the enemy country into his maid and undercover agent. By the way, let's take a look at the cooldown time of the strongest skill, under the Shuiji snare. Click, 427. Leave that blonde girl to me and you kill all the other 3. So Liu Sheng whispered something to Hinata and Shanggulan, then gently broke off the chin part of the cat face mask, and the palm hidden in the cuff quickly formed a seal, and then a body appeared in the sky in an instant facing the Samui team below, and one of the targets of this mission spit out the stream of water from the giant star. Water-style explosive water blast. A huge amount of water flowed into a huge lake, smashing down from top to bottom. Get out of the way. Liu Sheng's behavior was immediately noticed by Sammy and the others. Seeing the water falling down, light covering the sky and covering the sun, Sammy, who had always been expressionless, suddenly changed his expression slightly and then escaped from the range of the lake attack without saying a word. Omoi and Karui and the Samui team also abandoned the panic-stricken senior management of Ninja Village without hesitation and avoided the lake that fell from the sky in an instant. Only half a day ago the chains that restrained chakra were pulled out, and the senior management of Shaonan Village, who had not yet fully regained his strength, was smashed by the lake formed by the bursting water. The water flowed down like a lake, and the weight smashed down the senior management of Shaoran Village in an instant, causing serious internal injuries. If it is not treated in time, it is believed that they will die soon. After the lake hit the ground, a huge amount of water rose into the sky like a fountain, turned into waves several meters high and spread towards the surroundings. Sammy, who had just escaped from the falling area of the lake, jumped back again and again to avoid it. Clatter. Just when Samui and Karui jumped out of the attacking range of the waves, the sound of chains being pulled suddenly entered their ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw 4 chains connected with kunai-like spearheads stabbing towards them. Zzz. Seeing this scene, Omoi and Karui immediately pulled out the short swords behind them, and a blue and white current flashed across the blade. Immediately, at an overwhelming speed, they dodged the stabbing chains in an instant and followed the direction of the chains towards the man standing on a rock wearing a black cloak and a white cat face mask. The figure of Anbu from an unknown ninja village rushed towards him. Whoosh. At this moment, a figure who was also wearing a black cloak but was still petite from his figure and wearing an Anbu mask jumped up from behind that Anbu with a black glove that did not miss any fingers. 5 fingers. He clenched his fist and punched Shiwai. The fist is covered with Blue's chakra arrogance, which also distorts the air, and it can be seen at a glance that it is an astonishingly powerful steel fist. And I don't know if it's a coincidence or an illusion. The timing of this figure's attack is just when Omoi's attack is charging, and it's too late to change his attack. Therefore Omoi could only interrupt the attack and dodge the attack of the figure in an instant. With an instinctive warning, Karui also chose to retreat instantly. Boom. When the person in the figure that is Hinata's fist landed on the ground more than 10 meters away from Fang Yuan suddenly sank several times and shattered like falling glass, with a large number of cracks appearing, spreading towards the surroundings like a spider's web. Seeing this scene, Omoi and Karui were not startled to widen their eyes. Standing behind Hinata, they were quickly withdrawing the incense of adamantine sealing chains. Their beautiful eyes widened, first looking at Hinata's back full of incredible. Obviously Shanggulan didn't expect that Hinata also learned the strange power boxing, and the power is so amazing that it is hardly weaker than her. Not to mention Shanggulan, even Liu Sheng, who had already started fighting with Sammy, was surprised. He knows that the talents of Hinata and Shanggulan are more suitable for cultivating Wailaquan than Haruno Sakura. But unexpectedly Hinata also mastered the strange power fist so quickly. It is understandable for Shanggulan to master the strange power fist so quickly. After all, she has nothing to practice hard except for the sealing technique. Hinata is different. Strange power boxing and medical ninjutsu are only secondary. Developing white eyes and practicing gentle fist method are her main courses. But I have to say that Hinata, who uses the strange power fist, is exuding a kind of contrasting beauty. Adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan, steel fists full of destructive power, and such an exaggerated water style. Who the hell are you guys? Sammy, who also saw this scene in his eyes and was very knowledgeable, knew Shanggulan's ability, immediately looked at Liu Sheng solemnly and asked in a deep voice. Forget it, I wanted to play with you. Liu Sheng pondered for a few seconds and was finally aroused by Hinata's growth. Therefore Liu Sheng, who originally wanted to appreciate the earth-shaking American capital during the Battle of Sammy, slowly took off the cat face mask with one hand and quickly made a one-handed seal with the other hand, wood-style wood clone technique. Hearing the name of this technique, Sammy's face no longer had a cold look, but her beautiful eyes widened for a while. I saw 4 wood clone extending from Liu Sheng's body and then turned into 4 afterimages and disappeared instantly. When the 4 wood clones reappeared, they were already located in the southeast-northwest direction between the mountain roads. Ninja 4 purple flame formation. As soon as the 4 wood clones appeared, they clapped their hands together and slapped the ground. With the rise of the transparent purple barrier on all sides, the Samuel team instantly lost hope of escaping. Recognizing Liu Sheng as the ninja who became famous in the ninja world some time ago. After Senju Hashirama, she is the second wood-style ninja who has awakened wood-style Shuiji boundary. Samui's face is also extremely ugly and her style is as strong as Cloud Shinobi Village also began to reason with Liu Sheng. If you Konoha do this, aren't you afraid of causing war between the two countries? Taking off the mask and cloak, Wood Clone also released Kagura Mind Eyes to perceive Liu Sheng, who was tens of kilometers away from Fang Yuan, and raised his mouth slightly. Don't worry, no one will know. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Liu Sheng's figure disappeared from Sam Yi's eyes out of thin air. The superb body flicker technique made Liu Sheng's body flicker without the slightest sound, as if the time and space of the Flying Thunder God technique teleported, and Samui immediately released his perception technique in fright. But in the next second she discovered the difference between herself as a Cloud Shinobi village Jonin and Liu Sheng, who became a Jonin at the age of 13 and was dubbed Konobi's hopeful son. I saw the figure of Liu Sheng appearing behind Sam Yi out of thin air. Sam Yi reacted in time, turned around with the dagger in his backhand and stabbed Liu Sheng's body. The speed is so fast that the Great Conscience can't catch up at all, thus creating a moving picture. It's a pity that Samui's attack was really fast, but her short sword missed nothing. Liu Sheng, who appeared behind her, was not Liu Sheng's real body at all, but a simple clone of Naraku. Wood-style silent killing technique. Not waiting for Samuel to widen, her beautiful eyes disturbed the flow of chakra in her body and wonder when she was hit by an illusion. A green branch full of vitality appeared out of nowhere from the right side like a snake and successfully bound Samuel's 1.68 meter mature plump curvy body. As soon as the branches tied, Samui immediately tied her into a rice dumpling. And Samui also lost control of his body all of a sudden, just like he was hit by the heavy seal of his limbs. Not only that, but she also found that her chakra and physical strength were rapidly draining and the branches tied to her body were all absorbed. In less than 10 seconds Samui's chakra and physical strength were all sucked dry. Even if Liu Sheng unlocks the Wood-style silent killing technique now, Samuel has no ability to fight or escape. This is Wood-style's scariest ability. With its own seal and the ability to absorb chakra and physical strength, once it is caught by Wood-style, if it does not break free quickly, it will soon lose its fighting ability. Even if he can break away quickly, he will be sucked away a little bit of chakra and stamina. If the endurance is not as good as that of the Wood-style ninja, he will only become weaker and weaker, and the stronger he will be against Fang Yu. If the two sides are disparate in strength and the Wood-style ninja completely crushes the other side, then Samuel's powerlessness is the best example. With just one move, Jonin is an all-rounder in Cloud Shinobi Village, and he can also shine in Cloud Shinobi Village, which is full of hot-blooded men. Samui, who was deeply trusted by Fourth Raikage, was given a second tea by Liu Sheng up. Hinata Shongalin, hurry up and get rid of your opponent. After Samuel was beaten with one move, Liu Sheng kicked out very rudely, kicking Samui, who was tied into a rice dumpling, to the ground and then sat on the branch where Samui was bound facing Omo, shouted the two girls who fought against Karui. Captain Samui. Before Hinata and Shongalin could respond, Omoi and Karui, who discovered that Samui had been captured by the enemy, lost their voices in surprise. Clatter. Seeing that the two had lost their composure, Shonglin, who was going to respond to Liu Sheng, immediately used adamantine sealing chains again, extending 4 chains from his body and bound them towards them. At the same time, Hinata also made a gentle fist opening move. Omoi and Karui immediately seemed to enter the illusion space. The surrounding world became pitch black. A huge array of 8 trigrams appeared under their feet and their bodies fell into rigidity involuntarily. Although in the next second they quickly broke free from the rigid state and narrowly escaped the bondage of adamantine sealing chains. But before they stabilized their bodies, they thought about whether to save their captain Samui or to defeat or hold hostage the enemy in front of them. Omoi suddenly noticed a flash in front of his eyes. A black figure appeared in front of him out of thin air, and then a powerful force immediately fell on his body, beating him to the point of pain, and chakra seeped into his body, blocking the flow of his chakra. Gentle Fist Act 8 trigrams 64 palms. 2 palms 4 palms 8 palms 32 palms 64 palms. Boom. A set of Gentle Fist came down and Omoi flew upside down, spitting blood out of his mouth, and he could no longer feel the sensation of his body. In addition to the fact that chakra's flow was blocked, that powerful force also shattered his internal organs. With just one set of 64 palms, Hinata beat Omoi to the point of death. Omoi Seeing Omoi being killed in an instant, Kalui's expression changed again, and then he was also focused on controlling the 4 chains to deal with her and successfully captured her with adamantine sealing chains. Karui, who was quickly bound by 4 chains, could only let out a roar of impotent roar 2.5. Damn it, this damn chain. Sealing technique reseal limbs. Just like how Liu Sheng dealt with Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto under Liu Sheng's suggestion, Shongalin, who has learned adamantine sealing chains and the sealing technique, used the sealing technique remotely to seize control of Kalui's body. Liu Sheng, who witnessed the 2 women taking advantage of the opponent's loss of calmness and successfully killing him, instantly nodded in relief and satisfaction. You get rid of them and the target, and I will interrogate this woman. Liu Sheng stood up, slowly raised his hand to stop Shonglin, who wanted to run over to ask for a reward. Then he easily picked up Samui, who had lost control of her body due to the seal and couldn't yell at her. After Liu Sheng left a sentence to the 2 women, she passed through the 4 wood clone-controlled chakra to open. After entering a deserted place, a flying thunder god disappeared from the perception range of the 2 women. He just appeared in an underground secret room that Huang Quan bought for him and built. Under Samui's wide-eyed, terrified gaze, Red's eyes turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan with a black lotus pattern. Swish. Condescendingly looking down at Samui lying on the ground, Liu Sheng's left eye suddenly shot out a dazzling scarlet light. Then a dazzling golden light was instantly put on the maximum in Samui's eyelids and passed into her brain and soul through the eyes, the window of the soul. The golden light engraved in Samui's brain and soul an aura that can only be lifted unless he breaks through the realm of mortals and becomes a god on earth. Like 6 paths, or the caster covers it with illusions of the same level. The strongest illusion distinguished heavenly gods. Chapter 102. The Illusion of Absolute Loyalty to Liu Sheng, Cooldown Time. 102-181st. Chapter 102. The Illusion of Absolute Loyalty to Liu Sheng, Cooldown Time. When the golden light in Sammy's eyes disappeared, she fell into a trance for a while. Her brain and soul are now under a permanent illusion. This illusion is not the same as infinite Tsukuyomi, which is the strongest in groups but the strongest illusion in a single body which can permanently modify a person's will and even the soul. This means that once this person is hit by distinguished heavenly gods, even if the person dies, her soul enters the world of the dead and then is revived by impure world reincarnation. Even if she changes her body, she still has the same body, that illusion. To break this illusion, only the strength or soul strength reaches another dimension level, just like the automatic erasure of the flying thunder god spell. Use the power called realm to erase this illusion. But obviously Samuel doesn't have such ability. Therefore, unless Liu Sheng used distinguished heavenly gods on her again and covered the current illusion with a new illusion, otherwise even Liu Sheng the caster would not be able to relieve Sammy from the illusion imposed on her by other gods. Just like the original Uchiha Itachi used distinguished heavenly gods to break free from impure world reincarnation and explained to Naruto and Killer Bee, I have added a new illusion to the enemy's ninjutsu, and this illusion is Guardian Konoha. Close hollow corner bracket. Similarly, the illusion that Liu Sheng cast on Samuel is called to be absolutely loyal to the performer, Master Liu Sheng. Therefore, when the trance on Sam's face gradually faded, looking at the man in front of him, 29 yelled awkwardly and uncertainly. Immediately the vague figure in Sammy's heart that needed absolute loyalty immediately became extremely clear, and addressing Liu Sheng suddenly became smoother. Not only that, the way she looked at Liu Sheng was no longer the resentment just now but full of fanaticism. Very good, let me see how effective this strongest illusion is. Seeing the change in Sammy's expression, Liu Sheng first smiled with satisfaction, then grabbed Sammy's low-cut collar with a net and pulled her up from the ground. Putting one hand on the head of Sammy, whose cheeks were flushed and as obedient as a golden retriever, Liu Sheng made a mutter with the other hand and whispered, "Ninja mind reading technique." In an instant the terrifying Yin-Dun chakra invaded Samui's brain. With the help of Mangekyo Sharingan, Liu Sheng quickly flipped through Samui's memory bank. And this reading lasted for half an hour. During this period Samuel lowered his head obediently, allowing Liu Sheng to look through his memory. After half an hour passed, Liu Sheng withdrew his palm and suddenly said, "So that's the effect." Through the mind-reading technique of the Yamanaka family, Liu Sheng already knew how the distinguished heavenly gods modified Samuel's will. This illusion did not weave some false memories that did not exist on the surface of Samui's memory curry, but only left a hint that could not be explained clearly, nor could it be resisted and would affect his emotions. This implication is the illusion of the distinguished heavenly gods. If the name of the illusion cast by the distinguished heavenly gods is called Guardian Konoha, then if the person who has been recruited deeply loves Konoha, the hint of guarding Konoha implanted in the brain and soul will have no effect, or the effect will not be great, and it will always turn the person who has been recruited into a real person, the successor of the will of fire. But if the person who has been recruited is full of hatred for Konoha, then the hint of protecting Konoha will release its true power and directly change the will and emotions of the person who has been recruited. Let the other party's hatred for Konoha turn into a deep love for Konoha and forcibly become the successor of the will of fire. Even the thinking of the recruited person will become inclined to Konoha's side. For example, the reason why he is full of hatred for Konoha is because Konoha killed his family and wiped out his entire clan. But after becoming the successor of the will of fire who loves Konoha deeply and will definitely protect Konoha, the feeling of the recruited person towards this memory will become Konoha's way of doing so. There must be reasons and reasons for it. You should understand, let go of the past and hatred anyway, people cannot be resurrected after death, etc. This kind of frenzied twisted influence. And now Samui has fallen under the illusion of absolute loyalty to Liu Sheng. Obviously my memory has not been modified, obviously my two companions may have been killed and Liu Sheng in front of me is one of the murderers, but it doesn't matter. Under the influence of distinguished heavenly gods, Liu Sheng's status has been higher than that of Cloud Shinobi Village and Sammy's parents, so whether Liu Sheng kills her companions, destroys her village, or kills losing her parents, Samui will feel sad, but in the end she will choose to forgive Liu Sheng and understand Liu Sheng's actions. When Liu Sheng was in danger she would willingly die for Liu Sheng, and even when she died there would still be a smile on her face that was satisfied because she had protected Liu Sheng. Yep, that's the twist. Distinguished heavenly gods is indeed the strongest single body illusion. It is not much stronger than Shimura Danzo's tongue elimination technique and Uchiha Madara's spell to control Uchiha Obito and Nohara Lin. Even the single body influence infinite Tsukuyomi, who is invincible in groups, can't compare with distinguished heavenly gods. The only regret is that this trick is the strongest illusion and it has no effect on the other dimensional creatures who have mastered the blood successor snare. Just like Naruto and the others can defend against infinite Tsukuyomi's 6 paths level powerhouses can not only defend but also dispel it by themselves. To take effect on the godlike 6 paths level, unless Liu Sheng's pupil power exceeds them by at least one level or the distinguished heavenly gods complete the sublimation of the realm. Master Liu Sheng. Quote. At this time Sammy's voice suddenly brought Liu Sheng back to his senses. Looking down at Sammy, who was kneeling on the ground, his body was still tied up by branches, but he didn't complain about his current appearance. Instead he looked up at Sammy with fanatical eyes, and the corner of Liu Sheng's mouth couldn't help but twitched slightly. He suddenly hooked Samui's chin with his index finger, touched her red lips without any wrinkles and corrected with a smile. Don't call me Master Liu Sheng, call me Master. Quote. It's Master. So cute. Looking at Sammy, who has no appearance of a big iceberg beauty who is smiling happily because the address has become more intimate, Liu Sheng rubs Sammy's pale gold hair like a dog. And Samuel, like the most loyal owner's golden retriever, rubbed against Liu Sheng's palm excitedly as if Liu Sheng's head-to-head killing was the best reward in the world. This appearance is even more exaggerated than the original Shangolin. This is the effect of absolute loyalty. As long as it is given by Liu Sheng even a smile or a bone, it will be the best reward in the world, the greatest treasure in the world. And if Liu Sheng didn't like it, even if it was a real treasure, it would look like a lump in Sammy's eyes, and he couldn't help but cover his eyes when he looked closely for fear of hurting his own eyes. The current Samuel is definitely the world's #1 maiden warrior. So after rewarding Samuel, Liu Sheng helped her untie the silent killing technique from her body and then teleported away without taking her away. Instead, he stood still, touched his left eye with his hand, and checked the cooling time of distinguished heavenly gods. As the strongest illusion for a single player, and it is not a blood successor snare but has an illusion that is as powerful as the blood succession snare, distinguished heavenly gods has very large restrictions. If there is no Hashirama cell, which is the power of ultimate yang, then even Uchiha Shisui, the owner of distinguished heavenly gods, uses the distinguished heavenly gods of his left eye, and the cooling time will be several years. However, if there are Hashirama cells, the cooldown time of distinguished heavenly gods will be greatly reduced. Although Liu Sheng's celestial body is still a bit behind Otsutsuki Ashura in reincarnated bodies, the effect is much stronger than Hashirama cells. Therefore, the cooling time of Liu Sheng's distinguished heavenly gods is only half a year. Yes, the cooling time of more than 10 years has been reduced to half a year. Moreover, Liu Sheng has a premonition that when he makes up for the gap in the immortal body or becomes a 6 paths level powerhouse, the cooling time of distinguished heavenly gods will no longer be based on years or months instead of days. If so, then distinguished heavenly gods could compete with Uchiha Obito's Kamui, the most powerful Mangekyo pupil technique. Chapter 103. The Blessing of the Chi People, Konoha's Model Worker. 103-181. Chapter 103. The Blessing of the Chi People, Konoha's Model Worker. You know what to say when you go back. Looking at Sam Yi, who made himself extremely embarrassed, seemed to be running away all the time and didn't take a bath for several days, Liu Sheng asked. Yes, master. Returning to the ninja working state, Samui regained his composure, all of a sudden nodded with cold eyes and said, I will blame the death of Omoi and Karui as well as the death of the escort target on our own. It is the real mortal enemy of Earth Country who suspects that the other party is deliberately intercepting and killing us, trying to cause a war in Cloud Shinobi Village. And master, you have already planted a spell in my brain. Even if I encounter a situation where I need to be tortured, they will not be able to find out any information about you, master. ... Very well, then you can return to Cloud Shinobi Village now and I will contact you when I am free. Quote. Looking at the big beauty of Bingshan, Liu Sheng, who was 1.73 meters tall, with a look of reluctance and frustration on his face because of his words, he couldn't help pinching the chin of Sam Yi, who was 1.68 meters tall and swayed her little girl. With a smile on his face, he said, don't worry, in 2 or 3 years you will be able to return to my side. So before returning to my side, lurk around Cloud Shinobi Village and help me find what I want. Quote. Yes, master. Sammy looked at Liu Sheng obsessively, imagining how the master would reward her after completing the master's task in her mind. After arranging the task for Samuel, Liu Sheng used the Flying Thunder God technique to take her out of the basement. However, Liu Sheng did not bring her back to the mountain path just now, but appeared next to a Flying Thunder God spell in Taki Country and then left a Flying Thunder God spell in a relatively hidden place on Sammy after the ceremony let her return to Cloud Shinobi Village by herself. And Liu Sheng was a teleporter appearing next to Shangolin out of thin air. Liu Sheng, you are back. After seeing Liu Sheng come back, Shangolin, who had been waiting for him with Hinata for more than half an hour, suddenly became a little excited. Well, I kept you waiting for a long time. Liu Sheng subconsciously raised his hand and touched the heads of Shangolin and Hinata, then scanned the battlefield and found that both Omoi and Karui had been killed by the 2 women. As for the mission target, he died shortly after being hit by the blasting water. So Liu Sheng took out the 3 small scrolls that he carried with him, packed the 3 corpses separately, and after using water style to clean their smell, he took Hinata and Shangfo's a Phoenix Doctor. After appearing at a place where the Flying Thunder God spell was located, the 3 of Liu Sheng continued towards the next destination. In the course of the next mission, the 3 of Liu Sheng finally no longer encountered accidents like the Sammy team. With Liu Sheng's illusion and the 2 women's white eyes and Kagura heart eyes, they don't need to go to the black market to buy information or contact the village, wait for the intelligence team to pass on new information. They only need to find the acquaintances of the mission target or the relatives of the mission target, and after a while of torture with illusion they can know the total number and location of the other party's family. Therefore it only took half a month for the 3 of Liu Sheng to complete their first Anbu's S-level mission. In the identity of Anbu, after sending all the heads of that family to the senior management of a certain Yi's younger brother. The 3 of Liu Sheng did not return to Konoha in a hurry, but took off Anbu's costume and mask and prepared to walk back to Konoha in a tourist way. On the way, Liu Sheng made a small plan to make his relationship with the 2 women a step closer. To be precise, his relationship with Hinata has taken a step further. Shangolin has already turned into the shape of Liu Sheng. If Liu Sheng didn't give her dignity, then Shangolin would stay by Liu Sheng's side even if she was a dog, let alone a maid. Not only gaining dignity but also being able to stay by Liu Sheng's side, this is already a great gift for Shangolin and he is very satisfied. Therefore she never aspired to be Liu Sheng's girlfriend, competing with Hinata and Ino for the position of the main palace. One night Liu Sheng revealed his idea to Shangolin, wanting her to help him conquer Hinata. Shangolin agreed without thinking. So during the trip Liu Sheng asked Shangolin to constantly test Hinata's bottom line, wanting to see if the relationship between the two of them, which was limited to secret kisses, could rise to the level of sharing a bath and even a 3-person bath. But the result surprised Liu Sheng very much, because he has successfully enjoyed this kind of blessing. And not only was it successful, it was also very smooth, as if there was no difficulty at all. After asking about Shangolin in private, Liu Sheng felt a burst of ecstasy in his heart, and at the same time his love for Hinata also increased to a higher level. Because this girl is really distressing. It turned out that with the change of Liu Sheng's status he gradually became the hopeful child of Konoha, and his family were no longer their resistance, and his friendship with Ino and Shangolin became deeper. Hinata's liking for Liu Sheng has been deeply rooted in his bones. Unknowingly Hinata's thoughts have changed from the initial fair competition with Ino and the final choice to Liu Sheng to not willing to let Liu Sheng. Even Ino and the others felt sad. And during the mission during this period Hinata also came into contact with the world of common people other than ninjas. She discovered that in the world of the common people those noble people have wives and concubines in groups and their families are very large. Therefore Hinata, who originally thought that if Liu Sheng chooses herself then accept other sisters' ideas, suddenly feels that she is too selfish. I shouldn't monopolize Liu Sheng, and I can't prevent Liu Sheng from revitalizing the Senju clan. In this shaking state Kaorin delivered the final blow. One night when Shangolin revealed that she was Liu Sheng's maid and would not compete with her, Hinata was foolishly fooled into the bathroom. Fortunately, after exercising during this period Hinata will not faint easily. But the strengthening in this aspect made Hinata spend a night that he will never forget. When Shangolin came out, Hinata's cheeks were still red and congested, and the white mist of boiling water was constantly emitting from the top of his head. However, Hinata's ability to accept is still very strong. After being dragged by Shangolin to serve Liu Sheng several times in a row, this girl, who is very serious about everything, has become very proficient in back rubbing and massage skills. Especially the massage skills. It only took a few days to throw Shangolin the senior far away. No way. Hinata, who practiced the gentle fist method since childhood, knew how hits the enemy's acupuncture points with every blow, has a level of understanding of human acupuncture points and the force of fingers which is not comparable to that of Shangolin. After the relationship with Hinata achieved a great breakthrough, Liu Sheng also enjoyed the blessings of Kirin along the way, and it took nearly 2 weeks to return to Konoha. Even so, Liu Sheng still felt reluctance and fascination and felt that time passed too fast. If Tsunade only gave them a month, Liu Sheng really wanted to play outside for a month or two. Now that I have returned to Konoha, I don't know when I can continue to enjoy this kind of blessing. Suddenly Liu Sheng woke up with a start. Wait, aren't they on the same team? And he is the captain himself without guiding Jonin's special team. As long as you keep going out to do missions, wouldn't you be able to enjoy this kind of blessing at any time? Thinking of this, Liu Sheng was suddenly full of motivation to work. Konoha's model worker he should be appointed. Chapter 104. Naruto leaving the village, the final transition. 104-181st. Chapter 104. Naruto leaving the village, the final transition. Although full of motivation to work, and the goal before Hayate came was to become a model worker of Konoha. But Liu Sheng just came back and went to Tsunade to get a new mission. And if he wants to enjoy the greater blessings of being equal to others, Liu Sheng has to have a glass of water to be level, and he can't neglect any girl. While traveling, Liu Sheng also selected gifts for Ino Shikacho and Yuhi Hong, as well as Tsunade, Shizune and Hanabi. So I separated from Hinata and Shangolin on the road and came to Hokage's office alone, and after submitting the task report to Tsunade, Liu Sheng took out a gift and gave it to them by the way. Seeing his beloved younger brother who did not forget himself even on a long trip, Tsunade was very happy to receive the gift. He immediately got up and hugged Liu Sheng, gave him a facial cleanser set and kissed him on the forehead. Shizune, who also regards Liu Sheng as his family, was also very happy to receive the gift. After enjoying the world's top 5 facial cleanser package, Liu Sheng stayed in the Hokage office and stayed with Tsunade and Shizune for a while. By the way, I mentioned that I captured Samuel and concealed the ability of distinguished heavenly gods, saying that I left her with a seal similar to the tongue eradication technique, making her the thing I placed 343 in Cloud Shinobi Village's eyeliner. Good job. For Liu Sheng's approach, Tsunade first gave a very high evaluation and then began to teach Liu Sheng, saying, killing a person is far less valuable than turning the other person into one's own. As long as you have confidence, you can choose to do the same when dealing with other enemies in the future. Even if the other party cracks your spell and reads the memory to know this, the memory cannot be used as evidence or a reason to attack. So you can leave spells on the enemy, but you must destroy all physical evidence about yourself. It would be better if you can hide your identity. I see, sister. Liu Sheng nodded obediently. After chatting with Tsunade and Shizune for a while, Liu Sheng got up and left Hokage's office. After walking out of the Hokage building, Liu Sheng wanted to find Ino Shikacho and Yuha Hong's new 10th class. But soon Liu Sheng discovered that the new 10th squad was no longer in the village and had gone out to perform tasks a while ago. The so-called running-in period does not exist for Yuhi Hong and Ino Shikacho. The reason why Ino Shikacho is Konoha and even CJFC, Ninja World's strongest combination, is because of their family secrets. They can cooperate with each other, make up for each other's shortcomings, and produce a combination of 1 + 1 + 1 greater than 3 effect. All you need is to practice family secrets step by step. Ino Shikacho will be below cage level in the future, almost unsolvable existence. Kurenai's illusion Nara Shikamaru and Ino can learn but Grandmaster is not necessary. So just like when teaching the 8th class, the only thing Uchiha can teach Ino Shikacho is mission experience to protect them from growing up to the level of all Chunin or special Jonin, and Jonin Uchiha can feel at ease retire or teach the next genin. In fact, the current Uchiha can semi-retire. Because in Ino Shikacho Nara Shikamaru is a Chunin who has the ability to take Ino and Akamichi Choji alone on C-rank missions. Only tasks above B level need to be led by Shihahong himself. After learning that the new 10th class is not in Konoha, Liu Sheng went directly to the Hyuga clan and took Hanabi out to play. Among the Hyuga clan with many rules and thieves, only Liu Sheng has this privilege now. If Liu Sheng hadn't come to pick them up, neither Hinata nor Hanabi would have been able to go out alone. Even if you can go out, there will be guards following and there is not enough time to go out. But they were picked up by Liu Sheng. As long as they don't spend the night outside, they can basically play as long as they want and have as much freedom as they want. So after getting acquainted with Liu Sheng, what Hanabi wants to do the most is to go out and play with Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng, who doesn't want her to live a childhood similar to Hinata, will also fulfill Hanabi's wish and come to play with his sister-in-law whenever he is free. Therefore the relationship between Hanabi and Liu Sheng is getting closer and closer, and they call each other Liu Sheng Big Brother, and they call each other more smoothly than Neji Big Brother. After receiving the gift Liu Sheng specially bought for herself, Hanabi happily kissed Liu Sheng's face. A few days later, the new 10th squad finally finished the task and returned to the village. Under the organization of Liu Sheng, the special team and the new 10th class came to the old place for dinner. After handing the gift to the new 10th class, Liu Sheng was also chatting with them and learned some news. The news is that Li Locke from Guy's class has fully recovered, and Hyuga Neji has participated in this Chunin exam and has become a Chunin. And the 7th squad that lost Uchiha Sasuke did not reorganize but was temporarily disbanded. Naruto went out to practice with Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. With the help of Jiraiya and Kakashi, Haruno Sakura became one of Tsunade's direct disciples, and the new generation of Sannin began their own practice. Upon hearing the news, Liu Sheng realized that so much time had passed before he knew it. There are still 2.5 years and it is time for Shippuden to start. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng knew his plan and had to speed up the progress. Therefore Liu Sheng directly passed on his thoughts to Huang Quan. After receiving the information from the main body according to Senju Togurama's memory, Huang Quan, who was doing some experiments, immediately started to act. I saw that he didn't do anything. A vague afterimage split from his body and soon became a physical clone. This is impressively a split body using split technique. As soon as the split body appeared, he immediately used the dust-free maze to enter the invisible state, and then a flying thunder god disappeared. But Huang Quan's body is continuing to experiment. If the picture zooms out, you will find that Huang Quan is now in a gloomy and dim laboratory that is different from Orochimaru, but in a laboratory full of white. On the operating table in front of him was a well-embossed corpse. Beside the corpse there is a clone of White Zetsu who has lost consciousness. The experiment that Huang Quan is doing now is to transplant the flesh and blood of White Zetsu's avatar to this corpse and then see if this corpse can have the power close to that of his life after using Impure World Reincarnation, which is similar to the power of Yakushi Kabuto's. How far is the Impure World Reincarnation gap? If the gap is not too big, then I have perfected Impure World Reincarnation, and the White Zetsu avatar obtained from Uchiha Obito can also be used to make a batch of Impure World Reincarnation accessories. The departure of the split body is responsible for finding materials for Impure World Reincarnation for Huang Quan. To be precise, he started to do his old job again. Crazy tomb robbery. After the Impure World Reincarnation army is completed, Unagi can start the plan to make up for the gap in the immortal body. And the first stop of the tomb robbery of the split body is the sea outside the Ninja Continent, and it is also the only one of the 5 major countries that is not in the Ninja Continent, the Land of Water. Chapter 105. Konoha's 64 years, a treasure from childhood to big. 105 181st. Chapter 105. Konoha's 64 years, a treasure from childhood to big. Time flies like a white horse, and 2.5 years pass by in a blink of an eye. Judging from the fact that Ninja School graduates a batch of new generations every year, before you know it, Liu Sheng, who graduated from Konoha in 60 years, are already very seniors. Generally speaking, if you are still a ninja at this age, you should be a Chunin long ago. If you are still a genin at the age of 16, then it is actually a very shameful thing. And it is true, most of the genin who graduated from Konoha in 1960 have become Chunin now. For example, counting Liu Sheng's top 10 and Might Guy class who graduated 1 year earlier than them now, except for Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the rest including Haruno Sakura, who also belongs to the 7th class, have been recommended by Tsunade become a Chunin with a green vest. And now several all-round Jonins have been born among these Xiaoqiangs. They are Liu Sheng, who was promoted to Jonin at the age of 13, Hyuga Neji, who was promoted to Jonin at the age of 15, and Hyuga Hinata and Shang, Phosphorus, who were also promoted to Jonin at the age of 15. Yes, 2.5 years have passed under the crazy record of Liu Sheng, who was determined to become a Konoha worker. Hinata and Shangulin, who were originally just genin, deserved to be pushed to the position of Jonin. This speed of promotion stunned Ino Shikacho and also made Hyuga Hiyashi and the elders of the Hyuga clan look at Hinata with admiration again. Could finding a boyfriend really have such a big impact on me? Therefore the Hyuga clan, who were afraid that after Liu Sheng came to power would settle accounts with them, did not dare to stop and hinder their communication. So Hinata's degree of freedom skyrocketed again. When Hinata was 15 years old, she finally ushered in a rebellious period. She chose not to go home at night for the first time and stayed in Liu Sheng's new home. Yes, new home. Almost 3 years have passed and the lands of the 4 major moth families have all been developed. Liu Sheng, who has also made a lot of money doing tasks in the past 2 years, did not let Huang Quan send someone to find a reason to give him a house, but spent his own money to buy a villa which became himself and Shonglin as well as Hinata and Hinata. Ino's new home. Because Ino stayed at Liu Sheng's house earlier than Hinata. Through the chat between girlfriends, Ino also knew Hinata's thoughts. Knowing that even if Hinata wins he will choose to accept her and Shonglin, Ino suddenly feels ashamed. So Ino, who can't do without Liu Sheng, no longer has the idea of competition and decides to get along well with Hinata and Shonglin. Hinata and Ino chose to give in and Shonglin was a little maid who didn't fight or grab. In this way Liu Sheng became the biggest winner and Shirenji finally broke through again at the age of 15. January 28, Konoha 64. On this day 3 figures wearing green vests returned to the entrance of the village from outside. Master Liu Sheng, you have worked hard. Master Liu Sheng is really hardworking. It was less than a week when the gatekeeper saw you last time. You completed another mission so quickly. As expected of a team full of Jonin, it's so reliable. The 2 guards sighed slightly while helping Liu Sheng go through the formalities. Those 3 figures are exactly Liu Sheng, Hinata and Shonglin. In the past 2.5 years the changes in Liu Sheng and the others are not insignificant. Liu Sheng, who was chatting and laughing with the guards, is 16 years old this year and has grown to 1.85 meters tall. He is wearing green's Jonin vest, has short silver hair that just covers his ears, and red's eyes are like rubies, crystal clear. Handsome and handsome face has completely faded, immature with the aura of descendant of the Senju clan, child of Konoha's hope, wood-style ninja after the god of ninja, and the future 6th Hokage. Liu Sheng is in there are countless fans of Konoha and Fire Country. This has led to the fact that the number of foreign tourists and women in Konoha has increased many times over the past few years. They all come to Konoha to see if they can see Liu Sheng, the ninja god and the second master wood-styles Konoha supergiant. And Hinata and Shonglin, 2 girls who are teammates with Liu Sheng, are also envied and hated by countless women, which can be regarded as a small consolation for Ino. 2.5 years have passed. Hinata and Shonglin, who are also 16 years old this year, have also changed greatly. First of all, Hinata, her height broke through the original 1.6 meters when she was 16 years old and also surpassed 1.63 meters when she was 19 years old. This change is still thanks to the attributes of the Big Stomach King. At home the Hyuga clan worked hard to cultivate Liu Sheng. When going out, whether it's Liu Sheng or Hinata and Shonglin, the 3 are medical ninjas. Liu Sheng is also very rich, so Hinata and Shonglin will naturally not lack any nutrition in terms of diet. When the body is in the development period, this external force can develop the potential to the maximum. So whether it is Hinata or Shonglin, their heights have broken through the limit of the original. In addition to height, Hinata's figure also broke through the limit of the original work. The original book will be able to surface, but this life will be a little more exaggerated. Every time Liu Sheng, Ino and Shonglin take a mixed bath, Hinata's amazing figure will make Ino and Shonglin feel inferior and Liu Sheng can't put it down. In Liu Sheng's eyes, Hinata can break through the limit in this respect. Even if he doesn't have 99.9% of the credit, he must have 99% of the credit. After all, this is a treasure that he has played with since childhood. In addition to breaking the limit of the original work in height and figure, Hinata's beautiful cheeks have also faded from immaturity and her temperament is still gentle, just like Yamato Nadeko. But there is a lot less shyness and timidity and more self-confidence that the original book does not have. The source of self-confidence is naturally Hinata's strength. During this period of the original book, Hinata has learned the soft step double lion fist and also created her own guardian 8 trigrams 64 palms. In this life, Hinata did not create the original guardian hyphenation 8 trigrams 64 palms but mastered revolving heaven and also mastered the secret high-level body art of the Hyuga clan that only the head of the Hyuga family can learn. In Lion Fist, the technique of Whalakwan was incorporated, making this physical technique a high-level physical technique combining rigidity and softness. In addition, if you lift Hinata's bangs, you will find a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead that was not there 2.5 years ago. This diamond-shaped mark is the dollar-level sealing technique, 100 healings mark. In addition to the combination of rigidity and softness, Hinata's medical ninjutsu and sealing art are the biggest improvements in the past 2.5 years. With the help of Liu Sheng, Tsunade has completed her Baihao technique and taught it to Liu Sheng and several of her disciples. Ask for flowers. Hinata and Honglin as well as Haruno Sakura have mastered 100 healings mark and Baihao technique. Only Ino, who has mediocre qualifications, finally mastered the 100 healings mark in the second half of last year and has not yet learned Baihao technique. Even so, the strength of the fight is far superior to the original work by many times. Because in addition to the secret arts of the Yamanaka family, she also mastered most of Kurenai Yuhi's illusions as well as strange power boxing, medical ninjutsu and 100 healings mark. However, no matter how much the 2 women have improved, they are not even qualified to carry the shoes for Shonglin. As the top genius of the Uzumaki family, Shonglin, who awakened 3 top abilities at the age of 12, is really excellent. Even Tsunade can't help sighing that if Uzumaki Kushina is not 9 Tails Jinchuriki, then she is not as good as Shonglin. If you use the ninja level to divide the strength of Hinata and Kaorin, then Hinata is definitely at the level of elite Jonin now. If you use Baihao technique, it can temporarily possess the strength of Cage level just like Haruno Sakura in the original book and still a Cage level stronger than Haruno Sakura. And Ino is specifically between Jonin and Jonin. But Shonglin, who does not activate the Baihao technique, is also an undoubted Cage level powerhouse. 16-year-old Shonglin is 1.65 meters tall. She wears the rimless glasses given to her by Liu Sheng and combs her long straight red hair like Uzumaki Kushina, giving her an elegant image of an intellectual not like fighting. The all-round Jonin on the front line is more like a special Jonin who specializes in one field. But if someone underestimates her, it will definitely suffer a big loss. Because this girl is a descendant of the extinct Uzumaki clan. In this era when both the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan disappeared, she has a Uzumaki sage body with an astonishing amount of chakra. The terrifying amount of chakra, even if Hinata and Ino or even Shizune and Haruno Sakura add up to more than 10 times their chakra amount, is still far inferior to that of Shangulin. In terms of the amount of chakra alone, Shangulin is several times more than the original. Because of her fate was changed by Liu Sheng, there is no need for others to absorb chakra so that the body will not be stunted and even the lifespan will be lost. Not only is the amount of chakra many times stronger than the original, but the body is also much stronger than the original. Of course, with this change he is still not even qualified to carry shoes for Hinata. In addition to the changes in chakra and body, Shanghulin's strength has also become the strongest among the three women. She can perfectly use and match the three major abilities of the Uzumaki clan. The accomplishments of medical ninjutsu and strange force boxing are even stronger than Hinata and Haruno Sakura, and even Shizune is not as good as Shangulin. This is the inherent advantage of chakra and Uzumaki sage body. In addition to the above, Shangulin is also the first person to master the 100 healings mark and Baihao technique. There is also the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, and Shangulin has already mastered it to a great extent. Not only that, she also learned the Rasengan taught to her by Liu Sheng as well as the advanced version of Rasengan. Including elemental ninjutsu, Shangulin is now an enhanced version of Hinata and Haruno Sakura. If there is a fight, Shangulin will go all out and it will be a breeze to beat Hinata, Ino and Haruno Sakura alone. With the growth of the girls, the advantages and gaps of bloodline supremacy have become bigger and more obvious. Chapter 106, Changes in My Sister-in-Law, The Life of Liu Sheng's Family. 106-181. Chapter 106, Changes in My Sister-in-Law, The Life of Liu Sheng's Family. Previous. Next. Sister, this is the mission report. After returning to Konoha, Liu Sheng brought Hinata and Shangulin to Hokage's office immediately and handed the report written on the way to Tsunade. What happened to you in the past 2 years? Why did you suddenly become so hardworking? Tsunade took the task report and signed it with a pen without looking at it while looking at Liu Sheng and questioning. Hearing this before Liu Sheng could speak, Hinata and Shanglin, who were standing behind Liu Sheng, blushed. Seeing this scene, Shizune and Tsunade, who are still innocent girls, are a little unclear. 2. Liu Sheng coughed lightly and said with a pun, "You want to make money, otherwise how will you be able to support your children in the future, and how will you revive the Senju clan?" Oh. Hearing this, Tsunade suddenly made a meaningful voice and looked at Hinata and Shanglin with great interest. The faces of the two girls who were glanced at by Tsunade suddenly turned redder, and they even lowered their heads and dared not look directly at Tsunade and Shizune. Seeing this, Tsunade immediately gave Liu Sheng a 747 thumbs up and encouraged, "Good brother, come on." Liu Sheng also raised his hand on his chest, turned his back to Hinata, and Shanglin gave Tsunade a thumbs up and blinked his right eye at Tsunade using their exclusive communication methods. Sure enough, Tsunade also winked at Liu Sheng with a smirk on his face. After chatting with Tsunade for a few more words, Liu Sheng left the Hokage building with the two girls. The three of them did not separate on the street but returned to Liu Sheng's villa together. Once there is a beginning, there will be a second and third time, even countless times. Hinata has often spent the night at Liu Sheng's house since he found out that he was staying at Liu Sheng's house, and neither his father nor his family blamed him. Not only Hinata but also Ino and even Hanabi. 2.5 years later, Liu Sheng's position in Konoha was already unshakable. Although he is still a Jonin now, he is already an elite Jonin, second only to Hokage. The future successor to 6th Hokage is even more certain. Therefore, as the Hyuga clan that has been surrounded by Hokage for generations, not only did they let Hinata and Liu Sheng get along with each other, but even Hanabi went to find her future brother-in-law. The very realistic Hyuga clan did not dare to stop her. Knowing that their daughter backed down with the daughter of the Hyuga clan and chose to serve one husband with 2 daughters, the Yamanaka couple finally chose to acquiesce. If Liu Sheng is just a commoner, then no matter how strong he is, Yamanaka and his wife will more or less say something. But now they understand a little bit. After all, Liu Sheng is a descendant of the Senju clan, and 5th Hokage is now alone again. As the only male, he shoulders the mission of revitalizing the Senju clan. So if Liu Sheng wanted to marry only one, it would be a bit embarrassing for him. As long as their daughter is willing, Yamanaka and his wife also respect her choice. With the acquiescence of both parents and families, Hinata and Ino have both been accustomed to staying at Liu Sheng's house since some time ago, living together with Liu Sheng like Shanglin. If it weren't for the fact that Hinata's sons and daughters are allowed to enjoy their last teenage years before they reach adulthood, Liu Sheng's current enjoyment of the blessing of the same people would have been upgraded from a mixed bath to a big quilt. Of course, although he hasn't hit the home plate yet, Liu Sheng has already hit the other bases that should be hit. Every time there is a big mixed bath, there is always the sound of flute in the big bath full of water vapor. ... Liu Sheng, big brother, sister Shanglin, welcome back. The three of Liu Sheng returned home and found that Ino was not at home. In this case, either Ino is helping out in the flower shop at home or he is out on a mission with the new 10th class. However, after changing shoes in the hallway, Liu Sheng had just arrived in the living room when a short shadow came in front of him. From the cheers we can know that this beautiful person is Hanabi. Just like Liu Sheng and others have changed a lot, Hanabi, who is 11 years old this year, has changed a lot compared to 2.5 years ago and even at this time of the original book. Surrounded by 3 to be precise 4 disciples of medical masters, Hanabi's physical growth and potential have been maximized at this age. Liu Sheng, who has already promised Hanabi to be her mentor Jonin next year, is even more merciless in cultivating Hanabi. Such advanced items as elemental ninjutsu, sealing technique, medical ninjutsu, strange force boxing, and even various forbidden techniques obtained from Tsunade, Hanabi can learn whichever one he wants to learn. The purity of White Eyes is only weaker than that of her own sisters Hanabi, and she did not disappoint Liu Sheng's investment. At the age of 11 she has mastered skills such as climbing trees and treading water, and also learned basic medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Counting his own gentle fist, Hanabi is many times better than Hinata at the age of 12 in terms of chakra control. Chakra control is the basis of all ninjutsu. Hanabi is still studying now, so he already has a foundation that is many times better than his peers. In the future, after chakra comes up, it will be a breeze to learn advanced ninjutsu. With so many resources, her strength in the future will surely surpass herself in Boruto's passing period. Thank you for looking after the house, Ying. Hugging Hanabi, who was 1.45 meters tall, Liu Sheng first touched Hanabi's long black hair, then took out a small storage scroll from his body, handed it to her, and said with a smile, "This is for you, gift of choice." "Thank you, big brother Mew, eh?" Hanabi happily took the storage scroll but did not open it immediately, but pulled the clothes of Liu Sheng, who was 40 centimeters taller than her. When Liu Sheng bent over behind him, Hanabi kissed Liu Sheng's side face and then bounced back to the sofa, secretly checking the gift Liu Sheng bought for him. For Hanabi's behavior, Hinata didn't blame it either. Apparently she was used to this way of getting along with Liu Sheng and Hanabi. The three of them did not stay in the living room but went back to their room, changed into casual clothes, and went to the kitchen to make today's dinner. Of course the ones who cook are Hinata and Arana. Liu Sheng seldom cooks for Hinata and the others and rarely cooks with them. Just like after marrying Uzumaki Kushina, she is obviously one of the strongest people in Konoha, but she still stays at home as a housewife. This world, like a certain island country in the previous life, is a world of machismo. Men are responsible for working hard outside and women are responsible for supporting their husbands and raising children at home. After marrying Liu Sheng, Hinata and the others will also choose to retire, and unless Hokage forcibly recruits them, they will also become housewives. Of course, if the man is away from home for a long time or has no money, the woman must also work part-time to make money, such as Haruno Sakura, who needs to repay the mortgage in the story of Boruto. I have to say that Liu Sheng still likes this kind of tradition. While the two girls were making dinner, Liu Sheng came to sit down next to Hanabi, cultivated a relationship with his sister-in-law and tested her progress by the way. "Excuse me, Master Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng, I've come to drink with you. I'll have 2 drinks with my sister tonight. Master Tsunade, please don't take the lead in breaking the 3 ninja bands. Master Liu Sheng is not yet 20 years old. He is not allowed to drink alcohol yet." "What are you afraid of? Anyway, the old lady Muya has the final say. Just drink secretly." When the two girls were about to finish their dinner, Tsunade and Shizune suddenly came over. The latter hugged the pig and was very polite. The former was holding a wine bottle and shouted excitedly. For this scene, Liu Sheng, Hinata, Shongalin and even Hanabi are no strangers to it. Before moving, the old house was relatively narrow and Tsunade seldom came over. But after Liu Sheng moved to the big villa, Tsunade would often bring Shizune over to eat and drink after get off work, and even went to their big bathhouse. Sometimes Tsunade and Shizune would join them in the mixed bath, which made Liu Sheng and others who suddenly became serious about bathing very uncomfortable. And today the arrival of Tsunade and Shizune also shows that tonight's mixed bath is a serious one. The above is the daily life of Liu Sheng's family. Chapter 107. The ultimate boss of the ninja world, Liu Sheng's true enemy. 107 181st. Chapter 107. The ultimate boss of the ninja world, Liu Sheng's true enemy. While Liu Sheng was enjoying the mixed bath of pain and happiness, he was in a familiar yet unfamiliar cave somewhere in the ninja world. On the finger of the ghetto statue, hidden in the darkness, one after another thought bodies appeared, one after another, forming strange figures one by one. It's been a long time since we held a plenary meeting. The last time Huang Quan joined us, and now we're called to a meeting again. What happened? The faces are still those familiar ones. It doesn't look like there are new ones replacing the old ones. It seems that something big has happened. As soon as these figures appeared, Deidara, as the only active group left in Akatsuki's organization, quickly set off the atmosphere. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but cast their eyes on Tiandao Pain, who was not late this time and was the first to appear, waiting for the leader's words. And Tiandao Pain didn't show off but said directly, "Three Tails has been revived and the information and location of all Jinchuriki have been investigated, so this plenary meeting is to inform you. Tail Beast Project has officially started. Next I will start assigning Ren Luo. Deidara Scorpions, you are in charge of 1 Tail Jinchuriki and 3 Tails. Huang Quan Kakuzu, you are in charge of 2 Tails Jinchuriki and 8 Tails Jinchuriki. 29 inches Kimama Itachi, you are in charge of 4 Tails Jinchuriki and 5 Tails Jinchuriki. I'm absolutely responsible for cooperating with you, and the rest of the 6 Tails Jinchuriki, 7 Tails Jinchuriki and 9 Tails Jinchuriki will be resolved by me and White Tiger." Has it finally started? After Tiandao Pain finished the distribution, the members of the Akatsuki organization finally became interested. Deidara even grinned. 1 Tail Jinchuriki. If I remember correctly, it is Sunagaku's 5th case, right? Brother Scorpion, our first target is your hometown. Are you excited too? Idiot, come here quickly, I hate waiting for people. The Scarlet Sand Scorpion looked at Tiandao Pain and said in a deep voice, "If there is nothing else then I will start to act." "Well, you guys need to go faster." Tiandao Pain nodded first, then looked at Huang Quan and Kakuzu and said, "The order of sealing tailed beasts is from 1 tail to 9 tails, so you should act quickly after sealing 1 tail. Let Ju send the information and location of Erway Jinchuriki. I will go to Kakuzu now and go with him to the vicinity of Erway Jinchuriki." After the Red Sand Scorpion left, Huang Quan also formed a seal, glanced at the black-white Zetsu, nodded to Tiandao and said, "After the 1-tail seal is completed, Kakuzu and I will arrest the 2nd-tail Jinchuriki. If it's quick, I'll catch the 2-tail Jinchuriki first and wait for them to catch the 1-tail Jinchuriki." After finishing speaking, Huang Quan's missing body disappeared. At the moment when the thought body was about to disappear, Huang Quan faintly heard Didara's furious voice, "BD, who do you look down on?" Looking at the place where Huang Quan had disappeared, Didara said with a dissatisfied face, "Just wait and see, Brother Scorpion, and I will be able to capture that 1-tail Jinchuriki within a few days." After letting go of the harsh words, Didara also disappeared with a seal. Other members of the Shao organization also sealed off the doctors one after another. Angara, who was far away in Sunagakure, the land of wind, obviously doesn't know that a death crisis has quietly descended on him. In the early morning of the next day, just after Liu Sheng woke up from his sleep, he received the information shared by Huang Quan last night. After learning that the organization started the Tail Beast project, Liu Sheng's eyes were not much sleepy and he suddenly woke up. I saw the corners of his mouth slightly raised and said to himself, "Is it finally resurrected? I'm really impatient to wait." With Liu Sheng's strength, in fact as early as 3 years ago there were not many opponents in this era. Logically speaking, he doesn't need to wait for Shippuden at all. He can go to Nagato, snatch Nagato's Rinnegan and seal the 9-tailed beasts himself. But Liu Sheng didn't do that. Instead he came up with a plan of light and darkness. I am the savior and the big boss behind the scenes, creating a soul clone like Huang Quan as his dark vest. So what is Liu Sheng's purpose in doing this? It's very simple, because he doesn't want to become the big villain in the ninja world and be spit on by countless people. He wants to be the savior of the ninja world, who wants to do all the bad things but is admired by thousands of people and has countless fans. Of course this is not the key. The most critical reasons, in fact there are 2 points. The first point is that since Yagura, the 3-tails Jinchuriki, who was also the Kurigakure 4th Mizukage, died, it would take a few years for the 3 tails to come back to life. The second point is that in Liu Sheng's eyes neither Uchiha Madara nor Otsutsuki Kagaya is the real ultimate boss. The real ultimate boss is actually the Sage of 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Yuya, whose soul can still go back and forth between the dead and the living world after death. After the other party knew the birth of the 2nd pair of Rinnegans, he already expected that his mother might be resurrected, and then arranged for the reincarnation of his 2 sons to reseal his mother and by the way solve the 2 sons' 1,000-year conflict fate reincarnation. In the eyes of people in the ninja world, Sage of 6 Paths is simply a good person who considers the world. However, in the eyes of Liu Sheng, a traveler Otsutsuki Yuya is himself who has completed the Light and Darkness project, a behind-the-scenes big bow $S admired by thousands of people and the ultimate evolution of Uchiha Itachi, a filial son. Unless you get his approval, no matter what you do it will be wrong in his eyes, and he, a dead man, will definitely stop you. If his 2 sons can't beat you, the other party might call his own brothers and the 2 brothers come back from the dead world to beat you, or even bring all kinds of strong men from the dead world to besiege you. Therefore, before obtaining 6 Paths level 023 power, Liu Sheng's body must not stand in front of the stage and become the target of the ninja world. After devouring part of the spiritual bodies of Hokage and Shinigami in the past and creating Huang Quan the soul clone, Liu Sheng no longer used reanimation jutsu himself. Because the Sage of 6 Paths has the supreme power to seal the gates of the world of the dead and the living. Liu Sheng is not sure whether the other party can find Liu Sheng's body along the network cable through reanimation jutsu. Therefore this is also one of the reasons why Liu Sheng did not kill Orochimaru. He needs to get Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto to help him attract attention so that there is no 1 in a million possibilities. For Liu Sheng, Shippuden's ultimate boss as well as his enemies are not Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya at all, nor is it the Otsutsuki Aikishi hidden in a certain monk's body and Otsutsuki who will come to earth in a few years, a family, but the old ghost of Sage of 6 Paths. As an old Yinbi, Liu Sheng is not afraid of simple people like Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya, not to mention Black Zetsu, a true filial son, but afraid of Sage of 6 Paths who is unstable but can interfere with living people, the world, the old Yinbi who interfered with the ending by the hands of the living. Therefore Liu Sheng must endure and act. As long as the plan is completed and the scene ends, it will be his victory. At that time, whether it is the world of the living or the world of the dead in the ninja world, he, Liu Sheng, will have the final say. Chapter 108. Sensation of fragrant phosphorus speeding up the progress again. 108 181st. Chapter 108. Sensation of fragrant phosphorus speeding up the progress again. Liu Sheng actually paid more attention to resurrecting 10 tails than Black Zetsu. So after receiving the information shared by Huang Quan and knowing that the organization had started to capture the tailed beast, Liu Sheng did not intentionally remind Tsunade that the organization was about to take action and that the first target was the 5th cage of Sunagakure, an allied country. Instead they continued to share the perspective of Huang Quan, waiting for the intelligence and information of Erway Jinchuriki and 8 tails Jinchuriki sent by Black-White Zetsu. The 4th Ninja World War in the original book only lasted for a few days. And the day that ended happened to be Naruto's birthday, and it was also Liu Sheng's birthday. It is only the end of January now, which means that the original Shippuden will last for 9 months. Half a year is too long for Liu Sheng. Therefore he is going to speed up the progress. Because he still has a lot to do. So after Black-White Zetsu sent the information and location of Erwei Jinchuriki and Eight Tails Jinchuriki to Huang Quan, Liu Sheng immediately gave Huang Quan an order to separate a split body and use the dust-free maze to find the two Pomelo wooden golems. If Devour and the Red Sand Scorpion haven't dealt with Gaara before he finds the two Pomelo wooden golems, then Huang Quan will seize the two Pomelo wooden golems first and let Nagato try to seal one tail and the Red Sand Scorpion within a week. 2 tails. Time soon came to the next day. A figure who grew nearly 20 centimeters taller than 2.5 years ago suddenly arrived at Konoha's village entrance. And while the guard was distracted, he walked into the village without even registering. Behind him followed by a tall figure. And the people of these two figures are Naruto, who went out of the village to practice, and Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. What a huge chakra. As soon as Naruto came back, he was discovered by Liu Sheng and Shangulin, who developed Kagura Mind Eye as a passive skill whose perception is no less than or only second to Senju Tobirama. Liu Sheng was slightly surprised at first and then realized that Naruto should be back. And Shangulin was also slightly stunned, thinking of the boy with the same surname as himself but without red hair. The return of Naruto and Jiraiya also shows that Devour and the Red Sand Scorpion have already taken action. In the evening, Liu Sheng and the others were invited to watch the survival drill of the 7th class. The next day, Tsunade received encrypted files from the allied Sunagaku. When the intelligence team deciphered the document and handed it to Tsunade, Tsunade's expression changed suddenly and he immediately summoned the 7th squad. After Akatsuki attacked Sunagaku and took Gaara away, he told Naruto that Squad 7 was dispatched to Sunagaku immediately. But Tsunade was still a little worried, so Jingshei called Liu Sheng's special team again. Yes, Tsunade chose to let the 3 of Liu Sheng come over instead of notifying the Might Guy squad, who was on a mission outside to support the 7th squad. Liu Sheng, there is a task for you to do. After the 3 of Liu Sheng came over, Tsunade had already organized the language and said, just now we received a secret letter from Sunagaku from the allied country. A few years ago, Gaara, who helped us recover Uchiha Sasuke, which is now Sunagaku 5th Kazekage, he was captured by the Shao organization and needs our support. The Akatsuki organization is a terrorist organization composed of several S-rank rebels. According to the information collected by Jiraiya over the years, their target is likely to be Jinchuriki, who has the 9-tailed beast sealed in his body. Master Hokage, what do you want me to do? Liu Sheng pretended to be serious and asked in work mode. I have sent the 7th squad to set off just now. You go back and pack up and follow up to support the 7th squad. Tsunade first revealed Naruto's identity and then expressed his thoughts. Naruto is one of the Jinchuriki and also the strongest Jinchuriki of the 9-tails demon fox among the 9-tailed beasts. Because of being the strongest tailed beast, Naruto has not been able to control the power of 9 tails until now and is easily affected by 9 tails' negative emotions, turning into a monster that does not distinguish between friend and foe. The wood style and Sharingan as well as the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki family are the strongest seals for tailed beast special attack. This is also the reason why 3rd Hokage arranged for Kakashi to be Naruto to guide Jonin when he was still alive. Because he has a 3-tomo Sharingan, once Naruto loses control and explodes the power of 9 tails, Kakashi can control him in time. But Kakashi is just a foreigner after all. His Sharingan may have been useful to Naruto when he was a child, but now the effect has been negligible. So I need you guys to support them once Naruto goes berserk. Liu Sheng and Yin Lin, you guys use wood style and adamantine sealing chains to control him. Yes, Lord Hokage. After listening to Tsunade's words, Liu Sheng and the others responded one after another. Immediately the 3 of them left Hokage's office, went home and quickly packed their luggage and then left in the direction of the Land of Winds. Since the 7th class has just left, even though the body flicker technique is extremely fast, Shangulin, whose perception has been raised to a radius of hundreds of kilometers, still found Naruto's huge chakra all at once. Not long after, Liu Sheng's special team of 3 came to a few kilometers behind the 7th squad. The 3 of Liu Sheng deliberately kept this distance and did not catch up to explain the situation to the 7th class. Because they have already changed into Anbu's costumes and now they are silently reinforcing the 7th squad in the identity of Anbu. To be precise, their mission was not to support Sunagaku but to keep an eye on Naruto, the strongest Jinchuriki. Once he lost control and ran away, the 3 of Liu Sheng would take action to control him. Of course, if the 7th class is in danger, they will also come out. But supporting Sunagaku is the task of the 7th squad, not the task of the special team. As mentioned earlier, the body flicker technique is fast on the go. If you move forward at full speed, it only takes 1 day to rush from the country of fire to the country of wind. So the next day, Squad 7 and the special team had already entered the territory of the Kingdom of Wind. And the 7th squad soon arrived at Sunagaku, went to rescue the poisoned Konkuro and obtained intelligence information from the Akatsuki organization. The special team stayed outside Sunagaku waiting for the 7th squad to come out. Of course, Liu Sheng couldn't just wait there foolishly. Instead, split a wood clone and let the wood clone hide using Kamen's invisibility. I brought Hinata and Shangulin, a flying thunder god, to the prosperous city of the Land of Fire, where I ate, drank and had fun and then opened a luxurious room. During the play, Liu Sheng also shared the perspective of Wangquan from time to time. At this time in Wangquan, the missing body has appeared in a strange cave, Nuodas. This cave is a cave that Devour and the Red Sand Scorpion randomly searched for in the country of Sichuan at the junction of the country of Fire and Hefeng. Inside the cave, Tiandao Pain used the power of the ring and Rinnegan to summon Geto statue into that cave. All the staff were casting the magic 9-dragon seal to extract one-tail Shuhei from Gaara's body and seal it into Geto statue's body. But this is not the reason for Liu Sheng to share the perspective, but Huang Quan took this opportunity to ask Tian Daopain if he wants to seal the two-tailed beasts in succession. If Tian Daopain nods, then he will send the two to Deidara's side from wooden golem now. Yes, the two Pomelo wooden golems have been captured by Huang Quan without any difficulty. It's just a dust-free maze to get close, and then a multiple sealing technique will do it. In the past 2.5 years, even Hinata's 3 daughters have grown so much, and Liu Sheng, who has so many cheats, has grown his body and soul avatar. Song Jin is even more special than Chu Yuju's daughter. Otherwise Liu Sheng would not have the idea of speeding up the progress. Chapter 109. Impure World Reincarnation Namikaze Minato Battle of Father and Son. 109-181. Chapter 109. Impure World Reincarnation Namikaze Minato Battle of Father and Son. Is it too compact to seal two-tail beasts at once? Hearing Huang Quan's words before Tian Daopain could speak, Conan next to him spoke. That's right, it takes a few days to seal one-tailed beast, and seal two-tailed beasts in a row. Don't you feel tired? Deidara also complained. Regarding their complaints, Huang Quan said indifferently, you don't care anyway. Or Wei Jinchuriki died of starvation or died of other reasons, I am not responsible. Tian Daopain was silent for a while and then asked Black-White Zetsu, Ju, what's going on at Sunagakur? Sunagakur has sent a request to their ally Konoha for help, and the 7th squad of 9 Tails Jinchuriki has also arrived at Sunagakur, and they are organizing a rescue force. As if knowing what Tian Daopain was thinking, Black Zetsu said in a hoarse voice, when they find us, one tail has already been sealed. If there is some external force to stop them, it may not be possible to seal two-tailed beasts at once. As Black Zetsu, who attaches the most importance to the seal of the tailed beast, he actually agrees with Huang Quan's proposal very much. In case Wei Jinchuriki accidentally dies, they will have to wait a few more years. He could afford to wait, but Nagato's physical condition couldn't wait. And wait a few more years, who knows what Huang Quan and that Uchiha Naraku have in mind? Will they join forces to snatch Nagato's Rinnegan? To avoid long nights and dreams, it is best to revive 10 tails as quickly as possible. Therefore Black Zetsu added another sentence. If you seal two-tailed beasts at once, Huang Quan's Flying Thunder God technique and reanimation jutsu will definitely help us delay until the end of the seal. Hey, you know my 27's ability quite well. Huang Quan teased at first, then nodded to Tian Daopain and said, I also have the Flying Thunder God spell in Xuanji country. I can send the Wei Jinchuriki there now, or I can use Dirty Field Reincarnation to stop them. Since that's the case, everyone should work harder. Tian Daopain no longer hesitated and said to the members of the Shao organization, after the 1 tail and 2 tails are sealed at one time, Deidara and Scorpion can rest for a while, and I will handle the capture of 3 tails. That's more or less the same. Quote. Hearing Tian Daopain's last words, Deidara, who was about to complain again, just muttered. As for the others, they remained silent. Sealing two-tailed beasts in succession is not a small project. Soon Huang Quan's split body used the Flying Thunder God technique and brought 2 Pomelo wooden golems to appear outside the cave. At this time in the cave there is a 5 sealing barrier, and 5 talisman papers need to be untied at the same time to remove the barrier. But without the need for the split body to do anything, a white Zetsu clone floated to the ground and brought the 2 Yuzu wooden golems into the cave. Thus a long sealing officially began. Just when the Akatsuki organization was about to speed up the sealing of 1 tail Shuhei and then take a break before starting to seal Erwei Nuomata. On Sunagakur's side, Konkuro has been cured, and Shio, who received information about the Red Sand Scorpion from Konkuro, also went to rescue Gaara with the 7th squad. And this news through the mouth of the White Zetsu avatar soon reached the ears of members of the Akatsuki organization. The eyes of Tian Daopain and others immediately turned to Huang Quan. Regarding this, Huang Quan said with a wicked smile, don't worry, my split body has already arranged for them to watch over their opponents. Leave that old lady Chio to me, don't kill her. At this time the Scarlet Sand Scorpion suddenly spoke. Knowing that the Scarlet Sand Scorpion was in the arrogant Huang Quan, he nodded without saying anything. When the picture came outside the cave, Huang Quan's split body and the face under the bandage suddenly showed a meaningful smile and then disappeared in a teleportation. When he appeared again, he had already appeared in a plain area. In front of him is a dense forest area. In his perception there are several very powerful chakra approaching here. Quote. Kakashi, there is a very dangerous aura ahead, his target may be you. At this time Parker, who was led by Kakashi summoning and followed the scent, suddenly reminded. Kakashi's right eye suddenly narrowed slightly, and the complexion under the mask reminded him very solemnly. The other party is most likely a member of the Akatsuki organization. Everyone be careful and be ready to fight at any time. Hearing this, Naruto and the others immediately looked terrified. However, when they rushed out of the forest and appeared on the plain, Kakashi and Shio suddenly widened their eyes with horror on their faces. Just as Parker reminded, there is indeed a very dangerous aura ahead of them. It's just that they never expected that the owner of that breath turned out to be. How can it be? Shio, who had seen the big scene, lost her voice in disbelief. Second Tsuchikage, no, isn't he already dead? Impure World Reincarnation. Kakashi immediately thought of the forbidden technique of his ninja village. And if I remember correctly, Master Jiraiya once told him that Orochimaru was once a member of the Akatsuki organization. Could it be Orochimaru? Or has Akatsuki mastered the reanimation jutsu through Orochimaru? However, Kakashi only knew about Impure World Reincarnation and had never seen it with his own eyes. So he is not sure whether the second Tsuchikage in front of him is the body of Impure World Reincarnation. But soon second Tsuchikage in front of them answered them with actions. Seeing Huang Quan's split body, he clapped his hands quickly to the ground and called out a name that surprised Kakashi: Reanimation Jutsu. J-A-J, boom boom boom. 3 coffins rose from the ground and the coffin lids fell to the ground at a 90-degree angle. Then 3 figures covered with cracks slowly walked out of the coffin. Looking at these 3 figures, the expressions of Chio and Kakashi changed again. Third generation, so you are really dead. Chio looked at the figure on the far left with a complicated expression. The other party was the third Kazekage, whose disappearance led to the outbreak of the Third Ninja World War. Third Raikage, teacher. Kakashi stared wide-eyed, the forehead protector, looking at the 2 figures next to third Kazekage, his face full of disbelief. Especially the figure on the far right, which made Kakashi subconsciously glance to the side. At this time he also opened his mouth and obviously recognized the person on the far right, which is on the Hokage rock, the figure of his childhood idol. Naruto. Did father and son meet in this way? Following Squad 7 in secret, the White Zetsu avatar, who also saw this scene in his eyes, immediately shared the information with the main body. In the cave, Black Zetsu suppressed the shock in his heart, stared at Huang Quan's position and asked, if the information I investigated is correct, isn't the soul of 4th Hokage sealed by the forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan? Has it been sealed inside the Shinigami's body? Huang Quan, how did you get him out of Impure World reincarnation? Hearing this, members of the Shao organization looked at Huang Quan one after another. Although I don't know what Black White Zetsu is talking about, it doesn't hinder them, who are very bored now and want to have fun. Except of course Uchiha Itachi. It is not difficult to guess from the words of Black White Zetsu that the deceased from Impure World reincarnation is Konoha's 4th Hokage, Gold Flash, Namikaze Minato. I don't know if Senior Kakashi and the others can deal with it. UBD, the intelligence network is really wide. Huang Quan didn't answer immediately but looked deeply at Black White Zetsu, then smiled playfully and said without any concealment, as you said, his soul is indeed in Shinigami's belly, so I can't Impure World reincarnation 4th Hokage. But my avatar clearly saw it, he is now the body of Impure World reincarnation. White Zetsu said immediately, it's very simple because any technique has flaws, even the ghouls of the Uzumaki family are the same. Huang Quan said something that made many Akatsuki members feel shuddering. As long as you find the treasure of the Uzumaki clan, the Shinigami mask, and use yourself as a sacrifice, you can re-summon the Shinigami and let the Shinigami release what you want to save. Soul. Not only Namikaze Minato, but I also rescued Senju Tobarama's soul and ate his soul. It's true, this Namikaze Minato of Impure World reincarnation is indeed himself. To avoid Sage of Six Paths discovering the clues blocking the connection between the living and the dead world at a critical moment, making Impure World reincarnation invalid, and Impure World reincarnation cannot produce Namikaze Minato and extract the Yin Nine Tails in the opponent's soul. As early as 2 years ago, Huang Quan had returned the soul of Namikaze Minato Impure World reincarnation to the corpse and then used the spell of Impure World reincarnation and the soul imprisonment technique to seal Namikaze Minato's soul in his corpse. In this way, as long as he does not untie the reanimation jutsu and Namikaze Minato does not regain consciousness and untie the wish, then the soul of Namikaze Minato cannot break free from the Impure World reincarnation, let alone return to the world of the dead. Even if Sage of Six Paths blocks the connection between the living and the dead world, making Impure World reincarnation unable to take effect, Liu Sheng doesn't care. But to avoid long nights and dreams, Liu Sheng felt that the problem of Yin Nine Tails should be solved as soon as possible. So on the way here, Liu Sheng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Isn't it a good opportunity to discover this support event? This is why Huang Quan asked Tiandao Pain if he wanted to seal 2-tailed beasts at once. Now that Namikaze Minato is released, apart from Huang Quan's bad taste, he also wants to borrow the hands of Liu Sheng, the main body, to extract Yin Nine Tails from Namikaze Minato's body and send them back to Naruto's body in full view. As long as the Yin Nine Tails return to Naruto's body, then the Nine Tails in Naruto's body will be a complete body. At that time, Namikaze Minato will be worthless and there is no need to worry about problems with his soul and body. Chapter 110. Ninja World's number 1 speed, Black Zetsu's gratitude. 110-181st. Chapter 110. Ninja World's number 1 speed, Black Zetsu's gratitude. Previous. Next. Whether it is the Akatsuki organization or the 7th class, of course they don't know that Huang Quan's Impure World reincarnation released Namikaze Minato, and it turns out that they have such a purpose. At this time in the 7th squad, everyone is like an enemy. The only thing that made Kakashi breathe a sigh of relief was that the scenes of father and son recognizing each other and father and son fighting each other did not appear. Because of Huang Quan's split body, Namikaze Minato did not regain consciousness. Even though his father was standing in front of him, Naruto couldn't recognize him, which is a very cruel thing. But rather than not being able to recognize each other, Kakashi is more worried that after Naruto recognizes the teacher, he can't stand it all of a sudden. In such a situation, Kakashi just imagined it and suddenly felt shuddering. What Kakashi thinks no one knows. Not only did the split body not bring Namikaze Minato back to consciousness, even third Kazekage and third Raikage, he didn't let them regain consciousness but let them attack Squad 7 instinctively. By the way, the third Kazekage was obtained by Huang Quan from the Red Sand Scorpion in exchange for helping him kill Hatake Tsukumo's soul. And the body of third Raikage was the information that Liu Sheng got from Sammy when he went to visit Sammy from time to time to enjoy the world's best facial cleanser package. Then Huang Quan personally went to Cloud Shinobi Village to steal third Raikage's body. But except for Namikaze Minato, the strength of these two was infinitely close to their heyday. As far as the current 7th class, there is an old Chio. It is enough to deal with the 3rd Kage. If they were to deal with the strongest 3rd Raikage, it would be hopeless. Because apart from Kamui of Kakashi, even Naruto has to burst out more than 6 tails to hurt 3rd Raikage, who can open the spiral shuriken. 3rd Raikage and Onoki, both of them represent the existence of the apex of Kage level. Using 3-5 Kages whose strength is infinitely close to that of their heyday against the current class 7 is really too bullying and not conducive to Liu Sheng's plan. Swish. So when Huang Quan's split body gave the 3-5 shadows the order to fight, 3rd Raikage was the first to enter the lightning-style chakra mode, turning into a thunderbolt and rushing towards the 7th class. The speed is very fast, but not so fast that the 7th class can't react. Attention everyone, the other party is the body of impure world reincarnation and has an immortal body. Only by sealing them can we really get rid of them, Kakashi reminded loudly. So after killing them, don't let your guard down. After the words fell, Kakashi quickly formed a seal cast Raikiri and rushed towards the oncoming 3rd Raikage. Leave the 3rd Kage to me and you help White Fang's son deal with the other 2. Chio, who has experienced many battles, also quickly took out a scroll from his body and said to Naruto and Haruno Sakura next to him. Immediately she opened the scroll in her hand and took out her 10 people of Shimatsu. At this time Naruto, who had already reacted, also used his best ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Little Sakura, let's go together. With a series of bang 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 sounds, more than a dozen shadow clone Narutos were separated and rushed towards 3rd Raikage and Namikaze Minato together. There was also a small group of shadow clone who chose to rush towards the split body behind the 3 of them. Swish. It's a pity that before they got close to the split body a golden light flashed in front of them. I saw Namikaze Minato holding a 3-pronged kunai, and at a speed no less than that of Liu Sheng he knocked out all the shadow clones rushing towards the split body in an instant. So fast. Seeing this scene, the main body of Naruto, who was attacking the main body of Namikaze Minato, suddenly widened his eyes and looked shocked. And Kakashi, who found that 3rd Raikage's strength was far worse than before his lifetime, even less than half of his strength, and he was completely able to deal with it, also shrank his pupils suddenly. Although Namikaze Minato is unconscious at this time, his expressionless face exudes an aura that seems to be materialized. This aura makes people feel suffocated. It is overwhelmingly powerful. Something is wrong. Unlike the seriously weakened 3rd Raikage and 3rd Kage, something is wrong with his teacher's impure world reincarnation body. Sure enough, Namikaze Minato's action in the next second confirmed Kakashi's thoughts. I saw the 3-pronged kunai in Namikaze Minato's hand covered the chakra of wind-style nature transformation and then threw it towards Naruto. The kunai covered with wind-style nature transformation like a streamer pierced through several shadow clones that exploded Naruto and shot in front of Naruto's body in the blink of an eye. Quote. Just when Naruto widened his eyes and couldn't react at all, the figure of Namikaze Minato appeared in front of him without warning. Moreover, on Namikaze Minato's right hand a blue energy ball had condensed. At some point it was Rasengan. Holding Rasengan's Namikaze Minato, he slapped Naruto's stomach with his palm. The speed was so fast that none of the people present could react. Asking for flowers. Therefore, whether it is Kakashi who was fighting against 3rd Raikage, or Chio who was fighting against 3rd Kage, or Haruno Sakura who was a few positions behind Naruto, or even Naruto himself, his body is as if time stands still and he can only stare wide watching this scene helplessly. This breath in my chakra. Only Kurama in Naruto's body stood up with a startled expression and then let out a roar. It's the damn 4th Hokage. Boom. In the outside world, Naruto was successfully hit by Namikaze Minato's Rasengan, the fastest in the ninja world, and his body, like the enemies who fell on his Rasengan, spun and flew out. However, Naruto was not seriously injured, because at the moment he was hit by Rasengan, Naruto's blue eyes suddenly turned into blood-red vertical pupils and his beard became thicker. The part of the body hit by Rasengan also appeared a transparent red chakra which helped Naruto block Namikaze Minato's Rasengan in time. So after Naruto landed, he stood up quickly. Moreover, his body has also been wrapped in a transparent red demon fox coat like a humanoid nine-tails demon fox. Seeing this scene, the corners of Huang Quan's split body mouth slightly raised and then silently formed a seal with one hand. In the next second, Naruto, Kakashi and others who were in the fox coat and exuded negative emotions and hostility all over their bodies suddenly widened their eyes. The transparent red chakra also emerged from Namikaze Minato's body, quickly forming a demon fox coat. How is this going? The white Zetsu avatar, who also saw this scene, was shocked and puzzled. Then he immediately passed this information to the main body. The black white Zetsu who received this information was also very horrified. But soon Black Zetsu understood. So when 4th Hokage performed Ghoul Seal back then, he didn't seal the whole 9 tails into his son's body but only sealed half of the 9 tails into his son and brought the other half into Shinigami's body. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu's horror was replaced by excitement. If there is no Huang Quan to break the Ghoul Seal, doesn't that mean that the current number of tailed beasts is actually incomplete, only 8.5? At this moment Black Zetsu suddenly felt a strong sense of gratitude to Huang Quan, who was extremely jealous. If it weren't for him, even if the mother could be resurrected in the future, it might not be the strongest form. This guy is such a nice guy. Chapter 111. Absolute Crushing. Liu Sheng takes the shot. 111-181st. Chapter 111. Absolute Crushing. Liu Sheng takes the shot. Previous. Next. Swish. Under the control of the split body, Namikaze Minato, who also used the fox coat, attacked Naruto again. I saw him take out a three-pronged kunai again, and after covering the wind-style nature transformation, he didn't throw it towards Naruto this time but threw it towards the sky and then made a seal with both hands. Seeing this scene, Kakashi seemed to recall something, immediately widened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Naruto, little Sakura, quickly evacuate from this battlefield or you will be instantly shot." Whoosh whoosh. It's a pity that Kakashi's reminder is still a bit late. As the knot seal of Namikaze Minato fell, the three-pronged kunai flying into the sky suddenly, like Liu Sheng, who used the split technique after images split from kunai's body and then formed a handful of identical entities. Kunai like a torrential rain poured down towards the bottom. This is exactly Shuriken multi-shadow clone technique. Facing this astonishing number of kunai, Naruto and Haruno Sakura had no time to escape and could only choose to defend. However, even though they all blasted some kunai that shot down at them, but the remaining three-pronged kunai still fell around and surrounded them. The moment this formation appeared, it was also declared that Naruto and Haruno Sakura had no chance of winning and were shrouded in death. Boom. The familiar picture reappeared. As soon as the formation of Flying Thunder God was formed, the figure of Namikaze Minato disappeared without warning and appeared behind Haruno Sakura out of thin air. Haruno Sakura, who released her perception all the time, reacted in time and turned around and punched Namikaze Minato. Unfortunately, in the next second, Namikaze Minato disappeared without warning and appeared behind Naruto, who couldn't help but widen his eyes and wanted to remind him because he saw that Haruno Sakura was about to be attacked and Rasengan pressed on Naruto's back when he was distracted. Superior. It's like Flying Thunder God's second stage abuse of Uchiha Obito. The terrifying power that Rasengan erupted directly pressed Naruto to the ground. The endurance of the demon fox's coat also broke through the limit all of a sudden and it burst like a balloon. The violently spinning chakra immediately smashed Naruto's clothes, causing his back to burst into flesh. Boom. Just when Namikaze Minato instinctively covered chakra with his palm, preparing to leave the Flying Thunder God spell on Naruto's back, a stream of dazzling dark red chakra different from the transparent red just now erupted from Naruto's body again. The dark red chakra covered Naruto's whole body in just an instant, turning Naruto, who was originally just like a humanoid fox, into a small fox. Then a dark red tail carrying amazing power slapped towards Namikaze Minato. Facing Naruto's tail attack, Namikaze Minato instinctively used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared without warning. Roar. Almost at the moment when Namikaze Minato disappeared, Naruto, who failed to attack with his tail, couldn't help but let out a beast-like roar. A terrifying airflow surged out from his roar, directly blasting the surrounding Flying Thunder God kunai. A closer look reveals that Naruto has entered a half-tailed beast with 4 tails. Yep, straight into the 4-tailed tail beast. Encountering the 4th Hokage who sealed him, Kurama directly released his power with all his strength, influencing Naruto to enter the state of half-tailed beast. And Naruto was also very cooperative and accepted all of Kurama's chakra. Because it's too scary, Namikaze Minato's strength is too scary. This is the most powerful and terrifying enemy that Naruto has ever met in his life. If little Sakura hadn't reacted just now, or the opponent's target itself was himself, then the person who was knocked down by Rasengan on the ground might not be himself but little Sakura. So Naruto, who didn't want Haruno Sakura to have an accident, knew that only by relying on the power of 9 tails could he hope to defeat the 4th Hokage who sealed 9 tails on him. Therefore Naruto chooses to accept Kurama's power, sacrifices his reason, and instantly enters the half-tailed beast with 4 tails, and the chakra of 9 tails keeps leaking and is rapidly forming the 5th and even the 6th tail. Naruto. Seeing Naruto in this form for the first time, Haruno Sakura felt very strange and subconsciously opened his mouth to wake up Naruto. And her voice also successfully attracted the attention of the half-tailed Naruto. In an instant, Naruto, whose skin had been completely peeled off and turned into a small red-tailed beast, cast a murderous gaze towards Haruno Sakura. In the next second, Naruto turned into a dark afterimage of red, distorting the air and rushing towards Haruno Luquan. Little Sakura, get out of the way. Seeing this scene, Kakashi immediately shouted anxiously. But he was entangled by 3rd Raikage, but it was too late to rescue him. The same is true for Chio, who was also haunted by 3rd Kazekage. Boom. Just when Naruto was about to rush in front of Haruno Sakura, a small sapling suddenly emerged from the ground. In the next second, an extremely thick branch broke through the ground immediately. Like a boa constrictor, the branch just broke through the ground and bound towards the rushing Naruto. As if feeling a threat from this branch, Naruto, who was now acting entirely on the instinct of a beast, immediately soared into the sky. Just like ignoring gravity, Naruto just jumped on the spot, smashed the ground under his feet and jumped into the air tens of meters high. Clatter. However, Naruto just jumped up and was about to attack downwards from the air. The sound of the chain being pulled suddenly reached his ears. The beast's instinctive warning sang with empty eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw 5 silver chains shooting out from the ground bound towards him. Naruto, who jumped into the air, could not escape the shackles of these chains at all. So he can only control the 4 tails on his back, and the 4 chains will knock him into the air. As for himself, he grasped the last chain with both hands, not giving it a chance to bind him. It's a pity that the purpose of the chain is not to bind him but to buy time for the branches below. When Naruto's tail and hands were dragged by the adamantine ceiling chains, the branch that was still growing after breaking through the ground quickly soared into the sky, starting from the feet like a python, and quickly entangled Naruto's whole body, tied his body into a rice dumpling, and fell towards the ground. Boom. Like a meteorite falling to the ground, the huge zongzi that fell on the ground set off a huge cloud of dust. After the dust dissipated, a small crater appeared on the plain. At this time, a figure wearing a black cloak and a white cat face mask appeared in the air in an instant. The figure fell towards the crater and stretched out a palm in the air with a big character, Zuo, written in chakra in the palm. Quan enters Kwang's hands. With the sound of drinking, several branches broke out of the ground again. The branch quickly spawned and then formed several cuboid-shaped wooden strips which will continuously release Nine Tails chakra, which has already caused cracks in the branches. If 3.9 does not stop it, Naruto, who was believed to be able to break free soon, will once again tied up. And this time when they were tied together, the cuboid wooden strips released an astonishingly many times stronger suction force than the branches, just now absorbing all the Nine Tails chakra emanating from Naruto's body. When Liu Sheng fell into the pit, he pressed the palm with the word, Zuo, on Naruto's head. Naruto, who was in a state of rampage and kept roaring like a beast, suddenly became dull. Then the Nine Tails chakra in dark red faded away quickly. After a while all the skin fell off and his whole body was covered with burn marks. Naruto, who fell into a coma, just lay at the bottom of the crater. Swish. Before he could rescue Naruto, a figure instantly appeared at the bottom of the pit, stabbing at Liu Sheng with a three-pronged kunai covered with wind-style nature transformation. The attacker was none other than Namikaze Minato. Chapter 112, Black Zetsu's Hope. The plan begins. 112-181st. Chapter 112, Black Zetsu's Hope. The plan begins. Quote. Silence killing technique. Facing Namikaze Minato's sneak attack, Liu Sheng didn't intend to dodge at all but raised his right hand and turned it into a branch ready to take Namikaze Minato's thrust and seal him. The split body on the ground formed a seal, immediately controlling Namikaze Minato to stop the sneak attack. The figure disappeared without warning and returned to the ground. Hinata fragrant phosphorus. At this time Haruno Sakura also saw Kaphos and Hinata coming out of the forest. Although the two girls are now members of Anbu through the adamantine sealing chains being recovered, Haruno Sakura recognized the two girls at a glance and said with surprise, "Did Teacher Tsunade ask you to support us?" "Well, are you all right?" Shangolin slowly took off his mask and hood and answered Haruno Sakura, but his eyes were actually staring at Huang Quan's split body and Namikaze Minato, who returned to Huang Quan reminded with a serious face, "Pay attention to the pain on the ground. Know the enemy has the Flying Thunder God technique. Any carelessness is fatal." "Yes." Hearing the senior sister's words, Haruno Sakura immediately calmed down and then scanned the surrounding three-pronged kunai, releasing 300,000 of his perception energy all the time. "You guys came just in time. The task of dealing with them will be handed over to you and Liu Sheng, who are best at sealing." At this time Kakashi also abandoned Third Raikage as an opponent and came to Shangolin in an instant and said with a sigh of relief, "We need to rescue Fifth Kazekage. Please hold them back. Teacher Kakashi, I advise you not to leave. Stay here and join us to get rid of these people first." Quote. Before Shangolin could reply, Liu Sheng's voice came over. "I saw Liu Sheng walking up from the crater with the unconscious Naruto in one hand." After throwing Naruto in front of Haruno Sakura and signaling Haruno Sakura to treat Naruto with his eyes, Liu Sheng looked at the split body and the three impure world reincarnation five shadows, who did not continue to attack but did not leave immediately, and said in a deep voice, "These guys appeared here to buy time. If we separate, there may be another batch of enemies waiting for you. Sister Tsunade only sent us to support you. If the next batch of opponents is also of this level, then no one may be able to help you." Hearing this, Kakashi's complexion suddenly became serious. At this time Shio also controlled the 10 people from Shimatsu to come back and said in agreement, "This kid is right. Let's work together to eliminate the enemies in front of us first and then go to rescue Kazekage. In this case we can only use our whole cards." Kakashi no longer hides his strength, and the 3-Tomo Sharingan in the left eye suddenly becomes a Mangekyo Sharingan. Hey, he actually mastered this trick. I wonder what Obito will think when he sees this scene. The clone of White Zetsu, who was hiding in the dark, said with great interest. Immediately the White Zetsu avatar transmitted the battle situation here back to the main body. There was an accident and the sleepy Yi Bian came for reinforcements. Black Zetsu immediately told the battle situation over there, but kept staring at Huang Quan and said, "The one who came to reinforce this time is Konoha's son of Hope after Senju Hashirama, the second Lu, who has mastered the wood-style Shueiji boundary Sheng and the descendants of the Uzumaki clan." The other party also awakened the unique adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan, and the two joined forces to suppress the runaway Nine Tails Jinchuriki at once. And according to my investigation, Liu Sheng has also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and also received the true inheritance of 5th Hokage as well as unreserved training. No one knows how big his cards are. Hearing Black Zetsu's last very obvious reminder, Tiandao Pain also turned his attention to Huang Quan and asked, "Huang Quan, do you need our reinforcements?" "No, I still have a lot of stronghold cards here just to relieve the boredom." Huang Quan smiled indifferently and said, "You guys talk about your own, don't disturb me watching the show." Can you share the perspective of the avatar?" Deidara immediately complained. "No wonder you don't care about sealing two-tailed beasts in a row. It turns out that there is such a way to pass the time. It's too cunning." Hearing this, the other members of the Shao organization also nodded in agreement. Seeing Huang Quan, who doesn't care about everyone even in the state of missing body, can see how confident Huang Quan is, while Black Zetsu is relieved, his fear of Dong Quan can't help but grow deeper. Facing the two major seals of the Wood Style and Uzumaki clan as well as Mangekyo Sharingan, they can still maintain such confidence. Could it be because of the avatar that death doesn't matter? Or does he really have the confidence not to take the opposing lineup seriously? No matter which one it is, it can be seen that Huang Quan is difficult to deal with, the kind that is simply flawless. And this is why Black Zetsu has not guided Huang Quan to find Uchiha Madara's body. If this old monster gets Uchiha Madara's body, no one can guarantee whether he can eat Uchiha Madara's soul or let his own soul occupy Uchiha Madara's body instead of releasing Uchiha Madara and pure world reincarnation. Therefore Black Zetsu puts all hopes of Plan B on Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto, who are perfecting reanimation jutsu. If Obito and Nagato are out of control, they can only use their hands to resurrect Uchiha Madara in advance. No one knows what Black Zetsu thinks. The screen returns to the plain battlefield. Shangulin Tactic B. Wood-style wood clone technique. Liu Sheng took the initiative to make a move, this time quickly forming a seal with one hand and separated two wood clone with cage-level chakra. Shadow clone technique. There is also a shadow clone on Shangulin, and chakra is almost as many as 2 cage levels. Ninja. 4 Red Yang formation. The avatars of Liu Sheng and Shanglin had just appeared and they immediately dispersed. The latter used adamantine sealing chains to create a thick chain. When the 3 clones in a chain fall behind the 4 directions of southeast-northwest respectively, the transparent red enchantment on all sides immediately rose up, forming a Kumu enchantment tens of meters high, and the ground was sealed off. Even the mayfly technique of the clone could not penetrate it. Wood-style. The tree world is coming. After the formation of the barrier, Liu Sheng immediately started his own plan and used the wood-style scene magic skill with his hands in seals. 580. In an instant countless saplings emerged from the ground and then quickly grew into towering trees, forming a sea of trees in the blink of an eye, submerged in all directions. The speed was so fast that it almost filled the entire barrier space in an instant. Not only that, but there are also countless saplings growing outside the 4 Red Yang formation, which also rapidly spawned into towering trees, turning the plains of more than 10 miles in Fangyuan into dense forests. Too exaggerated. Looking at the Great Plains suddenly turned into a forest. Haruno Sakura, who saw this level of wood style for the first time, couldn't help opening his mouth and felt that his worldview was shattered. Is this the god of ninja's blood succession limit to pacify the troubled times? It's simply not a dimensional power. Chiyo also sighed slightly, feeling extremely heavy in his heart, because she is very worried about the future of Windland and Sunagaku. Regardless of the fact that everyone is now a companion and ally who has signed an alliance agreement. But only Chiyo knows how feeble that agreement is, and it can be torn up casually. They also tore up such an agreement more than once and waged war against Konoha. Konoha was in a weak period before, but after Liu Sheng and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki grow up, I believe it will soon return to its heyday. At that time, if Liu Sheng succeeds Hokage, will he have the ambition to occupy other big countries? If so, what does Sunagaku use against wood-style ninjas who can easily create such a forest? Chapter 113. 5 Days and 5 Nights of Fighting the Silent Akatsuki Organization. 113 181st. Chapter 113. 5 Days and 5 Nights of Fighting the Silent Akatsuki Organization. Reanimation Jutsu. After Liu Sheng used wood-style tree boundary descending and created the most suitable battle scene for him, the split body did not cooperate with Liu Sheng and immediately controlled Namikaze Minato to give away the head and asked Liu Sheng to extract the yin Nine-Tails, put it back into Naruto's body. Instead he made seals with his hands and summoned 2 coffins again. After the coffin lid fell at a 90-degree angle, 2 figures covered in cracks came out from inside. If Chiyo, Kakashi and even the White Zetsu avatar saw this scene, they would instantly recognize the identities of these 2 figures. They are just like 3rd Raikage, 3rd Kazekage and Namikaze Minato, members of the 5 Kages of the past. One of them is the 4th Kazekage of Sunagaku Gaara's father, Luo Sha. This is one of the trophies that Wonkwon got from Orochimaru. And the other person is one of the 5 most dazzling stars in the First Ninja World War, Kurigakure, 2nd Mizukage, who died the same as 2nd Tsuchikage, Ghost Lantern Magic Moon. This is one of Huang Quan's achievements in the past 2.5 years. Unlike 3rd Raikage and 3rd Kazekage, whose strength has been severely weakened, 2nd Mizukage and 4th Kazekage, who were split from the impure world reincarnation, this time are infinitely close to their heyday. Brush. Almost at the moment when the 2 5 Kages appeared, the Emperor's gold chakra suddenly appeared on Namikaze Minato. These gold chakra covered his whole body, and the image quickly changed from the body of impure world reincarnation to a statuette with 6 tomo on the neckline and 2 small horns on the top of the head. And this statuette is exactly the Nine-Tails model. Yes, Nine-Tails mode, not Kurama mode. This pattern can be said to be perfect Jinchuriki, but it is not really perfect Jinchuriki. Because Kurama has not yet recognized Naruto, he will naturally not recognize Namikaze Minato, who sealed him up. The reason why Namikaze Minato in the original book can enter Kurama mode instantly is because Yin Nine-Tails and Yang Nine-Tails are one. At that time Kurama had already recognized Naruto, so Yin Nine-Tails also naturally recognized Namikaze Minato and chose to fight side by side with their father and son. But now Kurama has not recognized Naruto and also hates Namikaze Minato, so it is naturally impossible to activate Kurama mode. The Nine-Tails mode can be turned on because Namikaze Minato is too strong. Even without regaining his consciousness, the split body can allow him to exert this level of power. To be precise, it is because of the split body that the unconscious Namikaze Minato can exert this level of power. Because the split body is also one of Liu Sheng's avatars and has Liu Sheng's memory. It's different from Yakushi Kabuto, a gamer who doesn't know how to play Nagato. Split body really good at playing Namikaze Minato. So after Namikaze Minato entered the Nine-Tails mode, the split body directly used the dust-free maze to enter the invisible state and then used the Earth-style ultralight heavy rock technique to float into the air. After giving the other 5 shadows the order to fight freely, the split body focused on controlling Namikaze Minato and played a fierce battle with Liu Sheng, the main body, with both hands bound. Now one-tail Shuhei has not finished sealing and it will take at least a few days until two-tail cat is sealed again. When the seal of Erwei Maoyu is about to end, extract the yin 9 tails from Namikaze Minato's body and restore the 9 tails in Naruto to its full body. This is the best way to kill two birds with one stone. Therefore Liu Sheng can't let the battle end so quickly, at least he has to play with the split body for a few days. And the acting skills can't be clumsy, it must be a real hit. So under the control of the split body, Namikaze Minato raised his right hand and then blue and purple's chakra emerged with a ratio of 2:8 and quickly formed a super dense hybrid in Namikaze Minato's palm Nungwang ball. This energy ball is impressively a Jinchuriki that can only be used at least in a half-tailed beast state, and its level has reached S level, tailed beast bomb. The reason why Namikaze Minato developed Rasengan was also inspired by this trick. But other Jinchuriki, because most of them are condensed in front-tailed beast bomb. But Namikaze Minato condenses a small-tailed beast bomb in Rasengan fashion. But despite the small size of this tailed beast bomb, its power is not weak at all. Boom. After Namikaze Minato condensed the Rasengan-like tailed beast bomb, he entered the golden body mode and his figure suddenly disappeared without warning. In the next second there was a deafening explosion in the forest inside the enchantment. A gigantic mushroom cloud rose from the center of the barrier, making the white group outside the barrier anxious. If it wasn't too far away he wouldn't be stopped outside the barrier. If the barrier in front of him was just the 4 purple flame formation, then the white Zetsu avatar would have ignored this barrier and entered. It's a pity that the barrier in front of him is dozens of times stronger than the 4 purple flame formation, even the Mayfly technique can't ignore it. Therefore the white Zetsu avatar can only look at the dense tree sea and imagine the picture inside through the sound of the explosion. And the explosion inside the enchantment was naturally caused by the tailed beast bomb. However, Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god sneak attack but failed to catch Liu Sheng and others. Before the tailed beast bomb exploded, Liu Sheng used wood-style wood expulsion jutsu in time to protect Hinata and others, even Chio, who was an ally, was no exception. After the mushroom cloud dissipated, a certain area of the sea of trees had disappeared. However, there are still several wooden shields in the shape of fangs and grimaces which are still intact. Hardly resisting the explosion of tailed beast bomb without damage, it can be seen that the defense power of these wooden shields is strong. Ms. Kakashi, Shongalin, Hinata, Little Sakura and that old senior, please lead the enemy to the edge of the barrier. After Liu Sheng unlocked all the shields, he looked at Namikaze Minato, who had entered the 9 tails mode in front of him, and said with a serious face, I may not be able to take care of you in the next battle. If there is any change in the battle situation, Wood Clone will immediately open the enchantment and let you go out. I see. Kakashi nodded gravely. Facing his teacher's flying thunder god plus tailed beast bomb, even he couldn't react to it, let alone use Kamui to transfer the drawing power to explode. This battle between Flying Thunder God and Flying Thunder God, as well as Wood Style and the strongest tail beast, is no longer something they can participate in at this level. Liu Sheng, be careful. Then Kakashi took Hinata and others towards the Dark City on the verge of the end. Sensing the movement of their chakra, the third Raikages also chased after them. After the teammates left, Liu Sheng used Wood Style to restore the Sea of Trees again and used the full strength of the Bright Vest to start a 5-day and 5-night battle with Namikaze Minato. Yes, this battle lasted 5 days and 5 nights. In addition to hiding the Sage Mode and Wood Lautahao dungeon, Liu Sheng used the full strength of the normal light vest, such as the Flower and Tree World and Wood Dragon technique, as well as Senju Tobarama's water style, almost all used several times. The Sea of Trees inside the 4 Red Yang formation was also destroyed by them over and over again. Constantly destroyed, Liu Sheng continued to create back. As strong as Liu Sheng, it is impossible for his chakra to persist until now. What keeps him going until now is Namikaze Minato's infinite chakra, 9 tails chakra, and Wood Style's ability to absorb chakra. Whenever Liu Sheng is about to run out of chakra, Namikaze Minato, who is under the control of the split body, will be caught by Liu Sheng's branch and absorb chakra crazily. But just when Liu Sheng wanted to seal it, Namikaze Minato, always a flying thunder god technique, broke free from his shackles. This led to the white Zetsu avatar, who could only watch the battle for a while when the Sea of Trees was destroyed from time to time. It was impossible to tell who had the advantage and who was at a disadvantage. But the 5 days and 5 nights of fighting made the members of Akatsuki fall into silence. Chapter 114. 9 Tails return to their place, the Hell of Bargaining. 114 181st. Chapter 114. 9 Tails return to their place, the Hell of Bargaining. Geez, what's the situation over there? In 5 days and 5 nights the Akatsuki organization had already sealed 1 tail Shuhei. Even Erwei Maoyu has entered the final countdown stage. In addition to taking some Bingliang pills to restore chakra, all the members of the Akatsuki organization like Liu Sheng and Namikaze Minato hardly had a break. But at this time they didn't see the slightest fatigue. Deidara, who was in the atmosphere group, looks at Black-White Zetsu from time to time and asks. And whenever he speaks, other members of the Akatsuki organization who focus on sealing Erwei Mayomata will also cast their eyes on Black-White Zetsu. Then many people's gazes will shift to the closed eyes while concentrating on sealing the tailed beast while seeming to be asleep, but in fact they are on Huang Quan, who is single-minded and dual purpose. Unlike the self-confidence 5 days ago, even if Huang Quan hadn't spoken for a few days at this time, everyone could feel the aura called seriousness from him. This is the first time they have felt such an aura from this old monster. Therefore even Deidara didn't dare to interrupt Huang Quan's attention. The battle situation is not good for Huang Quan's clone. Black-White Zetsu did not hide anything. After 5 days and 5 nights of fighting, the 3rd Raikage, 3rd Cage and 744th Cage from Wangquan Impure World Reincarnation have all been sealed by the descendants of the Uzumaki clan on the opposite side. On the current battlefield, only the 4th Hokage and 2nd Mizukage are left, the wood-style ninjas and the descendants of the Uzumaki clan who are restraining Konoha respectively. That wood-style ninja is so powerful. Hearing the words of Black-White Zetsu, Deidara couldn't help but widen his eyes and blurted out, "Didn't you say that Impure World Reincarnation is immortal and infinite chakra? And that 4th Hokage is still a perfect Jinchuriki? How did that wood-style ninja survive until now? Does it mean that he also has infinite chakra?" "No, he doesn't have infinite chakra." Black-White Zetsu shook his head and Black Zetsu said in a deep voice, "However, his wood style can absorb chakra. If it weren't for 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, this battle would not need 5 days and 5 nights at all. As long as the battle started half an hour later, the 4th Hokage has already been sealed by the opponent. The opponent's wood style and the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki family are both capable of completely restraining tailed beasts." The atmosphere of the cave fell into silence again. At this time Tiandao Pain suddenly said, "The seals for several days have worked hard for everyone, especially Xie and Deidara. Your chakra consumption is very serious. After our way is sealed, leave Jinchuriki's body to Huang Quan and let Huang Quan send you away, Dad." Cut. Even if that guy doesn't need to send us off, Brother Scorpion, and I can leave safely, well. Deidara curled her lips and said very arrogantly. Everyone present could hear Tiandao Pain's overtones. Neither the Scarlet Sand Scorpion nor Deidara is Liu Sheng's opponents, so to avoid their danger Tiandao Pain is going to let Huang Quan take them away. But in order to take care of their face, Tiandao Pain didn't say it so directly. As expected, after Senju Hashirama, the 2nd ninja who mastered wood-style blood succession limitation, what a terrible little ghost. At this moment Huang Quan finally opened his eyes and sighed slightly. Huang Quan, is the battle over? Seeing this scene, the gazes of all the members of the Akatsuki organization turned to Quan one after another. But this time it was not Deidara who took the initiative to speak, but the one who paid the most attention to the battlefield there. To be precise, it was Namikaze Minato's Black Zetsu. "Ah, I was tricked by that little ghost which damaged the combat power of one of my aces," Huang Quan said with emotion. "That brat has been hiding. In addition to the wood style of the 1st Hokage, the water style of the 2nd Hokage, and various forbidden techniques, he is also very good at sealing techniques like the little girl from the Uzumaki clan. In the past few days of fighting he has actually secretly engraved spells on my trump card, but he has not done it but waited for the opportunity and then used wood-style contract like sealing spells and soul imprisonment, temporarily took away my control of 4th Hokage. And his purpose is to take away the other half of Nine Tails that 4th Hokage used to seal it with ghouls and seal it into his soul and help Konoha's Jinchuriki recover Nine Tails in his body." Hearing the last sentence, the eyes of Tiandao Pain and Black-White Zetsu suddenly flashed with brilliance. It couldn't be better news for them, especially for Black Zetsu. Nine Tails Jinchuriki has recovered into a complete body, so there is no need to pay an unknown price to get the other half of Nine Tails from Huang Quan. Just capture Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Sure enough, Huang Quan's next words couldn't help but make Black-White Zetsu and Nagato gloat. "I saw," Huang Quan said with a little regret. "It's a pity. I originally planned to use that half of the Nine Tails to exchange something with you, the leader. It doesn't matter, as long as our plan is completed, your dreams and ambitions will be realized." Tiandao Pain said flatly, "I'm going to get the ace back. I can't let them take the body of the 4th Hokage away." Huang Quan didn't hesitate and said, "After getting back the trump card, I will release the split body and reanimation jutsu. The strongest combat power in my hand is no longer the opponent of Konoha's wood-style ninja. Thank you for your hard work. The seal will soon be completely over." Tiandao Pain nodded and said, "The corpses of 1-tail Jinchuriki and 2-tail Jinchuriki belong to you. After Deidara and Scorpion lift the 5-party seal, you go and take those 2 corpses away. By the way, send Scorpion and Deidara away. This reward is not enough. I also want 3 Jinchuriki corpses and I can choose freely." Huang Quan bargained. "Yes." Tiandao Pain agreed without hesitation. Not to mention 3. Even if all Jinchuriki's corpses were given to Liu Sheng, he didn't care. "The leader is still generous, then I will go there later," Huang Quan said with a smile, then closed his eyes again and continued to control the split body over there. At this time Liu Sheng had also taken out the 9 tails from Namikaze Minato's body and put them back into Naruto's body. For Liu Sheng's behavior, Kakashi did not object at all but told Naruto not to have any resistance. Half a 9 tails is already so powerful. If it is a complete 9 tails, then after Naruto masters the power of 9 tails, it will definitely become a great force against Akatsuki. I witnessed the 5-day and 5-night battle between Liu Sheng and his teacher. During this period they lost to 2nd Mizukage many times and exhausted all their chakra. Let Kakashi deeply understand the gap between them in 5 cages. After this rescue mission is over, Kakashi thinks it's time to propose to Master Jiraiya and Master Hokage that Naruto start learning to master the power of 9 tails. Konoha has Liu Sheng, a wood-style ninja, and Xianglin, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan who mastered adamantine sealing chains like his wife. With their help, Naruto will be able to quickly master the power of 9 tails. And don't be afraid, even if you lose control with Liu Sheng's exaggerated strength, he will definitely be able to control the runaway Naruto again. Liu Sheng had no idea about Kakashi's thoughts. When the Yin 9 tails turned into transparent red chakra, all penetrated into Naruto's body, appeared out of thin air in the mental space of Jinchuriki and tailed beast and returned to Kurama's body through the iron cage. Liu Sheng just ended the extraction. Dash quote. And at this moment a palm suddenly appeared out of thin air. I saw that the split body lifted, the dust-free maze stretched out his hand on the branch that bound Namikaze Minato, performed the jutsu that made Kakashi and others stare wide-eyed and disappeared out of thin air. How can it be? Kakashi's eyes widened and he said in horror, second Tsuchikage, he can also flying thunder god technique. Chapter 115. The huge butterfly storm comes to an end. 115 181st. Chapter 115. The huge butterfly storm comes to an end. It seems that the water in Xiao's organization is deeper than we imagined. Liu Sheng also pretended to be surprised. Liu Sheng. At this time Xianglin suddenly came over and said apologetically, I didn't expect that the corpses of Impure World reincarnation also had the flying thunder god formula, and those sealed corpses were all taken away by that man in bandages. Gone. Liu Sheng touched Xianglin's head and comforted him. It's okay, after all no one would have thought that the other party would also know the flying thunder god technique. Liu Sheng, they are all gone, I don't feel any chakra fluctuations anymore. Hinata reported. Liu Sheng nodded and said with a serious face, I sensed something was wrong a few days ago. The chakra on that bandaged man's body does not meet the level of 5 kgs. It should be the special clone of the other party, so these geniuses did not participate in it. Fighting. That's second Tsuchikage's split technique. Shio explained. In that era the ninja world had no cognition of second Tsuchikage. It was the blood successor elimination dust escape that surpassed the blood successor limit, and the dustless maze that could not perceive chakra, and the ninja the world's top split technique. This splitting technique can divide the chakra amount of the operator into 2 and turn it into a special clone that is no different from the main body. But once you use split technique, second Tsuchikage can't use dust escape. Just now he didn't use dust escape and dustless blind, which should be the reason for using split technique. ... I see. Liu Sheng was stunned for a moment and then said to Xianglin, then the other party should have really left. Let's unlock the 4 red yang formation as well. Yes. Xianglin nodded and then released Shadow Clone and Wood Clone together with Liu Sheng. Soon the huge enchantment covering part of the sea of trees disappeared not far away. Restore chakra, we may have a hard fight later. Liu Sheng took out the Bingliang pill from the ninja bag and ate it while taking over the command of the team. In this regard Kakashi et al. Have no comments. For 5 days and 5 nights the battle between Liu Sheng and Namikaze Minato refreshed the worldview of everyone present. Even Naruto, who was eager to save Gaara, had regained his composure at this time. He knew that he couldn't continue to be reckless anymore, otherwise his actions would probably hurt little Sakura and teacher Kakashi. If Liu Sheng and the others hadn't come to support, Naruto really couldn't imagine what the ending of their 7th class would be like. In addition, he has never defeated Liu Sheng since he was a child, and in Naruto's heart Liu Sheng's majesty is also extremely high. Therefore Kakashi and others took out Bingliang pills one after another to recover chakra. Liu Sheng, do you want to bite me? At this time Xianglin suddenly stretched out his arm to Liu Sheng and said, just bite me once and your chakra will recover quickly. No, my chakra recovers quickly. Liu Sheng pressed Xianglin's arm, rubbed her head and said, you have been fighting against second Mizukage for the past few days and the consumption of chakra is no less than mine. You should also take some military food pills. After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng looked at Kakashi again and changed the subject. Mr. Kakashi, do you know the location of Gaara? I asked Parker to take a sniff and hope the smell hasn't gone away. Kakashi swiftly formed seals with both hands and summoned Parker, who had returned to the summoning world. Among the many summoning beasts, Parker, who is a Konoha active ninja, is one of the few wearing Konoha's forehead protector. His strength may not be very good, but his sense of smell is still very amazing. Even after 5 days and 5 nights Parker could still find the scent left by Gaara and the red sand scorpion. So the special team Squad 7 and Chio immediately followed Parker, heading towards the cave where Gaara's body was located, and left in an instant. In front of them there is no second group of enemies waiting for them. But their purpose of this trip is destined to be disappointed. Because of Liu Sheng's arrival as well as his plans and impromptu ideas, a huge butterfly storm was set off just after the first chapter of Shippuden. The Might Guy class did not come to support Uchiha Itachi, who was taken away by Uchiha Shisui's left eye from distinguished heavenly gods by Uchiha Naraku, did not turn to technique with the help of Tiandao Pain's elephant, and came to meet his brother's good friend for a while, and in Naruto on his body he left an illusion of Guardian Konoha, prepared for Uchiha Sasuke. Instead Liu Sheng directed and acted on his own, bound with Huang Quan's split body left and right, extracted the Yin 9 tails from Namikaze Minato's body and turned Naruto into a complete and strongest Jinchuriki. Just as Kakashi thought half of the 9 tails are so powerful. Naruto with complete 9 tails, even if he only masters the 9 tails mode, his strength must be stronger than the original 9 tails mode. If he can get the approval of Kurama and become the perfect Jinchuriki. Then learn the Senjutsu of Mount Myoboku and start to stimulate the power of the real sage body. Naruto is the existence of Super Shadow. Yes, it's that outrageous. Now it is only a Jonin level, and it is still a very partial, at most it is a special Jonin level Naruto. You only need to master the 9 tails mode, you can directly skip Elite Jonin and become a very powerful Cage level in Cage level strong. All you need is to get the approval of 9 tails and then learn the magic of immortality. You can jump over the Super Shadow Gate that common people can't pass through in their whole life and become the strongest group of people under 6 paths. Then get the transmission of the Sage of 6 Paths and then you can enter the 6 Paths level in minutes. This is the world where blood is supreme. Ask for flowers. For example, Onoki was just a 5 Cage apex throughout his life. It is not as good as Nagato being transplanted into Rinnegan, and it is not as easy as Naruto's easy cheating. Likewise, they can't wait for Liu Sheng's one to devour. Closer to home, just when the special team and the 7th class arrived, in the cave the Akatsuki organization finally completed the seal of Erwei Maowen. Everyone has worked hard and then take a good rest. Tiandao Pain said flatly, I will notify you after I capture 3 tails. It's finally done, it's exhausting. Deidara couldn't help stretching and complained. When I think of this situation I have to go through it 7 times, I feel like vomiting. Stop talking nonsense, those guys are coming here. Huang Quan said. My avatar has arrived at the entrance of the cave, quickly undo the 5 seals, I will take you and the corpse away. 0. Got it. Deidara said helplessly. For now then. Tiandao Pain formed a seal with both hands and took the initiative to help other members of the Shao organization to release the missing body. Then Ghetto statue turned into a huge white mist and disappeared into the cave. And Deidara, who was about to lift the 5-party seal, seemed to have discovered something, suddenly looked at the red sand scorpion with its tail engraved on the wall and asked, Brother Scorpion, what are you doing? What? Leave some information, after all we can't let them go in vain. The red sand scorpion said in a low voice. Haha, Brother Scorpion the First didn't expect you to have such a bad taste. Deidara immediately joked. Alright, let's break the seal. After the engraving, the red sand scorpion and Deidara untied the 5 seals together. Boom. It's too slow, I'm getting impatient waiting outside. As soon as the seal was lifted, the boulder blocking the entrance of the cave was smashed apart. Huang Quan's split body came in from the outside, complaining to Deidara and the red sand scorpion while skillfully packing up the bodies of Gaara and the 2 wooden golems. Without waiting for Deidara to refute, the split body placed one hand on the 2 of them and used the Flying Thunder God technique to take them away. A few minutes after the 3 of them disappeared, several figures also entered from outside instantly. They are Liu Sheng and his group, and their escape this time also announced that the task of rescuing Cage Gaara has officially come to an end. Another huge butterfly storm appeared. Huang Quan didn't intentionally leave Gaara's body behind and asked Chiyo to sacrifice herself to revive Gaara. He took Gaara's body directly. This means that if the 5 cages talks are held, Sunagaku may be absent for a long time. Chapter 116. Ino and Hanabi's sister-in-law really grew up. 116-181st. Chapter 116. Ino and Hanabi's sister-in-law really grew up. Damn, those bastards, I will definitely not let them go. Realizing that he was waiting for someone to come late, Naruto slammed his fist on the rock wall of the cave and shouted unwillingly. The smell disappears here. The other party should have used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Kakashi pulled down the forehead protector to cover his left eye. Teacher Kakashi, Liu Sheng, there is a minister on the wall over there. 11. At this time Hinata, who had been keeping her eyes open, suddenly pointed to a wall and said. After everyone got closer they saw some fonts on it. But when Chiyo read these fonts his expression was very complicated and he said, Cage was killed and the other party's body was killed by second Tsuchikage, accurately hit by someone who was good at playing with the soul. Quote. The reason why the expression looks complicated is not the depression and anger on the face. That is because Chiyo discovered that these fonts were left by his grandson. In other words, his grandson is not dead but he is unwilling to meet her. 217. Since Feng Ying was killed, it means that our mission is over. Liu Sheng put on the Anbu mask again and asked Class 7. I'm going back to report these things to Master Hokage. Do you want to go back with us? Let's forget it, you go back first. Kakashi glanced at Chiyo absent-mindedly, shook his head at Liu Sheng and said. As one of Konoha's elite Jonin, Liu Sheng also knows the meaning of Kakashi. If it was Temari who came with them, then the 7th squad can return with the special team. But the one following is one of the elders of Sunagaku, so they need to escort each other back to the village safely, otherwise if something happens to Chiyo on the road it will easily cause conflicts between the 2 countries. Especially in the current situation, Cage Gaara has been confirmed to have been killed. If Sunagaku loses another respected elder, then Sunagaku may pretend to be Konoha again. Therefore the 7th squad must escort Chiyo back to the village before returning to Konoha. This is my Flying Thunder God Kunai. If you encounter any accidents you can enter chakra into it. Liu Sheng nodded, took out a handful of Flying Thunder God Kunai and handed it to Kakashi, and then put each hand on the shoulders of Hinata and Shongalin, and a Flying Thunder God took them back from the kingdom of Kawa, Konoha's home. As soon as he got home, Liu Sheng went to the Hokage building to report the mission to Tsunade. What? Impure World Reincarnation, the 5 cages of the past. Hearing the word Impure World Reincarnation, Tsunade stood up subconsciously and immediately thought of the man. Is it Orochimaru? Could it be that he returned to the Akatsuki organization? Impure World Reincarnation, there's a second Tsuchikage, but it is just a split body of second Tsuchikage. Liu Sheng started to play and said with a frown. More importantly, second Tsuchikage had already perished with Kuritaker's second Mizukage in the First Ninja World War, but he didn't have Impure World Reincarnation on him trace. It's either his split body using the transformation technique to cover up the traces, or it's a special resurrection, a guy who was good at playing with souls, and put him in front of the stand. Hearing this, Tsunade also calmed down, sat back on the chair again, hugged Fengshuo in front of him with both hands and said in a deep voice, if there is someone else it should be that the Akatsuki organization has obtained the reanimation jutsu through Orochimaru. And without anyone noticing sneaked into the cemetery of the 5 great ninja village and stole the corpses or parts of the body tissues of the 5 shadows of the past. No matter which one it is, we need to re-evaluate the danger level of Shao organization. Now that Cage has been killed, we must disclose the purpose of the Akatsuki organization to other ninja villages so that they can take care of their own Jinchuriki. After finishing speaking, Tsunade smiled at Liu Sheng again. You did a good job. If you hadn't told me, I didn't know that the 9 tails in Naruto's body was only half. Your decision will make Naruto another big battle against the Shao organization. From the fact that Akatsuki broke into Sunagaku and captured their 5th Cage, it can already be seen that their coveting of tailed beasts is undisguised and time is very unfavorable to us. So when Naruto and the others come back, I'm going to let you Jiraiya and Shangulin help Naruto master the power of the 9 tails. ... Can. Liu Sheng nodded. He was thinking about it. Only Naruto has become stronger, plus himself who holds wood style. After Nagato's death, Uchiha Obito, who was unable to deal with Konoha, would choose to join forces with Huang Quan or Yakushi Kabuto to launch the 4th Ninja World War, just like the original book. In this way I can use their hands to extract the 9 tails in Naruto's body and restore the 10 tails to a complete body. After chatting with Tsunade for a few more words, Liu Sheng left Hokage's office. Walking out of the Hokage building, Liu Sheng didn't go home immediately but went to the gate of the ninja school, waiting for Hanabi to finish his get out of class. At this point in time it is not long before the end of the ninja school. Therefore Liu Sheng went to pick up his sister-in-law on the way. The arrival of Liu Sheng undoubtedly gave Hanabi a surprise. Liu Sheng, big brother. After the ninja school is over, Hanabi walks out of the school with 2 female classmates. 0. After seeing Liu Sheng standing under a tree, he trotted over with surprise on his face. There was still more than 1 meter away from Liu Sheng, and Hanabi rushed over directly. And Liu Sheng also bent down and reached out to hug Hanabi. Liu Sheng, big brother, when did you come back? Sitting in Liu Sheng's arms, Hanabi is not afraid that when she comes to class tomorrow someone will laugh at her for being so big, and she wants to be hugged by a big brother. Instead he hugged Liu Sheng's neck with both hands and asked with a sweet smile. I just came back. This mission is more complicated, so it took a week. Liu Sheng simply explained. Then I put Hanabi down, held my sister-in-law's little hand and walked home with her. On the way home, Liu Sheng took Hanabi past Ino's flower shop to see if Ino had returned home. This time in the flower shop he saw the familiar love song. And Ino also seemed to be aware of Liu Sheng's gaze and couldn't help turning his head to look over. Liu Sheng, you are back. As soon as their eyes met, Liu Sheng saw a bright smile on Ino's face, then trotted out and threw himself into Liu Sheng's arms just like Hanabi did just now. Maybe it's because of the height difference. Except for the shy lady Hinata, who rarely does it, all the girls Liu Sheng knows like to throw themselves into his arms. It is also through this kind of behavior that Liu Sheng can detect who has grown up every once in a while. Just came back. When did you come back? Holding the little hands of Ino and Hanabi one by one, Liu Sheng and Ino closed the door of the flower shop together and then returned home while chatting with Ino at 0.2. We came back 5 days ago, and just after we got home we heard from Hanabi that you guys went out to do missions again. Well, we are going to reinforce the 7th squad. There is an accident at Sunagaku. I will tell you when I get home. It's rare that everyone is at home. Do you want to have a dinner at home? Okay, let's do it tomorrow. I just want to rest today. Hee. It seems that these few days Hinata and Shangulin have drained you, Liu Sheng. Snapped. A hand knife landed on Ino's head. Liu Sheng said with black lines all over his forehead. Idiot, don't say these words in front of children. I was wrong, hee. Ino stuck out his tongue immediately, then took Liu Sheng's arm and laughed again. Neither of them saw it, and Hanabi's little face flushed red with his head lowered. Obviously she understood the conversation between Liu Sheng and Ino. Sister-in-law has really grown up. Chapter 117. Liu Sheng and Shihahong, the teacher-student relationship that can't go back. 117-181st. Chapter 117. Liu Sheng and Shihahong, the teacher-student relationship that can't go back. Since the special team and the new 10th class are seldom at home, it is rare for everyone to be there. Liu Sheng, the third daughter, and Hanabi, who stayed at his house, played until late before going to bed. And this time is also very rare. The 4 girls all slept in Liu Sheng's room, and Hanabi even occupied the position of the older sister, sleeping soundly in Liu Sheng's arms. On the same day, Liu Sheng discovered that Hanabi was still drooling while sleeping. The next day, Liu Sheng notified the new 10th squad and Aburame Shino, who was already working in Anbu, and got involved with the team leader and asked them to come over for dinner tonight. At dusk, a large oven was set up in the courtyard of Liu Sheng's villa, and raw meat, vegetables and fruits were placed beside it. After the night gradually fell, the new 10th class and Aburame Shino came over one after another. Mr. Hong, this is the red wine I bought outside. I heard from the merchant that it has been preserved for 20 years and I gave it to you for beauty. After Shihahong also came, Liu Sheng took out a bottle of red wine from home, handed it to Shihahong and joked. You boy, are you calling me old in disguise? Shihahong first cast a blank look at Liu Sheng, then took the red wine, looked up at Liu Sheng, who was more than 10 centimeters taller than her, and sighed slightly. Time flies so fast. It's only been 4 years and you have already from a child to an adult. I really need to maintain my beauty. At the end, Shihahong also touched her face subconsciously. Oh 3. Liu Sheng suddenly frowned slightly, then lowered his head to approach Shihahong and naturally lifted her Konoha forehead protector, looked at the smooth forehead and asked, Mr. Hong, you haven't practiced the birthday I gave you last year. Gift. Too close. Feeling the breath on Liu Sheng's face when she spoke, Shihahong's cheeks flushed slightly and she stepped back a few steps in a panic, glanced at the 3 Hinata women who were grilling meat and looked at Liu Sheng and whispered, Kaido, the difficulty of that technique is too high and you are usually so busy with work. How can you have time to practice? If there is anything you don't understand you can come and ask Shangolin and Hinata for advice. Looking at the red-faced Yuhihong who was teased by her, the corners of Liu Sheng's mouth rose slightly. His heart was full of pride and a sense of accomplishment, but on the surface he suggested with a smile, "If you have time please bring Yakumo here and let her have sex with Hinata and the others. Friends don't stay in the villa all day. Her body is not good. If you bring her here Hinata and Shangolin can help her take care of her body." Hearing this, Shihahong's beautiful eyes lit up immediately and said, "You are right, I will bring her here next time. If you bring her here don't let her go back. Let her live in my house or live with you. If you are embarrassed I can rent her the old house left by my parents." Liu Sheng continued to suggest, "Anyway Yidu is gone and if she lives alone in the Satomi Hill villa sooner or later there will be problems in her heart. I see." Quote. Speaking of her first disciple, Yuhihong's complexion also became serious. She nodded slightly and said, "In a few days I will go to Yakumo to talk about this. By the way, do you want to talk about it? Come with me." Speaking of the last sentence, Yuhihong seemed to recall something, suddenly brushed the hair next to her ear, looked to the side with evasive eyes and said, "Actually Yakumo also wants to see you very much. Every time I go to find her she will talk to me about things related to you." Quote. Really, let's go together next time. Taking Shihahong's reaction into his eyes, Liu Sheng seemed to recall something and the corner of his mouth slightly raised again. But after seeing Shihahong staring at him with a face full of embarrassment as if he knew what he was thinking, Liu Sheng hurriedly coughed again and reminded him to change the subject. Ahem. Teacher Hong, I suggest you grasp the birthday present for you as soon as possible, and if you don't understand anything please come and ask Shangolin and Hinata for advice. Speaking of this, Liu Sheng took another step forward, lowered his head close to Shihahong's ear and whispered, "That technique has a great effect on you. Sister Tsunade relies on this technique. She is 55 years old and she still acts like this. Pretty. Really?" Yuhihong, whose face was flushed by Liu Sheng's breathing, suddenly looked at Liu Sheng with bright eyes. "Of course you can ask Hinata and Shangolin when the time comes." Liu Sheng nodded, then patted Shihahong's fragrant shoulders and said, "Let's eat barbecue first. Don't be afraid of gaining weight. That technique can also maintain your figure." "Okay, I will come here often in the future. You kid don't dislike me for disturbing your life." "Of course not, I'm glad you came." If you look carefully you will find that Liu Sheng still calls Shihahong Teacher Hong, but the conversation between the two is not like a teacher and a student but more like an exchange between peers and friends. Not only that, but Shihahong became very careless. As long as Liu Sheng got closer or spoke boldly her cheeks would turn red. For this situation neither Inoshika-cho nor Hinata felt strange, as if they were used to it. In just 2.5 years the relationship between Liu Sheng and Shihahong has changed so much there must be some reason for it. And this reason, to be precise, is the turning point, and it is related to the 8 layers mentioned by Liu Sheng just now. Yakumo, the full name is Kurama Yakumo. She is the eldest lady of the Kurama family who is best at illusion in Konoha. The illusion is very powerful, no less than Uchiha Shisui. If Uchiha Shisui hadn't awakened Mangekyo Sharingan and didn't have the strongest single body illusion distinguished heavenly gods, then his illusion and even chariots would be inferior to pommel horses. Just like Aizen in the Shinigami world, Kurama Yakumo's illusion is so strong that he can control the 5 senses of others, and he can also create an illusion world and everything that happens in the illusion world. As long as she wants it can become real. For example, damage or repair to things or human bodies, etc. If Kurama Yakumo's body was not very weak she would have become Konoha's 10th illusionist. However, due to his poor physical condition he couldn't even finish his homework in the ninja school. Kurama Yakumo was taken home from the ninja school by his parents when he was very young, and Kurumi Yuhi was invited to be her tutor. When Kurama Yakumo's other self completely broke free from the shackles of the spiritual world, burned down the family's house and accidentally killed her parents, she was isolated by Konoha to Satamigaoka Villa. If there is no butterfly storm caused by Liu Sheng, Kurama Yakumo should be rescued by Naruto, several big and strong, and Yuhihong together. However, with the arrival of Liu Sheng, Naruto and Kurama Yakumo have no intersection. It was not until a year and a half ago that Kurama Yakumo was rescued by Liu Sheng. Speaking of this, Liu Sheng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Fortunately I was at home that day, and it was also fortunate that Ino found me in advance, otherwise Yuhihong might have been killed by Kurama Yun, who ran away. It was also during that rescue that the teacher-student relationship between Liu Sheng and Shihahong began to deteriorate. The reason for their relationship to deteriorate is still the fire caused by Kurama Yakumo. In the face of someone who disregarded his own body and has faded, immature, not only taller than himself but also higher in status, in a sense he is already his peer. Even the boy of her own boss, how could Hong Shihi still act like a teacher? The same is true for Liu Sheng. When he was 12 years old, Liu Sheng really didn't have any idea about Yu Raihong. Even if he had thoughts about Yu Hahong, it was impossible for Ju Hong to have thoughts about him. 493. After all, Shi Hahong was 15 or 16 years older than him, a full generation older. This world is not a brainless world. How could anyone like boys who are a generation younger than themselves? Therefore the relationship between Liu Sheng and Shi Raihong is a very pure teacher-student relationship. If Liu Sheng didn't kill Sarutobi Asuma, then Yu Hihong would 100% choose to marry Sarutobi Asuma as in the original book. However, all kinds of accidents in the past 2.5 years have caused the teacher-student relationship between the two to deteriorate, and it has become what it is now. One is the death of Sarutobi Asuma, which made Yu Hihong single until now. The second is Tsunade's divine operation, so that the teacher-student relationship between Yu Hihong and Liu Sheng suddenly became the same level, and even the latter became the former's boss. The third is the most critical. Sumui. In the past 2.5 years, Liu Sheng has often secretly gone to Samui to enjoy the world's #1 facial cleanser package. As a result, Liu Sheng's favorite attributes have changed. In his previous life, Liu Sheng had been in love several times, but his girlfriends were all of the same age or younger than him, and he had never been in love with a girl older than him. This has led to the fact that although Liu Sheng likes older people, he doesn't like people who are older than himself. As for Samui, Liu Sheng experienced the beauty of Uchiha for the first time. Therefore, in the accident of Kurama Yukumo, the teacher-student relationship between Liu Sheng and Yu Hihong can never return to the past. Liu Sheng was right just now. The 31-year-old Yu Hihong is at her most beautiful stage, exuding a mature and beautiful atmosphere of a royal sister. So on Yu Rihong's birthday last year, Liu Sheng gave her the 100 healings mark as a birthday present in order to keep Yu Rihong in this most beautiful stage. It also shows that he has his eye on this beautiful Yuji. Chapter 118. Liu Sheng's vacation life of a winner. 118-181st. Chapter 118. Liu Sheng's vacation life of a winner. After Hayate began and the Yin 9 tails were extracted and Kurama in Naruto's body was restored to full body, Liu Sheng ended the model worker mode and started the vacation mode. On weekdays, I develop a relationship with the 3 Hinata girls and I occasionally tease him in front of him. I can no longer show the slightest teacher's majesty and my cheeks turn red when I tease him from time to time. This reaction obviously has a great affection for me. Sunset Red. By the way, I am concerned that I was rescued by myself back then and now I have moved back to Konoha from Satamigaoka Villa, but due to embarrassment I don't want to live in Liu Sheng's villa, nor do I want to live with Yu Hihong but rent Kurama Yukumo, who bought the old house left by Liu Sheng's parents. Finally, apart from the holidays, I go to the ninja school to pick up Hanabi on time every day and accompany my sister-in-law to go shopping. And during the holidays, Liu Sheng often used the Flying Thunder God technique to secretly take Hanabi away from Konoha to visit the bustling cities of the 5 major countries, which made the sister-in-law's dependence on him skyrocket again. Hanabi now prefers staying at Liu Sheng's house over going home, not only because of her freedom but also because she has her favorite Liu Sheng big brother and sister who can let her act like a baby to her heart's content. Of course, in addition to accompanying the girls, Liu Sheng will also visit Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji from time to time to play chess and fish together, and also pay attention to Aburame Shino's Anbu work. And take care of Tsunade and Shizune. Unknowingly, Yishung's bond with Konoha became more and more. This kind of warm life made Liu Sheng feel that the moths that cleaned the leaves back then were not quite right. Leaves without moths are the best environment and resources in the world. In addition to Konoha, Liu Sheng also went to Samui from time to time to care about this maid whose attack rate was higher than Shongolin's 120% or at least 200% because of distinguished heavenly gods. By the way, enjoy the world's #1 facial brainwashing set as well as improve Samui's cooking skills and teach her how to make sandwiches. While Liu Sheng was enjoying his vacation and living the life of a winner in life, the ninja world was not peaceful at all. Unlike the original book where Garo was revived by Chiyo, it was not until 4th Raikage thought that Killer Bee had been captured by the Shao organization that he invited the other 5 cages to start talks with the Liu Shao organization. Then Uchiha Obito started the 4th Ninja War in the name of Uchiha Madara. In this life, Gaara did not come back to life, so the news of 5th Kage's death quickly reached the ears of the major ninja villages. Looking at the information in their hands and the information that Hokage shared with them, the rest of the 5 cages frowned full of fear and respect for the Akatsuki organization. He broke into Sunagaku by himself and captured the strongest shadow in Ninja Village. There is also the resurrection of 2nd Tsuchikage and the 2nd Tsuchikage Impure World reincarnation of 2nd Mizukage, 3rd Kazekage, 3rd Raikage, 4th Kazekage and 4th Hokage, the 5 shadows of the past dynasties. If it weren't for Tsunade, who shared the information with them, and the subordinates had indeed gone to Kawano Kuni to verify, 5 cages would never believe such an outrageous thing. But now the Akatsuki organization, which has the 5 cages of all dynasties and the S-level rebellious ninja in various countries, is undoubtedly the largest in the ninja world, a terrorist organization that can threaten the 5 great ninja villages. More importantly, the target of this terrorist organization is the 9-tailed beasts. In order to prevent their own Jinchuriki from being attacked, the major ninja villages have issued orders to prohibit Jinchuriki from going out. The Jinchuriki who went out received recall orders from the village one after another. Soon 4th Raikage discovered that his 2nd-tailed Jinchuriki was missing. Apparently something had happened and he was furious, even breaking several desks. Listening to Samuel's report, Liu Sheng, who was teaching her how to make sandwiches, couldn't help but gloated and then added some milk to the sandwich for Samuel to taste his own cooking skills for the 10th time. Although the major ninja villages paid attention to the Akatsuki organization in advance, the resistance of the Akatsuki organization to capture the tail beast increased. But this increase did not increase much. Because unless the 5 major ninja villages unite otherwise, apart from Konoha and Cloud Shinobi Village, even Iwagakure, who owns Onogi, will definitely not be the opponent of Akatsuki. Like Sunagaku, the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages, Deidara can break into it and capture their cage in front of everyone. And in addition to the bright members of the Akatsuki organization, there's also the guy Uchiha Obito. Just when the major ninja villages issued a recall order to their own Jinchuriki, Uchiha Obito had already taken over the work of capturing 3 tails and came to the country of water in person to capture the recently revived 3 tails Gifu. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi and Kanshi Kisame also started to act. According to the information provided by White Zetsu, they stopped 4 tails Jinchuriki Laozi, who was hesitant to return to the village, and 5 tails Jinchuriki Han, who was planning to return to the village. Caught 2 Jinchuriki and prepared to seal 3-tailed beasts at once. After receiving the information shared by Huang Quan, Liu Sheng just finished his vacation and started talking with Shangolin and Jiraiya to help Naruto master the power of Nine Tails. For Liu Sheng and Shangolin, this is actually a very easy task. As soon as Jiraiya opened the seal, Shangolin bound Naruto's body with adamantine sealing chains outside and cooperated with the sealing technique to prevent the leakage of Nine Tails chakra. Then Liu Sheng entered the Jinchuriki space, suppressed Kurama with wood style, and Naruto was able to enter the Nine Tails mode immediately. This difficulty is even far less difficult than practicing immortal arts. However, when the seal was released, an accident happened that shocked and surprised Jiraiya. That is, when the seal was released, Namikaze Minato and chakra of Uzumaki Kushina appeared at the same time. The husband and wife met Naruto in the Jinchuriki space and made Naruto feel the feeling of family affection. At the same time, Namikaze Minato was also very surprised and dignified that Liu Sheng extracted the Yin Nine Tails from his soul to help Naruto turn into a complete Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The same goes for Uzumaki Kushina. If so, it means that someone found the Shinigami mask of the Uzumaki clan, released the sealed soul in the Shinigami's belly, and finally summoned Minato's soul back to the real world. A person who can do this is definitely a strong person. The money is good, therefore both husband and wife are very worried about Naruto's safety. In order to make Naruto stronger, the husband and wife also participated in it and sealed Kurama together with Liu Sheng and Shangolin, allowing Naruto to master the Nine Tails mode. Next, Naruto only needs to get Kurama's approval and learn fairy art, and he can start the Fairy Fox mode and gain Super Cage level power. And Namikaze Minato obviously didn't forget the fairy art. After helping Naruto seal Kurama, Namikaze Minato alerted Jiraiya when chakra was about to dissipate. So after Naruto unlocked the Nine Tails mode, Jiraiya decided to send him to Mount Myoboku, where two sages would teach him senjutsu. As for myself, there are other things to do. Time goes by day. ZA, MJU 4 NDA 2 Nadizm to 4 NTGZ NDCXOJM equals. Seeing that the Akatsuki organization has sealed 4 tails and is about to rest for a day, they continue to seal 5 tails. Liu Sheng feels that it is time to start his own plan, to make up for the gap between Immortal Body Rail and Sutsuki Ashura. Chapter 119, The Way to Make Up for the Immortal Body. 119 181st. Chapter 119, The Way to Make Up for the Immortal Body. How to make up the gap with Otsutsuki Ashura so that the pseudo-sage body becomes a real sage body. In fact, it is very simple. As a time traveler, Liu Sheng even prepared 3 sets of plans. Among these 3 plans, the simplest is to devour Naruto, the last generation of Ashura's reincarnated body, and he can directly obtain the real immortal body and the ultimate yang power contained in Ashura chakra. Then devour Uchiha Sasuke and get the ultimate yin power from the opponent's Indra chakra. One day in the future, Liu Sheng Sharingan will evolve into the 3rd pair of Ninja Rinnegan. For Liu Sheng, the first plan is definitely the easiest, but it is also definitely the most dangerous. From the time travel to the present, except that Liu Sheng was arranged by the school and the village's opponents of Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, he has never had contact with the two since he was a child. From the beginning to the end, Liu Sheng kept a certain distance from them, to be precise from the 7th class. The purpose is to avoid being targeted by Sage of 6 Paths. No one can guarantee that the old Yinbi Sage of 6 Paths will come from the world of the dead from time to time to secretly observe the reincarnation of his 2 sons. Or like 3rd Hokage's crystal telescope technique, even in the world of the dead he can observe the reincarnation of his 2 sons. If you get too close to them, if there is such a 1 in 10,000 possibility that the Sage of 6 Paths discovers your devouring ability, it will definitely be very detrimental to Liu Sheng's plan. In the original work, Uchiha Madara killed Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and then the two directly became 6 Paths level powerhouses. Unable to obtain 6 Paths level power in an instant, Liu Sheng devours Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, which is a dead end in Beidou. So Liu Sheng couldn't even think about the simplest method. And the second plan is also very simple, that is to become 10 Tails Jinchuriki. As long as Liu Sheng devours the full body of 10 tails, there is no need to make up any gaps at all, and he can directly get the constitution that is countless times the number of times for the super pick Otsutsuki Ashura. In the future, his descendants like Otsutsuki Ashura and Otsutsuki Indra will either inherit his celestial body or his celestial eyes. The immortal body and immortal eyes are just inferior products of 10 Tails Jinchuriki. This second set of plans is also something that Liu Sheng will definitely complete, but it is not now. The 3rd plan is to devour the blood of the Otsutsuki family. The Otsutsuki family is a race from a distant alien planet, and they are aliens who came to the Earth thousands of years ago. It was they who brought the chakra fruit that made the Earth, which originally had only natural energy, evolve into the current ninja world. The celestial body of Otsutsuki Ashura is not only a subordinate product of 10 Tails Jinchuriki but also a hybrid of the Otsutsuki clan and the Earth Woman. Such a mixed race cannot compare to the pure Otsutsuki family. This can be seen from Otsutsuki Tonari in the theatrical version. A Otsutsuki family who has done nothing for more than 10 years and has no combat experience only needs to capture a pair of extremely pure white eyes, and within a few days he can awaken Tensagen, one of the ultimate pupil techniques, and directly obtain 6 Paths level power. In this world where blood is paramount, the blood of the Otsutsuki family represents the apex of the blood. If it weren't for the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, the blood of the Otsutsuki clan would be unique. As a time traveler, Liu Sheng also knows that in this era, besides the Otsutsuki Kagaya who was sealed inside the moon, there are 2 living Otsutsuki clans. They are the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura respectively. The original book just transplanted Hanabi's white eyes, and within a few days Otsutsuki Sharon with 6 Paths level power was obtained. There is also the Otsutsuki style that came to the earth with Otsutsuki Kagaya thousands of years ago to plant a sacred tree, and its status is higher than Kagaya. Betrayed by Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Ashiki was eaten half of his body by 10 tails. He could only use Sheaming Viguna to shrink his body and hide it in the body of a monk named Sixian. He survived until now. The compensation plan that Liu Sheng is going to use is the third set of devouring the blood of the Otsutsuki family. And his target is a blow from Otsutsuki Tonari and Otsutsuki. For the past 2.5 years, not to be precise, since he swallowed the white Zetsu avatar, got the Mayfly technique and pretended to be the technique, Liu Sheng has been looking for the Otsutsuki ADBD style in the way to the Moon Space Channel. However, because Otsutsuki has lived for thousands of years, it is simply the biggest mouse in the ninja world. Even if Liu Sheng launched the Impure World Reincarnation Army, there are still a large number of clones, and he searched all over the world but he couldn't find the figure of Otsutsuki Yishi. Thinking that the other party has been hiding in the dark all these years and silently created the shell organization, no one including Sage of Six Paths who monitors the ninja world in the world of the dead, and the Otsutsuki family who monitor the ninja world with a huge Tenseigan on the moon. I don't know, Liu Sheng can only give up silently. Fortunately, Liu Sheng has found a space channel to the moon. And as early as more than a year ago, Liu Sheng had already found the space channel, but he didn't act for a long time. Because Liu Sheng was 100% sure through recalling the plot that Otsutsuki Hamura, just like his big brother, has always been concerned about his offspring. If Liu Sheng went to the moon to devour Otsutsuki's family more than a year ago, then Otsutsuki Hamura must have known about it. With their 6 paths level and their power to interfere with the living world even after death, Liu Sheng can't guarantee that if he used the pretend technique to change chakra into someone else's breath, he would definitely be able to deceive the other party. Over a year, there are too many things that can be done. Of course, the main reason why Liu Sheng dragged on until now is also because Tenseigan is different from Rinnegan in that its awakening time is very fast. Therefore, Liu Sheng procrastinated until now and chose to go to the moon to devour Otsutsuki Sharon at this critical period and get Tenseigan, one of the 2 ultimate pupil techniques, to make up for the gap between the immortal body and Otsutsuki Ashura, and let his own strength enter 6 paths class of the gods on earth. In this way, when he devours the full body of 10 tails, he can instantly enter the apex of the 6 paths level and become the combination of 2 brothers, Otsutsuki Yuya and Otsutsuki Hamura. At that time, even if they come out from the world of the dead to beat him, Liu Sheng will not be afraid of them anymore. So after Naruto was sent to Mount Myoboku to practice celestial arts, Liu Sheng also left a wood clone to stay at home, and he himself was a flying thunder god teleported, appeared in a town in the land of fire. On the other side of the space channel, Liu Sheng had already left behind the flying thunder god formula. But before setting off, Liu Sheng still needs to do some camouflage. And this disguise is to absorb a person's chakra casually and use the fake technique to transform one's own chakra breath into that person's appearance so that the dark vest of Uchiha Lilua will appear again. Soon, beside a big tree on the shore of a certain huge lake, a figure appeared out of thin air. Black has short hair that covers his ears, and Black's long robe, which is similar to the god's robe, is carrying a gourd-shaped huge round fan engraved with a large number of red hook jade. This is exactly Liu Sheng wearing the Uchiha Naraku vest while pretending to be a technique. Chapter 120. Fusion Supreme Pupil Art. 120-181. Chapter 120. Fusion Supreme Pupil Art. Among the waterfalls connected to the huge lake in a certain heterogeneous underground space engraved with a huge curse mark, a figure suddenly appeared on the cold and wet ground at this moment. And this figure is exactly Liu Sheng, who used the Mayfly technique to sneak in here. Looking at the shining light spring in front of him, Liu Sheng found that not only the white eyes he used to search for it, but also the 3 Tomo Sharingan, which is now open, has distorted the vision looking at the light spring. It was also because of this distortion effect that Liu Sheng was sure that this was the space channel leading to the moon. Immediately, Liu Sheng directly jumped down and jumped into the light spring. The miraculous thing is that Liu Sheng didn't feel the slightest water pressure, even though he fell into the water and the clothes on his body were not wet by the light spring water. But his figure was actually soaked in the spring water. Sinking down the only channel of the light spring, Liu Sheng still didn't feel any water pressure, and in the channel under the light spring gradually appeared one by one large or small light balls. And those balls of light seemed to have discovered Liu Sheng and suddenly floated slowly towards Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng, who turned on the Sharingan, saw a good yin-dun chakra in these light spheres. It's like an illusion of movement. Therefore, Liu Sheng deliberately avoided these light spheres and accelerated his sinking. It didn't take long for Liu Sheng to reach the end of the light spring. When his figure passed through the fountain of light, it immediately landed in an area full of spherical objects and balls of light. Under this area there is a spring of light. Whoosh! Just when Liu Sheng was about to use the ultralight heavy rock technique to fly towards the light spring below, a piercing sound suddenly entered the ears. I saw a huge crab claw suddenly breaking through a huge spherical object and attacking Liu Sheng. Puff chi chi. Facing the giant crab's attack, Liu Sheng did not dodge instantly but took off the flame fan behind his back and waved it forward lightly. Then the wind blades formed by countless wind-style nature transformations cut the attacking giant crab claws and giant crabs into countless pieces. After hitting the huge crab in an instant, Liu Sheng flew towards the light spring below. He looked expressionless on the surface, but in his heart he slightly admired. Have you just passed through a spring of light and you were discovered? It is worthy of Tenseigan, one of the 2 ultimate pupil techniques. Just as there are many types of Sharingan, Rinnegan also has other colors, or it has hook jade. Tenseigan also has several types. The branch house of the Otsutsuki family on the moon at that time contributed the white eyes of the whole family and fused all the white eyes into a purple spherical stone which is Purple's Tenseigan. After using Purple's Tenseigan to destroy the clan Otsutsuki branch house built a shrine on a small island in the outer space of the moon to commemorate Otsutsuki Hamura which contained a huge Tenseigan that evolved from purple to yellow in the Tensong dynasty. And Otsutsuki Sharon transplanted Hanabi's white eyes combined with the blue Tenseigan evolved from his own Otsutsuki family chakra. And this blue Tenseigan is also the most orthodox Tenseigan. The huge Tenseigan like purple and yellow are all special props, made of countless supercilious eyes. Of course that's not to say that the huge Tenseigan is weak. On the contrary, the huge Tenseigan is also very powerful. It can see the earth from the moon only by its long-sighted ability, thus monitoring the entire ninja world. And the power is also very amazing, not only can push the earth but also release the light that wipes out everything. If Rinnegan is the eye that holds the power of life and death, then Tenseigan is the eye that holds the power of destruction and creation. If the two are fused together, it means mastering the supreme eye technique of life and death, destruction and creation. This is what Liu Sheng has to achieve one of his super cards against the Otsutsuki brothers. After realizing that he was discovered, Liu Sheng didn't hesitate but passed through a spring of light at an extremely fast speed and finally passed through the space channel and entered the moon. The moon in this world is man-made. 6 paths planetary devastation absorbs a small part of the earth, then rises into outer space to continuously attract meteorites and finally forms the product. Because it is man-made after the transformation of the Otsutsuki family, the current moon is just like the earth with not only seas and forests but also towns and artificial suns, etc. However, since only Otsutsuki Sharon was left in the Otsutsuki family, the city had become a dead city many years ago. The only living people are the golems brought to life by the giant Tenseigan. Boom. As soon as he came out of the heterogeneous subterranean space, an astonishing transparent black chakra emerged from Liu Sheng's body. The substantive Yin-Dun chakra quickly condensed to form a black Valkyrie and then spread the wings on the back, leading Liu Sheng to fly towards the artificial sun in the sky. Actually, I discovered the secret of the artificial sun just after I came here, and these eyes are the fairy eyes of the ancestors of Jonin. At this time in the castle inside the artificial sun, Otsutsuki Sharon, who was born without eyes, can clearly see Liu Sheng in his Mangekyo Sharingan and said coldly, "No matter how you know the secret of entering the moon is a failure, the descendants of those who destroy and fail the world start from you, the descendants of the ancestors of the local ninja. 0. Ask for flowers." Following Otsutsuki Tonari's words, a yellow spherical stone the same size as the purple Tenseigan with the pattern of Otsutsuki's family crest on it suddenly flew into Insutsuki Akudo's hand from behind. When Otsutsuki entered chakra into it, there was a small gap in the artificial sun that wrapped the castle. Then countless life-endowed puppets flew out of the artificial sun on a bird, stretched out their bandaged palms towards the full-body Susanoo, who was flying up quickly and released a light bullet shot down towards the complete body Susanoo. 0. Countless light bullets immediately formed a barrage with an astonishing area submerging towards the incomparably tall and complete body Susanoo. The mountain-sized full-body Susanoo was actually able to be submerged by this barrage, which shows how amazing the number of these light bullets is. Swish. However, in Liu Sheng's eyes, this kind of range attack, which is absolutely ground clearing in the 5 major ninja villages on the earth, is vulnerable. I saw the black Valkyrie soaring into the sky suddenly pulled out the black samurai sword that was also formed by Yin-Dun chakra from his waist and just swung it towards the sky. An incomparably huge black slash immediately tore apart the barrage formed by the light bullets and destroyed a third of the puppets in an instant. What a powerful slash is this, the Susanoo that resides in the immortal eye. Otsutsuki, who saw this scene through Tenseigan, couldn't help recalling the records left by his ancestors. His face was full of seriousness, being able to find the passage to the moon, and with such strength it seems that he is on the earth, and the most outstanding land ninja. It's just a poor quality fairy eye. I'll let you know how big the gap is between the low-level pupil technique and the ultimate pupil technique. After speaking, Otsutsuki Daoren poured amazing chakra into the yellow stone in his hand again. Rumble. When the full-body Susanoo conveniently destroyed 1/3 of the puppets and entered the interior through the gap of the artificial sun. In Liu Sheng's ears, the loud sound of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking suddenly sounded. Chapter 121. The Giant Buddha of Susanoo. Liu Sheng's Super Whole Card. 121 181st. Chapter 121. The Giant Buddha of Susanoo. Liu Sheng's Super Whole Card. Previous. Next. Rumbling. Under the sound of shaking the mountains, the ground in front of the perfect body Susanoo suddenly shattered, and then a big stone statue that was not weaker than the perfect body Susanoo suddenly rose from the ground. The appearance of this stone statue is very similar to Otsutsuki Hamura. Whoosh. As soon as the big stone statue appeared, it threw a straight punch of distorted airflow towards the complete body Susanoo. It can also be seen from this punch that the big stone statue is not for decoration but possesses very powerful power. Swish. However, in the face of the big stone statue's punch, the complete body Susanoo cut off the big stone statue's arm with just one upward thrust with a knife. But in the next second, the arm that should have fallen to the ground suddenly turned into countless rubble, as if attracted by a magnet. All gathered on the broken arm of the big stone statue and recovered instantly. This is a huge stone statue with an immortal body. Interesting. Then let's play with you. Liu Sheng was slightly surprised, then suddenly clapped his hands together and 940 shouted softly, wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Rumble. There was another shaking sound and countless branches broke out from the ground and soon formed a wooden arhat. Voizwang Susanoo. After making a wooden golem Arhat, Liu Sheng was not finished yet but controlled the complete body Susanoo, turning into endless transparent black chakra and covering the entire body of the wooden golem Arhat. In the next moment, wooden golem put on Black's armor all over his body with a pair of Black's wings growing on his back and a Black's chakra samurai sword in his hand. But it's still not over. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Liu Sheng formed seals with both hands again. A huge wooden dragon broke through the ground again, took off and wrapped itself around wooden golem Arhat. This is Liu Sheng's second super whole card at the moment. Susata Buddha, full body Susanoo wooden golem Luohan and wooden dragon technique. Both of the first two are SS level. Especially the wooden golem Arhat plus the S-level wooden dragon technique will reach the SS plus level second only to the SSS level sage art wood style true several thousand hands top Buddha. Senju Hashirama used this combination technique to sling Uchiha Madara's full body Susanoo, so Uchiha Madara had to find the full 9 tails to use the prestige outfit Susanoo to deal with Senju Hashirama's wooden golem wooden dragon combination. But in addition to the wood dragon being able to match the wooden golem Arhat, in fact the full body Susanoo is more compatible with the wooden golem Arhat, which can make the wooden golem Arhat's level reach the existence of a pseudo SSS level. The prestige Susanoo endowed wooden golem with the ability to fly and also endowed wooden golem with the melee weapon of physical strikes as well as the long-range attack of Yusaka golem combined with the amazing defense of wooden golem. This is simply it is the existence of omnipotence. If you incorporate the power of Shanjutsu plus the wooden dragon technique that can absorb chakra, then this Zuzuo Buddha is no less than the SSS level of Senju Hashirama's sage art wood style true several thousand hands. Big move. When the Buddha can fly, it will be an omnipotent existence. So as soon as Liu Sheng used this second super whole card, he immediately manipulated wooden golem Luohan holding a black katana just like the complete Susanoo just now and cut the big stone statue in front of him in half from the middle. Then wooden golem Luohan slapped out the other palm and the wooden dragon wrapped around his body immediately flew out with a roar and wrapped around the restored large stone statue. Next an incredible picture appeared. Sealing technique, reseal of limbs, sealing technique, contract seal. I saw Liu Sheng forming neuters with both hands and the dazzling blue chakra shone on the sleepy dragon's body. Then countless tadpole-shaped runes immediately spread out from the wooden dragon's body and soon covered the whole body of the big stone statue, taking away the control ability of the big stone statue. In the end he followed the vine and cut off the connection between the big stone statue and Otsutsuki. Impossible, that dragon actually sealed the stone statue of Hamura. Seeing this scene, Otsutsuki, who closed his eyes and held the yellow stone in his hand, stood up immediately, his face full of horror. If the Tenseigen who controls the big stone statue is Otsutsuki's own Tenseigen, then Liu Sheng's seal combination as well as the so-called wood style are vulnerable to a single blow in the eyes of Otsutsuki. He only needs to use the ultimate Yin-Dun power that will come with him after Bai Yan evolves into Tenseigen and use higher dimensional power to directly break the low-level sealing technique. However, the Tenseigen that Otsutsuki Sharon is using now is not a Tenseigen that evolved from his own power but a special prop, fused with the white eyes of the whole family. He uses the power of a huge Tenseigen, not only needs to consume a very amazing amount of chakra but also cannot use the power of Tenseigen to ultimate. Therefore Liu Sheng cut off his connection with the big stone statue and Otsutsuki Sharon had to consume chakra of the same level as before to recreate a Kai stone statue. Moreover, Liu Sheng dropped the big stone statue so easily, and he was also scared that the superpower who uses the power of a huge Tenseigen is actually inferior to the almighty Jonin. Without a Tenseigen he can't even see the road and only has the advantage of a huge chakra. The Otsutsuki Sharon. Seeing that Liu Sheng sealed the big stone statue, he immediately controlled the prestige wooden golem Arhat to soar into the sky and flew towards the castle. Otsutsuki Sharon immediately calmed down the horror in his heart and continued to input chakra into the yellow stone in his hand. In an instant Liu Sheng sensed a powerful chakra in the sky shooting down towards him. I saw a huge yellow laser falling down like a space-based weapon. Judging from the energy contained in the laser, Liu Sheng has no doubt that once the laser falls on the ground it will definitely smash half of the artificial sun into pieces. Moreover, Liu Sheng's intuition told himself that this laser might be a mobile attack. Obviously Otsutsuki Sharon has sensed the crisis and is ready to destroy Liu Sheng and the artificial sun together. Therefore without the slightest hesitation Liu Sheng also entered the amazing chakra area to the wooden golem Arhat below. As early as 3 years ago Liu Sheng's strength had already stepped into the super shadow level. Although there is still a big gap with Senju Hashirama's super shadow apex. But at that time, except that he couldn't use Senju Hashirama's SSS level ninjutsu sage art wood style true several thousand hands top Buddha such as the Great Buddha and Wooden Dragon, he could already use Samadhi. The same goes for the full body Susanoo. Now that 3 years have passed, Liu Sheng's strength has not grown much. But the amount of chakra and the magic chakra have ushered in earth-shaking changes. If the chakra of Naruto's fairy body is not used to suppress 9 tails, then his chakra amount is at least 100 times that of Kakashi, and this is the real fairy body. But now Liu Sheng's chakra amount is at least 200 times that of Kakashi and twice as strong as Naruto. Obviously it's just a fake immortal body, so why is Liu Sheng's chakra capacity twice as powerful as Naruto's real immortal body? It's very simple, that's because Liu Sheng has devoured too many strong men, making his physical energy and mental energy surpass Naruto's immortal body. But this does not mean that Liu Sheng's immortal body is already a real immortal body or even stronger than a real immortal body. The real immortal body does not depend on the weight of 3.9 carats but on the strength of Yongdun. If Liu Sheng's current celestial body is the same real celestial body as Otsutsuki Ashura and Naruto, then his chakra level is at least 400 calories to start, plus the pure energy swallowed his current chakra level at least 450 calories or 500 calories to start. After he developed the immortal body to ultimate, Naruto's immortal body plus half a nine tails was only almost as fast as him. That's why Liu Sheng wants the gap between your immortal body and Otsutsuki Ashura so much. Closer to home, as Liu Sheng poured an amazing amount of chakra into Wooden Golem Luohan's body. Wooden Golem Luohan suddenly put away the black katana in his hand, and while flying towards the castle he clasped his hands together, condensing a dazzling white light. When Wooden Golem Luohan opened his empty hands, a transparent white square crystal suddenly suspended between his hands. This is obviously performed by Wooden Golem Arhat. Blood Successor Elimination Dust Escape. Chapter 122. The Evolution of the Immortal Body. Tensagen got it. 122-181st. Chapter 122. The Evolution of the Immortal Body. Tensagen got it. Boom. The hands of the Wooden Golem Arhat had just condensed into dust. Liu Sheng immediately controlled the Wooden Golem Arhat, blasting a dazzling huge light beam towards the sky. When the huge light beam transformed by the dust escape collided with the bursting yellow laser light, there was no anti-wave image similar to the one in the 7 Dragon Balls, but a huge explosion that could be heard resounding through the entire inner space of the artificial sun and even the moon outside the artificial sun. Then a huge firework made of the fusion of white and yellow bloomed in the sky. The dazzling yellow and white lights enveloped the entire interior of the artificial sun almost instantly. Whether it is Liu Sheng or Otsutsuki who was hiding in the castle, their sight and the sight that they got with the help of the giant Tensagen are ruthlessly deprived of it by this ray of light. As a result, Weizhuang Wooden Golem Arhat had to stop flying, and Otsutsuki also stopped attacking and watching this scene. The light lasted for nearly a minute before disappearing. After feeling the heat that seemed to penetrate the castle and radiate on his face disappear, Otsutsuki Tonari just input into the yellow stone in his hand. Chakra reconnected with Tensagen's sight. However, when the sight of the huge Tensagen 03 fell on the mighty outfit Wooden Golem in the air, Otsutsuki was stunned for a moment. What's the matter? Why did his chakra lose a bit? Because that's just a clone of me. Poochie. Almost at the moment when Otsutsuki's words fell, a figure and a cold light appeared in front of his eyes out of thin air. The cold light slashed across Otsutsuki's arm and cut off the arm holding the yellow stone. Wood-style silent killing technique. Holding the kunai covered with wind-style nature transformation cut off Otsutsuki Torito's arm and took away his sight. Liu Sheng raised his other hand, turned into a branch and bound Otsutsuki Torito's body, seized control of his body. To avoid accidents, Liu Sheng did not pick up the yellow stone on the ground but stretched out his hand to grab Otsutsuki Sharon's neck and used the devouring hand to suck him into the refining space of the mysterious beads. Not only that, Liu Sheng didn't even let go of the severed arm on the ground. When Otsutsuki's body and severed arm entered the refining space together, the power of the rules immediately decomposed him into endless molecules and turned him into 4 parts. And 2 of them respectively transformed into blue and black energy halos, enhanced Liu Sheng's soul strength and physical and spiritual energy. Feeling the warm current rushing through his body, the corners of Liu Sheng's mouth suddenly twitched. Just like his guess, the immortal body began to evolve. It's like when the Uzumaki Sage body and Senju Sage body were swallowed up, as well as the Sky Burial that had Hashirama cells crucially, and then the body began to mutate. At this time the cells in Liu Sheng's body changed again. The amount of chakra that is as vast as the sea has not changed, but if the physical energy and mental energy are digitized, the value will skyrocket almost every second. The skyrocketing values of physical energy and mental energy meant that Liu Sheng's upper limit of potential had been raised again. After the physical energy and mental energy skyrocketed, not only did Liu Sheng extract more chakra than before, but the extraction speed was faster than before, and even his pupil power would skyrocket astonishingly. Mangekyo Sharingan, who originally had the body of a pseudo-immortal, has stronger pupil power than Common's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. When the pupil power skyrocketed again and reached the ultimate of Yin Dun and then merged with the ultimate of Yang Dun in his body, Liu Sheng's body would start to generate the power of 6 paths. But now the Yin and Yang forces in Liu Sheng's body may have slowly begun to fuse without him noticing. Liu Sheng may not be able to detect the 6 paths power derived from the fusion of the immortal body and Sharingan. But there was a change in energy that he could clearly perceive. And this kind of energy is really supercilious. After swallowing Otsutsuki, Liu Sheng's swallowing body has already shown the characteristics of Otsutsuki. His chakra too is already the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore Liu Sheng's white eyes suddenly resonated with his chakra like the combination of yin and yang, and obvious changes began to take place. However, this speed of change is much faster than the changes of immortal body and Sharingan, but it will take at least a few years to end the change and derive new abilities, that is Tensagen. Because Liu Sheng's white eyes were not pure enough. Just like Uchiha Madara's yin escape power has reached ultimate, but the yang escape power obtained from Senju Hashirama is very limited, so it's the same as Rinnegan that I awakened. Liu Sheng, whose white eyes are not pure enough, can still get Tensagen, but it takes many years to evolve into it. Of course, if Liu Sheng goes to transplant Hinata or Hanabi's white eyes now, it only takes a few days before he can get Tensagen. However, Liu Sheng will not do this, and there is no need to do so. It's like he devoured so many Uchiha's bloodline to make Sharingan evolve into Mangekyo Sharingan. Liu Sheng doesn't need to transplant the white eyes of Hinata and Hanabi, he just needs to swallow a lot of white eyes and improve the purity of his own white eyes. And the huge Tensagen hidden in the temple is a fusion of countless white eyes. As long as that huge Tenseigan is devoured, Liu Sheng will get Tenseigan, one of the two ultimate pupil techniques. So Liu Sheng quickly picked up the yellow stone that fell on the ground and quickly found the location of the giant Tenseigan. By the way, the giant Tenseigan has already been engraved with spells and only the Otsutsuki clan can approach and use it. If someone else gets this yellow stone, then they can't use Tenseigan's power at all and may even suck chakra. However, after the swallowing body has the characteristics of Otsutsuki, Liu Sheng can also use the power of the huge Tenseigan. After sensing the position of the giant Tenseigan, Liu Sheng immediately disappeared into the castle. At the same time, the split body outside the castle also disarmed the mighty wooden golem Arhat and disappeared out of thin air. Soon Liu Sheng came to a temple. In the center of the temple there is a huge yellow eye floating, exuding an aura of a different dimension. This eye is the product of the fusion of the white eyes contributed by the whole family from the Big Tube 957 branch house, the giant Tenseigan. Flying in front of the giant Tenseigan using the ultra-light heavy rock technique, Liu Sheng, who already has the attribute of Otsutsuki, touched the giant Tenseigan without hindrance. Then endless black mist suddenly surged out from Liu Sheng's hands. The black mist submerged the huge Tenseigan and released an irresistible gravitational force, twisting and sucking the huge Tenseigan into the refining space. With the power of the supreme rule, the huge Tenseigan was turned into endless molecules and transformed into a pure energy halo flooding behind Liu Sheng's body. Quote. Just like when a large amount of Uchiha's blood was swallowed back then, Liu Sheng's eyes suddenly felt a tingling sensation, and then the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes turned into white eyes uncontrollably. Perceiving this, Liu Sheng quickly closed his eyes and then used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear into the inner space of the artificial sun. When it reappeared, Liu Sheng had already returned to the moon. Then there was another teleportation appearing on the second layer in the heterogeneous subterranean space. The third teleportation is to return to the cave on the earth. In the last teleportation, Liu Sheng appeared in the underground base that Huang Quan specially built for him. Immediately afterwards, a wood clone split from Liu Sheng's body and he cast an enchantment ninjutsu on the underground base. After doing this, Liu Sheng released his disguise as technique, took off the vest of Uchiha Naraku, opened his pure white eyes and endured the tingling sensation from his eyes. Then began to wait. Tenseigan's birth. Chapter 123. Power of the Realm, Tenseigan's abilities. 123 181st. Chapter 123. Power of the Realm, Tenseigan's abilities. Unlike in the past, the Sharingan just sting for a while and then evolved from the 3-Tomo Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan. It took a full week for Liu Sheng's white eyes to evolve into Tenseigan. Oh no, it's not so much evolution as fetal movement. If Bian wants to evolve into Tenseigan, he needs to go through 3 fetal movements. After completing 3 fetal movements, Bian will become Tenseigan and the owner can freely switch between Bian and Tenseigan. Liu Sheng's 3 fetal movements lasted for a full week before they were fully completed. After the 3rd fetal movement was completed, Liu Sheng stayed in the underground base for a week, and due to the evolution of his body, Liu Sheng, who did not need to eat or drink at all, slowly opened his eyes that no longer hurt. The pupils in the eye sockets are no longer pure white, nor are they normal red pupils, let alone the 3-Tomo Sharingan or Black Lotus Mangekyo Sharingan. It's a pair. The pupils in the middle of the white of the eyes are light blue in color with white light flowing around the pupils, beautiful eyes like snowflakes. It is such a pair of extremely beautiful eyes, but it exudes an aura of another dimension. Even if it is a strong man who has experienced many battles, once he looks into these eyes he will feel the bone-chilling coldness. It was a weak creature, and when it met a creature standing at the top of the food chain, its body would react instinctively. The terrifying pupil power compared to Mangekyo Sharingan is simply another dimension. Touching his eyes, Liu Sheng sighed slightly. Then feel the eyes carefully, and a piece of strange information suddenly appeared in my mind. And this information is exactly Tenseigan's ability. After Liu Sheng digested the information, he suddenly raised his right hand. I saw a small black dot suddenly appearing on his palm out of thin air, rapidly inflated like a balloon, and soon formed a black sphere much bigger than a fist. And this black sphere is impressively. Is this the truth-seeking ball, the symbol of the 6 paths class? Liu Sheng sighed again. It is such a small black sphere, but it represents the ultimate of ninjutsu, the standard configuration of 6 paths, and it is indeed the power to divide the realm of mortals and gods. In the country where Liu Sheng lived in his previous life, the 5 elements of yin-yang and 5 elements are gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. But in the world of Hokage, the 5 elements of the 5 elements of yin and yang are wind, fire, water, earth, and mines. The truth-seeking ball is the product of the power of yin-yang and 5 elements. As long as you master the yin and yang escape technique, you can fuse the chakra of the 7 attributes of yin and yang 5 elements and create a truth-seeking ball that contains the power of everything. Of course, they are also products of the fusion of yin and yang and the 5 elements, but the truth-seeking ball does not belong to Shueiji Snare but belongs to the ultimate ninjutsu intervening in the realm of SSS level ninjutsu and Shueiji Snare. Those who are hit by the truth-seeking ball will not only be annihilated physically but also their souls will be annihilated. In other words, once killed by the truth-seeking ball, it will be a real kill, the kind that cannot enter the world of the dead. This is the power of the 6 paths level, the mighty power of a god. Without the truth-seeking ball, it doesn't mean that he is not a 6 paths level powerhouse such as Uchiha Sasuke. But the person who has the truth-seeking ball will definitely be a 6 paths level powerhouse. And now Liu Sheng is a 6 paths level powerhouse who is like a god on earth. However, just like the gap between Super Cage level and Super Cage level, there is also a gap between 6 paths level powerhouses and 6 paths level powerhouses. Liu Sheng's current strength is still far behind the 6 paths Mingzhou, let alone the full-body 10 tails Jinchuriki. To become the apex of 6 paths and to be the 6 paths ultimate that is not afraid of the Otsutsuki brothers teaming up, Liu Sheng needs to get Rinnegan and the full-body 10 tails. Finally, I feel a little safe. Next I just need to integrate the celestial arts into the yin and yang escape, and I can mass-produce truth-seeking balls without opening the Tenseigen chakra mode. And manipulate 9 truth-seeking balls at the same time. Liu Sheng said to himself slightly. After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng released the truth-seeking ball using the yin-yang escape technique. Immediately afterwards, Liu Sheng suddenly raised his right hand palm facing a certain chair in the underground base. In the next second, an invisible gravitational force emerged from Liu Sheng's palm, attracting that chair over a distance of more than 10 meters. After the chair flew in front of him, Liu Sheng's palm suddenly released a distorted airflow. Boom! The distorted repulsive force under Liu Sheng's exquisite control shattered the flying chair into countless pieces but did not affect the underground base. Attraction and repulsion and space manipulation. As Liu Sheng's words fell, the Tenseigen in his eyes suddenly shot out an astonishing power of time and space. Just like Huang Quanjin's power of time and space, the power of time and space shot out from Tenseigen distorted the space in front of Liu Sheng. It's just different from Huang Quanjin's power of time and space. It only distorts a small Uzumaki and can only summon the dead in Huang Quanjin, but the owner of the pupil technique cannot enter it. Tenseigen's power of time and space after distorting the space did not disappear quickly but distorted the Uzumaki eye more and more and finally formed a Uzumaki-shaped black hole. Such a black hole similar to Uchiha Sasuke's space portal can travel to other different spaces. For example, find the signpost of Uchiha Obito's Kamui space. Liu Sheng can also use this space portal to break into the Kamui space. In addition to traveling in different spaces, Liu Sheng can also use it to travel to different places in the ninja world. However, unlike the silent flying thunder god technique, the movement of the space portal is a bit loud, and the advantage is that there is no need to leave any spells behind. After Liu Sheng is proficient in space manipulation, he will also be able to create a space channel connecting the Earth and the Moon. In addition to gravity and repulsion as well as space manipulation, Liu Sheng also mastered Otsutsuki to deal with his undead statue Endao puppet with Vitality Chakra Light Ball and Tenseigen Chakra mode, etc. Once the Tenseigen Chakra mode is turned on, Liu Sheng can immediately create multiple truth-seeking balls and use Silver Wheel Tensai Blast and Golden Wheel Tensai Blast. It's like Otsutsuki Sharon has just completed the third fetal movement and can use so many abilities. Liu Sheng, whose chakra volume is as vast as the sea, also just awakened Tenseigen, can use so many abilities. And his pupil power will continue to skyrocket. Tenseigen believes that it won't be long before he can surpass Otsutsuki in the movie version and even be able to pull the moon like the giant Tenseigen. But the Tenseigen chakra mode is too ugly. Liu Sheng intends to develop the yin-yang escape technique with all his strength and integrate the fairy technique into it to become the 6 paths fairy technique. After the truth-seeking ball can be mass-produced in the normal state, he will try to see if he can use silver normally. Reincarnation and golden wheel reincarnation explosion. After trying out Tenseigen's basic abilities, Liu Sheng unlocked the space portal, restored Tenseigen to normal red eyes and teleported back to Konoha's home. However, just after returning, Liu Sheng received 2 small messages. One is, Orochimaru is dead, killed by Uchiha Sasuke. The second is, Jiraiya is dead. During the week when Liu Sheng went to the moon and waited for Bayan to complete 3 fetal movements, Jiraiya, like the original book, sneaked into Rain Shinobi Village to investigate the intelligence of the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Killed by Pen 6 paths for money. Of course, whether Jiraiya is dead or alive has nothing to do with Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng, who has only been in contact with Jiraiya twice, will not be sad because of the death of this Sannin. To Liu Sheng's relief, fortunately, there was a butterfly storm and Konoha was not destroyed by Pain 6 paths before he came back. After Pain 6 paths killed Jiraiya, he didn't invade Konoha, quickly trying to capture Naruto's moving tail calendar. Because of Liu Sheng's accelerated progress, the Akatsuki organization sealed 5 tailed beasts in less than 2 months after starting the Tailed Beast project. And shortly after Jiraiya's death, Uchiha Sasuke has formed his own Eagle Squad looking for Uchiha Itachi in the Manin world. Since there are still 4 tailed beasts that have not been sealed yet, and the 5 great ninja villages have paid attention to the Akatsuki organization in advance, Nagato is very concerned about the safety of the members of the organization and is going to wait until Uchiha Itachi solves Uchiha Sasuke before continuing to capture and seal the remaining tailed beasts. As a result, Deidara did not meet Uchiha Sasuke, nor did he choose to blow himself up. Before Uchiha Itachi's death, the Akatsuki organization had not lost a single member so far. Chapter 124. The most meaningful death, capturing 4 tailed beasts at once. 124 181st. Chapter 124. The most meaningful death, capturing 4 tailed beasts at once. Although Jiraiya's death didn't have much impact on Liu Sheng, the most he could do was to break the 3 bands of ninjas and drink some wine with Tsunade. But the impact on Naruto has reached the level of affecting the ninja world. Yes, the death of the original Jiraiya directly affected the structure of the ninja world. Because of his death, Naruto experienced the pain of losing a loved one, gained the skill of mouth escape, and unlocked the conditions to recover Zebo Sasuke. Without Zuiden, Naruto in the original book cannot influence Nagato, cannot influence Uchiha Obito, and cannot influence Uchiha Sasuke. Before Jiraiya died, Naruto recovered what Uchiha Sasuke said, which was actually very arrogant and very egotistical. So in the Tiandichou incident, after Uchiha Sasuke asked Naruto, he attacked Naruto without hesitation. When Naruto experienced the pain of losing a loved one, he finally understood Uchiha Sasuke's pain and let go of this pain more than once, so he was qualified to cheat on Uchiha Sasuke, and his power was not ordinary. But this kind of mouth and that broad mind also let Naruto give birth to a famous stock. The famous stock is, whether you killed my master, killed my parents, or almost rode me, as long as your dream is to be a Hokage, you are willing to be a good person. I forgive you. 937 except for Uchiha Sasuke. Close hollow corner bracket. In the end, it was also because of Jiraiya's death that Naruto became the hero of Konoha and the savior of ninja world successively. Therefore Jiraiya's death is definitely the most meaningful death in the original book. But in this life Naruto might not have the chance to become the hero of Konoha. Because Liu Sheng will not let Pain's Six Paths invade Konoha, the event of using the super god Luotian to destroy Konoha occurs. The wood leaves without moths is the best place in the world, and it is also a paradise that Liu Sheng wants to protect. Therefore Liu Sheng will not give Nagato a chance to invade here. So after Liu Sheng comforted Tsunade, he found a place where no one was there and used the wood clone technique to separate a wood clone. Then wood clone uses the flying thunder god technique and a teleport appears in a town in the nation of fire. Randomly find a ninja to absorb chakra of the other side. Wood clone uses the fake technique to disguise his appearance and chakra breath and then teleports to the nearest town from Rain Shinobi village, puts on sunglasses, turns on Tensegan, and uses the amazing range of hyperopia with clairvoyance ability monitor Nagato in Rain Shinobi village. Once there is any movement in Nagato, wood clone will share the information with ontology. After installing monitoring for Nagato, Liu Sheng shared the perspective of Huang Quan and by the way received the memory of this week ADBJ week and learned about the recent movements of the Shao organization. It turned out that after sealing 5 tails, Huang Quan obtained the corpses of 4 tails Jinchuriki and 5 tails Jinchuriki. After Impure World reincarnation, Liu Sheng could go and devour the two, to get lava style and boil style. In addition, after sealing 5 tails, Akatsuki began to have a holiday. And this holiday will last until the events of the brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke are over. For the battle between the two Uchiha brothers, all members of the Akatsuki organization are very concerned and even want to watch the battle in person, especially Devour, a living treasure. However, Tiandao Pain did not allow it but handed it over to Uchiha Itachi to handle it himself. He was going to wait until Uchiha Itachi got the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and then he would go out with all his staff to capture the remaining 6 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails and 9 tails at once. With his Rinnegan, the Sharingan of Uchiha Madara, and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi, and the mysteries of Impure World reincarnation of Huangquan. Coupled with the assistance of other members of the Akatsuki organization, it is absolutely possible to capture the remaining 4 strongest tailed beasts at once. It can be seen how confident Nagato is in Uchiha Itachi's strength, and he doesn't think Uchiha Sasuke can beat Uchiha Itachi at all. This also shows that Huang Quan fooled everyone in the Akatsuki organization, including Nagato. They all thought that Uchiha Itachi left Uchiha Sasuke's life because he didn't know that his father had awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, so he specially left it for himself to evolve Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As everyone knows, it's just the opposite. Uchiha Itachi, who knew that his time was numbered, wanted to leave his eyes to Uchiha Sasuke so that his younger brother could get the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, have the pupil power of Uchiha Madara, and revive the glory of the Uchiha clan. It would be even better if Sasuke returned to Konoha with his dead body and became the hero of Konoha. So in this battle Uchiha Itachi will undoubtedly die. And the news of Uchiha Itachi's death did spread to the members of the Akatsuki organization half a month later, and even spread throughout the entire ninja world. After all, the Uchiha family was the largest family in the ninja world after all. As Uchiha Itachi, who killed the Uchiha clan, he is also a superstar in the ninja world. And the fall of a superstar is naturally a sensation in the world. Knowing that Uchiha Itachi was killed by Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, who had come out of the shadow of Jiraiya's death, was as excited as Haruno Sakura. In their view, since Sasuke has taken revenge, he should be able to return to Konoha soon. Unfortunately, their ideas are doomed to fail. Although Uchiha Naraku killed all the moths in Konoha, it has already helped the Uchiha family to take revenge. But it is impossible for Uchiha Sasuke to let go of the fact that Uchiha Itachi was forced to exterminate the family by the high-level Konoha. To the extreme, he might even have the idea of destroying Konoha. Otherwise, they are disappointed with this ninja world and this system and are ready to reform the world. Soon Liu Sheng also knew about Uchiha Sasuke's choice. Because shortly after Uchiha Itachi's death, Tendopan held a general meeting again to introduce their new members. And this new member is Uchiha Sasuke, who replaced Uchiha Itachi's Vermilion Bird. For Uchiha Itachi's defeat and death, all members of the Akatsuki organization were shocked. Devour, who chose to join the Akatsuki organization in order to defeat Uchiha Itachi, couldn't accept it at all. If it weren't for the Red Sand Scorpion to suppress him, this living treasure might go to a duel with Uchiha Sasuke and prove his art by killing Uchiha Sasuke. As for Tiandao Pain, Kakuzu and others, after being shocked, they accepted this reality. Especially after learning that Uchiha Sasuke has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, got the eyes of Uchiha Itachi, and sooner or later will get the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that Huang Quan said. Everyone also recognized Uchiha Sasuke's strength. Thus the holiday organized by Akatsuki officially ended. Nagato still wants to capture the 4-tailed beasts at once because the 5 great ninja villages have paid attention to the Akatsuki organization, and with the death of teacher Jiraiya, Tsunade on the Konoha side has sent a 5-cage meeting to the other 5 shadows invitation. Therefore Tiandao Pain reassigned the task. Huang Quan and Kakuzu are responsible for 6 tails Jinchuriki. Pain 6 Paths is responsible for 7 Tails Jinchuriki and 9 Tails Jinchuriki. And 8 Tails Jinchuriki is handed over to the newcomer who just joined. Uchiha Sasuke. The reason why 8 Tails Jinchuriki, who is second only to 9 Tails, was handed over to Uchiha Sasuke to capture is because Tiandao Pain wants to ensure that there is no cure. Because it was the same as when Uchiha Itachi joined the Akatsuki organization and was brought by Uchiha Madara. This time Uchiha Sasuke joined the Akatsuki organization, also brought by Uchiha Madara. And Uchiha Madara attaches more importance to Uchiha Sasuke than Uchiha Itachi. So put 8 Tails Jinchuriki in charge of Uchiha Sasuke and his Eagle Squad. Uchiha Madara will definitely protect the opponent from behind and contribute to the capture of 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 125. The Method of Immortality. The progress is still too slow. 125-181. Chapter 125. The Method of Immortality. The progress is still too slow. Previous. Next. Liu Sheng, do you have the Flying Thunder God spell in or near the Iron Kingdom? On this day Tsunade, who came to Liu Sheng's house for dinner as usual, suddenly asked Liu Sheng. Iron Country. Yes. Liu Sheng nodded while drinking the juice and said, as long as it is a country or ninja village marked on the ninja world map, I have used wood clone and wood transformation to sneak into it and leave the Flying God spell. Sister, what do you want to do in the Iron Country? Not long ago I asked Kakashi and the others to go to the other 5 major ninja villages and sent invitations to their cages and high-level leaders to discuss the Akatsuki organization in the country of Iron. The problem. Quote. Tsunade drank a glass of shochu and explained with flushed cheeks, the day after tomorrow is the time for the 5 cages meeting. I think if you also have the Flying Thunder God spell in the Iron Kingdom, then I can start at a certain point, no need to go around so many countries. Okay, I'll take you there when the time comes. Liu Sheng nodded and said, not only will you send me there, you and Hinata will also be my bodyguards. Okay, then we will take a vacation for a few days and accompany you to the country of Iron. That's right, he is indeed my good brother, let's go take a bath together. That. Sister, you can soak it by yourself or ask Shizune to go with you, I can wash it casually tonight. Why are you ashamed? It's not that I haven't had sex with you before, the big deal is that my sister will let you squeeze it tonight so you don't have to watch it secretly every time. Sister, you're drunk. Let's go, let's stop talking nonsense. This night Liu Sheng was no longer in pain and joy but enjoyed the second facial cleanser package in the world after Sam Yi. It has to be said that as the top 4 in the ninja world, Hinata is still far behind Samui and Tsunade and can only be tied with Terumi Mei at most. And this night also made Liu Sheng determined to find eternal life for all the girls as well as a way to restore youth and eternal youth. In the world of Hokage there are several methods of immortality. It seems to be full of side effects. Every time you reincarnate you will hurt your soul and you have to reincarnate once every few years. There is also Uchiha Madara, who after dying of old age transforms the corpse, restores the corpse to a youthful appearance and then uses the Rinne Tensai technique to revive it, directly returning to the state of youth. However, this method of eternal life is an existence that is not streamlined. At present the best method of immortality and longevity in the Hokage world is that the Otsutsuki family keeps planting sacred trees and then refines the chakra fruit into elixir. After eating, not only will you get powerful strength but you will also get a long lifespan. Otsutsuki Shibai, the only known member of the Otsutsuki clan who is closest to a god, has lived in this way for thousands of years. When the strength reaches 6 paths ultimate and eliminates the threat from the Otsutsuki brothers, Liu Sheng only needs to find the Otsutsuki Aikishi who doesn't know where it is hidden, and after devouring it he can get information about the Otsutsuki clan and the sacred tree from his memory. And alchemy and other information. Moreover, after Otsutsuki Yishi parasitized on Sixian's body, he has been using Sixian's body to continue planting the sacred tree somewhere in the ninja world and reclaim the chakra fruit. As long as one type of Otsutsuki is found and devoured, Liu Sheng will not only get the mixed blood of Otsutsuki, who is not a Otsutsuki family but can only make up for the body of a sage who is also a mixed race, but the blood and memory of the orthodox Otsutsuki family. It may skyrocket. You will also get the chakra fruit of the Otsutsuki style, which is used to refine the elixir to increase the lifespan of Hinata and other women. Therefore Liu Sheng didn't feel that the current progress was fast but felt that it was too slow. I hope that the Akatsuki organization will take action against the remaining 4-tailed beasts as soon as possible, which will quickly trigger the 4th Ninja World War and let myself become the ultimate of 6 paths with the help of this war. As if hearing the urging of the main body. That night Huang Quan didn't even look for Kakuzu and went to capture 6 tails Jinchuriki alone with the information he got from Black White Zetsu. Among the 9-tailed beasts except for the 7 tails belonging to Takian village, the other 8-tailed beasts are all assigned to the 5 great ninja villages. Konoha has 9 tails, the strongest tailed beast Sunagakure has 1 tail, Kurigakure has 3 tails and 6 tails, Iwagakure has 4 tails and 5 tails, and Cloud Shinobi village has 2 tails and 8 tails. The 6 tails Jinchuriki that Huang Quan needs to arrest is the rebellious Ren of Chongyan village, Gao. This is a capture battle without any suspense. Huang Quan didn't even make a move himself but used the White Zetsu avatar as a sacrifice, and impure world reincarnation produced 3rd Raikage, whose strength was close to its heyday. In the face of 3rd Raikage, who was able to draw with 8 tails and was able to catch the spiral shuriken without injury, Yu Gao was simply a vulnerable existence. Seeing that Huang Quan used impure world reincarnation to deal with 6 tails Jinchuriki, Black Zetsu, who watched this scene secretly, was full of regrets. DJJ. Unexpectedly a descendant of Ashura would have such a genius as Senju Tobarama who developed the forbidden technique that can summon the souls of the dead back to the real world. What was even more unexpected was that this forbidden technique, which was originally full of shortcomings, could be made up for by the clone of White Zetsu. What is even more unexpected is that after Senju Tobarama's death there are 3 other people in the ninja world who have mastered such forbidden technique. And Huang Quan, a dead Orochimaru, and a Yukushi Kabuto who was cared for by himself. If he knew that there were such 3 figures in the later generations, Black Zetsu would have collected all the corpses of the strong men who died for thousands of years and then used them to invest in Yukushi Kabuto. 0. Asking for flowers. 0. Unexpectedly there was still an old monster like Huang Quan hiding in the ninja world, and almost all the corpses of the strong men in the 5 great ninja villages were stolen by him. What's even more disgusting is that Huang Quan has a clone of Senju Tobarama. In addition to reanimation jutsu, he also masters the soul confinement technique. He brought the soul of the deceased to impure world reincarnation and sealed the other party with the soul confinement technique, preventing the other party's soul from returning to the world of the dead. As a result, even if Yukushi Kabuto has the body tissues or cells of the strong in his hands, he cannot get them out of impure world reincarnation. Except for the corpse of Uchiha Madara, which was protected by him, the cards on Yukushi Kabuto's side are all small 4 and small 5, while Huang Quan's side is full of big kings and small kings, which are not at the same level at all. Therefore, if any accident occurs during the capture of the tailed beast, Huang Quan must be sought for cooperation. 0. But before that happened, Black Zetsu could already imagine the appearance of the Huangquan lion opening his mouth. But as long as the mother can be resurrected, then no matter how high the price is, it will be worth it. Wait until the mother is resurrected and then liquidate it together. Huang Quan didn't know about Black Zetsu's idea. After Third Raikage beat Yu Gao from a perfect Jinchuriki state into a coma with absolute crushing strength, Huang Quan appeared next to Third Raikage with a flying thunder god and then used the sealing technique to seize control of Yu Gao's body, bringing let him leave with Third Raikage. Six Tails Jinchuriki was successfully captured, but Pain's 6 paths was not immediately sealed. Because these 2 days are the best time given by God. The place where the 5 cages are meeting is in the Iron Country. In the past 2 days the 5 cages will bring their own guards to the Iron Country. Even Sunagaku, who lost the 5th Case Cage Chio, will come out again and temporarily take over the agency of Case Cage. Location: take Tamari and Konkuro to the Land of Iron. Konoha initiated the 5 cage meeting on its own initiative, and the topic was to discuss how to deal with the Akatsuki organization. In Xiao's organization there's her grandson. For so many years Chio, who has always wanted to meet the Red Sand Scorpion, naturally cannot be absent. Therefore the 5 major ninja villages are all in a state of lack of shadows. This is undoubtedly the most suitable time to capture Jinchuriki. So after receiving the news that Huang Quan had completed the task, Nagato also set off to capture 7 Tails Jinchuriki and urged Uchiha Madara to supervise Uchiha Sasuke and Eagle Squad and make sure that the other party captures 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Seeing that the Tailed Beast project had come to an end, Uchiha Obito naturally responded with a deep voice. With the speeding up of the Akatsuki organization, the atmosphere in the ninja world quietly became depressing. Chapter 126. Liu Sheng vs Nagato Wood Style Ninja vs Pain's 6 Paths. 126-181st. Chapter 126. Liu Sheng vs Nagato Wood Style Ninja vs Pain's 6 Paths. Previous. Next. Except for Liu Sheng, no one knew that the Akatsuki organization had sped up its progress, preparing to capture the remaining 7 Tails, 8 Tails and 9 Tails during the 5 Shadow Talks. In the blink of an eye, time came to 2 days later, which is the time when the 5 Shadow Talks started. Unlike other 5 shadow ceremonies where they travel a few days in advance, Tsunade went as usual today, corrected some documents, checked the time, and just got off work early, put on a Hokage hat and came to Liu Sheng's villa. At this time Liu Sheng and Hinata had also changed into combat uniforms. Liu Sheng rarely put on Green's Jonin vest and tied the Konoha forehead protector on his forehead. Such a dress did not reduce his appearance at all, but his demeanor was rather serious and formal. After all, the next step is to attend the 5 Cages conference. As Konoha's face, Liu Sheng has to dress up. Not only Liu Sheng's dress is more serious, but so is Hinata. Just like 277, in the 4th Ninja World War, Hinata took off the white windbreaker and black trousers that remained unchanged for 10,000 years, put on Jonin's green vest and hung the wooden. The leaf forehead protector is also rarely worn on the forehead. Wood style wood clone technique. After seeing Tsunade coming, Liu Sheng formed a mudra with one hand and separated a wood clone. Seeing this scene, Tsunade suddenly misunderstood and couldn't help but glare. Liu Sheng asked, "You brat, you don't intend to let wood clone go with me, do you?" "Of course not, I just left a clone to look after the house." Liu Sheng explained with a smile. Wood clone can share information in real time and can also leave the Flying Thunder God spell on his body. If something happens, my body can come back to support at once. That's about the same. Only then did Tsunade nodded in satisfaction and said, "Let's go, there's still an hour to go." After speaking, Tsunade took the initiative to walk to the other side of Liu Sheng and stood on the left and right sides of Liu Sheng together with Hinata. Liu Sheng put his hands on the fragrant shoulders of the 2 women and then they disappeared out of thin air without warning. When they reappeared, the 3 of them had already appeared on top of an iceberg and the sky was still snowing heavily. Next door to the iceberg is the country of warriors, the country of iron. When Liu Sheng and Tsunade went to the Iron Country to participate in the 5 Cages talks, the Akatsuki organization was also making efforts. The night before yesterday Huang Quan displayed the spirit of being a model worker in the Akatsuki organization. After receiving information from Black White Zetsu about Six Tails Jinchuriki Udaka, he arrested Six Tails Jinchuriki Udaka that night. So the next morning Nagato and Uchiha Obito also moved. The former set off with Pen 6 paths to capture the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. The latter secretly supervised Uchiha Sasuke and the Eagle team to ensure that they could successfully capture the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Facing the leader of the Akatsuki organization who personally attacked Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Feng naturally had no chance of winning and was arrested by Pain 6 paths yesterday. To avoid the death of the two Jinchuriki, capture Pain 6 paths who came back from Seven Tails Jinchuriki contact Huang Quan personally asked for Six Tails Jinchuriki Yugao from him, seal them with Rinnegan's Yin-Yang Dun Black Rod and let Conan watch over the two. As a reward for the model worker, when Tiandao Pain took away the Six Tails Jinchuriki Yugao, he also promised Huang Quan that the remaining Jinchuriki households would be given to him. Huang Quan almost couldn't help laughing out loud at this. Among all Jinchuriki, Naruto's corpse is the most precious. But first, can you catch Naruto? From the time you had an idea about Naruto and prepared to invade Konoha to capture the Star of Death was already shining above your head. Of course Huang Quan would not speak his heart out but nodded with satisfaction. On the same day when Tiandao Pain captured Seven Tails Jinchuriki Maple, Uchiha Sasuke and his Eagle squad with the information provided by Black White Zetsu and the help of Uchiha Obito's Kamui came to Killer Bee silently Yunlei Gorge. Then Uchiha Sasuke, who had just awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, as well as Ghost Light Suigetsu and Shigego in Eagle squad, were all educated by Killer Bee. As the tail beast second only to Nine Tails before Naruto mastered Kurama mode and Fairy Fox mode, Killer Bee was undoubtedly the strongest Jinchuriki among all Jinchuriki. Not only were Uchiha Sasuke and Hawk Team beaten, but Killer Bee wanted to use them in the end, escaped from Yunlei Gorge to play and deliberately used a part of Eight Tails' tail as a stand-in to confuse them. Whether it was Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo, neither the Sharingan nor the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Obito saw anything amiss. So Uchiha Obito and others came back with a clone of Eight Tails Jinchuriki. It is also fortunate that Nagato did not start sealing immediately, otherwise after the sealing of Eight Tails Uchiha Obito's forceful style would collapse in an instant and the mask of Uchiha Madara would also be broken on its own. You can't even tell if Eight Tails Jinchuriki is real or not, so how could it be Shira of the ninja world, who is as famous as the god of ninjas? When Uchiha Obito reveals his identity, he will also completely lose the initiative and may even be kicked out of the Akatsuki organization together with the Black White Zetsu. With his current strength he will definitely not be Nagato's opponent. To be precise, if it weren't for Kamui's 5-minute hollow and Izanagi's 5-minute invincible time, Uchiha Obito would not even be qualified to stand in front of Nagato. Just as he is full of fear of Uchiha Itachi, once Uchiha Itachi discovers his identity he can't even beat Uchiha Itachi. But God undoubtedly favors Gyuu Zebo Obito. Since Eight Tails was in the Kamui space and the person who captured him was also Uchiha Madara, Nagato did not let Bao Zebo Obito hand over Eight Tails Jinchuriki to him. After learning that Eight Tails was successfully captured, Nagato decided to take a day off first and took Pain 6 paths to capture Nine Tails Jinchuriki the next day. And this day was the time when the 5 cages talk started. So when the 5 cage talk started, 5th Hokage katakana middle dot Tsunade, 4th Raikage katakana middle dot I, 3rd Tsuchikage katakana middle dot Onoki, 5th Mizukage katakana middle dot Terumi Mei and Agent K's cage hyphenation point Chio were seated shortly after Liu Sheng, who was sitting in the guard area behind Tsunade. Suddenly a blink of an eye appeared beside Tsunade. Seeing this scene, the guards of the other 5 shadows subconsciously stood up one after another and appeared behind their own shadow in an instant. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. However, Liu Sheng ignored them and without even looking at the other 5 shadows he lowered his head to Tsunade's ear and said in a low voice, "My avatar discovered that members of the Akatsuki organization appeared in the territory of the Land of Fire. We go back and see what's going on." Although Liu Sheng's voice was low, it could be clearly heard by everyone in the room where the 5 shadows were meeting. So when Liu Sheng's words fell, Onogi and the others narrowed their eyes slightly. However, since the news of Killer Bee's arrest has not yet spread, 4th Raikage did not fall into a violent state. As politicians 4.1 among the strong, they all choose to wait and see. Go ahead and be careful. Quote. Tsunade's expression became serious, then he nodded and asked, "Well, I see. Wood-style wood clone technique." Liu Sheng responded and then separated a wood clone with more than 20 cards of chakra, stayed in the venue with Hinata to protect Tsunade, and the main body disappeared in a teleport. When Liu Sheng reappeared, he didn't return to Konoha but appeared in a certain area of the Land of Fire. In a forest area in front of him there are several figures rushing towards Konoha. And not far from several figures there are also 2 chakra fluctuations which are moving rapidly. These figures and chakra fluctuations are exactly Pain 6 paths and Nagato and Conan, who chose to go to find a suitable position to control Pain 6 paths. The battle of Liu Sheng vs Nagato Wood Style Ninja vs Pain 6 paths is on the verge of breaking out. Chapter 127, Attribute Restraint Number 1 in the Ninja World. 127 181st. Chapter 127, Attribute Restraint Number 1 in the Ninja World. Wood Style The Tree World is coming. The locations where Pain 6 paths Nagato and Conan are located are the forests that can be seen everywhere in the Land of Fire. However, Liu Sheng felt that the woods were still too small, so before Pain 6 paths approached, Liu Sheng started with Wood Style's magical scene. Boom. As Liu Sheng form seals, the amazing Yongdun chakra penetrated into the ground and countless saplings suddenly emerged, and then the saplings matured and grew as if time accelerated, turning into towering trees. Countless big trees rose from the ground at the same time, instantly filling their growth space and then forming a sea of trees like waves pushing towards Pain's 6 paths. Along the way, countless branches intertwined like countless boa constrictors coming out of their cages. And when the sea of trees moved forward, the shaking sound of the ground shaking and the shaking of the mountains also reached the ears of Nagato and Konan after a long distance. Sharing the vision of Pain's 6 paths, Nagato also seemed to see a sea of trees advancing in front of him and said in a deep voice, "We are still so far away from Konoha, have you already found us?" Such a perception is worthy of following Senju after Hashirama, the second person who has mastered the wood-style blood succession limit, Konoha's hope child. Nagato, the other party seems to be ready to deal with it. Shall we retreat temporarily and make another arrest plan for O3? Konan suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, cannot help but ask. The implication is, if not for the invasion of Konoha and the capture of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, let's go back and recruit people. It's not necessary. Regarding Konan's proposal, Nagato directly shook his head and refused and gave his own reasons. According to the information provided by Ju, the other party is one of 5th Hokage's guards. At this time he should protect 5th Hokage in the Iron Kingdom. But he appeared here and he was still so far away from Konoha, so he intercepted us. With the amazing perception of this range and the mobility of the Flying Thunder God technique, no matter this time or the next time, if we want to capture Nine Tails Jinchuriki, we must face him. A wood-style ninja is tough enough. If we miss this opportunity, the next time we capture Nine Tails Jinchuriki, we may have to face wood-style ninjas, 5th Hokage and even Nine Tails at the same time. So let's deal with the other party now. I see. After listening to Nagato's analysis, Konan no longer stopped him but used his own paper trap to forge a big tree with countless white particles. Then used chakra to dye the paper tree and apply an enchantment so that the perception ninjutsu cannot perceive himself and Nagato in the tree through the paper tree. After Nagato the controller was hidden, Pain's combat effectiveness on 6 paths suddenly soared from 80% to 100%. However, in the face of the advancing tree C, Pain's 6 paths did not intend to resist but chose to retreat, wanting to escape the attack range of the tree C. Unless it is a fool who has no combat experience and has too many chakras to release, he will choose to use attacks to resist this sea of trees that will spread at least 10 kilometers and can submerge the entire Konoha. Even if Nagato wants to use the God Luotian sign to resist this sea of trees, he needs to take back the chakra of the other 5 members of Pain's 6 paths and use Heaven Pain to cast the super God Luotian sign to destroy this sea of trees. Resist it. But Nagato wasn't so foolish as to be brave. If this is Konoha, then in order to let Liu Sheng and others feel their own pain, Nagato might use this trick out of control. However, this is not Konoha. So in order to save chakra used to capture Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Pain's 6 paths chose to retreat instantly. However, they obviously underestimated the speed at which sea of trees advanced. Just like no matter how fast humans run, they cannot run past the tsunami. If Pain's 6 paths is far away from the sea of trees, maybe they can escape easily. But in order to take advantage of the scene, Liu Sheng deliberately waited until they got closer to a certain distance before using Wood Style's magical scene trick. Therefore Pain's 6 paths, who retreated instantly, found that the advancing speed of the sea of trees not only did not slow down but became faster. Soon the sea covered Pain's 6 paths. Even so, Pain's 6 paths still did not use ninjutsu or their respective abilities to attack the entangled branches. I saw that Heavenly Dao Pain suddenly flew into the sky and then used universal pull to create gravity, pulling the rest of Pain's 6 paths, dodging or stabbing or bounding branches. Encountering a branch that he couldn't dodge, Tiandao Pain just released the repulsive force of the twisted airflow and bounced the bound branch away. It can also be seen from this that Pain's 6 paths attribute was restrained by Liu Sheng. However, if this sea of trees move is not a physical attack but a water-style tsunami or a fire-style sea of flames, Nagato only needs to control Kido to stand up and he can easily absorb the tsunami or sea of flames. Not only that, the chakra transformed by those tsunamis and sea of fire will also enhance the strength of Kido and Pain's 6 paths. But in the face of the physical attack of Wood Style, the hungry Kido of Pain's 6 paths was sealed. Even the strongest Tiandao Pain wanted to block this sea of trees had to resort to Super God Luo Tianzheng's big move, which shows how aggrieved he was restrained. Even so, Pain's 6 paths still relied on the ability of Tiandao Pain and Nagato's rich combat experience at the smallest cost, dodged all the attacks of the sea of trees. After the sea of trees stopped advancing, Pain's 6 paths just fell from the sky and landed on the treetops or treetops. If you look down from the perspective of God, you will find that the position of Pain's 6 paths has changed from the initial edge to the central area of the forest. From this we can see how far the sea of trees has advanced and how big the forest area is. Wood Style multiple shadow clone technique. Outside the sea of trees, Liu Sheng suddenly formed a seal with both hands. Then the magical picture appeared. I saw that the wood clone did not split from Liu Sheng's body but in the forest area several kilometers away from Liu Sheng, that is around the area where Pain's 6 paths is located. From the wooden pillars of towering trees or 153 faces emerge from the treetops. Are you a clone? Looking at the dozens of wood clones surrounding them, Tiandao Pain seemed expressionless, but in fact Nagato's body had an ugly face and said, "Chakra who can't perceive the opponent's body at all, can he be in the sea of trees? Outside control all the trees in the sea of trees." Liu Sheng didn't hear Nagato's words, otherwise he would have smiled and said, "Congratulations, you got it right." The reason why the coming of the tree world is called a magical scene skill is because this trick can create a forest, and all the trees in this forest the operator only needs to consume chakra. You can control it as freely as your own arm. 1. All enemies in the Sea of Trees, if they cannot escape from the Sea of Trees or destroy the Sea of Trees, then they are already at a disadvantage in fighting wood-style ninjas. During the Sengoku period, Uchiha Madara had no temper at all when he was played by this trick. However, what Senju Hashirama played with him was not only the coming of the tree world but also the coming of the flower tree world. Even if the full-body Susanoo is in the Sea of Trees, she will be bound by countless branches and will be constantly sucked away by chakra. After finally destroying the Sea of Trees, Senju Hashirama easily produced a second piece. Together with the combination of wooden golem Arhat and wooden dragon, it made Uchiha Madara suspicious of life, and with the death of his younger brother even produced "I don't want to play anymore, so I just die and forget it." Therefore Uchiha Madara disobeys and despises no one, but he is the number one pillar in the ninja world. Chapter 128. Sage Mode. We are no longer at the same level. 128 181st. Chapter 128. Sage Mode. We are no longer at the same level. Whoosh whoosh. After the double-digit wood clone appeared, it did not use ninjutsu to attack Pain's 6 paths but attacked Pain's 6 paths with extremely fast speed. Among them, the two groups with the most clones are respectively eyeing on Heaven Dao Pain and Hell Dao. God Luo Tien Sign. Looking at the plundering wood clone, Tian Dao Pain used his best attack. The invisible repulsion immediately sent all the wood clone in front of him flying away. Also, the forest behind the wood clone was uprooted by the repulsive force, setting off a huge cloud of dust that spread hundreds of meters away. As for the wood clone coming from other directions, it was blocked by Shira Dao, who was guarding the back of Heavenly Dao Pain. If it wasn't for the fear of hurting Pain's 6 paths, to be precise, he was afraid of destroying the body of Hell Dao. The repulsion of Heaven Dao Pain would not be a one-way attack but an all-round attack. Summoning technique. On the same day, Pain finished using the divine Luo Tien Sign and entered a 5-second cooldown. Beast Dao, who also teleported to behind him, immediately made seals with both hands and summoned his own summoning beast. As a huge white mist filled the air, a giant Yata bird with a very strange appearance and a sharp beak broke through the white mist immediately. Rise. Of course, this is not the key. The key point is that Heavenly Dao Pain and Animal Dao are also on Yatagara's back. Moreover, the 8-handed bird is still rising, and it seems that it is preparing to fly away from the Sea of Trees with Heavenly Dao Pain and Animal Dao. Animal Road's next actions also confirmed this point. Seeing that the beast way was sealed again, he lightly shouted, "Summoning technique." With the sound of bang, the white mist filled the air, and the rest of Pain's 6 paths, who were originally in the Sea of Trees below, were summoned by the animal to the back of Yatagari and then flew away from the Sea of Trees at an extremely fast speed. Nagato is 100% sure that Liu Sheng's body is either outside the Sea of Trees or on the edge of the Sea of Trees. If you can't find the opponent's body but still fight with the opponent in the scene ninjutsu, that is simply a fool's behavior. Therefore Nagato decisively controlled the animal to summon out the Yata bird, took Pain's 6 paths to fly into the sky, and lured Liu Sheng's body to come out. If the opponent doesn't come out, then transfer the battlefield to Konoha. Nagato didn't believe that Liu Sheng dared to use this scene ninjutsu unscrupulously in Konoha's place. Seeing this scene, Liu Sheng also had to admit that Nagato deserves to be the Super Shadow Gatekeeper who survived the Third Ninja World War and conquered so many S-rank rebels. Just one move summoning technique cracked his tactics. Liu Sheng originally planned to let the wood clones kill Hell Dao and Hungry Kido at lightning speed and then use the wood clone to cast 4 red yang formation to trap the remaining 6 paths of pen in the tree, in the sea, and then solve them one by one and then go to cook Nagato's body. But now Liu Sheng's tactics have been cracked by Nagato, so he can only take it seriously. Snapped. So Liu Sheng clapped his hands together, closed his eyes, and shouted in a low voice, "Sage Mode, open backquote." Intangible natural energy, like being attracted by a magnet, frantically poured into Liu Sheng's body. When Liu Sheng opened his eyes, red stripes slowly appeared around the corners of his eyes at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the color of his pupils also changed from ruby-like red to gold on the periphery and a black spot inside. This is what Liu Sheng's Sage Mode looks like. Roar. Almost the moment Liu Sheng turned on Sage Mode, several deafening roars overlapped together and suddenly resounded from the Sea of Trees below the Yata bird. In the next second, 3 wooden dragons with a length of more than 100 meters soared into the sky from the Sea of Trees, ignoring the gravity of the earth and biting towards the Yata bird. Click. Seeing this scene, Tian Dao Pain did not take action himself. Shira Dao, who was beside him, made a mechanical sound and then entered a state of 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 heads and 6 arms shot 3 huge laser beams and 2-digit missiles towards the wooden dragon below. Boom. Traveling so far, Liu Sheng heard the explosion of modern weapon baptism for the first time. Looking at the fireworks formed by gunpowder in the sky or mushroom cloud, Liu Sheng raised his mouth slightly and said, "It's useless, our skills are not at the same level anymore." Roar. As if responding to Liu Sheng, the deafening roar resounded from the mushroom cloud again. The 3 terrifying air currents even blew away the mushroom cloud that filled the sky in an instant. Nani. When the mushroom cloud dissipated and the contents rushed out, Tian Dao Pain lost control of his emotions for the first time. I saw him staring at the 3 wooden dragons below with wide-eyed eyes and made a voice of disbelief with an appearance of doubting life. It's really the picture below, it's too impactful for Pen's 6 paths and Nagato. The 3 wooden dragons who had been baptized by the lasers and missiles of Shira Dao were unscathed. Yes, unscathed. On the bodies of the 3 wooden dragons there were no cracks from the bombing or signs of scorching from high temperature burning. The lasers and missiles just now seemed to be tickling the wooden dragon. Just when Tian Dao Pain doubted his life, a wooden dragon took the opportunity to bite the Yata bird, destroying the balance of Pain's 6 paths in the air. In the next second, a figure appeared out of thin air without warning. Then a fist that distorted the airflow quickly released the sky in the eyes of Tian Dao Pain. It turns out that each wooden dragon has the Flying Thunder God formula on its body, which is convenient for Liu Sheng to take the opportunity to attack. And now Liu Sheng's tactic really brought him a one-hit kill chance. If Tian Dao Pain can't block this strange power fist entwined with the fairy art chakra, then his result will be the same as Shure Dao in the original book, being beaten sparingly by Liu Sheng's 10 punches. God Luo Tian sign. Between the destruction of his best friend's body and other Pen's 6 paths, Nagato chose the former almost without hesitation. So when Liu Sheng's fist was only a few centimeters away from reaching Heavenly Dao Pain, a terrifying repulsion immediately formed an invisible barrier blocking Liu Sheng's fist. The repulsive force transformed from chakra, which is several times stronger than the fairy art chakra contained in Liu Sheng's strange power fist, not only prevented Liu Sheng's fist from moving forward but also only stalemate for less than a second. Liu Sheng and the rest of Pain's 6 paths were all blasted out. Even though the 3 huge wooden dragons were not smashed by the repulsive force, they were also sent flying. Whoosh! Liu Sheng was already prepared for being blown away. Tian Dao Pain is only his Qian Dejiao first choice. If he can smash the strongest Pain with one punch, it will be a good thing. If he couldn't kill him, then Liu Sheng had a second choice. When Liu Sheng flew upside down, a branch suddenly extended from the palm of his right hand. The branch quickly formed a wooden kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God spell and was thrown by Liu Sheng in the direction of the Hungry Kido. Mu kunai, which contains the celestial magic chakra under Liu Sheng's exquisite throwing skills, ignored the repulsion storm and flew in front of the Hungry Kido smoothly. Boom! In the next moment, Liu Sheng's figure appeared out of thin air, and with one punch the Hungry Kido, who was flying upside down, was blown away. Ninja 4 Red Yang formation. Almost at the moment when the Hungry Kido that could absorb chakra was blown up in the 4 directions of the tree sea below, the wood clones who had been waiting for a long time unfolded a transparent red cuboid enchantment covering the remaining Pen's 6 paths as trapped in the Sea of Trees area. Chapter 129, Liu Sheng. 129-181st. Chapter 129, Liu Sheng. Is it a coincidence? Or, he knows about Pain's 6 paths. After seeing Liu Sheng beat the Hungry Kido, he immediately used wood clone to create an enchantment. As if recalling something, Nagato said with a gloomy face, "Is it because of Mr. Jiraiya's summoning beast?" At this moment Nagato felt unprecedented passivity. He knew that Pain's 6 paths had lost its intelligence advantage in front of Liu Sheng. On the contrary, apart from knowing that Liu Sheng has wood style and Flying Thunder God technique, I don't know how many cards he has. Thinking of this, Nagato's expression froze. He had to quickly resurrect the Hungry Kido with Hell Wei. As long as there is Kido apart from wood style and sealing technique, other elemental ninjutsu and this so-called enchantment are vulnerable to a single blow. So after Tian Dao Pain and the rest of Pain's 6 paths stabilized their figures in the air, they immediately rushed towards Liu Sheng, who was also descending towards the Sea of Trees. And what they did was in line with Liu Sheng's wishes. Water-style water-severing wave. I saw Liu Sheng formed a mudra with both hands and spit out a super high-pressure straight water column towards the Hell Road. This straight line of water column contains an astonishing cutting ability, and even the invisible airflow seems to be torn apart. Nagato has no doubts that if Hell Dao is hit by this straight line of water, then his body will be cut in half by the straight water jet, or even several pieces, just like the Hungry Ghost 687 Dao that was blown up just now. Universal pull. Thus Tian Dao Pain stretched out his palm towards Liu Sheng and a small black hole emerged between the palms. The terrifying gravitational force directly pulled Liu Sheng over, destroying Liu Sheng's aim. Buzz buzz. Liu Sheng didn't feel discouraged when he failed to kill the Hell Road with one blow, so that Pain's 6 paths could no longer be reborn. Let Tian Dao Pain use gravity to pull him over. When he was still tens of meters away from Li Tian Dao Pain, Liu Sheng suddenly raised his hands, palms facing up, using the fairy art chakra containing wind-style nature transformation, quickly condensed 2 huge energy planets. On the surface of these 2 energy spheres there is also a large white windmill formed by wind-style nature transformation, which is rotating violently and making a piercing sound. This is really Sage Art Wind-style Spiral Shuriken. After casually throwing 2 spiral shurikens, one to the Heavenly Dao Pain and the other to the Hell Dao, Liu Sheng's body suddenly broke free from the shackles of gravity and disappeared without warning. God Luo Tian sign. Looking at the flying spiral shuriken, Tian Dao Pain immediately turned the gravitational force in his hand into a repulsive force, and while blocking the spiral shuriken he also blasted away the bursting energy of the spiral shuriken. And the other spiral shuriken aimed at the Hell Wei was blasted by Shira Wei with a head laser, turning into a huge cyclone which contained extremely sharp power that could kill countless cells in the human body. Bloom. In this cyclone the clothes of the rest of Pain except Tian Dao Pain instantly became tattered. It's also fortunate that none of Pain's 6 paths is alive, otherwise Shu Daoluo's move would destroy him by himself. Roar. At this time the roar sounded again. I saw that the 3 wooden dragons also stabilized their figures, soaring into the sky again, biting at the remaining 5 Pain. Tian Dao Pain, who was in the cooldown period of the divine Luo Tian sign, can only choose to dodge. As for the remaining 4 Pain, they are not so lucky. I saw 2 wooden dragons with a length of more than 100 meters opened their huge mouths and directly swallowed the 4 Pain who did not have the air dominance without the help of Tian Dao Pain. Even if Shuredao and other pain used various high-tech weapons and ninjutsu to resist during the period, they couldn't escape chakra with amazing vitality and powerful fairy art, and they simply ignored the wooden dragon's mouth they attacked. When they were swallowed by the wooden dragon, it also declared their defeat. Swish! Suddenly dazzling chakra fluctuations flickered on the bodies of the two wooden dragons. Blue's chakra quickly transformed into countless Black's tadpole-shaped runes spread over the dragon's body like a tattoo. When the runes stopped spreading, Nagato immediately found that he lost control of the other 4 pens. No matter how much chakra was input into the controller, he couldn't connect to the black sticks on the 4 pens. ... You were the only one left. Quote. After the cooling time ended, Tiandao Pain used the god Luo Tian to blast the wooden dragon away again. This time the wooden dragon quickly stabilized its figure and floated in the air regardless of the force of gravity. AECA. The figure of Liu Sheng appeared on top of the wooden dragon out of thin air. Gold, who was in sage mode, looked at Tiandao Pain and said more majestically than the self-proclaimed Tiandao Pain, "Here, that's it, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Pain, don't get too complacent." There is no doubt that Liu Sheng's tone angered Pain, who was in the late stage of genre, and he stared at Rinnegan and Liu Sheng and said in a deep voice, "Pain, 6 paths only when 6 people are together can you, it's the most balanced combination. But when there is only Tiandao Pain alone, this is Pain's strongest state." This is a lie. The true strongest of Pain's 6 paths was never Heavenly Dao Pain, nor was it any one of Pain's 6 paths but the 20th person, the outsider Nagato. The outsider Nagato, who can use all the abilities of Pain's 6 paths, is also a combination of Pain's 6 paths and is also a real super shadow goalkeeper. If it weren't for Yakushi Kabuto's inability to play and Uchiha Itachi's support, Naruto and Killer Bee, who have already mastered the 9 Tails mode, would have been completely abused by Nagato in the 4th Ninja World War. It's a pity that as the strongest outsider, Nagato not only lost his legs but his body has also become scrawny. Only when Pain and 6 paths are on the court at the same time is the strongest state. Otherwise Tiandao Pain is just a powerful cage-level powerhouse with a 5-second cooldown that is equally deadly. Naturally Nagato would not admit this. Therefore Tiandao Pain, who felt the majesty of God and was offended after explaining a sentence, stretched out his palm to Liu Sheng again and shouted, "Universal pull." The terrifying gravitational force dragged Liu Sheng off the wooden dragon's head and flew towards Tiandao Pain. But this time Liu Sheng didn't continue playing with Tiandao Pain. I saw him forming seals with both hands and once again used the water-style ninjutsu just now. Water-style water-severing wave. The ultra-high-speed straight water column shot towards Tiandao Pain. Faced with this move, Tiandao Pain can only choose to use the god Luo Tianzheng to resist. But after using the divine Luo Tian sign, the 5-second cooldown time will be very deadly. So after blasting away the straight-line water column from the burst, Tiandao Pain took the initiative to land in the sea of trees below. ... Found it. Is this your body? Just when everyone thought that under the sea of trees a big battle would break out. Inside a certain paper tree disguised as a big tree outside the sea of trees, a playful sound pot suddenly sounded. And this sudden voice shocked Nagato and Konan instantly and also announced the defeat of Tiandao Pain. I saw a branch emerging from the ground inside the paper tree and then slowly turned into a person. And this person is exactly Liu Sheng's wood clone. This time it's really over. Pen. I saw the corner of Liu Sheng's wood clone's mouth slightly raised and then raised his mouth to point. As if responding to the wood clone, Liu Sheng's body appeared next to the wood clone without warning. In his hand he was also carrying Heaven Pain, who had no chance of being used by Liu Sheng because Nagato was frightened and temporarily lost control. Liu Sheng didn't play cards according to common sense and directly stealed the house. Chapter 130. Assignment of Rinnegan, the upcoming ninja war. 130-181st. Chapter 130. Assignment of Rinnegan, the upcoming ninja war. Konan, get out of here quickly. God Luo Tianzheng. Looking at Liu Sheng, who appeared in front of him, Nagato couldn't care less about the integrity of his best friend's body. Shouting directly to Konan, he released a distorted repulsion storm towards Liu Sheng. Boom. The terrifying repulsion storm, like an air cannon, not only shattered the paper tree in an instant but also blasted everything hundreds of meters ahead. It's a pity that the repulsive storm didn't attack Liu Sheng. At the moment when the repulsive storm was about to submerge Liu Sheng disappeared without warning. Wood-style silent killing technique. The one-way repulsive storm hadn't disappeared yet and thick branches suddenly broke through the ground, binding Konan's whole body instantly in a sneak attack. In the next second a branch appeared behind Konan and turned into Liu Sheng's wood clone. Immediately wood clone grabbed Konan's neck from behind and then the black tadpole-shaped rune quickly spread across Konan's body. BD. Let me go, Konan. Seeing this scene, Nagato seemed to recall something and suddenly shouted in amazement. Konan, who was bound by the technique of silent killing and his limbs were resealed to seize control of the body and even the right to speak, looked at Nagato pleadingly. But this begging is not for Nagato to save her but for Nagato to do it without worrying about her life. The scene at this time is very similar to the scene where Hanzo of the Salamander held Konan hostage and threatened Nagato to kill Yahiko. I had already killed Yahiko back then and I must not kill Nagato this time. Nagato also understood Konan's eyes, but how could he do it? Don't move or she will set her life in the next second. At this time Liu Sheng's body appeared out of thin air next to wood clone and then stretched out an index finger. A sharp wooden thorn emerged from the fingertip, touched Konan's temple and said to Nagato. Let Konan go. No matter what you ask I will promise you. Nagato, who was out of control, took a few gulps of breath, stared at Liu Sheng and said sharply, You want my Rinnegan, right? As long as you let Conan go I'll give you the Rinnegan. Hearing this Conan's eyes pleaded even more and tears were already streaming from the corners of his eyes. Trembling lips constantly trying to break free from the seal let Nagato not care about himself, their dreams are more important. It's a pity that no matter how hard Conan tried he couldn't break away from Liu Sheng's double seal. Very well, I am very satisfied with your wit. Liu Sheng nodded and promised with a smile. Yes, as long as you give me the Rinnegan I will let this woman go. No, I don't believe you. Nagato said in a deep voice. You release Conan first and then I will give you Rinnegan. Coincidentally I don't believe you either. Liu Sheng also said with a smile. As a result the atmosphere suddenly fell into a stalemate. How the hell are you going to let Conan go? In the end Nagato, who still cared about his best friend and the angel who saved him, asked impatiently. Since none of us can trust anyone, why not do this? Liu Sheng pretended to ponder for a few seconds and slowly suggested. Give me a Rinnegan first, then I will release this woman and I will give you enough time to take her away with your avatar and then take the rest only Rinnegan for me. Quote. Can. Nagato agreed to Liu Sheng's proposal but made his own request. But you can't leave the Flying Thunder God spell on Conan. No problem, I don't have much interest in killing women. Liu Sheng nodded, then lowered his spiked index finger and said to Nagato, give me a Rinnegan first. Poochie. Nagato didn't say much, he just gouged out his right eye and threw it to Liu Sheng without a cry of pain. After receiving the flying Rinnegan, Liu Sheng raised his middle finger and gave a light drink. Solution. In the next instant the branches that bound Conan's whole body loosened. However, the reseal of the limbs was not lifted. I saw Liu Sheng explaining to Nagato. You should be able to unseal the limbs. Reseal, even if you can't it's okay, it only takes half an hour and it will be automatically unsealed. If this woman keeps struggling it doesn't even take 5 minutes. Time. I hate watching life and death, so you only have 5 minutes. I see. Quote. Nagato nodded, then looked deeply at Conan, who was in tears with the only remaining left eye, and then showed a long-lost smile on his face and said, Conan, don't feel guilty. In fact, we have implicated you. Quote. I know you don't like being a ninja, but we let you, who is as pure as an angel, fall into the quagmire of the ninja world. So after you get out of here, don't go back to Rain Shinobi Village, find a place to live and really live for yourself. Don't disappoint Yahiko's death, live well for me and Yahiko. After finishing speaking, Nagato entered chakra into the controller and controlled Tiandao Pain, who had not been beaten, to collapse by Liu Sheng and himself, to come and used gravity to take Conan to fly into the sky and leave the country quickly. 5 minutes countdown. Liu Sheng made a wooden chair with his hands in his arms and sat down. Nagato did not chat with Liu Sheng but closed his eyes, consumed his own chakra crazily, and took Conan away as quickly as possible. 5 minutes passed quickly. It is also unknown how much chakra Nagato consumed or what caused the loss of his right eye, and there was a lot of sweat on his forehead and face. Is it okay? After Nagato opened the remaining left eye, Liu Sheng stood up, slowly grinned and said, Are you going to give me the left eye as agreed, or do you want to fight and I will dig it out myself? 0. Asking for flowers. 0. You are a man of your word. Quote. Nagato took a deep look at Liu Sheng and said slowly and weakly, I originally planned to destroy my left eye, but now I have changed my mind. It might be a good thing for Rinnegan to fall into your hands. At least with you here the conspiracy of those two guys cannot be realized. When he said the last sentence, Huang Quan and Uchiha Obito respectively appeared in Nagato's mind. Immediately Nagato was going to dig out his left eye and then introduce Huang Quan and Uchiha Madara to Liu Sheng, and it would be best to destroy his body as well. 2. Just when Nagato wanted to raise his hand to dig out his eyes, he found that his body could not move suddenly. What's going on here? Nagato's expression suddenly became frightened. Seeing this scene, Liu Sheng couldn't help laughing secretly. Is it finally here? If I don't come, the 2 Rinnegans will fall into my hands and I'm afraid I have to change my plan. But on the surface Liu Sheng looked behind Nagato and asked in surprise, what is that? I saw a mass of black liquid which was attached to Nagato's body at some unknown time, and it was also it that took control of Nagato's body. In the next second the space next to Nagato suddenly twisted, quickly forming an Uzumaki. Then an abstract figure flew out from it, finally forming a cloaked man wearing a one-eyed mask. Is there only one left eye left? Forget it, get out of here. As soon as Uchiha Obito came out, he checked Nagato's state, then put his hand on Nagato's body and sucked Nagato and Black Zetsu into the Kamui space together. Wood-style cutting technique. At this time a huge wooden thorn shot towards Uchiha Obito, trying to interrupt Uchiha Obito's spell. Wood-style tree boundary wall. However, Uchiha Obito's counterattack made Liu Sheng look shocked. Although the quality of the wooden shield made by Uchiha Obito was pierced by wooden long thorns in an instant, it also delayed him until the time to suck Nagato and Black Zetsu away. After sending both of them into the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito, who was in the hollow, looked at Liu Sheng deeply with his right eye just now and said in a deep and forceful tone, the kid who inherits Hashirama wood style, that Rinnegan is temporarily handed over to you. I'll keep it for you, we'll meet soon. After the words fell, Uchiha Obito's figure twisted into the Kamui space. After he left completely, Liu Sheng, who stayed where he was, also disappeared in a teleport. Liu Sheng, who had returned to Konoha's house, secretly said with his mouth slightly raised, next the 4th Ninja World War will start and I will leave it to you to complete the mission. 5 U.S. Chapter 131. The Black Hands Behind the Scenes. 131-181. Chapter 131. The Black Hands Behind the Scenes. Nagato is dead. The reason why Uchiha Obito returned to the Kamui space in such a hurry was to kill Nagato and take the remaining left eye. So his movements were clean and neat without giving Black Zetsu a chance to stop him. Looking at Uchiha Obito, who ruthlessly gouged out Nagato's left eye, Black Zetsu instantly understood that the other party had already betrayed him and was ready to betray the idea of Nagato Madara at any time. Otherwise he wouldn't be in such a hurry. Because Nagato is a tool man specially used to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Although missing an eye, Nagato is still able to use the Rinne Tensei technique. And after Black Zetsu took control of Nagato, it was indeed to resurrect Uchiha Madara. But now his plans are interrupted by Uchiha Obito. But Black Zetsu didn't get angry and didn't even open his mouth to reprimand Uchiha Obito. Because he can't. Uchiha Obito's killing and eye-catching speed is too fast. If 647 turns against Uchiha Obito now, even if there is a spell left by Uchiha Madara in his heart, Black Zetsu can't do anything to the opponent and may even cause the possibility of Rinnegan's destruction. Being one step too late, having a Rinnegan snatched by Liu Sheng already made Black Zetsu full of pressure. He was afraid that Liu Sheng would destroy that Rinnegan. I can only comfort in my heart, Rinnegan is such a precious thing. The other party should not do stupid things to destroy Rinnegan, right? In order to resurrect the mother and allow the mother to descend in her strongest form, Black Zetsu must ensure the safety of at least one Rinnegan so that the Tailed Beast project can continue. As long as Geto statue can be resurrected and Infinite Tsukuyomi is successfully released, it doesn't matter whether the caster is Uchiha Obito or Baozebo Madara. Therefore Black Zetsu needs the power of Uchiha Obito to help him deal with Konoha, where the strongest Tailed Beast Nine Tails Jinchuriki is, and Wood-style ninja Liu Sheng who protects Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As for a way to resurrect Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu has a backup plan B besides the Rinne Tensei technique. Therefore Black Zetsu kept silent about what Uchiha Obito did. Uchiha Obito, who successfully took away his left eye, felt secretly happy. As one of Uchiha Madara's best chess pieces, Uchiha Obito certainly has the idea of leaving the chessboard and becoming a chess player. The other Rinnegan has already been taken by Liu Sheng. As long as the other Rinnegan is in his hands, then he will have the initiative. Possessing the Yin-Yang Dan and Rinnegan mysteries taught by Uchiha Madara as well as the Hashirama cells in his body, Uchiha Obito is fully capable of harnessing the power of a Rinnegan. And he doesn't need to seal the Tailed Beast through a number of cage-level powerhouses working together to cast the magic 9 Dragon Seal like Nagato did. He only needs one person to seal the remaining Tailed Beasts. Liu Sheng, who does not have Yin-Yang Dan and Rinnegan secrets. Even if he transplants his right eye, he cannot take away the ownership of the Geto statue from himself. Uchiha Obito found that the ideal that was out of reach was suddenly so close to him. But after calming down, Uchiha Obito felt another headache. And the reason for the headache is that I don't know how to catch the last Nine Tails Jinchuriki. According to the information collected by White Zetsu, Naruto has now become the perfect Jinchuriki with the secret protection of Liu Sheng, the genuine wood-style ninja, and Konoha, the former strongest ninja village. How can I capture Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Uchiha Obito, who felt a headache, simply stopped thinking about it. Because he has more important things to do than worry about these things. Going to seal 6 tails. Nagato is dead, but Konan is still alive. If Konan returns to Rain Shinobi Village early and kills any of the Jinchuriki, the Tailed Beast project will be delayed by at least a few more years. So compared to how to capture 9 Tails Jinchuriki, sealing the other 3 Tailed Beasts is the most important thing. However, when Uchiha Obito used Kamui in time and space, went back to Rain Shinobi Village, first snatched 6 Tails Jinchuriki, 7 Tails Jinchuriki and Geto statue, then transplanted Rinnegan in Kamui space and came out to seal 3 Jinchuriki. He found out. He was being tricked. No, not only myself but also Uchiha Sasuke, and they were all tricked. 8 Tails Jinchuriki turned out to be just a tentacle clone. And this tentacle clone, neither he nor Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan found it. When I transplanted a Rinnegan and upgraded my pupil power, I realized something was wrong. This is undoubtedly extremely bad news for Uchiha Obito. How to deal with Konoha's 9 Tails Jinchuriki already gave him a headache. And now his opponent will also add Cloud Shinobi Village, which is second only to Konoha. More importantly, apart from Uchiha Sasuke and Hoshigaki Kisame, the other members of the Akatsuki organization will not listen to him or work for him. At this moment Uchiha Obito suddenly felt that he was alone against the world. You can go to Huang Quan. Looking at Uchiha Obito standing in front of Geto statue, Black Zetsu seemed to know his inner thoughts and suddenly suggested, if White Zetsu's avatar is used as a sacrifice, the dead summoned by his reanimation jutsu will be close to its heyday. And in his hands there are countless strong corpses. There are 100,000 White Zetsu clones in the Geto statue. You can take some of the White Zetsu clones and the corpses of Nagato and Uchiha Itachi to trade with him. When he said this, the figure of Yakushi Kabuto appeared in Black Zetsu's mind. The plan to control Nagato's resurrection of Uchiha Madara was destroyed by Uchiha's rebel boy. And the current situation is not something that Uchiha Obito can handle and solve. It seems that only Plan B can be used to revive Uchiha Madara. And this Plan B is Impure World Reincarnation Uchiha Madara. As long as Uchiha Madara gains power close to his heyday, then in this era no one will be his opponent. And as long as Uchiha Madara is resurrected, the spell in Uchiha Obito's heart will be activated, and with his ability he can cast Rinne Tensei technique at any time to truly resurrect Uchiha Madara. The underworld. Uchiha Obito didn't know what Black Zetsu was thinking. After listening to Black Zetsu's suggestion, his face under the mask couldn't help but fell into deep thought. After a while Uchiha Obito seemed to have made a decision and said in a deep voice, that guy 4.0 is indeed a force that cannot be ignored, and his relationship with Uchiha Naraku is too close, as if, like a guy. So far White Zetsu has not found any information about Uchiha Naraku. Either Uchiha Naraku is actually one of Huang Quan's clones, or the two of them are actually members of a special organization that hides deeper than the Akatsuki organization and hides in a certain corner of the ninja world. Although I don't know what their conspiracy is, but you are right, we can use them to achieve our own goals first. After speaking, Uchiha Obito took out Nagato's body hidden in the Kamui space and then took off the zero ring on Nagato's hand and contacted Huang Quan, who did not know where. Just when these behind-the-scenes black hands including Liu Sheng had their own ghosts. The news that Killer Bee was captured by the Akatsuki organization finally reached the ears of Fourth Raikage. Chapter 132, New Ninja God, Onoki, 132-181st. Chapter 132, New Ninja God, Onoki. What did you say? Bai was taken away by the Akatsuki organization. What the hell is going on here? It was Samui who brought the news of Killer Bee's arrest to the Iron Kingdom to report to Fourth Raikage. When Fourth Raikage heard that his younger brother had been arrested, he suddenly lost his previous attitude of having nothing to do with himself. Instead he stared at Samui with wide-eyed eyes and asked what happened. After learning that it was Uchiha Sasuke who took his brother away, Fourth Raikage immediately looked at Tsunade angrily and asked her, "Hokage, I need an explanation. This matter has nothing to do with Konoha," Tsunade said with a serious face. 4 years ago Uchiha Sasuke had already violated the principles of ninjas and had long been included in the list of rebellious ninjas. Even if he returns to Konoha now, he will be sent to the prison in Ghost Lamp City. And the news that he killed Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi has spread throughout the ninja world some time ago. I believe everyone has heard of it. After a slight pause, Tsunade's eyes shifted to Sammy, the beauty of the iceberg, and continued. According to her report just now, we all know that Uchiha Sasuke is now a member of the Akatsuki organization. And the reason why I held the 5 Kages meeting this time is also to discuss with everyone the matter of dealing with the Akatsuki organization. Since Uchiha Sasuke is already a member of the Akatsuki organization, 07 Raikage might as well fight against the Akatsuki organization with us. As long as the Akatsuki organization is defeated, Uchiha Sasuke will be at your disposal. 17. In just a few words, Tsunade cleared the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha Sasuke. For her explanation, Fourth Raikage was obviously not satisfied. Boom. I saw Fourth Raikage slap on the table where the 5 Kages were meeting and almost shattered the table where the 5 Kages' bamboo hats were placed. Hearing this voice, the guards behind Wang also tensed up one by one, scanning the other Wang's guards sharply, ready to strike at any time. However, the enraged Fourth Raikage did not choose to do it. Because just like Tsunade's explanation, Uchiha Sasuke's defection to Orochimaru is not a secret at all in the ninja world. The two major achievements of Orochimaru, who killed one of the Sannin, and Uchiha Itachi, who killed the Uchiha clan, also made the name of Uchiha Sasuke spread throughout the ninja spring. So attacking Uchiha Sasuke is Konoha shinobi unless the target is the old third Hokage and Konoha, who was in the weakest period, can it be effective. For example, the incident of the Hyuga clan back then. But the opponent is Tsunade and Konoha, who has grown up in the new generation. Fourth Raikage's attack will not have any effect. Of course, there is one more important point. Fourth Raikage owes Tsunade a favor. Had it not been for Shizune's move, he would have lost a capable subordinate. Therefore Fourth Raikage is in a very aggrieved mood now. So this irritable old man gritted his teeth and said, "Cloud Shinobi Village agrees to join in this crusade against Akatsuki, but afterwards I want Uchiha Sasuke, and if he dies I want his body." Quote, "No problem." Tsunade agreed without hesitation. Although Uchiha Sasuke is a favorite of Haruno Sakura, one of his own direct disciples, he is also a student of Kakashi and a companion of Naruto. But this life was not saved by Naruto but by Liu Sheng, and he returned to Konoha to serve as 5th Hokage, all in order to pave the way for his younger brother Tsunade. Between Naruto and Liu Sheng, of course, Liu Sheng was favored without hesitation. Moreover, the purpose of convening the 5 shadow talks this time is to protect Naruto. Sasuke, Liu Sheng and Naruto can be sacrificed for the safety of Uchiha Sasuke, and Tsunade also made the choice without hesitation. Tsuchikage Mizukage and the agent Kazekage, what's your choice? As Cloud Shinobi Village joined the crusade, Tsunade set his sights on Onogi and the others again and said in a deep voice, "Now that 8 Tails has fallen into the hands of Akatsuki, if 9 Tails also falls into their hands, then Akatsuki, the organization, has mastered the 9-tailed beasts. Coupled with the leader of the Akatsuki organization, who has confirmed to have Rinnegan, you will not be able to stay out of it. Now it is no longer a matter between the 5 major countries but a matter related to the entire ninja world." Hearing this, Onoki still looked indifferent and said with a smile, "Hokage, you don't need to worry about the affairs of the ninja world, you should care about how to protect the 9 Tails Jinchuriki now." Onoki, who has not been infected by Naruto yet, is an extremely selfish old man who only wants to protect the village, and the life and death of other people has nothing to do with him. At the same time, he is also one of the 5 ninja villages who often hires the Shao organization to help him do things. If Lao Zi and Han had not been confirmed missing, they would have been taken away by the Hokage organization, and there was Deidara in the Akatsuki organization. He had nothing to say to these brats. Before Tsunade and Fourth Raikage reprimanded Onoki for his selfishness, they were ready to accuse each other on a moral level. Liu Sheng's figure suddenly appeared behind Tsunade without warning. His return was immediately noticed by Tsunade, and it also attracted the attention of the other Gokages and Mifune. "Liu Sheng, how is the situation?" Seeing Liu Sheng, who was unscathed, Tsunade heaved a sigh of relief and then asked. It was the leader of the Akatsuki organization who was dispatched, but I have already repelled him. Liu Sheng said in a calm tone, words that shocked the five shadows. Pen Six Paths is actually the puppet of the leader of the Shao organization, and his body is actually someone else. 1. When I defeated Pain Six Paths found the main body of the leader of the Akatsuki organization and was about to kill him, the other party was suddenly rescued by a man with Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan. Unlike the other five shadows who were concerned about Liu Sheng's strength, Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened and he immediately thought of a good guy, and asked, is it Zibo Duoluo? No, I have carefully observed the pattern of the other party's Mangekyo Sharingan, which is different from the pattern of Uchiha Naraku's Mangekyo Sharingan recorded on the Kuri side of the file. Liu Sheng shook his head and said, and that guy is wearing a one-eyed mask, and it's not Uchiha Sasuke, it should be another Uchiha with Mangekyo Sharingan or a foreigner who has transplanted Mangekyo Sharingan. After listening to Liu Sheng's words, Tsunade suddenly looked serious. And Onoki calmed down the horror in his heart and said with a sneer, it's really dare to say that you defeated the leader of the Akatsuki organization who owns Rinnegan. In this regard, Liu Sheng just glanced at Onoki faintly, then lowered his head to Tsunade's ear and continued to use a tone that everyone could hear, asking in a low voice, how is the result? Knowing what Liu Sheng meant, Tsunade said helplessly to Kaido, only Cloud Shinobi Village joined the crusade. Having an ally is enough. 270. Liu Sheng stood up straight, nodded to fourth Raikage first, then took out a potion bottle from his body and in a flat tone said again the words that made both Hokage and Mifune tremble in their hearts. A Rinnegan, the threat of this organization is not as great as imagined, and the combination of two ninja villages is enough. After the Akatsuki organization is defeated, those trophies can be divided equally between our two villages. Quote, no matter how exaggerated the words are, they are far inferior to the impact brought by the real thing. Looking at the medicine bottle in Liu Sheng's hand, to be precise, it is Rinnegan in the tubular medicine bottle. Whether it is Onoki and Terumi Mei or the weakest Chiyo or fourth Raikage who decided to join the crusade at this moment, I feel under enormous pressure. And this pressure is brought by Liu Sheng's strength. Even the owner of Rinnegan in Legendary is not an opponent. Could it be that Konoha has already appeared, Senju Hashirama, the new god of ninja? Especially Onogi, who had nothing to do with himself, the image of his youth appeared in his mind. That's the picture of them being humiliated by Uchiha Madara. Such an existence has been defeated by Senju Hashirama time and time again. If Konoha really has a second ninja god, will they choose to take revenge on them because they hate them after they defeat the Akatsuki organization? At that time, will the fourth ninja world war come? If it came, would Iwagakure be a rival with Nine Tails and would Style? Onoki, who had repeated questions in his heart, finally panicked. Ahem, Hokage, I think we can still talk. So I saw him let go of the old man's airs, coughed lightly and prepared to obey the times. Chapter 133. A different ninja alliance, the meeting of Huang Quan and Uchiha Obito. 133-181st. Chapter 133. A different ninja alliance, the meeting of Huang Quan and Uchiha Obito. Hey, Tsuchikage, you didn't look like this just now. Looking at Onoki, whose attitude has undergone a major change, Tsunade suddenly smiled and teased. At this moment, Tsunade finally understood. Why was the ninja world so peaceful when my great-grandfather was still alive and the family life was so happy? Because of its absolute strength. As long as Grandpa is still alive, no one dares to attack Konoha and no one dares to start a war. In front of Wood-style crowd, tactics are meaningless. And now, after the death of the fourth Hokage and his wife, Konoha has finally regained the face lost by the old man of the third generation. The person who helped Konoha back was Liu Sheng. Started with Wood-style, summered with Wood-style. 4 years later, Liu Sheng has become a towering tree in Konoha. After the crusade against the Shao organization, he can also abdicate. Tsunade, who was also frightened by the Rinnegan in Liu Sheng's hand, thought to himself. Cough cough. Tsunade's thoughts are unknown. Onoki, who was ridiculed by Tsunade, just blushed and said very cheekily, the Akatsuki organization with S-level rebels from all over the world and eight-tailed beasts is indeed the most dangerous in the ninja world. Although I don't know what their purpose of collecting the nine-tailed beasts is, but if they collect all the nine-tailed beasts, the entire ninja world will fall into the fear brought by the tailed beasts. If their ambition is to rule the world, then the fourth ninja world war will definitely break out and none of our 5 major countries can avoid it. To prevent this from happening and causing countless civilians to lose their lives in vain as the 5 cages standing at the apex of the ninja world, we all have the responsibility to crusade against this terrorist organization composed of traitorous ninjas. So we Iwagakure also join in this campaign against Akatsuki. As Onoki's righteous words fell, everyone cast contemptuous gazes at the old man. Even Haidu, the long-legged beauty behind Onogi, couldn't help covering her face, feeling very ashamed. However, Onagi's softness made a good start, giving Terumi Mei and Chiyo a step down. We Sunagakure joined. Chiyo was the first to express his opinion. We Kurigakure also joined. Terumi Mei suddenly raised her hand and said, and I also know a little information about that masked man. What information? Hearing this, Tianmen immediately set their sights on Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei said slowly with a serious expression, his Sharingan pupils are very powerful, reaching the level of being able to control Jinchuriki because our fourth Mizukage is controlled by him with illusion. Sharingan. Control Jinchuriki. Masked man. As if remembering something, Tsunade changed his expression and said, I also remembered that more than 10 years ago the Nine Tails rebellion broke out in Konoha. This Nine Tails riot was not an accident, it was man-made. And the person who created this Nine Tails chaos is a masked man with a Sharingan. What? The expressions of Onoki and the others also changed suddenly and their hearts suddenly became heavy. The Nine Tails rebellion more than 10 years ago was not an accident, nor was it caused by the extinct Uchiha clan but by a masked man with a Sharingan. Moreover, this masked man used illusion to control 4th Mizukage, but he was not the Uchiha Naraku of the 4 families who wiped out Konoha a few years ago. In addition, the leader of the Akatsuki organization who owns Rinnegan. There are so many ruthless characters hidden in this ninja world. Thinking of this, Onoki and others became more determined to attack the Akatsuki organization. The current situation is too unfavorable for them and it is impossible not to join. If you don't join, then the next battle will be the battle between Konoha Cloud Shinobi Village and Akatsuki. No matter who wins or loses, it will affect the structure of the entire ninja world. If Konoha and Cloud Shinobi Village win, the 8-tailed beasts must belong to them. Even if their 3 major ninja villages join forces to launch and attack Konoha, and Cloud Shinobi Village, whose overall strength is the strongest, will not be afraid at all. Instead, their relationship will change from a temporary ally to a real ally. At that time, wait until Liu Sheng succeeds 6th Hokage. As long as he has a little ambition to conquer the ninja world, the first person he uses to perform surgery is Tsunagaku or Iwagakure. If the opponent's strength really reaches the level of the 2nd Senju Hashirama, he will become the new ninja god. Then it is impossible for other ninja villages to be his opponents. When he solves the other ninja villages, sooner or later it will be the turn of the Water Country and Kurigakure, who are not in the ninja continent. On the other hand, the Shao organization won and the situation was also unfavorable to them. Facing a terrorist organization that can defeat the 2 strongest ninja villages and has 9-tailed beasts, their ending may be even more tragic than the victory of Konoha and Cloud Shinobi Village. Therefore they must join the crusade against the Akatsuki organization. With the statement of the 3 Onogi, the 5 great ninja villages temporarily established an ally relationship under the witness of Mifune, the country of iron. After they go back to organize a ninja coalition army that is different from the original book, and a ninja world war that is different from the original book will also break out at any moment. Without Gaara's speech in the original book, the 5 great ninja villages who have experienced 3 ninja world wars in just a few decades would not be able to let go of their hatred for each other. Even on the battlefield, they will not trust the ninjas of other ninja villages and may even take the opportunity to retaliate. Therefore, if the 4th Ninja World War breaks out, it will definitely be fought by oneself. Moreover, Uchiha Obito did not come out to explain the purpose of collecting tailed beasts in this 5 cages meeting. He just thought that the Akatsuki organization was at worst the Iron Country that ruled the ninja world and did not choose to join the war as in the original book. And those small countries and small ninja villages will definitely not participate in the war. After all, the masters of the ninja world are the 5 major countries. Whoever becomes the ruler of the ninja world is the same for weak people like them. For this situation, Liu Sheng is very satisfied. It's good to be unfamiliar. When I become the apex of 6 paths, have no fear and the power to deal with the Otsutsuki brothers, I will reshuffle the ninja world. If everyone has friendship on the battlefield, it will not be convenient to reshuffle the cards. If you play yourself, you will not only feel no guilt when you shuffle the cards, but your ninjas will cheer instead. So after the 5 cages meeting ended, Liu Sheng put one hand on Tsunade and Hinata's fragrant shoulders and took them to teleport back to Konoha. The rest of the 5 shadows also left the Iron Country with their guards and returned to the village to organize ninja troops. At the same time, on a cliff near the sea, Huang Quan, who was contacted by the ring, also met Uchiha Obito. At this time the image of Uchiha Obito has changed a lot. Of Lee's. I saw that he who was originally wearing the Uzumaki one-eyed mask had already changed into the same Sengoyu Rinnegan mask as in the original book. He was wearing a dark blue robe with purple and red eyes exuding an astonishing glare. Looking into these eyes, even Jonin, who has experienced many battles, will feel icy cold. It looks like that guy Pain is dead. However, Huang Quan didn't feel it at all and just said with a little pity, "It's a pity. I have been looking for his body for the past few years, and then I wanted to find that guy Uchiha Naraku and me to kill him, but I didn't expect to be preempted by you. Step up and..." 11. After finishing speaking, Huang Quan sat cross-legged on the ground without caring about the image, looked at Uchiha Obito standing in front of him and asked, "Then you a descendant of Uchiha Madara or a disciple and chess piece of Uchiha Madara? How to find? What can I do?" Uchiha Obito, who was about to open his mouth to seize the initiative, suddenly shuddered. However, on his surface he imitated Uchiha Madara's tone and said in a low voice, "You guessed wrong. I am Uchiha Madara." Chapter 134. Huang Quan's mockery. Uchiha Obito's identity exposed. 134-181. Chapter 134. Huang Quan's mockery. Uchiha Obito's identity exposed. PFF. Ha ha ha. As soon as Uchiha Obito said this, Huang Quan couldn't help but burst out laughing, then pointed at Uchiha Obito out of breath, and Kakuzu's eyes seemed to be overflowing with tears. "Your words, you have contracted me today. Joke. ... What's so funny?" Uchiha Obito asked flatly. In fact, Uchiha Obito's heart was full of astonishment at this moment. Huang Quan's attitude clearly means that he is very sure that he is not Uchiha Madara. But except for Black White Zetsu, it is impossible for anyone in this world to know his identity. Combined with the knowledge learned from Uchiha Madara and the information provided by the Black White Zetsu, Uchiha Obito with Mangekyo Sharingan is perfectly capable of playing Uchiha Madara. And his camouflage vest did succeed in deceiving Uchiha Itachi and Nagato. So how did he expose his flaws? Of course it's to laugh at your poor imitation. And Huang Quan also mocked Uchiha Obito unceremoniously and asked with a playful smile, "Boy, from the moment you appeared in front of me holding the Uchiha flame fan, I knew you were not Uchiha Madara. The reason why I'm sure you're not Uchiha Madara is not your Mangekyo Sharingan, not eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, eyes can be transplanted at any time. So do you know how I'm 100% sure you're not Uchiha Madara's? Uchiha Obito fell into silence as if waiting for Huang Quan's next words and then resolved the other parties' evidence, according to 640's situation. Black-White Zetsu, who was hiding in the dark, is also very curious about Huang Quan's next words. Not through Mangekyo Sharingan, then by what method did he determine that Uchiha Obito must not be Uchiha Madara? And Huang Quan's next words made Black-White Zetsu feel stunned, and he deeply agreed. I saw Huang Quan pointing to Uchiha Obito's three-god Jade Rinnegan mask, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The reason why I say your imitation is poor is because of this mask. Wearing this mask may increase your sense of mystery. With Mangekyo Sharingan, those little devils who have never passed through the Sengoku period will either believe your identity or have doubts about your identity. But you're just a kid who hasn't experienced the Sengoku period. As long as you have experienced the Sengoku period and understood the true character of Uchiha Madara, you will understand why the Uchiha clan is called an arrogant clan. Because Uchiha Madara is a man who interprets what is domineering and arrogant. Finally, Huang Quan looked at Uchiha Obito with disdain and at the same time gave Uchiha Madara a very high evaluation. If it is Uchiha Madara, then even if he is old, his face is full of wrinkles or even disfigured, he will definitely not wear a mask because he is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito remained silent, but there was a shock AHBD in his heart. In the short time just now, Uchiha Obito thought about many possibilities. Huang Quan saw through his identity and determined that he was not the possibility of Uchiha Madara. One is probing. Huang Quan may want to bluff him, let him accidentally reveal his flaws and take the initiative to expose his identity. The second is contact. Huang Quan may have met Uchiha Madara during the Sengoku period and may even have been a member of the Uchiha family during the Sengoku period. He has contacted Uchiha Madara many times and knows Uchiha Madara very well. The third is intelligence. Just like White Zetsu, who has the Mayfly technique, Huang Quan, who can create an unknown number of soul clones, knows many secrets that he does not know. But Uchiha Obito didn't expect that Huang Quan could see through his identity just through a mask and determined that he was definitely not Uchiha Madara. It turns out, Uchiha Madara was like this in the eyes of those people in the Sengoku period. For a moment Uchiha Obito couldn't refute at all, and his silence again is tantamount to admitting that he is not Uchiha Madara. This also means that Uchiha Obito will lose the initiative in the next negotiation. I am not Uchiha Madara. Quote, realizing that he was powerless to refute, Uchiha Obito no longer continued to pretend to be Uchiha Madara but took the initiative to say, I am the Uchiha Madara incarnation, who inherits his will, and I am the dead soul of Uchiha walking in the ninja world. It's too esoteric and I'm too lazy to think about it. Huang Quan waved his hand and said straight to the point, just tell me, what do you want me to do? Huang Quan's lack of face made Uchiha Obito remain silent for a few seconds, but he still didn't do anything but endured it and said slowly, although Nagato is dead, I still want to continue to implement the Tail Beast project, so I want you to help me catch the last 8 tails and 9 tails. Quote, yes, anyway, for me it doesn't matter who I work for. Huang Quan nodded cheerfully at first, then looked at Uchiha Obito with interest and asked, but what reward can you give me? What do you want? Uchiha Obito did not directly use the corpses of Nagato and Uchiha Itachi as a reward but looked at Huang Quan and asked, the reason why I joined the Akatsuki organization is that Pain agreed to my conditions, and my conditions are. Huang Quan stared at Uchiha Obito's left eye and said, if he dies then his body and soul and Rinnegan are mine. As if he knew what Huang Quan was going to say next, Uchiha Obito interrupted directly, the corpse can be given to you, you just need to do it yourself, but Rinnegan can't because I only have this one. Why only one? Where did the other go? Huang Quan also showed doubts very cooperatively and looked at Uchiha Obito suspiciously. The other is in the hand of Konoha's wood-style ninja Liu Sheng. Uchiha Obito explained. Not long ago Nagato led Pen 6 paths to invade Konoha, but it didn't take long before he entered the land of fire and was discovered by Liu Sheng with amazing perception, and the other party used the method of completely restraining Kido to absorb ninjutsu, wood-style and fairy art, defeated Pain 6 paths. If I hadn't arrived in time, Nagato's Rinnegan and corpse would have fallen into the opponent's hands. It's also because that wood-style ninja is too powerful that I ask you to help. I see. Quote, Huang Quan was stunned for a moment and then said solemnly, Senju Hashirama's wood-style is indeed a very troublesome thing. I have always wanted to get the body of the ninja god, and I even used Hashirama cells to produce its Impure World reincarnation, but I found that Senju Hashirama of Impure World reincarnation, his wood style is not even 1/10 of what it was in life. Quote, after my research I found that the strongest is not wood style at all but the person Senju Hashirama, or his body and chakra. Wood style can be developed to defeat Pain, who has Rinnegan. It seems that the blood of the wood style kid is indeed a descendant of the Senju family. He also inherited the sage body of the Senju family. Chakra is amazing, not Uchiha Naraku's collection of miracles. The overall wood style can be compared. Uchiha nodded and said, indeed the amount of chakra of that kid is at least 100 times that of mine. It's like a humanoid tailed beast. Wood style Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan actually appeared in this era at the same time. Tisk tisk. What a runaway era. After Huang Quan clicked his tongue in amazement, he said to Uchiha Obito, I don't need Rinnegan, but if you want to negotiate with me you need to hand over Pain's body to me first and then you will be paid separately. Uchiha Obito did not refuse this time and used Kamui very readily and released the Nagato body hidden in the Kamui space. Looking at this scrawny corpse, Huang Quan immediately looked disgusted and then said the truth inadvertently. The main body is actually a sick child and he is also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan with a sage body. This pair of Rinegons will not be an accident of Uchiha Madara got it and transplanted it to Pen. I have lived for so many years and I have never heard of the Uzumaki family having Rinnegan or, these eyes are the power of heaven and they will randomly appear on a certain person in a certain era. Hearing Huang Quan's first words, Uchiha Obito and Black White Zetsu were slightly startled. They didn't breathe a sigh of relief until they heard the second sentence. Especially Uchiha Obito, the fear of Huang Quan has reached its peak. These old monsters from the Sengoku period really didn't have a simple thing. Chapter 135, The Arrival of Good News Waiting for 4 Years of Great Harvest. 135-181st. Chapter 135, The Arrival of Good News Waiting for 4 Years of Great Harvest. Then tell me about my reward. After putting away Nagato's body, Huang Quan said to Uchiha Obito, I have fought against Liu Sheng the Kid, 4th Hokage, one of my super aces and Gold Flash whose strength is close to its heyday are not his opponents. He also took the opportunity to extract half of Nine Tails from 4th Hokage's body, allowing Nine Tails Jinchuriki to recover to its full body. The opponent's wood style and sealing technique completely restrain my reanimation jutsu and clones. So if you want me to help you deal with Liu Sheng, then unless you pay Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara's corpse as a reward, I'm willing to face that monster. Otherwise I will only help you deal with 8 Tails Jinchuriki or 9 Tails Jinchuriki, and the reward is their corpses and souls, and a corpse that is equal to or not much different from their strength is my reward. That is to say, if you want me to help you capture or kill a target of any level, you must pay the corpse corresponding to the target level as a reward. Regarding Huang Quan's request, Uchiha Obito just thought about it and nodded in agreement. Because Huang Quan's request is not too much after all, if there is no extra reward then Huang Quan can hunt 8 Tails Jinchuriki and 9 Tails Jinchuriki by himself. If Huang Quan had the strength to kill 8 Tails Jinchuriki and 9 Tails Jinchuriki, then their corpses would naturally be his own. So hunting by himself and helping Uchiha Obito capture the 2 Jinchuriki are the same for Huang Quan. Therefore if Uchiha Obito wants to hire Huang Quan to help, he really needs to pay extra. And Huang Quan's reward is to ask for a corpse of a strong man whose rank is equal to that of 8 Tails Jinchuriki and 9 Tails Jinchuriki, which is also very reasonable. After all, to offer a reward on a person in the black market, one needs to pay the corresponding amount of money. Compared with money, as long as Huang Quan has a corpse that is of little use to him, it is a profit for Uchiha Obito. Thus the two officially reached a cooperation. But at this time Uchiha Obito suddenly said, if there is no corpse corresponding to the level, can I pay you with the white Zetsu avatar as a reward? The white thing? Huang Quan showed a thoughtful face at first, then shook his head and said, no, that kind of thing is really amazing. It can even make up for the shortcomings of reanimation jutsu, but that's all. I only need to use these white gadgets when I use trump cards, so there is not much demand for this kind of white gadgets. I haven't used up what you gave me last time. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito nodded and then used Kamui again, took out a coffin from the Kamui space and said to Huang Quan, this is the corpse of Uchiha Itachi. I will look for another corpse of the same level as him. 8 Tails Jinchuriki and 9 Tails Jinchuriki will be handed over to you and I will deal with Liu Sheng. Looking at the coffin in front of him, Huang Quan suddenly said, I said why can't I find Uchiha Itachi's body, so it's with you. Uchiha Obito didn't speak but complained in his heart, nonsense, if you don't hide him wouldn't it be cheaper for you guy? In the original book Uchiha Obito just took away Uchiha Itachi's eyes, leaving Uchiha Sasuke to upgrade Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the body of Uchiha Itachi, it was handed over to Uchiha Sasuke. However, not long after Uchiha Sasuke buried Uchiha Itachi, Yakushi Kabuto came to rob the grave. In this life Uchiha Obito did not hand over Uchiha Itachi's body to Uchiha Sasuke himself but persuaded Uchiha Sasuke to let Uchiha Itachi's coffin be placed in his Kamui space. The reason why Uchiha Obito persuaded Uchiha Sasuke is Huang Quan, the old monster. I heard that there is a tomb robber in the Akatsuki organization that is more disgusting than Orochimaru. He likes to steal the corpses of strong people from all walks of life, either for impure world reincarnation or to create his own soul clone. Uchiha Sasuke, who didn't want Uchiha Itachi to die and whose body was defiled by others, directly put Uchiha Itachi's body in the Kamui space and didn't choose to pack it with a storage scroll and carry it with him. Of course Uchiha Obito will not tell Liu Sheng this. After the two reached a cooperation, they began to prepare for the capture of 8 Tails Jinchuriki and 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Huang Quan prepares the chess pieces and Uchiha Obito continues to play Uchiha Madara, ready to go, convince the members of Akatsuki to work for him. At the same time Uchiha Obito also intends to persuade Uchiha Sasuke to transplant Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan and become the new Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan owner. If Uchiha Sasuke had the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he would be a huge force in this capture. With his help Uchiha Obito will have more confidence when facing Huang Quan and Liu Sheng. After all, Uchiha Obito has not forgotten that behind Huang Quan there is also Uchiha Naraku, who is called a collection of miracles. In the process of convincing the Akatsuki organization and Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Obito quickly learned the result of the 5 shadow talks through White Zetsu's mouth. After learning that the 5 great ninja villages had established a temporary alliance and planned to join forces to defeat the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Obito felt pressured, but he also felt that this was an opportunity. There are 10000 white Zetsu in the Ghetto statue as well as the S-level rebellious ninja organized by Akatsuki and the two powers of Uchiha Sasuke and Huang Quan. It is not that our side does not have the experience of World War I. And taking advantage of the outbreak of the war, 100,000 white Zetsu and impure world reincarnation powerhouses lured away the fighting power of the 5 major ninja villages, and even Liu Sheng the wood-style ninja himself and Huang Quan arrested 8 Tails Jinchuriki and 9 Tails Jinchuriki, saying it may not be smoother than imagined. 0. Seeking flowers. As long as you catch Killer Bee and Naruto, extract the tail beasts from their bodies and then become 10 Tails Jinchuriki yourself, then this war is your own victory. As a result, Uchiha Obito hastened to recruit the members of the Akatsuki organization. Just when Uchiha Obito was acting, the 5 great ninja village also started to act. As soon as the 5 shadows returned to the village, they immediately stopped the task system and issued a summoning order. Except for the ninja who was responsible for protecting the daimyo, all the ninjas who went out to perform tasks and guard the border need to return to the village as quickly as possible. Then with the help of Chakra TV, the 5 Kages continued to conduct the online version of the 5 Kages talks in the form of video discussing how to crusade against the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade shared the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization and the identity information of the leader of the Akatsuki organization. The base camp of this terrorist organization is in Rain Shinobi village, and the leader of the Akatsuki organization has secretly killed Hanzo of the Salamander many years ago and replaced this demigod as the Rain Shinobi village god. The 5 Kages, never indecisive in war, immediately decided to lay siege to Rain Shinobi village. Yes, they will not think about how to avoid harming innocent civilians and attack the Akatsuki organization in a way that will not affect the common people. Instead, they are going to wipe Rain Shinobi village and Akatsuki from the ninja world map, just like Uzumaki Hidden Village did decades ago. This is the ruthlessness of a big country. As long as it threatens oneself, it will be solved by all means. Uchiha Madara has seen through this kind of human nature, so he will not think that there is real peace in this world. He wants to launch infinite Tsukuyomi to directly cut off this cause and effect so that everyone can have their own happiness in their dreams. Liu Sheng also doesn't think there is such a thing as peace. Or in other words, as long as he becomes the apex of 6 paths and becomes an immortal, there will be real peace in this world. Therefore Liu Sheng very much approves of what the 5 shadows did. Therefore the battlefield of the 4th Ninja World War in this life may also change. The battlefield of the 4th Ninja World War in the original book is at the intersection of the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder. And the battlefield of the 4th Ninja World War in this life is very likely to be in the Land of Rain or even Rain Shinobi Village. Just when the 5 great ninja villages recalled all the ninjas, Sheng suddenly received a piece of good news. This good news is that the seeds he planted 4 years ago have finally grown fruit and ushered in a huge harvest. This huge harvest is exactly Uchiha Madara died. Chapter 136. The vital piece, Uchiha Madara's corpse arrived. 136-181. Chapter 136. The vital piece, Uchiha Madara's corpse arrived. 4 years ago Liu Sheng first wore Uchiha Naraku's dark vest and obtained the cells of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama from Orochimaru's hand. At that time Liu Sheng's strength, apart from Onoki and Pain 6 paths, could not find many opponents in the ninja world. Therefore there is no need for Liu Sheng to hide his identity. He can rob Orochimaru openly and even swallow Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. But Liu Sheng did not do that. Instead he deliberately used the wood clone technique to disguise his height, put on a mask to cover his face, and exposed Sharingan wood-style adamantine ceiling chains and Yamanaka in front of Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. A family of secrets. And the reason why he did this is not only for the 2 vests of Huang Quan and Uchiha Naraku but also for training Yakushi Kabuto. The purpose of leaving Orochimaru to cultivate Yakushi Kabuto is precisely for the great harvest at this moment. As early as the beginning of 067, Liu Sheng had already sent out his own wood clone using Wuchen Mihan and Mayfly technique and had been hiding in secret to monitor Yakushi Kabuto. Especially after Uchiha Sasuke killed Orochimaru, the wood clone sent by Liu Sheng to monitor Yakushi Kabuto changed from 1 to 2. So during this period of time Liu Sheng actually witnessed the evolution of Yakushi Kabuto with his own eyes. From an elite jonin with limited potential to a monster who has mastered the magic of Ruchi Cave, there are also tomb robbers all over the world, and he uses reanimation jutsu to plant a number of chess pieces. At the same time there is also Black Zetsu's secret guidance, all of which were completely noticed by Liu Sheng. Seeing that the 5 major ninja villages have united and may besiege Rain Shinobi Village at any time, even if they are not in Rain Shinobi Village they will be searched all over the world. Black Zetsu thinks it is time to start Plan B and let Uchiha Madara come out to control the field in person. So under the secret guidance of Black Zetsu, Yakushi Kabuto successfully found Uchiha Madara's body and has already transformed the body of his opponent Zebo Madara. Seeing that Yakushi Kabuto finally got the body of Uchiha Madara, would clone immediately passed the good news to the main body. Therefore Liu Sheng, who had just received the good news, immediately separated a wood clone to stay in Konoha and the main body teleported to the secret base. Then skillfully arranged the barrier, Liu Sheng sat cross-legged on the ground. After a while a blue spirit body emerged from the top of Liu Sheng's head, turned into a blue and white streamer, penetrated the building where the underground base was located and quickly disappeared into the sky like a shooting star. If someone who has experienced the Second Ninja World War is here and sees this scene, he must think that someone is performing a spiritualization technique. After all, during the Second Ninja World War, apart from Konoha Sannin and Konoha Baya, who were the protagonists, the most dazzling one was Kato Dan, who mastered the spirit technique. The opponent relied on this S-level soul forbidden technique to kill countless enemies on the battlefield and made great military exploits. Just like the most famous ninjutsu of the Third Ninja War, Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Lingua technique is the most famous ninjutsu in the Second Ninja World War. But this blue and white streamer is not a spiritualization technique but Liu Sheng's soul-splitting technique. Spiritualization technique is to let your whole soul out of your body. The soul-splitting technique, similar to the shadow clone that splits chakra, only consumes Liu Sheng's soul power. If the created soul clone is relatively weak, then Liu Sheng only needs to devour some life forms and the consumed soul power can be recovered immediately. However, the soul clone created by Liu Sheng this time was stronger than Huang Quan, consuming nearly 1/5 of his soul power. And Liu Sheng's purpose of creating such a powerful soul clone is to seize Yakushi Kabuto and turn Yakushi Kabuto into his soul clone. The corpses of Yakushi Kabuto and Uchiha Madara both are crucial pawns in Liu Sheng's plan, able to help him deal with the 1 in 10,000 chance of the Otsutsuki brothers appearing. Therefore, Liu Sheng did not go directly to devour Yakushi Kabuto but deliberately created a soul clone stronger than Huang Quan to seize Yakushi Kabuto's body and turn Yakushi Kabuto into his soul clone. Just like Kato Dan's spiritualization technique, the soul clone moves very fast except for the first time when it flies out of the underground base. No one can see the spirit except for a blue and white streamer. Even Yakushi Kabuto, who was transforming Uchiha Madara's body in the laboratory, didn't notice anything, and his body was invaded by the soul clone, ignoring all obstacles. Like the supreme power of rules in the refining space, Yakushi Kabuto's soul was instantly defeated by an external soul power, and then this soul power directly occupied his body, replacing the Yakushi Kabuto, his. Yakushi Kabuto, who has learned the magic of Ruchi Cave, is an undoubted cage-level powerhouse. Even among the ranks of cage-level powerhouses, they are also the most apex ones. But like this, he was still easily killed by Liu Sheng's soul clone. It's not that Yakushi Kabuto's soul is too weak, but Liu Sheng's soul is too strong. Even this soul clone only consumed 1/5 of Liu Sheng's soul power. After all, except for a few people, everyone's soul strength is at the same level. The powerhouse is below the 6 paths level except for Uchiha Madara, who owns Rinnegan. Other powerhouses, even the soul of Senju Hashirama, will not be much bigger than the common people. If his soul is strong enough, he can break free from reanimation jutsu at any time when Konoha collapses the plan. But neither Senju Hashirama nor Senju Tobarama, they can't break free from Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu. On the other hand, Liu Sheng is the most special existence in this world. With the ability to devour every time he devours a complete living person, his soul strength will be slightly improved. Liu Sheng, who has devoured countless powerful people over the years and some of Shinigami's spiritual bodies, his soul is not only powerful enough to produce mutations but also derived the soul secret technique of soul split technique. It is also so powerful that it is below the 6 paths level except for Uchiha Madara, who can also absorb souls and can kill anyone with soul clones. 3.7 Therefore, Yakushi Kabuto didn't even realize that his soul was defeated by Liu Sheng's soul clone and would be absorbed and assimilated by the soul clone. After Liu Sheng recovers the soul clone by swallowing, Yakushi Kabuto's soul will be refined into pure soul power, increasing Liu Sheng's soul strength, and he will not even have the chance to enter the world of the dead. But now the soul clone that absorbed and assimilated Yakushi Kabuto's soul power captured his body and also captured his memory seems to be no different from the real Yakushi Kabuto. Even if Black Zetsu appeared here, there was no flaw at all. Naturally, the body of Uchiha Madara was obtained without any difficulty. Looking at the dead body of Uchiha Madara lying on the operating table transformed into the soul clone of Yakushi Kabuto, he couldn't help imitating Yakushi Kabuto, stuck out his tongue and then started to act. Chapter 137. Swallow Uchiha Madara Kill Naruto. 137 181st. Chapter 137. Swallow Uchiha Madara Kill Naruto. I saw that the soul avatar continued to transform Uchiha Madara's body according to the steps in Yakushi Kabuto's memory, allowing it to gradually recover from a dead wood-like old man's body to its youthful state at its peak. If you look closely, you will find 2 large and small containers next to the operating table. And these 2 containers contain different things impressively. One of them is white's liquid and its ingredients are amazingly from the absolute doppelganger. The other is green's fluid, which contains Hashirama cells. To avoid surprises, Orochimaru actually didn't put all Hashirama cells in the storage scroll but stored them in batches, which made it cheaper for Yakushi Kabuto and also for Uchiha Madara's corpse. The white Zetsu avatar and the Hashirama cells work together, and Uchiha Madara's lifeless old body slowly becomes younger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like in the 4th Ninja War in the original book, when Nagato absorbed Killer Bee's chakra, his body instantly changed from an old body with white hair to a peak state with red hair. After finishing the reconstruction of Uchiha Madara's body, Yakushi Kabuto removed a bit of his body tissue with a scalpel and then put Uchiha Madara's body into the coffin and performed a spell to sink the coffin into the bottom of the ground. In the eyes of the white Zetsu avatar hiding in the dark, Yakushi Kabuto has completed the transformation of Uchiha Madara's corpse and can bring Tetsubo Madara and Pure World Reincarnation out at any time. As for removing Uchiha Madara's body tissue, it should be to study Uchiha Madara's power. As everyone knows, it's just the opposite. Yakushi Kabuto took down Uchiha Madara's body not to study Uchiha Madara's power but to use it for Impure World Reincarnation Baujibo Madara. I saw that. Yakushi Kabuto deliberately cut the removed body tissue into several parts, one of which was put in a medicine bottle stored in a storage scroll, and then put the storage scroll back into a certain box. After drawing the attention of the White Zetsu clone away, a wood clone who used the Mayfly technique like the White Zetsu clone quietly took the storage scroll, and then a Flying Thunder God technique came to the underground base and handed the storage scroll to Liu Sheng. After receiving the storage scroll from wood clone, Liu Sheng will open it immediately. After taking out the body tissue of Uchiha Madara inside, Liu Sheng first used the wood clone technique to camouflage and then teleported to an alley in a small ninja village, randomly captured a ninja with chakra, and another teleportation moved back to the underground base. Reanimation Jutsu. Next, Liu Sheng put Uchiha Madara's tissue onto the ninja's body and performed reanimation jutsu. The ninja was turned into a mummy as endless dust appeared out of thin air. Soon Uchiha Madara covered in cracks appeared in front of Liu Sheng. Almost as soon as the mummy showed the appearance of Uchiha Madara, Liu Sheng and wood clone appeared in front of him instantly. I saw that wood clone put his hand on Uchiha Madara's body, absorbed Uchiha Madara's chakra, used the fake technique to imitate his own chakra breath into Uchiha Madara's appearance, and left the underground base with a Flying Thunder God technique. After wood clone left, Liu Sheng also used the devouring hand to inhale Uchiha Madara's impure world reincarnation body into the refining space. Without immediately feeling the changes in his body, Liu Sheng clasped his hands together, condensed a transparent white square crystal, and then released a cylindrical beam of light, blasting the entire underground base into ashes and wiped out all the traces left by him. At the moment when the explosion exploded, Liu Sheng's body appeared in another underground base in a teleportation. Sitting on a chair, Liu Sheng began to feel the changes in his body. I saw that the body of Uchiha Madara's impure world reincarnation had just entered the refining space, and his soul was instantly refined into endless molecules by the power of the supreme rule. His resurrection plan fell through completely, and the pupil power contained in the soul has become Liu Sheng's nutrient, speeding up Rinnegan's evolution. Nice, speeding up the evolution of the Rinnegan. After devouring Otsutsuki Sharon and making up for the shortcomings of the immortal body, Liu Sheng not only got the Tenseigen but also the yin and yang forces in his body have begun to fuse, and another 6 paths calendar is being derived. However, the derivation speed of this 6 paths power is not as good as the Tenseigen, who swallowed the huge Tenseigen and completed 3 fetal movements in only 1 week. Liu Sheng only has ultimate yang power but not ultimate yin power, so his Mangekyo Sharingan needs a lot of time to evolve into Rinnegan. Of course, if Liu Sheng obtains powerful yin power, it can speed up the evolution of Rinnegan just like swallowing the giant Tenseigen. And in this world there are 2 people who possess the ultimate yin power. One is Uchiha Sasuke of the last Indra reincarnation, and the other is Uchiha Madara of the previous Indra reincarnation. Especially Uchiha Madara, who was the second of the Otsutsuki hybrid descendants to have the presence of Rinnegan. Devouring his soul, Liu Sheng's Rinnegan evolution speed will be shortened by more than half. Really, after Liu Sheng devoured Uchiha Madara's soul, his eyes suddenly felt slightly cold. The yin-dun chakra, which can be clearly felt, keeps surging out of the brain. However, the eyes did not open uncontrollably like they evolved into Tenseigen. For this evolutionary speed, Liu Sheng is obviously dissatisfied. It's time to start putting the finishing touches on. Quote, I saw him standing up slowly, whispering like this. As if hearing the voice of the main body, it transformed into the soul clone of Yakushi Kabuto, and the wood clone that absorbed Uchiha Madara chakra cooperated very tacitly to steal Uchiha Madara's body from the coffin and soon send it to Liu Sheng with the Flying Thunder God technique. Liu Sheng skillfully used the devouring hand again to suck Uchiha Madara's body into the refining space. After Uchiha Madara's corpse turned into endless molecules, 413 of which were sent to the Wonquanjin space, Liu Sheng immediately opened Mangekyo Sharingan using the Wonquanjin of the left eye to summon Uchiha Madara's corpse. After the puppet corpse came out, Liu Sheng created a soul clone again, which was used to possess Uchiha Madara's corpse. When Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, he saw that his pair of black eyes, which were the same as the body of impure world reincarnation, had changed into the shape of Rinnegan. In addition to not being able to use the exclusive pupil technique, the wheel tomb, the Uchiha Madara possessed by the soul clone is the same as the dirt Madara and can use all the abilities of Uchiha Madara, except that there is no infinite chakra of the dirt Madara. Seeing Uchiha Madara open his eyes, the sleepy avatar immediately stepped forward. I saw Uchiha Madara reached out and grabbed wood clone's neck, absorbing wood clone's chakra. Chakra, who had been disguised as a technique, quickly assimilated the chakra from Liu Sheng in the body of Uchiha Madara. Even if Black Zetsu appeared in front of Uchiha Madara, there was no flaw at all. Since even Black Zetsu can't see the slightest flaw, then Sage of 6 Paths shouldn't be able to see any flaw either. First impure world reincarnation, Uchiha Madara took a lot of trouble, then devoured the other party's soul, then stole Uchiha Madara's body and devoured it, and finally created a soul clone to become Uchiha Madara. Liu Sheng, who made the whole process extremely complicated, finally revealed his finishing plan. Go kill Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, weaken the power of Sage of 6 Paths. Chapter 138. The Sage of 6 Paths weakened, war breaks out. 138-181st. Chapter 138. The Sage of 6 Paths weakened, war breaks out. Yes, the process of Liu Sheng devouring Uchiha Madara, the reason why he made it so complicated was to kill Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke and weaken the power of Sage of 6 Paths. Liu Sheng, who has an extremely cautious personality, considers that he devoured 10 tails, obtained the strength of the 6 Paths level apex, and then reshuffled the ninja world. Brothers Otsutsuki Yuya and Otsutsuki Hamura do not approve of their actions. There is a 1-in-1 possibility after returning from the world of the dead to the world of the living to stop himself. Liu Sheng was already ready to go to war with the brothers. Especially Six Paths Planetary Devastation, the ultimate sealing technique, made Liu Sheng draw Otsutsuki Yuya as his worst enemy. Even with the apex strength of Six Paths level, Liu Sheng will not underestimate Otsutsuki Yuya, who only has one soul body left. Otherwise I will become the second Otsutsuki Kagaya anytime. Therefore, in addition to devouring 10 tails, Liu Sheng's finishing plan is to kill Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke so that they can get the Otsutsuki Yuya who has been upgraded to the rice level. And Otsutsuki Yuya who divides power between Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke will definitely be weakened. This is why Liu Sheng deliberately made Uchiha Madara into a soul clone. If Uchiha Madara personally killed Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, then Otsutsuki Yuya would definitely take over his own family affairs. But if Liu Sheng killed Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, then Otsutsuki Yuya may not help Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, but decided to observe Liu Sheng, an outsider, to see if he is a danger to the ninja world. If Liu Sheng disagrees with Otsutsuki Yuya's ideas, then even his own mother concealed the filial son for thousands of years, and he will definitely find a chance to get rid of Liu Sheng, a dangerous element. So whether it is to weaken the power of Sage of Six Paths or to become the savior of the ninja world loved by all, Liu Sheng cannot kill Naruto with his own hands. In this way the task of killing Mingzuo can only be handed over to Huang Quan, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara. Only in this way the three brothers Otsutsuki Yuya, Otsutsuki Hamura and Black Zetsu will fall into Liu Sheng's trap. After creating the soul clone, Uchiha Madara, and giving him finishing instructions, Liu Sheng teleported back to Konoha's home. As for Uchiha Madara, he used the wooden transformation technique to transform his body into the cracked appearance of the Impure World Reincarnation's body, plus those black eyes that are the same as the Impure World Reincarnation's body. There is no flaw at all. After disguising, Uchiha Madara teleported back to the coffin prepared by Yakushi Kabuto, waiting for the call of Yakushi Kabuto, and then began to complete the task arranged by the main body. At that time I believe it will come soon. A few days later, in the blink of an eye. In the past few days the 5 major ninja villages have recalled all the ninjas who went out and deployed and divided each unit. Since they fought themselves, the 5 cages and the staff, like the previous ninja wars, were responsible for sitting in their own villages. The guards are responsible for protecting the daimyo, escorting the daimyo to the shelter specially prepared for them, preventing the enemy from attacking the daimyo or using the daimyo to blackmail them. The frontline troops are divided into several divisions. The captains of Konoha's divisions are Liu Sheng, Kakashi and Might Guy Elite Jonin with the strongest throne. Hinata, Shongalin, Ino and others are all in Liu Sheng's team. Even Naruto and Haruno Sakura were in Liu Sheng's unit, not on Kakashi's side where they directed Jonin. Yes, Naruto also joined the battle. Knowing that Akatsuki's target is Naruto Tsunade, she actually wanted to hide Naruto just like the original book. However, after listening to Liu Sheng's suggestion, Tsunade also changed his mind and arranged Naruto under Liu Sheng's command. And Liu Sheng's suggestion is very simple, that is, after the war begins the opponent will definitely try their best to find the trace of Naruto. The enemy also has space-time ninjutsu that is more convenient than the Flying Thunder God technique. Maybe they will take advantage of the outbreak of the war and lead people into Konoha to arrest Naruto. At that time, even if he returns to Konoha in time, he will still fight the enemy in Konoha. In this way he will be tied up and unable to protect Naruto. Naruto's 9 Tails mode can't bring out its full combat power either. In this case it is better to let Naruto by his side. After hearing Liu Sheng's words, Han immediately agreed. And she also passed on Liu Sheng's suggestion to 4th Raikage. Because of the video talks in the past few days, there is good news from 4th Raikage. The good news is that his younger brother 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee was not actually captured by the Akatsuki organization. The Killer Bee captured by the Akatsuki organization is just a tentacle clone of 8 Tails Gyuki. Now the Akatsuki organization only has 7-tailed beasts in their hands, and 2 of the strongest tailed beasts are in the hands of the 5 ninja villages. In this way the Akatsuki organization will not focus on Konoha but will disperse its combat power and attack Konoha and Cloud Shinobi village respectively. So after listening to Tsunade's suggestion, 4th Raikage also looked serious. Just as Liu Sheng said, facing the time-space ninjutsu that ignores all barriers, instead of locking Jinchuriki in a refuge or other barriers, it is better to protect them on the battlefield. Therefore 4th Raikage also accepted Tsunade's suggestion and chose to fight against Akatsuki with Killer Bee. Among the 5 shadows like 4th Raikage, those who chose to fight in person include Onoki and Terumi Mei. There is no way there are too few talents in these 2 great ninja villages. Originally Kurigakure has a lot of talents, and the number of blood families is the first among the 5 great ninja villages. But Uchiha Obito vented his hatred on Kurigakure because of the incident of Nohara Rin and played the originally powerful Kurigakure into what he is now. Even if the village of Blood Mist is over, but Kurigakure wants to return to the period of the 3rd Ninja World War. One don't know how many years it will take. The same is true for Onogi. Originally if Lao Zi and Han hadn't disappeared, then the person in charge of leading the team would be Lao Zi Han and his son Huang too. But now to avoid white-haired people sending black-haired people, Onogi chose to fight in person to protect his son and granddaughter. After the deployment, the 5 great ninja villages dispatched perception teams one after another, sneaked into the land of rain from different directions and prepared to find traces of the Akatsuki organization. And Uchiha Obito's side also did not leave the Rain Shinobi village where Nagato is dead and Konan is missing. Because the choice of the 5 great ninja villages to besiege Rain Shinobi village was exactly what he wanted. He is going to use the Land of Rain as a battlefield and use the 100,000 White Zetsu and Impure World Reincarnation troops and the Akatsuki organization to attract the fighting power of the 5 major ninja villages. He and Huang Quan will defeat Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha one by one. Capture the remaining 8 Tails Jinchuriki and 9 Tails Manpower. It rains all year round and out of 365 days at least 300 days are cloudy. The Land of Rain is simply the most suitable place for them to act. Under Uchiha Obito's very friendly persuasion, other members of the Akatsuki organization also arrived at Rain Shinobi Village. Because Shimura Danzo and other wood-leaf moths have been killed by Uchiha Naraku, even their family has been wiped out, which can be regarded as revenge for the Uchiha family. But Uchiha Sasuke still didn't choose to return to Konoha, but he didn't have the idea of destroying Konoha either. I don't know what he is thinking now. After listening to Uchiha Obito's proposal, Uchiha Sasuke chose to transplant Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, wanting to have the same eternal pupil power as Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Naraku. I just don't know whether he will become Uchiha Obito's great power as Uchiha Obito hoped after he obtained the eternal pupil power, or he will choose to betray Uchiha Obito. Just as the preparation and testing stages of the 5 great ninja villages were going on, the sole avatar who became Yakushi Kabuto, like the original Yakushi Kabuto, approached Uchiha Obito and wanted to become Uchiha Obito's ally. As a reward, he wants to get the body of Uchiha Sasuke, fulfilling Orochimaru's long-cherished wish. As for the Yakushi Kabuto that was offered to the door, Uchiha Obito naturally dismissed it just like the original. But after Yakushi Kabuto performed reanimation jutsu and took out the body of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito suddenly turned pale with fright and was full of pressure. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's fear of Yakushi has reached a level beyond Huang Quan. Because no matter how mysterious Huang Quan and Uchiha Naraku are, they are just like themselves, belonging to mice hiding in the sewer. As long as he becomes 10 Tails Jinchuriki, these sewer rats will not be worth mentioning. But Yakushi Kabuto is different. He has a trump card that can threaten his life. Once the opponent activates the consciousness of Uchiha Madara, the spell in his heart will also be activated. Own life will be taken by Uchiha Madara in Yuchen. Therefore Uchiha Obito wanted to kill Yakushi Kabuto immediately, but he didn't dare to do so, so he could only promise Yakushi Kabuto to join them, promising to hand over Uchiha Sasuke to the other party after the war. In fact, Uchiha Obito was preparing to grab the remaining 8 Tails Jinchuriki and 9 Tails Jinchuriki quickly before Yakushi Kabuto activated Uchiha Madara's consciousness and became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki before Uchiha Madara woke up. As long as he becomes 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Madara's spell will be invalid for him and he will be able to jump out of the chessboard and become the existence that dominates everything. Therefore, with the active cooperation of Uchiha Obito, the perception team of the 5 great ninja village quickly collected the desired information. The 4th Ninja War has officially begun. Chapter 139. The chess piece of Huang Quan, the wood style that blows the horn. 139-181st. Chapter 139. The chess piece of Huang Quan, the wood style that blows the horn. The end of April in Konoha 64. On this day, the atmosphere in the ninja world was extremely oppressive. Those small countries that are located around the 5 great nations and the country of rain can often see ninjas from the big countries passing by their side, and the numbers are very alarming. This atmosphere of imminent war caused the daimyos and chiefs of the ninja village in these small countries to feel uneasy, and they couldn't even sleep soundly. Under the undisguised actions of the 5 great ninja villages, the daimyos and nobles of the rain country and even the common people are aware of the existence of a terrorist organization in their country, and now it has become the target of the 5 great ninja villages. In an instant, these daimyos and nobles didn't even want the country and temporarily fled the country of rain. The civilians have also begun to migrate, and these days they have fled the country of rain one after another. Even the villagers of Rain Shinobi Village, many people chose to leave. Because they haven't seen angels for a long time, and their gods have performed miracles. The angel Conan has been the voice of Nagato since Pen 6 Paths killed Hanzo of the Salamander and replaced Hanzo of the Salamander as the leader of Rain Shinobi Village. And Nagato will bring a sunny day to Rain Shinobi Village every week. Over time, in the eyes of the villagers and ninjas of Rain Shinobi Village, whenever the village is sunny, it is their god who is performing divine power. But now at 500 they haven't seen the village clear up for a long time, and the figure of the angel is nowhere to be seen. Although they don't want to admit it, they all know that the angels and gods have disappeared. They may have died or they may have abandoned them. As outsiders brought news that war was about to break out, many villagers who had lost the protection of the gods chose to leave Rain Shinobi Village. In this regard, Uchiha Obito and the Akatsuki organization did not stop them either. There are more than 70,000 ninjas gathered together. Do you think so highly of us? Inside a steel-like building, Huang Quan was arranging his chess pieces. After learning from Black White Zetsu the number of ninjas gathered in the 5 great ninja villages, this time Huang Quan was a little surprised at first and then smiled evilly and said, "So many souls. It seems that this time I can eat enough." Quote, Yakushi Kabuto's side is ready, how about yours? Uchiha Obito asked. My chess pieces are also ready. Huang Quan, who understood the meaning of his words, didn't say any nonsense and directly clapped his hands together on the ground. Reanimation jutsu. Rumbling. The sound of shaking spread throughout the building, and then coffin suddenly rose from the ground. As soon as the coffin was lifted upright, the lids of the coffins fell to the ground at a 90-degree angle. Then the corpses stored in the coffin were all reflected in the eyes of Uchiha Obito and Black-White Zetsu. I saw Huang Quan slowly said, "One tail to 7 tails Jinchuriki and the original 3 tails Jinchuriki Yugura, who was also the 3rd Mizukage and Nagato and 4th Hokage. The rewards you pay me are just its worth so much. Enough is enough." Looking at Nagato, who has regained his red-haired and youthful form with the help of Yakushi Kabuto, and his teacher Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Obito nodded in satisfaction. 1 tail to 7 tails Jinchuriki as well as Nagato and 4th Hokage who are not disabled plus the members of the Akatsuki organization, only cage level and high-end combat power close to cage level there are so many digits. And, Yakushi Kabuto, there are a large number of weak but with a mortal body and infinite chakras and pure world reincarnation army and 100,000 white Zetsu clones. This kind of force can definitely hold back most of the combat power of the 5 great ninja villages. Gone. So Uchiha Obito turned around and walked towards the door and said calmly, "The 4th Ninja World War is starting." As if in response to Uchiha Obito, as the perception team passed all the information collected back to their own village. It was confirmed that the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization and the 5 ninja villages where most of the members were in Rain Shinobi Village issued orders to set off and besiege Rain Shinobi Village. In an instant the 5 batches of ninjas wearing vests of different colors and forehead protectors of different shapes and patterns amounted to more than 75,000 people, all under the leadership of their respective captains and squad leaders from different directions. They surrounded the Kingdom of Rain. In just 2.5 days the ninja troops from the 5 major ninja villages have all arrived in the land of Rain, Hokage, including Kuridakar, which is some distance away from the ninja continent. Although the higher-ups have issued an order not to do anything to ninjas from other ninja villages, you must remember that you must not treat them as companions. After the frontline troops arrived in the land of Rain, the captains headed by Liu Sheng reminded the subordinates behind them one after another, saying, "If you see ninjas from other ninja villages on the road or on the battlefield, you must be vigilant. If you find something is wrong, you will fight back directly." Yes, the people below responded one after another. Very well. The surprise attack team set off first and the mid-range and Zon troops followed us. Kakashi, who served as the captain with a wealth of experience, was appointed immediately. As his words fell, a group of summoning beasts flying ninjas flew over the troops and headed towards Rain Shinobi Village against the pouring rain. On the backs of these flying ninjas each has a very good perception, or the owner of the supercilious Hyuga branch house. Captain Liu Sheng, the captain of Kakashi. There is an astonishing amount of chakra underground tens of kilometers ahead. When the mid-range and close combat troops followed for a while, only one body behind Liu Sheng, who had been releasing Kagura mind eyes Shongolan, suddenly showed a look of horror. I also sensed it. This chakra is very special and common's perception can't detect it at all. Liu Sheng also nodded in agreement and then said to Kakashi with a solemn expression, "Captain Kakashi, notify the surprise attack troops to come back. I will first use wood style to force the enemy out of the ground." Good. Kakashi, who also trusted Kakashi's Kagura heart and eyes, nodded immediately and then notified the members of the Yamanaka clan under his command to use family secrets to contact the surprise attack force ahead. Soon those flying ninjas flew back. Swish. After the surprise attack troops returned, Liu Sheng immediately disappeared into the leading team and disappeared into the rain curtain in just a few blinks of an eye. In the eyes of some ninjas with strong perception, they even saw the amazing chakra, who was quickly leaving them far behind at a very exaggerated speed. Wood style. The tree world comes. Coming to the area where White Zetsu's avatar was lurking, Liu Sheng used Wood style's most famous move to blow the horn of the 4th Ninja World War. Rumbling. As a touch of green buds emerged from the ground, saplings immediately grew out under the water of the rain. Then in just a few seconds these saplings seemed to have entered a time-accelerated space and quickly grew into towering trees hundreds of meters high at a speed visible to the naked eye. The astonishing number of towering trees also occupied the growth space of other saplings in an instant, causing other saplings to lean sideways during the process of spawning, forming a picture of a sea of trees advancing. Seeing that the saplings are still growing and ripening, the area of the tree sea is getting bigger and bigger. Those tree roots that were also rolling under the ground soon lurked underground, either preparing to raid the ninja troops or trying to secretly absorb their chakra. When the ninja troops passed by and then, disguised as a technique, their companions merged into it, and the White Zetsu clone who adopted assassination tactics strangled part of it. Chapter 140. Liu Sheng Naruto vs Nagato Namikaze Minato. 140-181. Chapter 140. Liu Sheng Naruto vs Nagato Namikaze Minato. Seeing some of the White Zetsu clones, they were all mercilessly strangled by the surging tree roots, and the rest of the White Zetsu clones immediately chose to escape without hesitation. Some tried to use the mayfly technique to escape, while others chose to float to the ground and then were submerged by the advancing tree sea. Soon this area full of White Zetsu clones lurking suddenly turned into an astonishing rainforest. After breaking the enemy's ambush with one move, Liu Sheng stood on the edge of the sea of trees waiting for the arrival of the ninja team H. And Kakashi and others didn't keep Liu Sheng waiting and soon led more than 10,000 ninjas to arrive. The Special Chakra is a group of special white creatures. They have the ability to travel underground and change into other people's appearance and chakra's breath. At the end of the plan, Liu Sheng didn't bother to lie about his behavior and directly revealed the ability of the White Zetsu avatar and said to Naruto, "Naruto, activate your Nine Tails mode and use the ability to perceive maliciousness to cover us. If we find that someone is full of malice towards us, then this guy is not the kind of white creature that becomes a spy inserted by the enemy." I see. Naruto nodded earnestly and then his whole body was wrapped in Gold's chakra. After Naruto entered the Nine Tails mode, Liu Sheng looked in the direction of Rain Shinobi Village and said meaningfully, Go on, I sensed a lot of very powerful chakra over there and the Huxia should be waiting for us. Hearing this, Kakashi and other reasonable people all became serious. From the very beginning they were very puzzled. How confident the enemy must be to face the undisguised siege of the 5 major ninja villages and still did not evacuate Rain Shinobi village but prepared to confront it head-on. Where did their confidence come from? Is it because of having the 7-tailed beasts or being a member of the Akatsuki organization, or is it the impure world reincarnation and those white creatures? Thinking of this, Kakashi and others followed behind Liu Sheng and continued towards Rain Shinobi village. When Konoha's ninja troops passed through the rainforest and continued to advance for a certain distance, they encountered the enemy blocking the way again. The enemies blocking the way this time are not the astonishing number of white Zetsu clones but just 2 figures. But these 2 figures made everyone in the ninja army except Liu Sheng, Shongalin and Hinata including Naruto change their expressions in shock. Dad, teacher, 4th Hokage, Master Minato. As various names blurted out, Konoha's ninjas soon discovered that one of the 2 figures is the 4th Hokage, katakana middle dot namikaze Mimon carved on the Hokage rock. When they thought that their opponent would be Konoha Hero's 4th Hokage, everyone's expression suddenly became complicated. Especially Naruto, his face was full of anger. While saving Gaara he had already encountered Namikaze Minato's impure world reincarnation body. But at that time he didn't know that 4th Hokage was his father. But now he already knew his life experience, so he was full of anger towards the man behind the scenes who played with the soul. Be careful, the person next to 4th Hokage is the leader of the Akatsuki organization. At this time Liu Sheng's reminder was like a thunderbolt bombarding everyone's heads. What? Kakashi and other Jonin stared wide-eyed, looking at the inconceivable expression on the face of the red-haired young man next to 4th Hokage. Is he the leader of the Akatsuki organization? Red hair, is it possible that the leader of the Akatsuki organization is also a survivor of the Uzumaki clan like Shongalin? Haruno Sakura looked at the very young Nagato, who didn't look like a youth, more like a teenager, and immediately noticed his beautiful red hair. Etc. Immediately Haruno Sakura and the others stared at the cracks on Nagato's body as if they had discovered something and said in horror, such cracks, such eyes. Isn't this a characteristic of impure world reincarnation? In other words, is the leader of the Akatsuki organization dead? Naruto's expression was full of complexity. Originally when he heard Liu Sheng reveal Nagato's identity, he already wished he could rush out and fight Nagato, the murderer who killed Master, at once. But after hearing that Nagato was dead, Naruto suddenly felt a punch on the cotton and there was nowhere to release the hatred. That's not the point. The point is, the rational Kakashi said solemnly, the leader of the Akatsuki organization is not only dead but has also become a pawn for the enemy to attack the striker. So who is the black hand behind the scenes? Is it the masked man with the Sharingan, or Uchiha Naraku, or someone else? This task is entrusted to you, Captain Kakashi. As if hearing Kakashi's voice, Liu Sheng suddenly formed a seal with one hand, separated a wood clone and said in a deep voice, I have fought against the leader of the Shao organization and the 4th Hokage, and their strength is mine. Like wood-style crowd tactics are pointless monsters. And their target must be Naruto, so Naruto also sent out a shadow clone to follow the troops and the main body stayed with me to deal with the leader of the Akatsuki organization and 4th Hokage. The others continued to move forward. After speaking, Liu Sheng put his hand on Wood Clone's body and carved a Flying Thunder God formula. I see. Naruto is very obedient to Liu Sheng, who he has been unable to defeat and who still helped him obtain this power. So he also resorted to Shadow Clone technique and separated out a Shadow Clone with dozens of cards of chakra. Liu Sheng, Naruto, you guys have to be careful. Kakashi, who has seen Liu Sheng fight with his teacher for 5 days and 5 nights, also knows that weak people like himself are simply cannon fodder in front of them. So there was no reluctance. Instead he left an order to Liu Sheng and Naruto and took a detour with the large army. Oh, Liu Sheng, pay attention to Anyu. Hinata and other women also spoke. Well, it's the same for you. If you encounter any danger, remember to input chakra to Flying Thunder God Kunai immediately. Liu Sheng nodded and reminded. Quote, exclamation mark, quote. The girls of Hinata responded one after another. After the large army made a detour, only Liu Sheng and Naruto were left in the barren land outside the rainforest, and Nagato and Namikaze Minato, who were walking slowly towards this side, did not attack the large army. Naruto, do you know the ability of Pen 6 Paths? Liu Sheng asked suddenly. Of course, Naruto said in a deep voice. Then you probably don't know that there are actually 7 pain and the 7th is the strongest pain. Liu Sheng reminded slowly. The 7th pain is the outsider Nagato, that is the red-haired guy. He can use all the abilities of Pain 6 Paths alone. It is a monster with both offense and defense. Quote, Hungry Kido can absorb all ninjutsu, so you can't use ninjutsu and tailed beast bomb on him, otherwise you are increasing his strength. The human world can extract souls, so don't be caught by him. The best way to deal with this guy is to use Sage Mode in this technique. Snapped. As the last words fell, Liu Sheng suddenly clapped his hands under Naruto's wide-eyed and incredible gaze, and then Red's eye shadow streaks appeared around the corners of his eyes. Sage Mode. On. After turning on Sage Mode, instantly Liu Sheng opened his eyes, whose pupil color changed from red to gold. The voice was full of majestic indifference and said, I'll buy you time to enter Sage Mode. Chapter 141. Mutual Acting Skills. Uchiha Madara debuts. 141 181st. Chapter 141. Mutual Acting Skills. Uchiha Madara debuts. Immortal hyphenation point. Liu Sheng's battle with Nagato and Namikaze Minato. There is not much to say. Just like Liu Sheng said before, he has already played against both of them. If he goes all out, then unless Namikaze Minato escapes, the two of them will be defeated by Liu Sheng in no time. But Liu Sheng didn't do this. He needed to suppress his strength, and he played with Huang Quan, who controlled Nagato and Namikaze Minato, to help the other side of the battlefield hold himself and Naruto. In the Fourth Ninja World War, once the two superpowers Liu Sheng and Naruto are missing from the 5 great ninja villages, then unless Uchiha Sasuke from Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is cleansed, the strongest person will be Onoki. But Onoki has nothing to do with Uchiha Obito's goal, so just send some immortal cannon fodder to hold him down. At this time Uchiha Obito and Huang Quan also acted secretly. The goal of both of them is very clear, that is Killer Bee on the battlefield in Cloud Shinobi Village. Capture the weakest Killer Bee first and then gather all the 500 forces to deal with the strongest Liu Sheng and Naruto. Uchiha Obito was not able to create the Jinchuriki version of Pen 6 Paths as in the original book because Precious's corpse was given to Huang Quan, so he went straight out with Gedo statue. And Huang Quan dispatched 3 Jinchuriki. They are Wei Jinchuriki or Wei Wooden Golem, 6 Tails Jinchuriki and 7 Tails Jinchuriki. As for the other Jinchuriki, they were sent to deal with Sunagaker, Kurigakure and Iwagakure. On the Yakushi Kabuto side, Impure World Reincarnation has the 5 major ninja villages as well as ninjas from each small ninja village and the 3 strongest cards except Nakia Madara. Those 3 cards are the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers with the Sage of 6 Paths Ninja Gear and Orochimaru. Counting the 100,000 White Zetsu avatars and the S-rank rebels organized by Akatsuki, the 5 major ninja villages were all stopped when they were tens of kilometers away from Rain Shinobi Village. He fought his own 4th Ninja World War and immediately entered a white-hot stage. But soon there was a ninja village that fell into an absolute disadvantage. This ninja village is the Cloud Shinobi Village targeted by Uchiha Obito and Huang Quan. Boom. Just like the original book, attacked the Ninja Alliance and captured the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers who own the 9 Tails chakra as a backup for the 10 Tails resurrection. Uchiha Obito directly used Kamui to bring 3 Jinchuriki of Impure World Reincarnation and appeared on the Cloud Shinobi Village battlefield, where was stopped by the White Zetsu army and the Impure World Reincarnation army, and Hoshigaki Kisame also participated and directly summoned Gedo statue. Roar. The Gedo statue, who has already recaptured the 7-tailed beasts and a little chakra in 8 tails, although the strength at this time is still far from its heyday, is still stronger than the complete 8 tails and 9 tails. So Uchiha Obito riding Gedo statue is as invincible as Uchiha Madara riding 9 tails. Chakra Dragon. As soon as he appeared on the battlefield, Uchiha Obito began to seal harvesting the life of Cloud Shinobi on the battlefield. I saw a large number of purple chakra rushing out from Gedo statue's bloody mouth and then quickly formed a transparent purple oriental dragon, indiscriminately attacking Cloud Shinobi and White Zetsu clones on the battlefield and even the Impure World Reincarnation army. Moreover, the Chakra Dragon moves very fast. Those ninjas who are relatively close to the Chakra Dragon are swallowed by the Chakra Dragon with its big mouth before they can use the body flicker technique to escape. Because the Chakra Dragon is in the shape of transparent purple, so even if you are eaten by the Chakra Dragon, you can still see the condition of the ninja who was eaten. I saw those ninjas who were swallowed by the Chakra Dragon floated into the air, then entered from the Chakra Dragon's mouth and then came out from the Chakra Dragon's tail as if they were being squeezed. However, the ninjas that were excreted all fell to the ground with red faces, their faces full of pain, and died as if they had been drained dry. And in fact they did get drained. All people who are touched by Chakra Dragon chakra and life force will be drawn instantly. This extraction speed is many times faster than Rinnegan's Hungry Keto and Wood Style, and it is definitely an instant death type ability. Hurry up and dodge, don't be touched by that dragon. Seeing this scene, Fourth Raikage's expression changed suddenly and he shouted loudly. Following his order, Cloud Shinobi Village fell into an absolute disadvantage in an instant. Because as more and more chakra are swallowed, the size of the Chakra Dragon is getting bigger and bigger. Those Cloud Shinobi who were originally concentrating on fighting the enemy because they needed to be alert to the approach of the Chakra Dragon, they could only focus on 2 purposes, which exposed a lot of flaws. And the Impure World Reincarnation army who seized these flaws was even more rogue, using their immortal bodies to forcibly exchange one with these Cloud Shinobi. In an instant the number of casualties in Cloud Shinobi Village soared several times. Damn it, swish. Seeing his own casualties soaring every second, Fourth Raikage finally couldn't hold back anymore. I saw that his body was immediately covered with a layer of blue electric current and then turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared in place, rushing towards Uchiha Obito standing on top of Gedo statue. Brother, let me help you. Killer Bee is also not far behind. By that guy's target should be you. Remember, before that dragon disappears, don't enter into a full-body-tailed beast. Inside Jinchuriki's mental space, 8 Tails Gyuki reminded. Okay, I also feel that dragon is very dangerous. Killer Bee replied. However, before he could catch up with Fourth Raikage, who had entered lightning-style chakra mode, the figures of 3 orangutans blocked his way. I saw 3 Jinchuriki who had turned into a half-tailed beast attacking Killer Bee. At the same time, the Chakra Dragon that was raging on the battlefield suddenly rushed towards Killer Bee as if it had discovered its target. In an instant, Killer Bee felt a mortal threat. With no intention of wrapping, Killer Bee exuded Scarlet Chakra with a serious expression and also entered the state of half-tailed beast in an instant. Guillotine drop. Boom. At the same time, Fourth Raikage also rushed over Gedo statue's head and stepped on Uchiha Obito, who was maintaining the knot posture. A horrifying stomp passed through Uchiha Obito's body and landed completely on Gedo statue's head. However, Gedo statue's head did not make a sound like wood cracking, it just tilted his head forward. However, because Uchiha Obito entered the Kamui space, the chakra dragon temporarily lost control, showing faint signs of dissipating. Great opportunity. Billions of angry slaves are annoying. Seeing this scene, Killer Bee, who was originally only a half-tailed beast, immediately entered a state of a full-tailed beast and used his own group sealing technique. I saw a large amount of ink spit out from the mouth of the big octopus and then turned into a 3-digit ink clone rushing towards the 3 half-tailed beast-like Jinchuriki. Uchiha Obito, who has not yet fully grasped the power of Rinnegan, obviously does not have the ability to do 2 things at once. Therefore the battlefield at Cloud Shinobi Village also fell into a stalemate for a while. But soon this stiffness was broken by 3.8 alone. And this person is the one who was loyal to the king of Uchiha. Hoshigaki Kisame. I saw the dried persimmon ghost shark and the shark muscle fused together, transformed into a tailless humanoid tailed beast, and trapped fourth Raikage with a move called Water Style. Nice job, Kisame. Uchiha Obito was also generous with his praise and then used Kamui to get rid of fourth Raikage, and together with the 3 Jinchuriki of Impure World Reincarnation hit Killer Bee. The Chakra Dragon and the chains similar to adamantine sealing chains attacked Killer Bee together, forcing Killer Bee to exit the state of complete tailed beast. At the same time, Yakushi Kabuto also performed as fast as Liu Sheng and Huang Quan. From the battlefield on Konoha's side, he buried the strongest Golden Horn and Silver Horn in his hand, as well as the 3 cards of Orochimaru. And the ones who sealed the 2 brothers Golden Horn and Silver Horn and the 3 Orochimaru were Kaorin and Naruto's shadow clone. He had no cards to play, but he played his super trump card. Uchiha Madara. As Black Zetsu expected. Chapter 142. Uchiha Sasuke who wants to be 10 tails Jinchuriki. 142-181st. Chapter 142. Uchiha Sasuke who wants to be 10 tails Jinchuriki. Reanimation Jutsu. In a dank cave, a minion of Impure World Reincarnation cast Reanimation Jutsu instead of Yakushi Kabuto, summoning a coffin. Boom. As soon as the coffin appeared, the coffin lid was kicked into pieces and the terrifying air flow mixed with sawdust directly lifted the little boy out and penetrated his body. That boy Nagato finally, huh. A figure came out of the coffin. His tone was full of admiration at first and then he became confused. I saw Uchiha Madara, wearing red armor, looked down at the cracked hands and said in a displeased tone, the cracked body and the foot that didn't touch just now turned out to be Reanimation Jutsu, not Rinne Tensei technique. What are those guys doing? Are you a performer? When the last question was blurted out, Uchiha Madara's eyes immediately fell on the little boy. Exclamation mark quote. Yakushi Kabuto, who knew that Black-White Zetsu was probably hidden in the dark, cooperated very well to seize control of Xiao Xiao and smiled evilly at Uchiha Madara. Talk to me with Impure World Reincarnation. Huh, what a sinister guy. These days the soul clone who has digested all the memories of Uchiha Madara, long ago, just like the real Uchiha Madara, hugged her hands in disdain. I'm his collaborator, don't worry. Yakushi Kabuto smiled back. With your strength, from the moment I activate your consciousness I can no longer control you, so you have absolute freedom. I don't think a mouse like you has the ability to take away control of my body. Uchiha Madara stepped forward. Black's eyes instantly turned into the shape of Rinnegan, and then he put his hand on Xiao Xiao's head, looking out of the cave flooded by the rain, and said calmly, resurrect me, in this way indicating that there was an accident in the plan and those guys encountered a problem. 1. With this amount of chakra, let me see what they're doing. After the words fell, Uchiha Madara directly used the human way to extract the soul of the little boy and read his memory. I see. After a while, Uchiha Madara showed an interested smile on his face and said, in this era do little ghosts who inherit Hashirama's wood style actually appear. No wonder they resurrected me in this way. After speaking, Uchiha Madara stepped out of the cave. Master Madara. Not long after walking out of the cave, a hoarse voice came into the ear of Uchiha Madara. I saw that Black Zetsu who had been separated from White Zetsu and came to find Uchiha Madara alone. Half of his body emerged from the ground. I understand the current situation, Uchiha Madara said indifferently. Go to Obito first, completely revive my body, and then go to recover 9 tails and another Rinnegan. Yes, Lord Madara. Black Zetsu showed off his superb acting skills, said Rodeo. Little did he know that the strongest pawn in front of him, which was used to revive his mother, was actually showing off his acting skills. From the moment he walked out of the cave, no, to be precise, the Fourth Ninja World War began. Liu Sheng had already determined that the old Yinbi Otsutsuki Yuya had returned from the world of the dead to the world of the living. The world is watching this ninja world where war broke out again. Among them, most of his eyes will fall on the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra. After all, compared to other people, he is undoubtedly concerned about his son and his mother the most. As the reincarnation of Indra of the previous generation, there is a high possibility of becoming the Uchiha Madara of 10 tails Jinchuriki, and it must be one of the most concerned objects of Otsutsuki Yuya. Therefore the soul avatar transformed into Uchiha Madara cannot be exposed at all. At this moment it is the most testing stage of acting. After telling Black Zetsu about her resurrection plan, Uchiha Madara perfectly played the eager to resurrect and then became 10 tails Jinchuriki and cast infinite Tsukuyomi, directly resorting to the full body Susanoo. When the transparent blue Yin-Dun chakra surged out of Uchiha Madara like a fountain and rose into the sky to form a 100-meter high blue god of war, Uchiha Madara controlled the full body Susanoo and headed towards Cloud Shinobi Fly to the side of the battlefield. At the same time, inside a steel building in Rain Shinobi Village, Uchiha Sasuke, who transplanted Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, finally removed the bandages that bound his eyes. Sasuke, after Madara-sama heals your eyes, hurry up and help. Ah. After Uchiha Sasuke's bandage was completely taken off, he came over to inform his white Zetsu body and immediately reminded him. However, before the whole sentence was spoken, a scarlet light flickered from Uchiha Sasuke's pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with a hexagram pattern. Immediately afterwards, black flames appeared out of thin air, completely engulfing white Zetsu's body. Under the incineration of Amaterasu's black flame, white Zetsu's body was quickly burned to ashes with a scream. The news of the death of the main body quickly spread to the clone of 100,000 white Zetsu. For a while, Uchiha Sasuke became the target of all white Zetsu hatred. Such pupil power. Uchiha Sasuke, who used white Zetsu body to try the power of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, touched his right eye with a confident smile on his face but said very cruel words in his mouth. Itachi, I will use your eyes to change this twisted world. As long as there are no ninjas and ninja villages, there will be no more wars in this world, and the fate of the Uchiha clan will not appear in other places. The next step is to get the Rinnegan. Yes, in this life I didn't use Shimura Danzo to vent my anger, nor was I influenced by Naruto's words, and Uchiha Sasuke, who was not enlightened by Senju Hashirama, already had his own idea of 760. The person who led him to this idea was the Project Tasuki no Mi factory that Uchiha Obito had mentioned when he persuaded him. Uchiha Sasuke has no interest in the false world. But for 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Sasuke is full of interest. The strength of Jinchuriki Uchiha Sasuke has seen from Killer Bee. As long as you become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, which is a collection of 9-tailed beasts, doesn't that mean you will have invincible power in the ninja world? If there is invincible power, wouldn't it be easy to change this distorted world? Therefore Uchiha Sasuke accepted Uchiha Obito's proposal, first transplanted Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan to gain powerful strength, and then tried to capture Rinnegan from Uchiha Madara to become the 10 Tails human calendar. Without enemies like Shimura Danzo and Konoha F4 to vent their anger, not being evaded by Naruto, not being enlightened by Senju Hashirama, and not seeing Uchiha Sasuke of Uchiha Itachi again, it became somewhat more extreme than the original. In the original book, he also wants to follow the path of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, making himself a public enemy in the ninja world and making everyone unite because they are afraid of his power. But in this life, Uchiha Sasuke directly wants to use invincible power to erase things like ninjas and ninja villages and return the world to its original state. Then I will find a way to obtain eternal life and use the power of a god in the world to rule the world so that the common people dare not start a war. Chapter 143, The Pleasure of Performance, the Final Battle. 143 181st. Chapter 143, The Pleasure of Performance, the Final Battle. Just when Uchiha Sasuke led his eagle squad ready to snatch Rinnegan, Liu Sheng, who was exchanging acting skills with Huang Quan and in a stalemate with Nagato and Namikaze Minato, suddenly looked at the battlefield on Cloud Shinobi's side and said to Naruto, who was also horrified as if he had sensed something, Naruto, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki on the Cloud Shinobi battlefield is in bad shape, and I sense several powerful chakras heading there, and one of them belongs to Uchiha Sasuke. Ah, I sensed it too. Naruto nodded solemnly. Not only did he perceive it, but he also knew that apart from Uchiha Sasuke, the other chakra was that of Uchiha Madara. Because Uchiha Madara has just turned on the full-body Susanoo and flew towards the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. As Uchiha Madara's summoning beast Kurama has already sensed Uchiha Madara's resurrection. Seeing 8 Tails Gyuki fall into crisis, the man who enslaved him was resurrected and even wanted to turn himself back into a game. Kurama knew that now was not the time to play tricks. So he took the initiative to contact Naruto and arrogantly reached a temporary cooperation relationship with Naruto so that Naruto's 9 Tails mode will soon be upgraded to the perfect Jinchuriki's Kurama mode. Coupled with the current Sage mode, Naruto can now enter the Super Shadow level Fairy Fox mode at any time. Liu Sheng didn't know this. However, sensing that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke were about to rush to the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, he knew that the best time had come. I saw Liu Sheng suddenly looked serious and said to Naruto, Naruto, you go to Cloud Shinobi to help, don't let Uchiha Sasuke and the others steal 8 Tails. After I seal these 2 guys, I will go to support you immediately. You can deal with 2 by yourself, can you? Naruto was slightly taken aback and asked subconsciously. Looking at the unconscious Nagato and Namikaze Minato in front of him, the corners of Liu Sheng's mouth raised slightly and he said confidently, don't worry, these 2 people are not genuine, it's just that a black hand behind the scenes is secretly manipulating them. Although the black hand behind the scenes is very powerful, but after fighting for such a long time I have already figured out his tactics. And there is no one in this world that I can't beat. Even if I can't seal them for a while, they can't do anything to me. Compared to these 2 meaningless dead people, the key point is not letting the other party gather all 8-tailed beasts. So I'll leave it to you for now, Naruto. Exclamation mark quote. Seeing that, Liu Sheng said that Naruto stopped being hypocritical but gave Liu Sheng a thumbs up, grinned and said, come on, I'll wait for you over there. Go. Liu Sheng also returned a thumbs up. Immediately Naruto headed towards the battlefield on Cloud Shinobi's side. Universal pull, and Huang Quan, immersed in the performance, manipulates Nagato to try to prevent Naruto from leaving. I saw a small black hole appear between the palms and the terrifying gravitational force pulled Naruto, who was fighting furiously at this time to come. Water-style water severing wave. At this moment Liu Sheng spat out a super high-speed straight water column and shot towards Nagato. Looking at the straight line of water shooting at an extremely fast speed, Nagato could only stop the release of gravity and use Kito's ability to create a hemispherical light shield to completely absorb the straight line of water hitting the photoelectric. After he finished absorbing the straight water column, Naruto's figure had left the battlefield. Ninja 4 Red Yang Formation. Liu Sheng did not end his performance just because of Naruto's departure. Instead, he was immersed in the thrill of the performance, quickly separated 4 wood clone and cast an enchantment to trap himself, Nagato and Namikaze Minato. Wood style, the tree world is coming. Next, Liu Sheng performed wood style scene ninjutsu, turning the space inside the enchantment into a sea of trees, and began to adopt assassination tactics to seal Nagato and Namikaze Minato. Huang Quan also put all his attention on Nagato and Namikaze Minato, manipulating them to fight Liu Sheng with one mind and two purposes, causing the Jinchuriki in other battlefields to fight the enemy according to their instincts, and they couldn't play their full strength before they were born. The combat power gave Killer Bee, who was already in a desperate situation, a chance to breathe. Through the state of the 3 Jinchuriki, I know that Huang Quan's main task is to hold Liu Sheng and Naruto's Uchiha Obito, and I also realize that Huang Quan has encountered a problem. Other than that monster Liu Sheng, no one could be able to put pressure on that old monster. So Uchiha Obito was ready to go all out, quickly grabbed 8 Tails Jinchuriki and rushed to Huang Quan to help. However, before he could act, an extremely powerful chakra wave suddenly approached at an extremely fast speed. Damn it, did you revive the guy? Looking at the figure flying from the sky and floating on the forehead of the perfect body, Susanoo, Uchiha Obito cursed secretly in his heart. At this moment, Uchiha Obito knew that he had lost half of the initiative. If he hadn't transplanted another Rinnegan with the ability of Kamui, that would have lost all initiative. There is still half of the initiative, which means that there is half of the opportunity. As long as Uchiha Madara is not really resurrected and he is worried that he will destroy this Rinnegan, he will not dare to shoot himself directly. So Uchiha Madara's next behavior is very critical. Too slow, Obito. Under the gaze of all the Cloud Shinobi's wide-eyed eyes, the full-body Susanoo broke into the battlefield with a high profile, but she didn't fall down using the power to destroy everything, mercilessly harvesting life. Instead, it was automatically released when it flew over the Geto statue. The figure of Uchiha Madara landed on top of Geto statue's head, and a tube automatically extended from Geto statue's body, connecting the body of Uchiha Madara. I saw him looking down at Uchiha Obito below and said, displeased, Ly. Uchiha Obito gave up Killer Bee and also used Kamui to return to Geto statue's head, and also let Geto statue extend a pipe to connect himself, competing with Uchiha Madara for the ownership of Geto statue. At the same time, Uchiha Obito secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't control the spell in his heart as soon as he came, which shows that Uchiha Madara was also worried that he would destroy Rinnegan, or he wanted to replace Nagato and use the wheel to Misheng technique to revive him. But as long as he doesn't want to, then Uchiha Madara can't do anything to him. So I still have a chance. So Uchiha Obito Kaido lightly, on the way here you should also know everything. In this era there is a Ren Hashirama. Really cannot blame you. Quote, regarding Uchiha Obito's reply, Uchiha Madara did not feel dissatisfied or disdainful, but nodded in agreement without concealing his identity as the No. Collecting all 7-tailed beasts is already very remarkable. 17. After finishing speaking, Uchiha Madara glanced behind Uchiha Obito, frowned slightly and asked, where's the flame fan? Give it away, didn't they tell you about Uchiha Naraku? Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Madara suspiciously and asked back. Uchiha Naraku. Uchiha Madara frowned even tighter, and there seemed to be a question mark on his forehead. Who is it? Is it the descendants of the Bingjibo clan that appeared after my death? I don't know, but what is certain is that he is the most unusual existence in the ninja world, known as a collection of miracles. Uchiha Obito briefly said, he has the same eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as you would, style of Senju Hashirama, adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan, secret arts of the Yamanaka clan, etc. Hey, in this era there are actually 2 people who have inherited that money wood style. After listening to Uchiha Obito's narration, Uchiha Madara not only didn't feel horrified but smiled with interest. Then I don't blame you for resurrecting me in this way. In the words, there is no mention of Uchiha Obito killing Nagato and destroying the resurrection plan. Seeing that Uchiha Madara did not mention Nagato, Uchiha Obito became more and more sure of his thoughts. He is afraid of himself. As long as you become a 10-tails Jinchuriki you still have a chance. So Uchiha Obito actively urged, we still have an ally holding back the 9-tails Jinchuriki, hurry up and recover the 8-tails Jinchuriki in front of us. Go over and help. Don't bother so much, Yuan. Uchiha Madara looked towards the direction blocked by the rain curtain and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. 9 tails have already delivered to your door. As if responding to Uchiha Madara, a dazzling golden light tore through the rain curtain from far to near. At the same time 3 figures also came towards this side quickly. It was the trio of Uchiha Sasuke, Ghost Light, Suigetsu and Chongo. With the arrival of the last reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, the 4th Ninja World War, which had just started for a few hours, entered the stage of the final battle. Chapter 144, Naruto's Bond. 144-181st. Chapter 144, Naruto's Bond. Sasuke, why did you join Akatsuki? After Naruto came to the battlefield, he didn't immediately go to help Killer Bee, who had no relationship with him in this life, but immediately came to Uchiha Sasuke, who was about to arrive on the battlefield, and asked this companion, whom he hadn't seen for more than 3 years, Road. The 7th class originally thought that after Uchiha Sasuke killed Uchiha Itachi he would immediately return to Konoha. But the 7th squad did not wait for the news of Uchiha Sasuke's return to the village, but for the news that Uchiha Sasuke joined the Akatsuki organization and captured 8 tails Jinchuriki. But because of the 5 shadow talks in this life, it was Tsunade who initiated it on his own initiative. So Naruto didn't know the news that Uchiha Sasuke joined the Akatsuki organization until the 5 shadow talks were over and Liu Sheng and Tsunade returned to the village. As a result, he did not know the truth about the genocide of the Uchiha clan from Uchiha Obito as in the original book. I am very puzzled as to why Uchiha Sasuke did not return to Konoha but joined the Akatsuki organization. Nothing to do with you. Looking at the only friend he recognized in front of him, deep in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes a complex color flashed without a trace and then was replaced by firmness. He said indifferently, compared with this, you should worry about yourself first, Naruto. To become 10 tails Jinchuriki you must gather all 9-tailed beasts in Rinnegan. To get 9 tails you need to kill Naruto. That being the case, let me cut off this fetter myself. Of course Uchiha 167 Sasuke didn't shoot Naruto immediately but planned to get Rinnegan first. But it is not an easy task to take Rinnegan from the hands of Uchiha Madara. So Uchiha Sasuke thought he could take advantage of Naruto's power. Opening Sharingan, looking at Naruto who was now shining golden, Uchiha Sasuke's heart is full of heaviness. Such chakra, I haven't seen you for more than 3 years. Has this crane tail become so powerful? I want to know why. Sasuke. Naruto, who has experienced the pain of losing a loved one, no longer has the extremes of the Valley of the End. Instead he looked at Uchiha Sasuke sincerely and said seriously, no matter what the reason is, I will definitely bring you back to Konoha. As if infected by the firmness in Naruto's tone, Uchiha Sasuke's pupils shrank slightly. Why are you so obsessed with me? Just as Uchiha Sasuke was about to ask this question, a piercing sound suddenly came from their ears. Whoosh! I saw a string of blue hook jades carrying astonishing energy bursting towards this side. Spiral shuriken. Naruto didn't dodge but condensed a spiral shuriken with one hand and threw it towards the flying Yusaka Gokudama. Boom! When the two collided, a dazzling firework bloomed directly in the air. The terrifying airflow instantly emptied the rain curtain in the surrounding area. Containing wind-style nature transformation like a storm formed by 7 blades, Uchiha Sasuke had to use Susanoo to create 10 sets of purple skeletons for defense. Watching Naruto gradually change from 9 tails to fairy fox, Uchiha Sasuke was filled with horror. This is the current strength of the crane tail. ... Sasuke, come to me. At this time Geto statue suddenly came over. Uchiha Obito, standing on top of Geto statue, suddenly said to Uchiha Sasuke, I reject. Uchiha Sasuke calmed down, pulled out the Kusanagi sword from his waist and refused coldly. Are you going to betray me? Uchiha Obito asked in a deep voice. Uchiha Sasuke said dismissively, don't be sentimental, I never promised to join you. ... Really, if you can't even control a chess piece, what have you been doing all these years? At this time, Uchiha Madara interrupted the conversation between the two. First he despised Uchiha Obito and then looked at Uchiha Sasuke carefully. The eyes of Uchiha Madara were full of admiration. Like, so similar this look and Sherpa like me. Sasuke, do you want to join us? In the last sentence, Uchiha Madara extended his palm to Uchiha Sasuke. Who are you? Looking at Uchiha Madara, who also had Sharingan but was covered in cracks, Uchiha Sasuke asked with a slight frown. Uchiha Madara is full of Hoki's self-reported name. Uchiha Madara. However, Uchiha Sasuke widened his eyes, looked at Uchiha Obito next to Uchiha Madara, and said, then who is he? He is also Uchiha Madara, but he is my spokesperson in this world. Uchiha Madara laughed. Uchiha Sasuke immediately looked at Uchiha Obito with disdain and said with a sneer, it turns out that he is just a guy who wears someone else's mask and dare not even say his own name. Uchiha Obito didn't speak because it was Shigashi. So what's your answer? Asked Uchiha Madara again. I reject. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. The relics of the old era don't come out to embarrass yourself. Sasuke. Hearing this, Naruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke excitedly, thinking that Uchiha Sasuke was going back to them. Don't get me wrong, Naruto Black. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. I have my own ideas, but before realizing my own ideas I need to temporarily use your power. Hey, if you need it I can lend you my power at any time. Naruto, who didn't know what Uchiha Sasuke was going to do, laughed foolishly. And this smile and the words of unconditional trust made Uchiha Sasuke tremble again. This idiot. It's a good bond. Since that's the case, then let's play with you. For the friendship between Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Madara admired it very much and then said to Uchiha Obito next to him, you go and capture 8 tails and I will play with them. And then leave it to you. Uchiha Obito was only silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Uchiha Madara hasn't really been resurrected yet and the 2 Rinnegans are in his and Liu Sheng's hands respectively. Uchiha Madara, who can't use the 6 paths 10 tails coffin technique even if he successfully captures 9 tails including the Geto statue, 8 tails chakra, also cannot become 10 tails Jinchuriki. And himself alone is no match for Uchiha Sasuke, who attained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Naruto, who became the perfect Jinchuriki. Might as well give the 2 toughest guys to Uchiha Madara to deal with. As a result, Uchiha Obito temporarily relinquished control of the Geto statue and disappeared using Kamui. At this time, due to the departure of Uchiha Obito, the 3 Jinchuriki have been sealed by Killer Bee. The 3 Jinchuriki who have no consciousness and can only fight with instinct are no match for Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki. But before Killer Bee rapped to celebrate the arrival of Uchiha Obito immediately made him look serious again. At the same time a figure suddenly appeared in the air above Uchiha Obito's head. This figure is wrapped in white bandages all over its body and it is Huangquan incarnated as second Tsuchikage. I saw Huangquan falling down and said to Uchiha Obito, "The 2 trump cards on my side have been sealed. Why is it not over yet on your side? Help catch 8 tails Jinchuriki, the corpses here are all yours." Uchiha Obito didn't answer but said, "Even if you don't say it I'll do it." Huangquan complained, "I have already lost 2 super aces so I can only come here to recover my blood." "Don't use dust escape," Uchiha Obito reminded. "Okay then we can only play 2 trump cards." Huangquan nodded and also reminded, "Hurry up, that monster Konoha has already sealed my 2 trump cards. Now I may go to his little girlfriend first and he will come to support him soon." After finishing speaking Huangquan patted the ground with his hands in seals, reanimation jutsu. As the 2 coffins rose from the ground 2 figures covered in cracks appeared on the battlefield immediately. And these 2 figures are exactly 3rd Raikage and 2nd Mizukage. After summoning the 2 people Huangquan who was actually just a split body disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 145, Uchiha Madara vs Naruto Flower Tree World comes. 145-181st. Chapter 145, Uchiha Madara vs Naruto Flower Tree World comes. Old Dad. 3. Sir 3rd Raikage. Looking at 3rd Raikage standing with Ghost Lantern Wanyu, the cloud shinobi whose morale had been suppressed because of Geto statue's arrival, received another huge blow. And 4th Raikage, who used lightning style to suppress Hoshigaki Kisame, who was good at water style, and the pair of brothers Killer Bee, their eyes widened even more and their faces were full of anger. If Huangquan hadn't left I'm afraid they would have been hostile to the brothers and all the cloud shinobi. ZZZ. Unfortunately 3rd Raikage is also unconscious. After coming out of the coffin he entered lightning style chakra mode and then turned into a bolt of lightning and stormed towards Killer Bee. The speed was so fast that even Killer Bee couldn't react. After 3rd Raikage appeared in front of him, Killer Bee's body stretched out a huge tentacle whipping towards 3rd Raikage. Poochie. In the next second the tentacles were cut off smoothly and straightly. 3rd Raikage, who cut off the tentacles with a knife in his hand, kicked Killer Bee. In an instant Killer Bee was kicked out like a football. At this time 3rd Raikage's strength is close to its heyday. As an existence under the super shadow standing at the apex of cage level with Onogi, 3rd Raikage alone can tie with 8 tails Gyuki. Even the tailed beast bomb couldn't hurt him at all. Huangquan didn't need to use one of his aces, Ghost Lantern and Moon, at all. He only needed to send out a 3rd Raikage with Uchiha Obito playing support next to him and he could catch Killer Bee. And it is true. When 3rd Raikage and Uchiha Obito flanked Killer Bee together, the former was responsible for physical strikes while the latter was responsible for sneak attacks, constantly stabbing Killer Bee with Yin Yang Dun Black Stick or reaching out to touch Killer Bee using Hungry Kido to absorb his chakra. Killer Bee quickly found itself in absolute underdogs. Seeing this scene, 4th Raikage, who restrained water style with lightning style, immediately wanted to give up Hoshigaki Kisame, who was completely suppressed by him, and went to help his younger brother. But in the next second Ghost Lantern Moon blocked his way. As Kuritaker's S-class rebellious ninja Hoshigaki Kisame, he was fortunate to besiege 4th Raikage together with 2nd Mizukage. When Uchiha Obito and Kakisame had an absolute advantage, Uchiha Madara had already fought against Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto. Under the personal direction of Liu Sheng, Huangquan and Yakushi Kabuto, the 3 main bodies and 2 soul clones, the 4th Ninja World War has only started for a few hours and the situation has already developed to the stage of the final battle. As long as Uchiha Madara kills Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, once let Otsutsuki Yuya, who doesn't know where to hide and watch, choose to intervene and give his 2 sons the current reincarnation pass, resulting in weakening his own strength, Liu Sheng can completely finished. So I was just acting as the soul clone of Uchiha Madara, not as patient as the real Uchiha Madara, playing house with Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Swish. Almost the moment Uchiha Obito left, the figure of Uchiha Madara also disappeared over Geto statue's head. When it reappeared, Uchiha Madara had come behind Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto. However, as soon as he appeared, Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto also jumped left and right in a very tacit agreement, and Uchiha Madara opened the distance. Universal pull. Uchiha Madara opened his hands and released 2 gravitational forces to pull Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Amaterasu. Sage Art Big Ball Rasengan. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, who were pulled away, fought back one after another. The former released black flames towards Uchiha Madara, while the latter had combat experience with Nagato and knew that Uchiha Madara would definitely switch attacks next, so he didn't. Instead of using a spiral shuriken, use 9 tails chakra to create a gold arm holding a huge ball of energy and smashing towards the Uchiha Madara. Whether it is Amaterasu or Sage Art Big Ball Rasengan, it is a complete hit Uchiha Madara. But neither Amaterasu nor Sage Art Big Ball Rasengan hurt Uchiha Madara, because the body of Uchiha Madara seemed to be covered with a transparent white film which absorbed both Amaterasu and Sage Art Big Ball Rasengan. This is exactly what Hungry Kido is capable of. Since Uchiha Madara used the ability of Hungry Kido, the gravitational force pulling them also disappeared. Wood-style silent killing technique. However, before Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto fell from the sky and stabilized their bodies, the open hands of Uchiha Madara suddenly turned into branches like pythons winding towards the 2 of them. Seeing that Uchiha Madara used Liu Sheng's ability unexpectedly, Naruto's eyes widened. However, the instinct of his body made him use the 9 tails chakra on his body to transform into a huge arm and hit the bound branches. Uchiha Sasuke is even more simple and rude. He directly resorted to the mature Susanoo. Only a half-length purple titan holding Purple's chakra sword cut off the bound branches and chopped towards the Uchiha Madara. At the same time of the attack, Uchiha Sasuke also reminded the Hawk team not far away, "Suigetsu Shigego, get out of here quickly. Gulu, I see you, take care of yourself." Suiyu Gaidong, who was dumbfounded by the attack of the three people, came back to his senses, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then walked away quickly. "Sasuke, please be careful," Chongwu also asked, and followed the ghost lamp water moon. However, Uchiha Madara didn't seem to want them to leave. Wood-style flowers and trees are coming. As countless saplings were born into towering trees, a piece of land that was different from the tree world descended. On the tops of a large number of towering trees, a sea of trees with huge red flowers appeared on this barren land. Ask for flowers. Whether it's Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, or the ghost light Suigetsu and Shigego who just left, or the Geto statue not far away, they were all instantly submerged by the sea of trees. Fortunately, their position is on the edge of the battlefield, otherwise there will be a large number of White Zetsu clones and Pure World Reincarnation Army and Cloud Shinobi which will be submerged by the sea of trees in an instant. The sea of trees had just formed, and the huge red flowers growing on the top of the trees immediately bloomed and released a large amount of pollen. Although a large amount of pollen was washed away by the rain curtain, Gaidong, Suigetsu and Shigego still inhaled a lot of pollen and their bodies gradually became weak. Fire-style huge fire extinction. Just like the original Uchiha Madara vs Hokage. After creating the sea of trees, Uchiha Madara instantly returned to the top of Geto statue's head and then made a mudra with both hands and spit out a huge flaming arrow downward, igniting the rainforest into a forest of fire. But in the next second, two streaks of chakra, one purple and one gold, zoomed in rapidly in the forest of fire, tearing apart the sea of flames that hadn't yet spread, turning into a purple titan and a gold nine-tails demon fox standing in the tree, minister of the sea. Seeing this scene, the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth slightly raised. Has it finally become bigger? This is easy to deal with. After finishing speaking, Uchiha Madara made seals with both hands, wood-style wood dragon technique. DJL. With a deafening roar, four huge wooden dragons rushed out from the sea of trees, biting towards the purple titan who wanted to save Gaidong, Suiyu and Chongo and Gold's nine-tails demon fox. The speed was so fast that Uchiha Sasuke, who was eager to save people, only reacted to block one, and the unfamiliarity of using the full-body Susanoo for the first time caused him to be entangled by the second wooden dragon. In an instant, Uchiha Sasuke found that the volume of the perfect body Susanoo was getting smaller and smaller, and chakra was actually absorbed by this big dragon. The same goes for Naruto. Facing the attack of two wooden dragons, it was also the first time to use Naruto with a full-tailed beast, but he was also entangled by the wooden dragon due to lack of experience. The chakra of the nine tails and the chakra of the immortals are constantly being absorbed by the trapped dragon. At this time, if the Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara is real, then he can completely control Geto statue to spit out chakra chains similar to adamantine sealing chains, which directly traps Kurama and pulls them over for recycling. It is a pity that the Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara is just a fake Rinnegan, not to mention the chakra chain. Even the chakra dragon cannot be made, and even the summoning Geto statue cannot be used. Only by connecting the Geto statue with a pipe can the Geto statue be manipulated. Move. But it doesn't matter. Uchiha Madara can't do it, Uchiha Obito can. I saw that the wooden dragon had just trapped Uchiha Sasuke's complete body Susanoo and Naruto, who was completely tailed into a beast. The space next to Uchiha Madara suddenly twisted. Chapter 146. The Death of Naruto's Six Paths. 146 181st. Chapter 146. The Death of Naruto's Six Paths. As soon as the space was twisted into Uzumaki, the figure of Uchiha Obito flew out of it. If you look closely, you will find that Uchiha Obito is holding a figure covered in black sticks and bound by chains in Uchiha Obito's hand. It is Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Facing the siege of Third Raikage, who can draw with Eight Tails Gyuki alone, and Uchiha Obito, who has Hungry Kido Yin-Yang Dun and Chakra Chains with Tailed Beast special attack when Fourth Raikage cannot come to support, Killer Bee is no match at all. It was only a dozen or so rounds of fighting and I couldn't use the full-tailed beast. Even if I used the half-tailed beast, I would be sucked away by Uchiha Obito. The black rod disrupted the flow of chakra and was finally bound by chakra's chains. Clatter. As soon as Uchiha Obito came out, he acted more anxious than Uchiha Madara. Directly use Rinnegan to control Geto statue, spit out several huge chakra chains and bound towards the completely tailed beast Naruto. Not good. Naruto, hurry up and cancel the complete tailed beast transformation. Due to the complete tail beastization, the visual 803 also came to the real Kurama and suddenly shouted loudly. Oh. Naruto, who was trying to break free from the bondage of the wooden dragon, although he doesn't know why Kurama reminded him like this, is still obedient and ready to undo the complete tailed beast transformation. Unfortunately, his movements were still a step slow. Just when Gold's nine tails demon fox's body was gradually dissipating into Gold's chakra, one of the nine swaying gold tails was suddenly bound by chakra's chains, also declaring Naruto's death. Almost at the moment when the chains just grabbed the tail, the complete tailed beast that had been dissipating in the body suddenly fixed itself. Even if Naruto and Kurama worked together, they could not undo the complete tailed beast. 9 Kurama, what's going on? Naruto, who encountered this situation for the first time, suddenly shouted in shock. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and don't be pulled by those chains. Kurama said in a deep voice. Then Gold's Nine-Tails demon fox, ignoring the wooden dragon that was crazily absorbing chakra on its body, grabbed the chakra chains that bound him with both hands and Nine-Tails and started a tug of war with Gedo statue. Naruto also released his own chakra with all his strength and assisted Kurama in the tug of war. And their efforts were indeed not in vain. To be precise, it is Uchiha Obito's practice is not enough. Because chakra is not enough and Rinnegan is not his own, although Uchiha Obito can also create chakra dragon and chakra chain but can't do one-eyed Uchiha Madara. The level of easily recovering nine-tailed beasts. Kurama and Naruto were just pushing hard. Uchiha Obito couldn't pull chakra's chain back. Over the years you really haven't improved at all. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara looked disappointed and said to Uchiha Obito, I always rely so much on Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique, no wonder even 8 tails and 9 tails need someone's help to catch them. Saying this on the mouth, Uchiha Madara actually made mudras with both hands and entered his own chakra through the tube connecting himself with the Gedo statue. In an instant the tug of war that had been in a stalemate ended in Gedo statue's overwhelming victory. I saw that Naruto and Kurama, as if being pulled by an irresistible force, knocked down countless towering trees in the sea of trees and pulled out a long gully on the ground. Move towards the Gedo statue, force. Call out. When Kurama was less than 100 meters away from Gedo statue, a huge purple arrow entwined with black flames shot from behind Kurama, aiming at Gedo statue's head. Clang. Boom. The purple-black flame arrow was well aimed but missed Gedo statue's head. Because when the purple-black flame arrow flew past Kurama and was about to hit Gedo statue's head, a huge blue chakra sword suddenly appeared out of thin air. With just one upward pick, the purple-black flame arrow was sent flying into the sky and a huge firework bloomed in the sky, clearing the rain curtain in the surrounding area. It's just gravel, not half as good as me. Didn't use the full body. Susanoo just materialized a blue arm holding the chakra sword in his hand and smashing the purple-black flame arrow. Uchiha Madara, watching with disdain for the wooden dragon to absorb chakra, and headed this way. Uchiha Sasuke, who shoots an arrow. At this time the chakra chains had pulled Kurama in front of the Gedo statue. Uchiha Obito didn't immediately control Gedo statue to absorb 9 tails but kicked Killer Bee off his feet first, bound Killer Bee with a chain and then recovered 8 tails and 9 tails at once. I saw 2 strands of chakra with different colors pulled out from Killer Bee and Naruto by the chakra chain. The gold 9-tails demon fox wrapping Naruto's body suddenly became distorted and abstracted, just like when Uchiha Obito entered and exited the Kamui space, and then turned into a gold chakra which flowed into Gedo statue's mouth through the chakra chain. The same goes for Killer Bee and the chakra of 8 tails, all through the chakra chain into Gedo statue's mouth. Boom. After the last bit of chakra was eaten by Gedo statue, the hearts of Naruto and Killer Bee, who were floating in the air, froze slightly. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke, who saw Naruto's breath of life was also gradually passing away, didn't know whether it was the truth leaked out or the Indra chakra in his body was causing trouble, and he suddenly became out of control. I saw his eyes widen for a while and then the endless Yin-Dun chakra emerged from his body, crazily immobilizing the complete body Susanoo that was about to be released in an instant so that the absorption speed of the wooden dragon couldn't keep up with his body for a while. Release speed. Then the full body Susanoo let the wooden dragon wrap around her body and rushed towards Gedo statue. But the intention is not to attack Gedo statue but to stretch out a huge palm, trying to catch Naruto, who falls from the sky, and once it hits the ground it will die immediately. Under Uchiha Sasuke's all-out burst, the full-body Susanoo also successfully caught Naruto. But it turned out that the full-body Susanoo also came face-to-face with Gedo statue. To be precise, it was face-to-face with Uchiha Madara. It's really a touching bond, but still too young. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who has only Naruto in his eyes and who was willing to stand against the wooden dragon and exhaust his pupil power, Uchiha Madara does not mock the friendship between the two but is full of appreciation. But praise is praise, but it does not affect the murderous intention of Uchiha Madara. Shish. I saw Uchiha Madara actively cut off the connection with Gedo statue, then raised his hand to create a yin-yang dun black stick and threw it towards the forehead of the perfect body Susanoo. Obviously possessing an amazing defensive ability, but the water chestnut crystal on Susanoo's forehead was easily pierced by yin-yang dun hei rod and a large number of cracks appeared. Boom. In the next second the water chestnut crystal was shattered by a huge force. Uchiha Madara's figure instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Sasuke. The speed is so fast that distracted Uchiha Sasuke can barely react. This is the usage of Zeba, remember it in your next life. Uchiha Madara raised his right hand and a sharp yin-yang dun black stick extended from his palm, stabbing toward Uchiha Sasuke's heart. Exclamation mark quote. At this time Uchiha Sasuke can still dodge, just need to disarm the full body Susanoo. But in doing so Naruto really has no hope at all. So Uchiha Sasuke's body almost instinctively used Amaterasu and flame control to create black flames for defense, while creating black flames to cover Uchiha Madara's body, trying to interrupt the opponent's attack. It's a pity that these black flames still failed to touch the Uchiha Madara and were absorbed by the hungry Kido. Pucci. Uchiha Madara held Amaterasu's black flame while stabbing Yu's heart with yin-yang dun black stick 017. Uchiha Sasuke dodges subconsciously sideways and holds the Kusanagi sword to slash at Uchiha Madara. But in the next second he found that his body could not move. It's not the gold binding technique, it's the sealing techniques. I saw the wooden dragon entwined around the body of the complete body Susanoo, at some point flashing blues chakra arrogance, and then endless black runes spread out from the wooden dragon's body. It quietly infiltrated the full body of Susanoo and climbed onto Uchiha Sasuke's feet, taking control of his body. So the heart of Uchiha Sasuke was pierced from the front by Uchiha Madara. It was also at this moment that a certain chakra hidden in a certain space suddenly contacted Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto through a mysterious means that surpassed the limit and elimination of blood successors. Even Uchiha Madara did not notice it at all. Before long, chakra will disappear completely. If Liu Sheng is here and can see that chakra, he will find that the owner of that chakra is the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Yuya, whom he is extremely afraid of. Chapter 147. Liu Sheng, who revealed his identity. All this is my plan. 147-181. Chapter 147. Liu Sheng, who revealed his identity. All this is my plan. Good chance. Almost at the moment when Uchiha Madara cut off the connection with Geto statue and instantly left Geto statue's head, Uchiha Obito, who had recovered 8 tails and 9 tails, immediately grabbed the best way to get rid of the control of Uchiha Madara, timing seal with both hands, 6 paths 10 tails of the coffin seal. It's a pity, just like Uchiha Sasuke was overshadowed by the sealing techniques cast by the wooden dragon. Uchiha Obito failed to display the 6 paths 10 tails coffin technique. The mobilization of chakra in the body was controlled by 10 external forces. And this external force has long been hidden in Geto statue's body and has been staring at Uchiha Obito, looking for the right time to control him. Otsutsuki Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu. Uchiha Obito, who suddenly lost control of his body, could only turn his eyeballs to see the flowing black liquid that was climbing up from his feet and gradually covering half of his body. With all his strength, he was able to barely open his mouth. You lost, Obito. Black Zetsu laughed hoarsely. Since you killed Nagato, it's up to you to resurrect Lord Madara instead of Nagato. After so many years, not only have you not grown up at all, but your mind is as simple as it was back then. At this time, the Uchiha Madara, who had killed 11 Uchiha Sasuke, also returned to Geto statue's head. While raising his index finger, he taunted Uchiha Obito. 8 tails and 9 tails have been recovered. If I hadn't prepared at all, how could I have given you the control of the Geto statue so casually? Obito, it's time for you to repay the life-saving grace of those years. Quote. Almost at the moment when the words Uchiha Madara fell, Uchiha Obito, who had difficulty opening his mouth, suddenly let out a miserable cry. Unprecedented severe pain surged from his heart all over his body. I saw that as Uchiha Madara activated the spell in Uchiha Obito's heart, countless tadpole-shaped black runes quickly spread across Uchiha Obito's body through the flesh and clothes. At the same time, Uchiha Obito began to slowly change with the gesture of the 6 paths 10 tails coffin technique. Stop. Don't look down on people. Just when Uchiha Madara was about to control Uchiha Obito and let him perform Rinne Tensai technique, Uchiha Obito, who was under the dual control of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, suddenly roared, showing a willpower that shocked even Black Zetsu. Temporarily regained control of his body and cast Kamui to move his body, inhaled into the Kamui space. Since the target entered a different space, Uchiha Madara could not perceive the existence of the spell. However, the Uchiha Madara, standing on top of the Geto statue, did not show the slightest anger of the prey running away, but instead showed a meaningful smile on his face and whispered, Uchiha Obito, you really did not disappoint me. You are worthy of the will of the ghost, the strongest man. That's why you are the most important part of my plan. If you ask who is the smartest person in the ninja world, then there will be many choices such as Senju Tobirama, Orochi, etc. But if you ask who has the strongest will in the ninja world, then Liu Sheng's answer must be Uchiha Obito. As the largest licking dog in the ninja world and also one of the most famous licking dogs in the two-dimensional circle in the previous life, Uchiha Obito's love for Nohara Lin, definitely the 4th ninja war. The 3rd of the garden. At the same time, it was also because of his love for Rin Nohara that he overcame the test of will to become 10 tails Jinchuriki as a weak person. At the same time, he forcibly regained control of his body from the control of the 3rd son of Otsutsuki Kagaya. In terms of will, Uchiha Obito is definitely the strongest existence. Therefore, Liu Sheng had long expected that even if Uchiha Obito was under the spell control of Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara, at the same time he would still be able to resist the accident. FFLX. Liu Sheng specially prepared a big gift for him and Black Zetsu in Uchiha Obito's Kamui space. The picture came to Kamui space. I saw that Uchiha Obito had just arrived in the Kamui space with Black Zetsu, and before he had time to take a breath, a word came from his ear that made them all tremble. Is it finally here? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Looking in the direction from which the voice came, they saw a figure that shouldn't appear here caught their eyes. And the person in this figure is Liu Sheng. You, how are you here? Looking at Liu Sheng, who was walking slowly, Uchiha Obito asked with his eyes wide open. And Black Zetsu was even more horrified. He only felt that a chess piece was off the board, but he was in a trance and fear without noticing it. Why are you here? Liu Sheng was not in a hurry to do it, but touched his left eye, and then his eyes turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan with a black lotus pattern and smiled at Uchiha Obito. It's very simple. Thanks to the left eye you gave Kakashi and thanks to your eye contact with me that day, I saw the shape of your Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Obito, right. As the last affirmative words fell, Liu Sheng appeared in front of Uchiha Obito as if teleporting and then put his hand on Uchiha Obito's chest. Countless black runes spread out, instantly seizing control of his body. This pair of Mangekyo Sharingan are you? Uchiha Lula. Looking closely at Liu Sheng's Mangekyo Sharingan, Black Zetsu said in a deep voice. Not only Uchiha Naraku, Liu Sheng, whose plan was extremely smooth, explained Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu without hesitation. Huang Quan Yakushi Kabuto and even Uchiha Madara, they are actually my soul clones now. After listening to Liu Sheng's words, Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu couldn't even take a breath of air other than constricting their pupils. Because they were completely stunned by the information that Liu Sheng voluntarily disclosed. Everything you do is in my plan. Looking at the two people who looked confused, Liu Sheng also showed a wicked smile, then reached out and dug Uchiha Obito's right eye and said with a smile, "Thank you 600 for your hard work acting as a villain to help me collect Nine-Tails Beast." Just when Liu Sheng was about to go out Uchiha Obito's right eye, Black Zetsu, who was covering Uchiha Obito's left body, suddenly broke away from Uchiha Obito's body and moved toward Liu Niu's body. The silent sneak attack fully showed the traits of a killer and a 1,000-year-old Yinbi. Unfortunately, the person he attacked was Liu Sheng. Exclamation mark question mark quote. Black Zetsu, who had just rushed towards Liu Sheng, let out an unbelievable shout the next second. I saw his body failed to touch Liu Sheng. It was blocked by a repulsive force and then crushed into a black ball by an irresistible force. Only a hollow eye was exposed. It is such an eye that can see a strong color of fear. Looking at Liu Sheng's eyes from Mangekyo Sharingan to blue and white Tenseigan, Black Zetsu felt that his worldview was shattered and he doubted the way of life. Turn. Tenseigan, why do you have Hamura's Tenseigan? Not only Tenseigan, but later I will have your elder brother's Rinnegan and your mother's reincarnation Sharingan. Liu Sheng said with a smile. But his smile and those words in the eyes of Black Zetsu turned into a devilish smile and a terror that knows everything. He, a mere junior after 1,000 years, why would he know this? Who the hell is he? What is going on in this world? Why? Suddenly so strange. Chapter 148. Huge Treasure Devouring 10 Tails. 148-181st. Chapter 148. Huge Treasure Devouring 10 Tails. Farewell Otsutsuki. Black Zetsu. Just when Black Zetsu doubted his life, Liu Sheng revealed his real name. Then before Black Zetsu could feel the shock, a gravitational force similar to universal pull suddenly emerged from Liu Sheng's palm, sucking Black Zetsu, who had been kneaded into a black ball, into the refining space. As soon as he entered the refining space, Black Zetsu was refined into endless molecules by the power of the supreme rules. Soon Liu Sheng obtained Black Zetsu's yin and yang escape attainment of thousands of years. But this is not Liu Sheng's biggest achievement. The biggest gain of refining Black Zetsu is undoubtedly Otsutsuki Kagaia's will, as a product of the will of Otsutsuki Kagaia and an alternative third son of Otsutsuki Kagaia. Black Zetsu can be said to be the will incarnation of Otsutsuki Kagaia, but this will has independent consciousness. Therefore Black Zetsu can use the way of yin and yang to penetrate the body of 10 Tails Jinchuriki so that Otsutsuki Kagaia can seize the body of 10 Tails Jinchuriki and come to this world again. After refining Black Zetsu, Liu Sheng now not only has the ability to create products of consciousness but also has part of the will of Otsutsuki Kagaia. And the will of Otsutsuki Kagaia is definitely a great treasure. It has not yet appeared because Liu Sheng has not obtained the key to open this treasure. But soon Liu Sheng will get the key to open the treasure. But before that, Liu Sheng needs to recover the eyes on Uchiha Obito. For so many years you have worked hard to make trouble in other places in the ninja world. Looking at Uchiha Obito, whose body was sealed with yin-yang dun, Liu Sheng praised him, then ruthlessly cut out his left eye Rinnegan and the right eye Mangekyo Sharingan. Then reach out and grab Uchiha Obito's neck and use the swallowing hand to suck it into the refining space. The biggest licking dog in the ninja world just disappeared. After devouring Uchiha Obito, Liu Sheng devoured Uchiha Obito's right eye Kamui. At this moment, in addition to the double-eyed distinguished heavenly gods, Liu Sheng also got one of the strongest Mangekyo in the Hokage world, double-eyed Kamui. As for the left eye, where did Kamui come from? That's from Kakashi, of course. Just like what Liu Sheng said to Uchiha Obito just now. Thanks to the left eye he put on Kakashi's side, Liu Sheng was able to come to the Kamui space ahead of time, waiting for Uchiha Obito and Hiluozi to fall into the trap. After finishing off Nagato and Namikaze Minato, Liu Sheng used the pretending technique to become a mysterious man wearing a mask and used the flying thunder god technique to leave the barrier and used the speed that no one on the battlefield could react to. Kakashi and gouged out his left eye Kamui. After devouring the left eye Kamui, Liu Sheng used Kamui to come to the Kamui space, turned on Tenseigan to monitor the entire Kamui space while waiting for Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu to come in, while sharing the perspective of Uchiha Madara. To avoid accidents in the plan, I left the Kamui space and went out to help. But obviously under the Light and Dark project that Liu Sheng has been perfecting for more than 3 years, as well as the co-directorship of 3 soul clones, everything is going so smoothly. In the different space that Otsutsuki Yuya couldn't see at all, Liu Sheng managed to get another Rinnegan and also got the will incarnation of Otsutsuki Kagaia. More importantly, Otsutsuki Yuya was indeed kept in the dark, thinking that this ninja war will eventually develop into a possible resurrection of the mother or the reincarnation of the previous generation Indra, who may become the second mother and perform the infinite Tsukuyomi scourge the entire ninja world. Therefore Otsutsuki Yuya chose to intervene in the world of the living as in the original book and distributed his power to Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, asking them to stop the reincarnation of the previous generation of Kundera. While solving the fateful battle between Ashura and Indra that has lasted for thousands of years, by the way, the task of saving the ninja world is handed over to future generations to solve it by themselves. Once Otsutsuki Yuya distributes his power to Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, his power will definitely be severely weakened. In this way Liu Sheng only needs to get rid of Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, then Otsutsuki Yuya will definitely not be his opponent. Therefore Liu Sheng shared the perspective of Uchiha Madara, and at the same time sent information to Uchiha Madara, asking him to fully suppress the Geto statue which is now evolving due to the recovery of chakra which has 9-tailed beasts. Oh no. It's no longer Geto statue, it's called 10 tails. On the surface, Uchiha Madara is trying to suppress the evolution of 10 tails because it has not been revived. But in fact, Uchiha Madara is secretly sensing the state of Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto. When Uchiha Madara saw that Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto's chakra fluctuations, which were light candles and would be extinguished with a light blow, not only did not disappear but became stronger and stronger, the corners of their mouths could not help but twitch slightly. Like him, there is also Liu Sheng in the Kamui space with the corner of his mouth raised. The fluctuation of chakra has changed, indicating that the transmission of Otsutsuki Yuya has begun. So Liu Sheng took out the storage scroll that he carried with him and took out another Rinnegan from Uchiha Madara. Then use Devouring Hand to devour both Rinnegans. After devouring, Liu Sheng used Kamui to return to the real world without checking the change of the pupil technique. Because of Kamui's eyes, Liu Sheng's speed of leaving Kamui's space is much faster than that of Uchiha Obito. As soon as it appeared on Geto statue's head, Liu Sheng took one in each hand, drawing Uchiha Madara and 10 tails into the refining space. Uchiha Madara was easily recovered to the Wangquanjin space, and Liu Sheng's soul clone was also refined into pure soul power and returned to the body. However, the devouring of 10 tails was the goal that took the longest time to complete, since Liu Sheng acquired the devouring ability, not one of them. Because the prerequisite for devouring a living and complete individual must be that the opponent cannot struggle and Heiji submerges the entire town of the target. It is not difficult for Liu Sheng, whose strength has already reached the 6 paths level, to make 10 tails, who is still in the first stage unable to struggle. But it took Liu Sheng more than a minute to let the black mist flood the huge 10 tails. Fortunately, at this time Otsutsuki Yuya is still passing on Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, otherwise this must be the most dangerous moment for Liu Sheng. Fortunately, Liu Sheng successfully sucked 10 tails into the refining space. Just like those corpses and living people, the 10 tails who had already recovered the 9-tailed beasts had just entered the refining space of the mysterious beads and were turned into endless molecules by the power of the supreme rule. Then the mysterious beads contained in the soul shone with an unprecedented dazzling light, emitting an unprecedented halo of energy. In just 1 second, Liu Sheng felt the evolution above the immortal body, Zhao Li's, and soul mutation. And the place where it evolved this time is called Realm. The vast sea of chakra surges out from trillions of cells. The Yin-Dun chakra, which is also as vast as the sea, flooded into Liu Sheng's eyes from his brain. Go beyond ultimate and reach another level of yin and yang power, allowing the power of 6 paths exclusive to Liu Sheng to be rapidly fused and derived. Just when Liu Sheng's Rinnegan, which also belongs to Liu Sheng's Rinnegan's exclusive pupil technique, is about to be derived. Swish. Just like when 3 Tomo Sharingan evolved into Mangekyo Sharingan, a black ray of light suddenly shot out from the mysterious bead, emitting energy halos from the soul to the body. It penetrated into Liu Sheng's eyes. Moreover, the volume of the black glory light this time is much larger than that of the previous year, and the energy contained in it is also more than n times that of the previous year. More importantly, this time the light of Heiyao, to be precise, was interfered by the mysterious beads, not just Liu Sheng's Rinnegan exclusive pupil technique but Liu Sheng's all pupil techniques. Chapter 149. Fusion of Ultimate Pupil Art 6 Paths Apex. 149 181st. Chapter 149. Fusion of Ultimate Pupil Art 6 Paths Apex. Yes, the black light emitted by the mysterious beads not only interfered with Liu Sheng's Rinnegan this time but also interfered with all of Liu Sheng's pupil techniques. I don't know if it's because of the endless chakra and Yindu chakra brought by the devouring 10 tails or the dark radiance of the mysterious beads. The yin and yang power in Liu Sheng's body suddenly soared by an unknown number of times and soon fused into his own Rinnegan and derived his exclusive pupil technique. However, due to the dark light, Liu Sheng's Rinnegan has not yet appeared, just like other pupil techniques as well as the swallowed pupil technique were destroyed and reorganized by the black light of the mysterious beads and merged to form anew. The ultimate pupil art. Sharingan is a red eye with a black hook. Mangekyo Sharingan is a red eye with a pattern. Rinnegan is a purple eye with a pattern of reincarnation, and Rinnegan is an eye with a pattern of a circle. Reincarnation Sharingan is red's eyes with reincarnation pattern and hook jade. In this world dubbed Eye Legendary, there are so many strange forms from Sharingan to reincarnation Sharingan. On the other hand, the same is true for Baian. In addition to Tenseigan, there is also Jingyan in Boruto. If there is a person who has so many pupil techniques at the same time, if he wants to use different types of pupil techniques, it will take a little time to switch 370. After switching, his eyes will become other pupil techniques. This is actually a very tiring and a manifestation of lack of concentration. Therefore, while the mysterious bead, which is a product of an unknown dimension, interfered with Liu Sheng's Rinnegan exclusive pupil technique, it also conveniently reorganized all his pupil techniques so that his ultimate pupil technique was neither in the shape of Rinnegan nor Tenseigan shape but a brand new, ultimate pupil technique that combines the two. After the energy of Heiyao's light and the Yin-Dun chakra pouring out of his brain slowly dissipated, Liu Sheng's ruby-like eyes had turned into a pair of new eyes. The white of the eyes is still white, but the pupil has become a black lotus similar to Mangekyo Sharingan. But this lotus flower is even more beautiful than Mangekyo Sharingan's are noble. Because the black lotus of Mangekyo Sharingan is static. But in the new ultimate pupil technique, the black lotus is dynamic. Around the petals of the lotus there is also the center of the lotus that is the part of the pupil, and the black light flows slightly, exuding like a different dimension. Pupil power. If Liu Sheng wants to, then he can use this different dimensional pupil power to kill the weak from a distance with a single look, just like the coercion of Otsutsuki Kagaya's white eyes. This is the first form of Liu Sheng's ultimate pupil technique. Yes, first form. As if he also noticed it or received the information of the new pupil technique, Liu Sheng raised his eyebrows and then his mind moved. In an instant the black lotus in Liu Sheng's eyes suddenly changed into another color. The whites of the eyes are still the whites of the eyes, but the black lotus has turned into a blue-white ice lotus. The ice lotus is also dynamic, only the pupils of the pupils still have black light flowing slightly, but if you don't look carefully it's hard to find. This is the second form of ultimate pupil art. These two forms of ultimate pupil techniques represent Liu Sheng's two types of pupil techniques. Black's lotus represents Sharingan Mangekyo Sharingan Rinnegan Reincarnation Sharingan. The blue and white ice lotus represents Bian and Tenseigan. Once using Sharingan to reincarnation Sharingan's ability, Liu Sheng's eyes are in the shape of black lotus. Once Bian and Tenseigan's abilities are used, Liu Sheng's eyes are in the shape of a blue and white ice lotus. Yes, Liu Sheng, who devoured 10 tails, does not have the so-called third eye, which is the reincarnation Sharingan. Under the interference of the mysterious beads, the ability of reincarnation Sharingan has become one of the abilities of Liu Sheng's ultimate pupil technique. By the way, Liu Sheng also got the key to unlock the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya, which is a huge treasure at the moment when the ultimate pupil technique was born. And refining black Zetsu, what is the great treasure obtained from the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya? That's Otsutsuki Kagaya's ability. In addition to his exclusive pupil technique and the distinguished heavenly gods Kamui and Wheel Tombs that came from swallowing, Liu Sheng also has something that Uchiha Madara, who became 10 tails Jinchuriki, does not have and is exclusive to Otsutsuki Kagaya. BB de Wangquan Hirosaka Tianji Yuzhong Kill Ashes Yashigami Airstrike and Expand Truth-Seeking Ball. This is Liu Sheng's biggest gain from devouring black Zetsu. The above 5 abilities are all at the level of Shueiji Snare. In addition, the ability of reincarnation Sharingan has been integrated into Liu Sheng's new eyes, so Liu Sheng's ultimate pupil technique is also above the single body of Rinnegan and Tenseigan and belongs to the ultimate pupil technique of the blood follower Snare level. In addition to the ultimate pupil technique that is the change of the eyes, Liu Sheng's constitution has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The first is appearance. People who become 10 tails Jinchuriki will have white hair and clay-like complexion and will automatically get a set of white windbreakers, 6 paths Zen staff and 8 truth-seeking balls floating behind them. But Liu Sheng devoured 10 tails directly, so his appearance didn't change at all, it was still the same as before. Likewise, he will not have the limitations and weaknesses of 10 tails Jinchuriki. There won't be a Jinchuriki space inside him, no backlash from 10 tails, etc. But he has all the advantages of 10 tails Jinchuriki. The first is the chakra side, which devoured the 10 tails who collected all 9 tail beasts. The chakra amount of Liu Sheng and now Kakashi has been officially eliminated and it has become a pillar, as a unit. Yes, Hashirama's pillar. Then there's the privilege aspect. Why do you say that the 6 paths class is a god in another dimension? Because creatures in this realm enjoy privileges that mortals do not have. And that privilege is flying. It can fly autonomously without borrowing any external force, which is the standard configuration of higher organisms. After devouring 10 tails, Liu Sheng also got this privilege. And then there's undead. To be precise, it is self-healing ability. 10 tails Jinchuriki has the self-healing ability close to the immortal body. Even if half of the body is lost, it can still heal itself by consuming chakra. As long as it is not killed once or is killed continuously, causing chakra to be consumed to a certain extent, allowing the 10 tails in the body to find a chance to counterattack. Then the 10 tails Jinchuriki theory is to have an immortal body. After devouring 10 tails, Liu Sheng naturally obtained such self-healing ability. Last but not least, immunity. If it weren't for the magic of the world, then 10 tails Jinchuriki would be an invincible existence that could not be threatened by anything except the sealing technique and the magic of the Otsutsuki family. Because 10 tails Jinchuriki's body is immune to all ninjutsu damage. There is no chakra attack that contains natural energy, no matter whether it is the blood successor limit or the blood successor elimination. It cannot hurt a single hair of 10 tails Jinchuriki. After devouring 10 tails, Liu Sheng's body also has the characteristic of being immune to all ninjutsu, and only sage art and physical attacks can be damaged. The above is the huge harvest that Liu Sheng got from devouring 10 tails and black Zetsu. Comprehensive strength from the beginning of the 6 paths level to the existence of the 6 paths apex in an instant. As if breaking free from the shackles, Liu Sheng raised his mouth slightly and said, "This time I'm really invincible." Chapter 150. Exclusive Pupil Technique, the perfect version of Huang Quanjin, the body of the mysterious bead. 150-181st. Chapter 150. Exclusive Pupil Technique, the perfect version of Huang Quanjin, the body of the mysterious bead. So what is my exclusive pupil technique? After sighing for his current strength, Liu Sheng became curious about his Rinnegan exclusive pupil technique. So his ultimate pupil technique switched back to the form of Black Lotus and then perceived the exclusive pupil technique residing in his eyes. Soon a piece of strange information appeared in Liu Sheng's mind. After Liu Sheng digested a small amount of information, his expression suddenly became weird. Because his exclusive pupil technique is still Huang Jingjin. Yes, Liu Sheng's Rinnegan exclusive pupil technique is still Huang Quanjin. But it is the evolved Huang Quanjin. Huang Quanjin of Mangekyo Sharingan, whose left eye is raised the dead, is able to summon corpse puppets of enemies that have been swallowed by Liu Sheng. That corpse puppet had unusually large flaws. Because besides having an immortal body, the corpse needs Liu Sheng to provide its chakra, and it is an unconscious puppet. Right Eye Huang Quanjin Death Grafting. Although it has the resurrection ability at the conceptual level, the number of resurrections is actually limited. Each resurrection will consume Liu Sheng's corresponding pupil power. Despite devouring part of Shinigami's spiritual body after obtaining the Soul Split technique, let Liu Sheng's left eye Huang Quanjin break through a little and can cooperate with the Soul Secret technique to create a soul clone that can extract chakra by itself. But the number of soul clones depends on the power of the soul that Liu Sheng can split. Except for the soul avatar, the dead person in Huang Quanjin in the left eye is already dispensable to Liu Sheng. And the resurrection of the right eye, Liu Sheng only used it once with Shinigami. With his caution, few people can kill him. If there really was someone who could kill Liu Sheng and killed him many times, it meant that Liu Sheng didn't even have the ability to resist at all. This resurrection ability is also dispensable. Therefore, if it weren't for the ability to devour, which can help Liu Sheng win other people's exclusive pupil art, then the greatest use of Liu Sheng's Mangekyo Sharingan is actually to enhance the power of illusion and the divine power of Susanoo. But now the Huang Quanjin exclusive to Rinnegan is different. If Mangekyo Sharingan's Huang Quanjin is a batch of low, then Rinnegan's Huang Quanjin is simply not too luxurious and perfect. Huang Quanjin in the right eye still has the ability to resurrect. But rather than death grafting, Liu Sheng prefers to call Huang Quanjin's ability in the right eye infinite resurrection. As the name suggests, as long as there are enough dead people in the Huang Quanjin of the left eye, then Liu Sheng can be resurrected infinitely. And it is different from the resurrection of Mangekyo Sharingan, which needs to consume a certain amount of pupil power. Liu Sheng's current resurrection does not need to consume pupil power, nor does it need to consume chakra. As long as his right eye is not gouged out, as long as there is still the existence of the dead in the space of Huang Quanjin in his left eye, then Liu Sheng can continue to be resurrected. The only flaw is that once the left eye is poached, the Huang Quanjin in the right eye cannot be used. As for Huang Quanjin in the left eye, Liu Sheng prefers to call it Elysium, rather than the resurrection of the dead. If we talk about the enemies who were swallowed by Liu Sheng before, they will be treated like hell. The enemies who are now swallowed by Liu Sheng are treated as if they entered heaven. The living beings swallowed by Liu Sheng in the future will still be refined into several parts, and some of them will come from the refining space to the Huang Quanjin space. But unlike the Mangekyo Sharingan version of Huang Quanjin, the dead is just a corpse puppet without chakra and sallow skin. The dead who entered the Rinnegan version of the Huang Quanjin space are no longer a corpse but the same living body as before, and the level of chakra is also the same as before. Not only that, Liu Sheng can also throw the memory light ball in the refining space into the Huang Quanjin space, just like reanimation jutsu, to activate the consciousness of those dead. But because most of their bodies and souls have been refined, they who entered the Huang Quanjin space are actually just products created by the power of concepts with the remaining small part. Since they are created products, it means that above their heads there is a creator who created them. And this creator is the owner of Huang Quanjin space, the Hokage world version. Huang Quan God tier, Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng who created them is their master and their god. As slaves, no matter what method they use, they cannot resist their masters. In addition, since their existence has been deprived of Huang Quanjin space and they are the products created by the power of concepts, they have immortal bodies. Unless they die instead of their masters, no matter what attack they cannot really kill them. The only flaw is that all the slaves of death who enter the Huang Quanjin space will lose the space to rise. What was their strength when they were devoured? Then their strength will always be at that level. After all, they are not real living people after all, and naturally they have lost the potential that real living people have. Ask for flowers. Of course, since they are not real living people, it means that they also have advantages that living people do not have. That is, apart from being immortal, their physical state will always remain in the stage of being devoured and created. No matter how many years passed, even if the master Liu Sheng was old, they would not be old. The above is the Rinnegan version, not. To be precise, it is the Huang Quanjin ability of the Nongji Tongshu version. After Liu Sheng completely digested the information about the exclusive pupil technique, even though his strength had reached the peak of the 6 paths level, he still couldn't help taking a breath and said with a shocked and excited expression, "Doesn't that mean in the future the target I devour will not only improve my own soul and physical strength but also get an undead thug of the same level? Is this really a Shueji snare level pupil technique rather than a divine technique level? Wait, could it be because of the mysterious beads?" Suddenly Liu Sheng thought of the Son of God in his soul. Speaking of it, the mysterious beads have rarely interfered with the host Liu Sheng and are usually the target of refinement and devouring. 13 years have passed since I got it at the age of 3. No. To be precise, it was a complete soul binding with the mysterious bead. During these 13 years, corpses and living people as well as those beasts swallowed by Liu Sheng added up. The number of devoured by Liu Sheng has already broken through 5 digits. But in the 5-figure engulfment, the mysterious bead only interfered with Liu Sheng twice, and both of them shot a dark ray of light when the exclusive pupil technique was about to be derived. Moreover, these 2 interventions made Liu Sheng's eyes and the exclusive pupil technique have one thing in common. The 2 common denominators are shape and ability. Whether it is Mangekyo Sharingan or the current ultimate pupil technique, they are all in the shape of a lotus flower. If only the Mangekyo Sharingan is a lotus flower, Liu Sheng would not be surprised. But Rinnegan and Tenseigan as well as Samsara Sharingan are the product of the fusion of the 3 supreme pupil techniques. Why aren't Tenseigan, Rinnegan or Samsara Sharingan dominating the pattern, but a mere Mangekyo Sharingan? Coupled with the new exclusive pupil technique, it is still Huang Quanjian. Could it be that this mysterious bead is related to a certain black lotus? Or its body is a lotus flower? So the perfect version of Huang Quanjian has such an exaggerated effect. Chapter 151. Rinne Sharingan Reclaim Chakra. 151-181st. Chapter 151. Rinne Sharingan Reclaim Chakra. Of course these are Liu Sheng's guesses. But what is certain is that the mysterious beads must be the existence of higher dimensions. Because Liu Sheng's current strength has reached the peak of 6 paths, but he still doesn't know the name of the mysterious bead. I don't even know what other abilities this mysterious girl has besides devouring and refining abilities. The only thing they know is that this mysterious bead has been bound to Liu Sheng's soul. As the host of the mysterious bead, if Liu Sheng died in the true sense, then the mysterious bead would also die. It is conceptual death turning into gray haze. Maybe it is just like Liu Sheng, who is afraid of death, and the mysterious beads help Liu Sheng get the ability to resurrect. So Liu Sheng is not worried this thing will hurt himself. After clearing his mind, Liu Sheng glanced at Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, who were still receiving the transmission from Otsutsuki Yuya, who hadn't yet awakened, and then sent instructions to the other 2 soul clones: go back to your place. As soon as the order, 727, came out, 2 figures appeared in front of Liu Sheng without warning. It was Huang Quan and Yakushi Kabuto. Reanimation Jutsu. Solution. As soon as Huang Quan and Yakushi Kabuto appeared, they immediately formed seals with both hands, dispelling the impure world reincarnation army on the 5 battlefields. After they lifted the reanimation jutsu, Liu Sheng put his hands on their shoulders one by one and used the hand of devouring to pull them into the refining space and turn them into pure soul children. 2 soul clones were recovered. Since the ultimate pupil technique is based on Rinnegan and Tensegan, it should be called Rinne Sharingan, just like reincarnation Sharingan. Quote, after recovering all the soul clones, Liu Sheng gave his ultimate pupil technique a name. He did not take the name of the lotus, but named it Rinne Sharingan according to the ability of the first form and the second form. After naming the new ultimate pupil technique, Liu Sheng's Rinne Sharingan immediately switched to the second form of the water lotus. Immediately 5 small black dots appeared around Liu Sheng out of thin air and then swelled up like a balloon, inflated, and soon became the size of a billiard ball. Liu Sheng, whose strength has reached the peak of 6 paths, can already easily make a truth-seeking ball. Let alone 5, even making 9 truth-seeking balls in an instant is a breeze for Liu Sheng. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. After making 5 truth-seeking balls, Liu Sheng immediately manipulated the truth-seeking balls around his right hand. Then the 5 truth-seeking balls lit up one after another, covered by a layer of green light, forming a rosary. The rosary floated to the front of Liu Sheng's palm, and then Liu Sheng entered the chakra into the center of the rosary. In no time the center of the vacuumed rosary became a silvery halo. The huge tornado transformed by chakra is emitted from the aperture and soars into the sky. Wherever it passed, the surrounding rain curtains all turned into a vacuum. After the huge tornado rushed into the heavy rain cloud, there was no deafening explosion. However, in the 5 battlefields of the land of rain, whether it is the ninjas of the 5 great ninja villages or the members of the 100,000 White Zetsu and Akatsuki organization, they all found that the rain was pouring, and when they looked up at the sky where nothing could be seen except the rain curtain and dark clouds, suddenly the sun cleared. Yes, the sky suddenly cleared up. To be precise, it was the dark clouds and rain curtains that enveloped the entire kingdom of rain, and they disappeared in an instant. And it was Liu Sheng's Yinlin reincarnation explosion that swept away such a large swath of dark clouds and rain in an instant. As one of the 2 strongest moves of Tensegan Otsutsuki Daoren in the theatrical version, smashed the side of the moon with the silver wheel reincarnation blast. This is one of the big moves at the scrubbing level. Use it toward the sky and that's a weather-changing blow. When the dark clouds dissipated, the blood-red moon and the stars all over the sky hung and embellished the night sky one after another. Before I knew it, it was already night. Looking at the blood-red full moon in the sky, Liu Sheng's figure suddenly broke free from gravity and slowly floated into the sky. Due to the clear weather, Liu Sheng, the only flying ninja in this battlefield, was quickly spotted by Cloud Shinobi and White Zetsu clone. But because the war is still going on, Cloud Shinobi, who regards Liu Sheng as an ally, doesn't care too much. Only because Huang Quan cancelled the reanimation jutsu, 4th Reikage didn't have to be besieged by dried persimmon Kisame and Ghost Lantern Wanyu looked worriedly in the direction of Geto statue. The 3 behemoths disappeared just now, and I don't know what the condition of Killer Bee is. With no one paying attention, Liu Sheng flew to a very high altitude. The blood that hasn't been used seems to be very close at hand. Looking at the red full moon in the sky, Liu Sheng's eyes slowly changed from ice lotus back to black lotus shape. When Liu Sheng stared at the moon again with these eyes, a black lotus flower suddenly appeared in the blood moon in the sky, just like the Mangekyo Sharingan before Liu Sheng. The change of the blood moon also immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the 5 major battlefields. Not only the 5 major battlefields, but even the entire ninja world can see the changes of the moon. Looking at the blood moon of Black Lotus floating in the sky, most of the ninjas are as incredible as the common people. But some people who knew about Uchiha Naraku's eyes widened. Because the shape of the moon is exactly the same as the pattern of Mangekyo Sharingan recorded in the file by Uchiha Naraku. Just when everyone subconsciously stopped fighting and watched the changes in the blood moon, Liu Sheng raised his index finger slowly and said slightly at the corner of his mouth, "Light up the world, infinite Tsukuyomi." Swish. As Liu Sheng's words fell, the blood moon in the sky suddenly turned into a huge white ball of light. The sky, which was originally dark at night, suddenly became daytime at this time. Like the sun's rays, the dazzling white light instantly illuminated the whole world. And unlike sunlight that can be blocked by objects, these white lights can penetrate all shelters and buildings, whether it is hidden in a house or in a basement. As long as it is a living person, as long as it is a human being, it will be irradiated by this white light. At this moment, whether it was a cage-level expert who was as powerful as Onoki or a newborn baby, all human beings stopped their movements and looked towards the sky one by one under the guidance of the white light. Under the irradiation of white light, the eyes of all people with different pupil colors will become the Rinne Sharingan Black Lotus form. God Tree Realm comes when the white light of infinite Tsukuyomi controls the human beings all over the world. Liu Sheng formed seals with both hands again and cast the God Tree Realm descending that was used in conjunction with infinite Tsukuyomi. In an instant, all the places that were irradiated by the white light and where there were people branches broke out of the ground one after another. Unlike the sea of trees formed by the arrival of the tree world, these branches, although they are all as tall as towering trees, are just branches, and none of the branches will become a big tree as if they are just branches of some divine tree. After the branches burst out of the ground all over the world, strips of cloth formed by the bark came out of the branches one after another as if a tracking device was installed in 1.7. All the humans who were hit by infinite Tsukuyomi were tied up to form one by one, or big or small rice dumplings, or pulled to the bottom of the branches and hung up. There was also a huge tree branch soaring into the sky extending in front of Liu Sheng. Stretching out his hand to rest on the tip of the branch, Liu Sheng's palm released a thick black mist wrapping the tip of the branch. The other hand raised the index finger again. Liu Sheng whispered, "Return to the original." Chakra scattered in the world. As Liu Sheng's words fell, countless zongzi shone with blue light. The vast sea of chakra suddenly came from countless branches, passed through the branches below Liu Sheng, poured into the refining space, was filtered by the mysterious beads, turned into pure energy, and transformed into Liu Sheng's body. Trillions of cells actually extract chakra automatically, making Liu Sheng the amount of chakra in units of columns, which is skyrocketing every second. Chapter 152, Space Confinement Killing Sage of Six Paths. 152-181st. Chapter 152, Space Confinement Killing Sage of Six Paths. Liu Sheng's process of recovering chakra was not smooth. To be precise, someone didn't want him to go so smoothly. Whoosh! Just when he was concentrating on devouring chakra, a huge purple-black flame arrow shot from below, hitting him with incomparable precision. It's a pity that the purple-black flame arrow failed to hurt Liu Sheng but directly passed through Liu Sheng's body, making him feel lonely. "Liu Sheng, what are you doing? Stop!" At the same time, an unbelievable shout also reached Liu Sheng's ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a gleaming golden figure flying from below. And the person in this figure is Naruto, who has already been cheated and obtained 6 paths level strength. Looking at Naruto, who also got the flying privilege, Liu Sheng frowned slightly. Because in front of his Rinne Sharingan, no power in Naruto can escape his chakra perspective. What makes Liu Sheng frown is the chakra in Naruto's body. The fate of Naruto in this life has already undergone great changes. First of all, he dreams of becoming a Hokage. Unless Liu Sheng voluntarily abdicates in the future, he who was born in the same year, the same month, and the same day as Liu Sheng has no hope of becoming the 12th, 7th Hokage at all. Then there's Nine Tails in vivo, although with the help of Liu Sheng, Kurama turned back to full body a few months earlier than the original. But before recovering to a full body, the entire 9 tails in Naruto's body were pulled out. In addition, with Liu Sheng perfecting the plan after more than 3 years and sending 3 soul clones to co-direct, Naruto has no chance to get close to the rest of Impure World Reincarnations Jinchuriki, except for fighting with Impure World Reincarnations Nagato and Namikaze Minato for a while in the 9-tailed beasts. So, why does he have the chakra of the 9-tailed beast inside him? Yes, under the perspective of Liu Sheng's Rinne Sharingan, Naruto's body actually has a part of chakra from the 9-tailed beasts. Obviously this must be the work of Otsutsuki Yuya. As expected of a 1,000-year-old yin, by when he created the 9-tailed beasts he already saved a hand. While Liu Sheng complained in his heart, he became more afraid of Otsutsuki Yuya. With such an old Yinbi hiding in a corner and watching him, he might not even be able to sleep peacefully. We must get rid of this old Yinbi. Naruto, don't talk nonsense with him, let him spit out all the tail beasts first. At the same time, Uchiha Sasuke also flew up using the full body Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke, whose left eye has become Lugoyu Rinnegan, makes no secret of his thoughts. He wanted to extract the 9-tailed beasts and even the 10 tails from Liu Sheng's body, and then he would become the 10 tails Jinchuriki himself. As for Otsutsuki Kagaya, what does it matter to him? It doesn't even matter why someone I've been unable to beat since I was a kid becomes a 10 tails Jinchuriki instead of Uchiha Madara becoming a 10 tails Jinchuriki. He only knew that the only people blocking his path were Liu Sheng or even Naruto. There is no doubt that Uchiha Sasuke has become more extreme at this time. I don't have time to play with you right now, so let's go somewhere else to stay. Liu Sheng didn't answer Naruto and even ignored the two of them. Rinne Sharingan in Black Lotus form just glanced at the two of them. In an instant the world was overturned. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, who were originally in the land of rain in the ninja world with the blood moon and starry night sky above their heads, appeared directly in a lava space with nothing but magma below. If they were not flying now, they would have already stepped into the air and fell to the magma area below. In the next second a black portal appeared behind Naruto without warning. Then a hand stretched out from the black portal, and when Naruto was surprised by this scene, he grabbed Naruto by the back collar and pulled him in. At the same time, Liu Sheng, who was floating opposite the two, also reached into a small black portal with his right hand. Obviously the palm that pulled Naruto into the black portal was precisely Liu Sheng's right hand. I'll deal with you later. After separating Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke by using the combination skills of Tenji Yuzhong and Wonquan Hirasaka's blood following the snare, Liu Sheng stared at Uchiha with wide-eyed eyes. Because he was exposed to the power of the blood following the snare for the first time, he only felt that his worldview had been refreshed. Sasuke. After leaving such a sentence, the figure left the lava space in Tianji Yuzhong by Wangquan Hirosaka. Just when Liu Sheng used Tianji Yuzhong, he took Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto into the lava space. On the ground of the ninja world, the soul body of Otsutsuki Yuya, who was respected by the world as the Sage of Six Paths, also appeared on the land out of thin air. Looking at the branch extending hundreds of meters into the air, Otsutsuki Yuya seemed to have witnessed the disappearance of the three. I saw Otsutsuki Yuya's wrinkled face was full of surprise at this time and sighed. I never thought that such an accident would happen in this era. If you look closely, you will find that there is still a hint of worry hidden under Otsutsuki Yuya's eyes. It was the unease that the chess game was out of control. And the person who brought him uneasiness was precisely Liu Sheng. Decades ago, when Uchiha Madara awakened Rinnegan and brought Geto statue back to the ninja world from summoning on the moon, Otsutsuki Yuya had already noticed that this was the most excellent Indra reincarnation in the millennium. The birth of the second pair of Rinnegans after him also means that the possibility of his mother's resurrection will skyrocket. So decades ago, Otsutsuki Yuya predicted that the second 10 Tails Jinchuriki would be born in this world. But because Uchiha Madara is one of the reincarnations of his son and he wants to end the fateful reincarnation of Ashura and Indra. So after Uchiha Madara's death, Otsutsuki Yuya did not destroy Uchiha Madara's resurrection plan but prepared to use him to train the reincarnation of a new generation of Ashura and Indra, so that the last reincarnation of his two sons would personally solve the ninja world crisis, and wanted to see how they managed the ninja world afterwards and whether they could achieve peace that they could not even achieve. But unexpectedly, after he personally interfered in the living world and helped the two sons improve their strength. The Indra reincarnation of the previous generation has become the most outstanding descendant of Ashura in this era. More importantly, this descendant of Ashura unexpectedly became a new generation of 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Where did he get Rinnegan? Could it be that they snatched the reincarnation of Indra from the previous generation? But if I read correctly, his eyes don't look like Rinnegan's, do they? So how did he become 10 Tails Jinchuriki? However, judging from the other party's casting of infinite Tsukuyomi and recovery of chakra, he already has signs of becoming a second mother, just like the previous generation of Indra's reincarnation. Hope Naruto and Sasuke can stop this descendant of Ashura. As the dead, I can only do so much for you. Otsutsuki Yuya suddenly let out a sigh. Then prepared to cast the Six Paths version of reanimation jutsu, summoning the souls of the other first-generation Hokages from the world of the dead, except for Senju Hashirama, whose soul has disappeared, in preparation for helping Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke get out of Li Tian's imperial palace. The power of ultimate yin and yang as well as the power of Six Paths have been temporarily distributed to Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke so that they have the power to fight against 10 Tails Jinchuriki and conceal the opponent's Six Paths planetary devastation. Otsutsuki Yuya with the current power can no longer summoning Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke alone and can only use the power of the dead. Since you are a dead person, then don't interfere with the world of the living. Space confinement. However, before Otsutsuki Yuya could move, an indifferent voice suddenly reached his ears. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding room turned into a different space, and Otsutsuki Yuya, whose strength had been severely weakened, suddenly lost contact with the world of the dead. Chapter 153. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion Instant Kill Sage of Six Paths. 153 181st. Chapter 153. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion Instant Kill Sage of Six Paths. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Liu Sheng, who came to kill Otsutsuki Yuya with Wangquan Hirosaka, did not have the slightest nonsense and directly used Tensagen's most powerful move. Just like the previous Yinlan Reincarnation Explosion, 9 Truth-Seeking Ball Liu Sheng had already been created in the space of the Imperial Palace of Heaven, wrapping them around his right hands like a string of huge black rosary beads. And as Liu Sheng entered the amazing chakra into the Truth-Seeking Ball, the vacuum area in the center of the rosary immediately turned into a golden circle of light. Then a dazzling, extremely dazzling gold light shot out from the aperture like a giant laser, blasting towards Otsutsuki Yuya. If you look down from the perspective of God, you will find that there are 3 people in the area where Liu Sheng is. One is Otsutsuki Yuya in spirit body state, floating cross-legged in the air. And tens of meters behind Otsutsuki Yuya there is Liu Sheng with 2 hands in mudra. This is Liu Sheng's split body. He is using Tensagen's space control to confine the space in the surrounding area and lock Otsutsuki Yuya to death. Connection to the world of the dead. And at the 9 o'clock direction of Otsutsuki Yuya that is on the left-hand side is the body of Liu Sheng, who uses the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. How is it possible? The sudden attack by Liu Sheng and the split body obviously caught Otsutsuki Yuya by surprise, causing the severely weakened Sage of Six Paths to feel extremely horrified, but at the same time he could barely react, holding the Six Paths Zen stick to block the incoming attack golden light. Boom! Otsutsuki Yuya, who was able to cut the moon in half and was also cast by the Truth-Seeking Ball. Otsutsuki Yuya, who defended with the Six Paths staff, escaped the golden light that contained the power of the Truth-Seeking Ball. His soul was in danger of being annihilated in one blow, but his body was blasted away as if it were a real thing. Moreover, the resistance of the Six Paths Zen staff only persisted for a few seconds. In the next moment, the Six Paths Zen staff, which has the same nature as the Truth-Seeking Ball, was instantly cut off by the golden light that contained unparalleled cutting ability and annihilation ability. Along with the Six Paths staff, Otsutsuki Yuya's arm, the entire left shoulder to be exact. Just passing by, Otsutsuki Yuya almost had half of his body wiped out. And Otsutsuki Yuya, who lost an arm and flew upside down, just flew out of the area where the space was imprisoned and regained his connection with the world of the dead. But in the next second he found that the connection was broken again. Because the world in front of him suddenly turned upside down. The last second he was still in the ninja world rain country. The sky is full of blood moon and stars. He directly appeared in a special space with green sky and rock balls below. Yuya is no stranger to this space. This is impressively one of the 6 spaces in Mother's heavenly palace, and it is also the first space of the main space. Entering the first ball space with Otsutsuki Yuya, and if you don't change the attack direction then one blow will split the country of rain into 2 and even the countries near the country of rain will be cut in half. Explosive. I don't know if it's in a state of extreme horror or because the power is distributed to Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke or because the soul body doesn't have the strong reaction force of the body. Otsutsuki Yuya, who was moved into the first ball space, forgot a crucial point. That is, Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion is actually a giant sword that can move. Tear up. Liu Sheng's arm just waved and Otsutsuki Yuya used it to dodge for a few seconds but cut off one of his arms, and the gold beam that passed by him suddenly moved quickly laterally, cutting off Otsutsuki Yuya's body in the middle up. Seeing this scene, Liu Sheng was also stunned. However, his strong rationality allowed him to suppress all doubts and lifted the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion and then used Wonquan Billionsaka to rush into the black portal. At the same time, the split body that imprisoned the space around also created several truth-seeking balls attacking towards Otsutsuki Yuya. Shish. Looking at the flying split body, Otsutsuki Yuya, who lost his left arm holding the 6 Paths Zen staff and lower body, did not die but prepared to use 6 Paths Sage Art to deal with the flying split body. But in the next second a large number of black gaps suddenly appeared in front of the split body, quickly forming a black portal. After the split body rushed into the black portal, it disappeared directly. Immediately afterwards 2 black portals appeared on the left and right sides of Otsutsuki Yuya respectively. On the other side of the remaining right arm, a black blade made by a truth-seeking ball was held by Liu Sheng. On the other side, Liu Sheng raised his right hand covered in black mist, and a black hole similar to universal pull appeared in his palm, releasing terrifying suction to suck the soul body of Otsutsuki Yuya's remaining upper body. If the devouring hand needs to subdue the opponent's body when devouring the living, then devouring the dead, especially the soul body, is simply like adamantine sealing chains against tailed beasts, a special attack skill for souls. Master Shinigami, who has lost part of his spiritual body, definitely has a deep understanding of this point. Otsutsuki Yuya, who had already lost his lower body, was almost instantly disturbed by this sudden gravitational force, and half of his body distorted and flew towards Liu Sheng's palm. Tear up. Just when he was about to fight back, the black blade cut off his remaining arm. Otsutsuki Yuya, who lost his arms and lower body, was sucked into the refining space by the devouring hand. After devouring Otsutsuki Yuya, Liu Sheng didn't immediately feel the changes in his body but looked at the split body face to face. Am I too strong, or he is too weak? There should be all of them. Liu Sheng suddenly started asking and answering questions with the split body. It can be seen from this that it is a bit of a worry to kill and swallow Otsutsuki Yuya and Liu Sheng so smoothly. After awakening the ability to devour from the age of 3, Liu Sheng's ultimate goal is to devour 10 tails. As he grew older, in addition to devouring 10 tails, Liu Sheng also wanted to reclaim the chakra of the ninja world and reshuffle the ninja world. So at that time Yuya Yintongmu became Liu Sheng's imaginary enemy. In order to deal with this imaginary enemy, Liu Sheng clearly possesses the invincible strength in the ninja world at the age of 12, but he still dare not reveal the ability of Mangekyo Sharingan. The reason why he dared to expose Wood Style's ability is because he was born in Konoha. The Senju family has been broken into pieces. His hair color and eye color are the same as Senju Tobarama's, and he has had a huge chakra since he was a child. Not only that, but he also spent 3.5 years constantly perfecting the Light and Darkness project. The main body and 3 soul clones together directed the 4th Ninja World War and acted to deceive Otsutsuki Yuya and let him distribute power to his 2 sons. The reincarnation of the body weakens his actual experience. Otsutsuki Yuya has indeed succeeded in the trick and distributed ultimates yin-yang power and 6 paths power to Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, so he is only a soul body, the one who gets money, and his strength has been severely weakened. Facing Otsutsuki Yuya, whose strength has been severely weakened, Liu Sheng, whose strength is now at the peak of 6 paths, as long as Otsutsuki Yuya is not allowed to escape back to the world of the dead and he is not given a chance to recover his strength and rescue soldiers, he will be absolutely sure to kill him. Liu Sheng didn't expect that this imaginary enemy, whom he regarded as the ultimate big boss, would be killed by him so easily like a fish. This kind of trance feeling of fighting against the air is no wonder Liu Sheng has such a reaction. Because Liu Sheng was already prepared for an accident which caused Otsutsuki Yuya to escape back to the world of the dead, and after regaining his strength he brought his younger brother to come to revenge and was ready to prevent him from shuffling the ninja world. It can only be said that this is the strongest advantage of the Traversers. His personality is extremely cautious. He clearly has invincible strength, but he still forbears himself and designs to weaken the enemy's strength and uses super big moves to sneak attack the enemy. It is this kind of preparation that makes it easy for Liu Sheng to gain the most fruit. It's like 10 years of hard work off stage in exchange for 5 minutes of success on stage. Chapter 154, 6 Paths Class Ultimate, the True Ninja God. 154 181st. Chapter 154, 6 Paths Class Ultimate, the True Ninja God. After calming down the trance in his heart, Liu Sheng felt as if a big rock had been dropped in his heart, and he felt so comfortable physically and mentally. Just like the impression of the Chunin exam at the age of 12, the more you know, the greater the pressure. It is clear that there are Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, Otsutsuki Yuya, and even Otsutsuki Ashiki hidden in the ninja world. Liu Sheng, who was older than him, grew up cautiously. After all, in addition to the above-mentioned old-fashioned comparisons, Liu Sheng also needs to guard against the two old things of third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. The kind of life that has invincible power in an era but dare not expose it in a high-profile manner for fear of attracting the attention of those old cunts who might give you a perineum and treat you as a pawn or a reincarnation container. Whoever lives will know. The most typical one is Uchiha Obito, who is obviously a kind-hearted Uchiha who respects the old and loves the young, but was calculated by Uchiha Madara to become a blackened lunatic, the #1 licking dog in the ninja world. The same is true for Nagato, who has been Uchiha Madara's chosen resurrection tool since childhood. And the reason they were calculated was because of their blood and character. If he hadn't possessed the invincible power of an era and the incomparably compatible conditions with the Senju clan, Liu Sheng wouldn't even take the initiative to expose Wood-style Shui succession limit 437 realm. But now the high-pressure life that lasted for more than 10 years has completely passed. The current Liu Sheng is undoubtedly the strongest in the ninja world. He has several kinds of pupil techniques and several kinds of blood successive snares, except for those who also master the blood successful snares or are strong in divine arts. No one will be his opponent. Because the current Liu Sheng is the Six Paths ultimate god on earth. Yes, Six Paths level ultimate. After devouring Otsutsuki Yuya's soul, Liu Sheng's soul strength didn't increase much because his current soul strength is already super powerful. However, the memory of Otsutsuki Yuya made Liu Sheng instantly stable, instantly soared to the strength of the apex of Six Paths and went one step further. Otsutsuki Yuya's strongest period is undoubtedly when he becomes Ten Tails Jinchuriki, when he is about to die of old age. At that time, Otsutsuki Yuya's fighting power might not be as good as Ten Tails Jinchuriki's when he was young, but he was definitely many times more terrifying than himself when he was young. Because of Otsutsuki Yuya, at this stage he has reached the pinnacle of yin-yang escape and the Six Paths sage art he developed himself, and even returned to the basics. Birth BCEB, of all things from nothingness, the secret technique of creating life. This is yin and yang escape technique. The official formula book of Liu Sheng's previous life evaluated yin-yang done like this. And the person who made yin-yang done have such an evaluation as the Sage of Six Paths, Yuya, who developed it to a very high level. As the incarnation of Otsutsuki Kagaya's will, Black Zetsu's yin and yang escape is very strong, but he is not even qualified to lift the shoes of his brother Otsutsuki Yuya. After devouring Otsutsuki Yuya's soul, Liu Sheng's greatest achievement is undoubtedly Otsutsuki Yuya's Six Paths sage art and yin-yang done's attainments. Now Liu Sheng can not only separate his own chakra to create a new nine-tailed beast, but also create Six Paths ninjas by himself, pass his yin-yang power to others, or use Ultimate's yin-yang power, cast Six Paths planetary devastation, the ultimate sealing technique, etc. It's like devouring Black Zetsu, refining the will incarnation of Otsutsuki Kagaya and directly obtaining several blood successor snares of the opponent. Otsutsuki Yuya's 1000-year development of yin-yang dungeon and Six Paths immortal art made Liu Sheng a wedding dress. In addition to the exclusive pupil technique and devouring ability, Liu Sheng, Song, who combines the abilities of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Yuya, Otsutsuki Hamura, Six Paths Madara, Six Paths Obito, etc., feels that he is stronger than ever. In this era when divine arts have not yet appeared, he is an omnipotent existence. But thinking of the divine technique, Liu Sheng instantly calmed down with that fluttering feeling. He didn't forget that there is still a Otsutsuki 10 style that is higher than Otsutsuki Kagaya hidden in this ninja world. More importantly, he used the combo of Infinite Tsukuyomi and God Tree Realm Descending to reclaim the time of chakra which was distributed to the world by Otsutsuki Yuya and has spread throughout the ninja world after thousands of years. The branches did not bind the parasitic strings of Otsutsuki, which means that Otsutsuki did not hit Infinite Tsukuyomi. In the same style as Otsutsuki, there are Toad Sage, White Snake Immortal and Katsuyu Immortal from the three holy places. This means that the current hiding place of Otsutsuki Aikishiki is a special secret place or a different space, just like the Holy Land where the three great sages are. And after getting Tensagen, Liu Sheng has also used Tensagen's amazing farsightedness and perspective ability trying to find the Otsutsuki style, but in the end it was still fruitless. This shows that this mouse hides very deeply. But fortunately, when Otsutsuki Aikishiki was backstabbed by Otsutsuki Kagaya, half of his body was eaten by 10 tails. Seriously injured and lost half of his body, he has been parasitic in Si Xian's body for thousands of years. His strength and lifespan have been severely weakened, and he will definitely not be Liu Sheng's current opponent. When he took the initiative to show his head, it meant that it was the limit of Si Xian's body, because Sutsuki needed to find a new container for a try. As long as he shows up or is found by Liu Sheng, that is the time of his death. Liu Sheng was going to wait until the shuffling of the ninja world was completed and then slowly search for this big mouse hiding in a certain corner. Right now recycling chakra is a top priority, so Liu Sheng flew to the tip of the branch hundreds of meters high, again with one hand emitting a thick black mist to wrap the tip of the branch, and with the other hand he raised his index finger and continued to recover the chakra scattered in the ninja world. Soon Liu Sheng reclaimed the chakra that had spread throughout the ninja world after thousands of years of dispersion after Otsutsuki Yuya established the ninja sect. As long as Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's chakra are recovered, Liu Sheng is the entire ninja world. Except for Otsutsuki, the only 10 existences with chakra. Having obtained the yin and yang escape of Otsutsuki Yuya's 1000-year attainment, Liu Sheng can distribute chakra to Hinata and other women at any time and develop their potential to make them stronger than before. As long as they and chakra are the only ones in the ninja world, they have the final say on the entire ninja world. At that time Liu Sheng will become the real ninja god. After recovering all the chakra, Liu Sheng did not release infinite Tsukuyomi and God Tree Realm arrival immediately but formed seals with both hands and directed infinite Tsukuyomi to all white Zetsu clones in the land of rain, saying, "Hide all, wait my order." Yes, master. As a product of infinite Tsukuyomi, the white Zetsu clone has only one master, the owner of the Sharingan or the caster who casts infinite Tsukuyomi. As the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu was their previous master. And now Liu Sheng is their master. Therefore the surviving white Zetsu avatars among the 100,000 white Zetsu used the Mayfly technique to sneak into the ground waiting for Liu Sheng's instructions. After disbanding all the white Zetsu clones, Liu Sheng just returned to the space in the Heavenly Palace ready to recover Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's chakra. Chapter 155, Devouring Mingzuo, the Perfect Ending. 155-181st. Chapter 155, Devouring Mingzuo, the Perfect Ending. To be familiar with the power of Rinnegan so quickly. As soon as he entered the space of Yuzhong of Heaven, Liu Sheng said in surprise as if he had discovered something. I saw countless black gaps appearing out of thin air in front of him, quickly forming a black portal. Liu Sheng, who flew into the portal, soon came to a desert space. As the name suggests, this space has nothing but a vast desert and a hot climate. Below Liu Sheng there are two figures who are waiting for someone's chakra and pupil power to recover. These two people are Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, who Liu Sheng used Huang Quan to separate from the original version before. It is Uchiha Sasuke who is recovering chakra and pupil power. The reason why the two people who were separated into different spaces can reunite is because Uchiha Sasuke has mastered his own Rinnegan's exclusive pupil technique, Heaven's Hand Power. Tianshuli is a very powerful space-time pupil technique which can instantly exchange positions between the operator and the target and can also exchange positions between the enemy and the object. Additionally, this ability can also create a black portal similar to Koizumi Hirazaka's. However, unlike the Blood Follower's snare level which consumes very little chakra and pupil power, Wangquan Bilyangsaka, the black portal made by Uchiha Sasuke needs to consume a huge amount of chakra and pupil power. Once the pupil power is exhausted, his Lugoyu Rinnegan will degenerate into Rinnegan or even change back to Mangekyo Sharingan. And now Uchiha Sasuke's Lugoyu Rinnegan has temporarily degenerated back to Rinnegan, which means that he found Naruto in the 6 spaces and consumed a huge amount of chakra and pupil power. Liu Sheng, why is it you in 10 Tails Jinchuriki? As soon as Liu Sheng came in, he was sensed by Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke below. Looking up at Liu Sheng floating in the air, Naruto still couldn't accept it and asked loudly, "You just cast infinite Tsukuyomi and your purpose is the same as Uchiha Madara wanting everyone to live in a dream. Naruto in this life has no chance to contact Uchiha Obito and the real Uchiha Madara. In addition, Uchiha Obito did not go to the 5 Shadows to declare war, and he did not explain to the 5 Shadows that he captured the 9-tailed beast's Project Tsuki no Mi. Therefore Naruto is logically unaware of infinite Tsukuyomi and Project Tsuki no Mi. But he knew it and thought that Liu Sheng's purpose was the same as Uchiha Madara and the others. Obviously this must be the work of Otsutsuki Yuya. But it is not difficult to see from Naruto's words that Otsutsuki Yuya did not tell them the truth and did not tell them that infinite Tsukuyomi was just a technique to create white Zetsu, but only revealed to them that infinite Tsukuyomi was a false dream. Was it intentional, or did Otsutsuki Yuya also see that Uchiha Sasuke wanted to be 10 Tails Jinchuriki? No matter which one it is, it doesn't matter to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng, who has already killed Otsutsuki Yuya the old Yinbi, is also ready to let Naruto know, "No, my purpose is to recover all the chakra in the ninja world, including your chakra." Quote. While Liu Sheng was talking to Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, who was silently recovering chakra and pupil power, suddenly approached Naruto slowly. Then when Naruto was still a few feet away, the fierce man didn't say much and launched a surprise attack on Liu Sheng in the air. His left eye widened slightly and with all his strength he exchanged positions between Liu Sheng in the air and the sand between him and Naruto. Immediately Uchiha Sasuke opened his palm engraved with a moon, pressed it towards Liu Sheng and shouted, "Naruto, it's now." Uchiha Sasuke's surprise attack is no less than Liu Sheng's attack and kill Otsutsuki Yuya's Wangquan Bilyangjaka plus Golden Wheel Tensai explosion combo. Even Naruto was caught off guard by Uchiha Sasuke, but his subconscious behavior also sentenced him to death. Because under the urging of Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto opened the palm engraved with the sun and pressed it towards Liu Sheng, intending to activate 6 paths planetary devastation to seal Liu Sheng. If it's Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya, then it will definitely be overshadowed by Uchiha Sasuke's heavenly hand, just like the original. But Liu Sheng, who has long known how insidious the power of the sky is, has been on guard against Uchiha Sasuke since he entered the desert space in the Heaven's Arm. To be precise, it was Liu Sheng who had just entered the desert space when his eyes fell on Uchiha Sasuke. Even while talking to Naruto, Liu Sheng has been sensing Uchiha Sasuke. When he saw Uchiha Sasuke slowly approaching Naruto, he was ready to be transferred by the sky. In this ninja world, no matter what level of powerhouse they are, they all like to fight intelligence warfare because this is the nature of ninjas. Those who have the advantage of intelligence can easily gain the advantage. For example, Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, who have just obtained 6 paths level power, used their hand power and 6 paths sage mode to almost completely suppress the 6 paths Madara, who only has one eye. Similarly, Liu Sheng took advantage of Otsutsuki Yuya's strength to be severely weakened just now and did not know that he had been eyeing him many years ago and did not deal with Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke in the first place, but came back to attack him with his intelligence advantage. He used the super big move of Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, which almost killed Otsutsuki Yuya instantly. And now Uchiha Sasuke also wanted to do what Liu Sheng did, taking advantage of Liu Sheng's ignorance of his Rinnegan's exclusive pupil technique. He used the power of heaven to attack Liu Sheng. As everyone knows, his sneak attack fell into Liu Sheng's hands. Uchiha Sasuke would never have imagined that there would be familiar plots in this world like travelers who could predict the future. The Tomb of the Wheel, Yashigami Air Strike. Almost at the moment when he moved between Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, Liu Sheng used the pupil technique he had stolen from Uchiha Madara, and the two shadows merged into a different space invisible to the naked eye, and raised his hands unleashes a hemorrhaging blow from the palm of your hand following the snare level kill blow. The terrifying airflow formed Yushang's huge fist, whose volume and power far surpassed that of the 8 Inner Gates formation, and almost drowned Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto face to face. At the same time, the two shadows in the different space also soared into the sky and shot a set of Yashigami air strikes towards Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto below. Shake the sky with the power of the immortal way, a house of attack and defense rich and ruthless. Every punch is a killer blow. There's not even room for a mouse to escape. This is the official formula book of Liu Sheng's previous life, the evaluation of the Yashishin Kongji of the blood following the snare level. The power of a single target is far higher than that of Shi Shang, and Shi Zhang's 5 consecutive hits can make monocular 6 paths extremely uncomfortable. But Yashigami air strike, like 8 trigrams 64 palms, is a set of super nirvana that can reach 80 combos. Ask for flowers. Even in the original book, Otsutsuki Kagaya did not use a complete set of Yashigami air pressure. Liu Sheng's Yashigami air strike, Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke may have more than one way to defend or dodge if it's a long-range confrontation. But the two who also didn't know about Liu Sheng's intelligence but dared to launch a surprise attack on him were destined to end up stealing nothing. Boom. Crack. Although looking at the terrifying airflow that appeared out of nowhere and could overwhelm them in less than a second, Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto still instinctively used Susanoo or mobilized the truth-seeking ball behind them to defend, and indeed successfully defended part of the airflow. However, they forgot to hide in the different space, playing the round tomb shadow of Yashigami empty attack like a barrage. Therefore the sound of Susanoo being crushed instantly sounded. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, who were far behind Liu Sheng in strength, were instantly overwhelmed by the invisible Yashigami air strike. Boom 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 boom. Cha-cha-cha-cha. The sound of the ground shaking continuously resounded from the ground of the desert. Oh oh. Immediately afterwards a series of sounds of bone-breaking, even bone-crushing, suddenly sounded from Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto. I saw invisible super fists constantly hitting the two of them in the desert. The desert where the two are located is changing its shape every second. Or depression, or dust flying, or ground fragmentation, etc. If you look down from the perspective of God, you will find that the desert is covered with huge craters. These craters are just like the 8-gate guy hitting the ground with the evening image, and even more amazing in terms of area than the evening image. Just like the 80 gods air strikes cast by the shadow of the tomb are all hidden in a different space, these terrifying craters all appear out of thin air. Although there are no exaggerated special effects, the deterrent power is even more frightening, like a superpower. Stop. The shadow of the wheel tomb also had no chance to complete a set of 80 combos of 80 gods air strikes, so Liu Sheng immediately put away 2 shadows of the wheel. Because if you don't stop, Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto will be beaten to pieces. Even so, the bodies of the two were no longer human-like, and they were lying dying at the bottom of the dusty crater. This is true even for Naruto, who possesses the ultimate yang power and has an amazing self-healing ability. Liu Sheng, who used Kamui to avoid the impact of Yashigami's air attack, used Wonquan Bilyangsaka to come to Naruto and saw that 6 Paths Sage mode had been beaten and his body was twisted everywhere. Even medical masters couldn't cure it. The good Naruto couldn't help but use the Hand of Devourer to suck the Child of Destiny and the Child of Destiny into the refining space. Since then, the absolute male lead of the original boy chapter and Shippuden has just disappeared. After devouring Naruto, Liu Sheng appeared next to Uchiha Sasuke in another Wonquan Bilyangsaka and then sucked the last generation of Indra into the refining space. Since then, the male lead and male lead in the original work are gone. In the entire ninja world apart from Liu Sheng, there are only Otsutsuki and Chakra hiding in a certain corner or in a different space. The fourth Ninja World War, which was only for gaining the power of 6 Paths Ultimate and allowing only himself and those around him to have Chakra in the entire ninja world, also ended perfectly under the personal direction of Liu Sheng. Chapter 156, Aftermath, Lord of the World. 156-181. Chapter 156, Aftermath, Lord of the World. After devouring Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, Liu Sheng didn't feel the changes in his body immediately. For Liu Sheng, whose strength has reached 6 Paths Ultimate, what Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke can bring him is only the chakra part of the 9-tailed beast and the 3 exclusive pupil techniques of Amaterasu, Flame Control and Heavenly Hand Power. Except for the power of the Heavenly Hand, which can enhance Liu Sheng's combat power a little, the rest of the abilities don't improve Liu Sheng much. So compared to perceiving changes in the body, dealing with the aftermath is the most important thing at present. After returning to the ninja world from the desert space using Wonquan Hirosaka, Liu Sheng did not immediately disarm Infinite Tsukuyomi and God Tree Realm Descending, but began to devour the Cloud Shinobi on this battlefield. Not to avenge Hinata, but the people on this battlefield, the only ones who have seen him and Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, are also the battlefield of the final battle. Since it was the battlefield for the final battle, in order to create an atmosphere for the final battle and give Naruto a reason to sacrifice, Liu Sheng couldn't let them survive. Therefore Liu Sheng spent 153, a little time to devour all the Cloud Shinobi on the battlefield. By the way, under Liu Sheng's order, Samui did not participate in the Fourth Ninja War but became the captain of the guard to protect the daimyo of the Land of Thunder. Soon Liu Sheng will go up to the 4th rankage down to the genin who just graduated from the ninja school at the age of 12 and was sent to the battlefield, all of which will be devoured. After devouring all the cloud shinobi, Liu Sheng still didn't release infinite Tsukuyomi and God Tree Realm descending but floated in the air to a height of several hundred meters and then raised his right hand slightly. Just like the group planetary devastation performed by Six Paths Madara in the original book, the Fairy Art Chakra, which contains 5 kinds of nature transformation and natural energy, surged out from Liu Sheng's palm and quickly formed 5 super large jade spirals with different attributes. Sword. After casually throwing down the 5 attribute Sage Art Super Jade Spiral Shuriken, Liu Sheng's eyes switched to the second form of Ice Lotus and then made 5 truth-seeking balls covering Green's chakra, forming a string with Green's rosary. He used the Yinlin reincarnation explosion downward. The huge tornado that can change the weather and shatter one side of the moon immediately shot out from the silver disc in the middle of the rosary, roaring towards the ground below. Rumbling. When the 5 attributes of Sage Art Super Large Jade Spiral Shuriken and a huge tornado fall into the ground below Kai. Second only to the explosion caused by the collision of the original Indra Arrow and the 6 Paths Super Jade Spiral Shuriken, it immediately resounded from the battlefield below. In an instant, a terrifying to the ultimate airflow containing the 5 nature transformations of wind, fire, water, earth and mine erupted from the center of the battlefield and spread in all directions. Wherever he passed, whether it was the Rocky Mountain area or the towering tree-like branches that grew from the God Tree world, they all turned into dust. The terrifying shock spread to the entire land of rain almost instantly. An incomparably huge mushroom cloud rose to more than 100 meters in an instant and soon submerged towards Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng also didn't use Kamui or Wangquan Bilyongsaka to dodge but let the mushroom cloud submerge him, making himself a little embarrassed. After the mushroom cloud dissipated, an incredible crater with 5 types of chakra nature transformation left appeared on the battlefield below. Looking at this meteor crater that is out of the scope of ninjutsu and does not know how many tailed beast bombs are needed to create it, Liu Sheng still felt that it was not enough, so he used the golden wheel reincarnation blast to cut a crater across the ground on the ground. The country of the country and the country of the river even spread to the huge gully of the country of the wind. Only then did Liu Sheng make seals with his hands and shout softly, "Unlimited use of reading, solution." As Liu Sheng's words fell, a blood-red full moon of a black lotus appeared in the sky and it immediately returned to a normal full moon without any blood color. At the same time, countless branches all over the entire ninja world also withered and fell down automatically. The zongzi that were hung under the branches also untied and fell off automatically, revealing the wrapped people. After everyone regained consciousness, each and everyone's faces were full of trance and bewilderment. No matter how hard the common people think, they can't figure out where those branches come from. As for the ninjas, after being in a trance for a while, they suddenly showed a look of horror. Because they found that their chakra was gone. Not only myself but also the people around me, and even everyone's chakra disappeared. Disappeared with them chakra and some of White's special creatures. The atmosphere of panic quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Hinata, Kaorin, Ino, are you alright? At this time Liu Sheng appeared on the battlefield of Konoha out of thin air, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Liu Sheng, my chakra is gone. Mine too is the white light from the sky and the surrounding branches sucking our chakra away. Master Liu Sheng, you teleported here just now, does it mean that your chakra has not disappeared? Master Liu Sheng, what happened? Liu Sheng, who teleported over using the Flying Thunder God technique, was suddenly surrounded by Konoha's ninjas. Countless voices of inquiry with emotions such as fear and tension came into my ears from all directions. Obviously none of these people could accept the fact that they suddenly changed from ninjas to commons. Everyone be quiet. Although he was already prepared, Liu Sheng, who was still annoyed by these voices, suddenly let out a drink. In an instant the terrifying chakra arrogance burst out from Liu Sheng's body. When they had chakra, the Konoha shinobi who didn't dare to face Liu Sheng's aura were all shocked and quiet. Then looking into Liu Sheng's eyes, the awe was stronger than before. Because they thought of a very terrible thing. That is, if they can't get chakra back, then as the only person who has chakra, Liu Sheng's already terrifying strength, isn't he the real ninja god? Seeing that everyone was quiet, Liu Sheng showed superb acting skills and said in a sad tone, not only you but even the chakra in the entire ninja world disappeared and they were all recovered by Uchiha Madara, who became 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Now just me, Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke with the help of the Sage of Six Paths. But in the battle with Uchiha Madara, both Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were killed by Uchiha Madara. If Sage of Six Paths hadn't chosen to let his soul fly away and seal Uchiha Madara into a different space, then I would not be able to survive. When he said the last sentence, Liu Sheng's eyes dimmed, full of guilt and self-blame. But his words made the ninjas on Konoha's side fall into a state of confusion. Uchiha Madara, 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Sage of Six Paths, Master Liu Sheng, are you sure you're not joking? Isn't Uchiha Madara dead? Isn't Sage of Six Paths a character from a fairy tale? The ninjas whose worldview was shattered subconsciously chose not to believe it. Regarding this, Liu Sheng just said lightly, Cloud Shinobi 3.1 has completely wiped out the army. You can go to the battlefield over there to see if I am lying. No one's body was left behind. Quote, whether you believe it or not, I have no reason to deceive you. After the war is over, when I go back, I will compile a report to Master Hokage and let her announce it to the world. After speaking, Liu Sheng embraced the 3 daughters of Hinata, who were also bewildered, into his arms and then returned to Konoha with a Flying Thunder God technique. And after today, the whole world will definitely be a sensation. When the news of the ninjas' loss of chakra spread throughout the world structure in which the 5 major powers rule the entire ninja world will inevitably undergo earth-shaking changes. And as the only one who has chakra, Liu Sheng will surely become the ninja god of this era. No, to be precise, he is the master of the world. When no one in the whole world can resist his power, it will be a breeze for him to seize the world. Chapter 157. I am the savior of the ninja world and the big boss behind the scenes. 157-181st. Chapter 157. I am the savior of the ninja world and the big boss behind the scenes. Everyone can disbelieve Liu Sheng's explanation, but they must believe what they see. When the unbelievable craters as well as the moat-like ravines spreading across 3 countries came into the eyes of the surviving ninjas. No matter how bizarre and unbelievable Liu Sheng's explanation was, they could only accept it. To be precise, they must accept. When everyone's chakra was recovered, only wood-style ninja Liu Sheng in the entire ninja world had the news of chakra, which slowly spread across all battlefields and spread throughout the entire ninja world. The 5 major countries and even the whole world fell into silence. And this silence can also be said to be the calm before the volcanic eruption. If it is not handled properly, the world structure will undergo earth-shaking changes and even return to 1,000 years ago, and the war belonging to the common people will definitely break out. To be precise, if the news of Liu Sheng and chakra had not spread throughout the ninja world, many ambitious common people or some small countries would have risen to overthrow the 5 major countries that occupy the most land in the ninja world. But because Liu Sheng still has chakra and he still has the same wood-style Shuijijianji as the god of ninjas, everyone must bear with it before he expresses his stance. Otherwise, the first person to act may not be the crab but the stick. Of course, as the main character that the whole 14 worlds pay attention to, Liu Sheng is not in a hurry to reshuffle the ninja world immediately. After returning to Konoha with the 3 Hinata daughters, Liu Sheng immediately called Shizune and Tsunade over, planning to use Yin Yang Dan to distribute chakra to them so that they could recover their strength and obtain a chakra that was even stronger than before. Is Liu Sheng the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization really Uchiha Madara? Does the Sage of 6 Paths really exist? What is Ten Tails Jinchuriki? When Liu Sheng distributed the chakra to them, the girls also had many questions. Well, the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization is indeed Uchiha Madara, but not the real Uchiha Madara. The real Uchiha Madara had died of old age decades ago. The current Uchiha Madara is just named after Uchiha. The name of Madara walks in the ninja world just because of the resurrection of the real Uchiha Madara's pawn. In fact, the Rinnegan, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, is not his own but Uchiha Madara's. In the Battle of the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara did not die but used the Uchiha clan's secret technique Izanagi to enter, put into a state of suspended animation, and got the cells of first Hokage. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan are actually both Sage of 6 Paths. To be precise, they are the descendants of the Otsutsuki clan. While distributing the chakra to the girls, Liu Sheng explained their doubts and told them part of the truth about the world. But Liu Sheng was not telling the truth. Although he told the truth, the girls would not blame him, and Liu Sheng still did not choose to tell the truth. Because he wanted to catch Otsutsuki in one go. When his lies spread all over the world, Otsutsuki learned that Ten Tails Jinchuriki recovered all the chakra and was sacrificed by the son of Otsutsuki. Kagaya sealed into a different space, and he will definitely come out to investigate the truth. If it is found to be true, then Otsutsuki Yishi will definitely become unscrupulous and start to plant the sacred tree from dark to bright, or look for a container suitable for his own reincarnation. When investigating, he will definitely investigate Liu Sheng, the only one in the ninja world who owns chakra. In this way, Liu Sheng can follow the clues to find the Otsutsuki style. Secondly, Liu Sheng has no idea of becoming the master of the world. Just like the suffix of the light and darkness plan, he formulated back then, I am the savior of the ninja world and the big boss behind the scenes. Close hollow corner bracket. On the surface, Liu Sheng is the savior of the ninja world, loved by all, but secretly he is the behind-the-scenes boss who controls the entire ninja world. With distinguished heavenly gods and the perfect version of Huang Quanjin, Liu Sheng wants to control this world full of common people. It is simply a piece of cake. Therefore, Liu Sheng did not choose to tell the truth. Due to Liu Sheng's cautiousness, since he was a child and in front of the Hinata daughters, he only exposed the inheritance of Hokage from the beginning to the end. Therefore, for Liu Sheng's explanation, the women did not have any doubts, but after learning part of the truth of the world, they couldn't help but lament that they are really a frog in a well. Liu Sheng, you may be busy next time. After getting chakra from Liu Sheng, which is several times stronger than before, Tsunade suddenly joked. In the eyes of everyone, you are the only one who has chakra in the ninja world now, plus your wood-style blood succession limit is human, the nemesis of naval tactics. I believe that the 5 major powers will send people over to negotiate with you soon. Even if you want to rule the world, I'm afraid it's just a matter of saying a word or using wood style. So what do you think? When he said the last sentence, Tsunade looked very serious. No matter what choice Liu Sheng makes, she will raise her hands in favor, even if it means ruling the world. However, Liu Sheng's answer made Tsunade very surprised but very pleased. I saw Liu Sheng shook his head and said with a smile, I have no interest in ruling the world at all, I just want to be with the people around me and live a common life. 11. Sage of 6 Paths taught me Yin Yang Dan before he died and also wanted me to check and balance this ninja world. So I plan to distribute some chakra to the 5 cages of the 5 ninja villages so that the Mukages can maintain the current world structure. Yes, Liu Sheng intends to maintain the current world structure. First, distribute chakra to the 5 cages, deal with the mouse of Otsutsuki Aikishiki, and then slowly reshuffle the current ninja world. Of course, these 5 shadows must belong to Liu Sheng. In addition to Tsunade, Liu Sheng is preparing for a new Tian Ying. At Cloud Shinobi Village, Liu Sheng plans to help Samui become 5th Raikage. On Kuritaker's side, Liu Sheng plans to let Terumi Mei continue as 5th Mizukage. In the village of San Shinobi 730, Liu Sheng plans to support Temari as the 6th generation Kazekage. On Iwagakure's side, Liu Sheng is going to support Black Earth to become 4th Tsuchikage. So a few days later, when Tsunade spread Liu Sheng's report all over the world, the 5 major countries quickly sent people over to write to Tsunade to negotiate with Liu Sheng. Knowing that Liu Sheng owns the secret art of Sage of 6 Paths to establish ninja sect and distribute chakra to the world, and plans to distribute chakra to the 5 cages to continue maintaining the current world structure, the daimyos of the 5 major countries breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they are really afraid that only Liu Sheng in the ninja world has chakra. The savior of the ninja world will have the ambition to rule the world and then overthrow their rule. Fortunately, this savior of the ninja world is as simple as first Hokage in the Sengoku period. In this way they are relieved, as everyone knows their lives have entered the countdown. When Liu Sheng starts to reshuffle this ninja world, they will be the first batch of garbage to be cleaned up. But now stabilizing the world still requires their deep-rooted authority, so Liu Sheng didn't act immediately. After Liu Sheng's statement was spread throughout the ninja world by the daimyos and nobles of the 5 major countries, everyone in the 5 great nations and the 5 great ninja villages breathed a sigh of relief and began to praise Liu Sheng, the great savior of the ninja world, blindly. For a time Liu Sheng became a symbol of peace, the savior and hero of the ninja world, worshipped and loved by countless people. Chapter 158. 4. Capitalists, Liu Sheng will be happy in the future. 158 181st. Chapter 158. 4. Capitalists, Liu Sheng will be happy in the future. Previous. Next. A week later, 5 cage talks held at the Hokage building in Konoha. In the conference hall, Liu Sheng, who was sitting on the main seat as an agent of Hokage, looked at the 5 shadows who had spent a full week and advanced at full speed with the help of external forces and finally arrived at the point, laughed and joked. Let you, it was really hard work to come here in such a hurry. The 5 shadows were suddenly powerless to complain. Especially Ebizo and Onoki, who came here instead of Chio, touched his waist subconsciously. Just like Liu Sheng joked. Without chakra they couldn't use the body flicker technique, so they all came here by horse-drawn carriage. Being able to come to Konoha from the 5 major countries in a week shows that they are all moving at full speed. The young people like Terumi-mei and Samui could bear it, but the old people like them were exhausted. By the way, because Liu Sheng reclaimed chakra, he had transformed himself into a puppet and his heart was kept alive thanks to chakra's red sand scorpion. After he lifted infinite Tsukuyomi, he died. Coincidentally, the member of the Akatsuki organization responsible for resisting Sunagaku is the red sand scorpion. Therefore Chio, who witnessed the death of his grandson, was greatly shocked in his heart. After the war he had already left the position of agent Kazekage. Sunagaku, who has not yet selected a candidate for the 6th generation Kazekage, can only be represented by Chio's younger brother Ebizo and come to participate in the 5 cage talks. On the Samui side, it was because the entire Cloud Shinobi village was wiped out, leaving only Mabui, who guarded the village, Samui, who protected the daimyo, and some Cloud Shinobi. Although Samui also lost chakra, her physical and killing skills are still at the Jonin level and she is now the undisputed strongest in Cloud Shinobi village. So for this 5 cages meeting she became the representative of Cloud Shinobi village, accompanied by Azabui. Looking at the 2 beauties, one black and one white, Liu Sheng knew that he would be happy in the future. When you have time you must go to Cloud Shinobi village to experience the beauty of dark and white. Allah Allah, Master Liu Sheng, please don't make fun of him. Terumi-mei smiled charmingly and said, without chakra I came from the sea outside the ninja continent, but after a few days of sailing and then a few days of bumping on the land I barely got there in time. Oh. Seeing Terumi-mei start to be pitiful, Liu Sheng also turned his attention to this beautiful woman in his heart, who is also known as the 4 capitalists in the ninja world, along with Tsunade, Samui and Hinata. He smiled back without apology. That's why I say you have worked hard. After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng didn't continue to tease them but went straight to the point. After Sage of 6 Paths sacrificed himself to seal 10 tails Jinchuriki before the soul dissipated, he taught me the Yin-Yang Dun technique. The Yin-Yang Dun technique is a secret technique used by the Sage of 6 Paths to establish the ninja sect and distribute chakra to the world in ancient times. Sage of 6 Paths gave me this secret technique because they want me to check and balance this ninja world and prevent wars from happening. As a life-saving grace, and I have no interest in ruling the world, so I agreed to his entrustment. After a slight pause, Liu Sheng glanced at Wang and continued. To avoid the imbalance of the world structure, so I will not become 6th Hokage and I will never sit in the position of Hokage. Sitting here as Agent Hokage this time is because I want to say one thing. This thing is, before I distribute chakra to 5 cages you must abdicate 3rd Tsuchikage and let your granddaughter Kuroto succeed 4th Tsuchikage. Liu Sheng's eyes fell on Onamu and Haidu standing behind Onamu with his father. Huh, why me? Before Onoki could speak, the long-legged beauty Haidu couldn't help pointing at himself and asked with a surprised expression. Onoki stared at Liu Sheng, waiting for Liu Sheng's next words. Because it is too dangerous to be eliminated by blood successor, and 3rd Tsuchikage is also the 5 cage with the oldest seniority present and the richest ninja experience and combat experience. Liu Sheng gave his own explanation. If he continues to serve as Tsuchikage and restores chakra, then the other 4 Wying will not be his opponents. Then why is it me and not my father? Haidu asked again. Because. Liu Sheng shifted his gaze to Ebizo and Temari, who stood behind Ebizo with Konkuro, and said, I hope that Sunagaku can quickly select 6th generation Kazekage. Master Liu Sheng, I wonder if you have any suggestions. As Sunagaku's advanced advisor and staff officer, Ebizo instantly understood the meaning of Liu Sheng's words and asked actively. I want Temari to be the Kazekage of the 6th generation. Liu Sheng gave his reasons again saying, she is the older sister of Gaara and Konkuro and one of the people I know best in Sunagaku. If she is the Kazekage of 6th generation I will be more at ease. Seeing Liu Sheng recommending himself to become the 6th generation Kazekage, Temari's reaction was as astonished as Haidu's. However, after hearing that one of the people Liu Sheng is most familiar with in Sunagaku is herself as a girl, Temari blushed subconsciously. And her reaction also made Liu Sheng slightly taken aback. As everyone knows, the butterfly storm has already been secretly instigated. Since the 4th Ninja War was fought by oneself and the task of recovering Uchiha Sasuke back then, it was another reason for a big team battle. It was just Temari who was taught a lesson by Narashikamaru in the official Chunin exam did not have a great affection for Narashikamaru. More than 3 years later, Narashikamaru's impression in Temari's heart is not even as big as that of Naruto, a friend recognized by his younger brother. So when Liu Sheng's words came out, the girl's heart was immediately blasted, leaving an indelible impression in the girl's heart. Of course Liu Sheng doesn't know this for the time being. After listening to Liu Sheng's words, both Inoki and Ebizo fell into deep thought. Then he glanced at Terumi-mei and Samyi, recalling Liu Sheng's previous words. Both of these two old people showed a look of surprise. So are the 5 cages of the new era going to be all female? If that's the case, they are really not suitable to continue acting as agents of Kazekage and Cage. So Onoki took the initiative to say, yes, I am willing to abdicate to Haidu. The same goes for Sunagaku. Ebizo interjected, very well, thank you for your cooperation. Liu Sheng nodded in satisfaction and said, as compensation I will raise the chakra allocated to the same amount as my sister. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Liu Sheng, the Nuo's master Liu Sheng. Hearing Liu Sheng's words, Onoki and Ebizo's dissatisfaction with Liu Sheng's meddling in their ninja village regime disappeared in an instant. And like the daimyo in the world, he thinks that Liu Sheng is as simple and great as first Hokage. Who doesn't know about the amount of chakra in the Senju family? As one of the Sannin in legendary, Tsunade's chakra is definitely the strongest existence in Sannin. Even the existence that Jiraiya and Orochimaru combined are not as good as. Divide 4 chakra equal to 1 Tsunade, and even Tsunade's chakra is his dog. This is not as simple as creating 5 Sannin, but Liu Sheng weakened the chakra at the level of his own 5 Sannin. Having such an astonishing chakra, even Liu Sheng, who is also a member of the Senju clan, must feel very uncomfortable, right? This is not a great man who is worthy of a great man. The savior of the ninja world and the hero of the ninja world are simply well deserved. As everyone knows, this chakra is nothing compared to Liu Sheng. Chapter 159. Start to shuffle Terumi-mei in Temari's favor. 159 181st. Chapter 159. Start to shuffle Terumi-mei in Temari's favor. After helping Sunagaku and Iwagakure choose new Kazekage and Tsuchikage, Liu Sheng asked the people below to prepare a room and distributed chakra to Terumi-mei, Samui, Temari and Black Earth one by one. During this period, when Liu Sheng distributed chakra to the black soil, he opened Rinne Sharingan and used distinguished heavenly gods on it. Among the 4 girls, Samuel has already been hit by Liu Sheng's distinguished heavenly gods, so he only needs to control the 3 girls, and Liu Sheng is equivalent to mastering the 5 great ninja villages. However, Liu Sheng does not intend to use distinguished heavenly gods on Terumi-mei and Temari because there is no need for this. Terumi-mei is a woman who lacks love. In the Dream of Infinite Tsukuyomi in the original book, this woman is an older woman who longs to find a tall and handsome man who is stronger than herself to marry but ends up alone. As for her criteria for choosing a mate, Liu Sheng completely met them. When Liu Sheng became an adult, he would tease her from time to time, and this woman was his own. So there is no need to use distinguished heavenly gods on this woman, who is a good strategy. The same goes for Temari. The only thing that worries Liu Sheng is the black soil that he doesn't know enough about. So Liu Sheng didn't intend to waste time on this future leg shadow and directly used distinguished heavenly gods to turn her into a maid like Sammy. After distributing chakra to the 4 daughters, Liu Sheng handed over the task of entertaining the 5 shadows to Tsunade. Tsunade has no knowledge of Liu Sheng's arbitrarily refusing to be 6th Hokage or even never be Hokage. After Tsunade learned of Liu Sheng's decision, he couldn't help pinching Liu Sheng immediately. Originally, the reason why 333 came back to be the 5th Hokage was to pave the way for Liu Sheng so that he could smoothly become the 6th Hokage. After the end of the 4th Ninja World War, Liu Sheng's reputation reached ultimate, even surpassing her great-grandfather. At this time, it is simply the best time for her to abdicate for Xian. Unexpectedly, Liu Sheng actually cut the fight first and then played, promising the 5 shadows that he would not become Hokage and would not break the current world structure. Although Tsunade understood Liu Sheng's approach, he still couldn't help complaining. I'm in my 50s, do you want my sister to work so hard that she can't retire? If you feel tired, you can let Shizune be the 6th Hokage or cultivate an heir, and I will give her some chakra at that time. Liu Sheng said with a smile. And today is different, except that the 5 cages own chakra and maintain the current world structure with strong strength. The profession of ninja will soon eliminate the craftsman. Without the ninja, the samurai will return to the mainstream sooner or later. In the future, the tasks of the 5 great ninja villages will be the escort tasks, or use powerful physical skills and killing skills as well as rich experience to help some villages drive away the harassment of wild beasts, and beasts are to help the villagers deal with trivial matters in life. So you 5 cages won't be as busy as before. To put it bluntly, you can leave these trivial matters to the people below to deal with and sit and wait to die like those big names. When you need your strength beyond ordinary people, you can just go out and exercise. That's right. Tsunade's beautiful eyes lit up immediately. Just like what Liu Sheng said. When you have chakra, the 5 great ninja villages are the military bases of the 5 great powers, and you need to train ninjas to protect the country and borders. And many places or many people need the power of ninjas. That's why the profession of ninja will become the mainstream profession in the world. But now chakra has disappeared. A ninja without chakra, except for the body type and sword type ninjas, other ninjas are not even as powerful as the samurai of the Iron Kingdom. Therefore the profession of ninja will soon be eliminated. When the 5 great ninja villages are unable to cultivate ninjas with superpowers, apart from having the 5 cages of chakra, which will become a strategic deterrent like the tailed beast, the privileges of the 5 great ninja villages will definitely be slowly deprived and taken back by the daimyo. The first is the warrior who guards the border. The daimyo and nobles can train them themselves so they can cut military expenditures justifiably. At that time the 5 major countries will really have a one country one village system. The daimyo is in charge of the country and the 5 shadows only need to be in charge of their own village. Regardless of the border issues, the ninjas will slowly transform and even eliminate the mission system. The 5 cages will soon be idle and become a mascot. Thinking of this, Tsunade, who has been exhausted by those documents for the past few years, suddenly cheered. It's great, I'm finally saying goodbye to that tiresome life like a dog. Looking at the excited Tsunade, Liu Sheng also shook his head helplessly. That's why he doesn't want to be Hokage or even rule the world. Although becoming the lord of the world he will have the supreme privilege, but he also needs to be responsible for the people of the world. This is not the life Liu Sheng wants. Controlling the world in secret, he can still have the supreme privilege. So compared to the master of the world BB, he wants to be a behind-the-scenes boss. When the 5 shadows of the new era recover chakra, they return to their villages one after another. The ninja world, which was about to storm, soon truly calmed down. In order to deter those guys who were about to move, Terumime and others performed a large-scale ninjutsu on the border, leaving traces of natural disasters. When those eyeliners took pictures of this scene and sent them back to their respective high-level officials, the high-level people who have become common people dare not have the idea of rebelling and overthrowing the 5 major powers. As a result, the world pattern that would have undergone earth-shaking changes under the awe of the 5 shadows quickly returned to its original appearance. But the ninjas who originally possessed chakra and powerful strength faced the greatest difficulty in their lives. The ninjas who lost chakra and were unable to perform advanced tasks could only compete with the previous genin for C-level or even D-level tasks. This has led to the difficulty of finding low-level tasks. Most of the ninjas who can't earn money by performing tasks have encountered unemployment crisis. For this situation, Liu Sheng had already expected it. So after distributing chakra to 5 cages, Liu Sheng has secretly started to shuffle the ninja world. Liu Sheng, who owns 100,000 white Zetsu clones, has already spread his eyeliner and intelligence network all over the entire ninja world. In just a few days, the intelligence of the mobs in the ninja world was already in front of Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng just gave an order and the white Zetsu avatars immediately replaced those ninja mobs and then began to change careers, using Liu Sheng's name to contact the top leaders of the 5 major ninja villages and those small ninja villages and give them the ninjas in those ninja villages provide jobs. This kind of behavior of giving charcoal in a timely manner immediately made Liu Sheng's reputation even higher, and he gained the favor and gratitude of countless ninjas who were about to lose their jobs. At the same time, it also gave Terumime and Tamari, who had a headache and didn't know how to arrange the more than 10,000 ninjas, their affection for Liu Sheng was greatly increased. They don't know any economics at all, and they don't realize at all that Liu Shengban, who can easily provide more than 6-figure jobs for all ninja villages big and small, has already grasped the economic lifeline of the entire ninja world. The strength is already the god of ninjas and he has mastered the economic lifeline of the ninja world. What is the difference between Liu Sheng, who has no ambition to rule the world, and the master of the world? It's a pity that they who are very difficult to manage a village don't know this. Therefore, with the cooperation of all ninja villages, the crisis of ninja unemployment was quickly and easily eliminated by Liu Sheng. The number of ninjas is actually not much at all. The total number of ninjas in the 5 major ninja villages and those in the small ninja villages is only a few 100,000. The sudden transformation of these hundreds of thousands of ninjas back into common people is only adding hundreds of thousands of jobs to the world. Even if Liu Sheng didn't make a move, the great names of the 5 great powers could easily resolve this crisis. However, the ninja lost chakra and is still a dangerous element, stronger than the common people. Liu Sheng must have 100,000 white Zetsu monitor them. In an era with chakra, the white Zetsu clone might be the underdog. But in the era without chakra, the white Zetsu avatar is a big killer at the level of a soldier king. If there are ninjas who are unwilling to become common people, want to initiate riots or fall into madness, Liu Sheng will let the white Zetsu clone kill them silently. This reshuffle is not only for the mobs in the ninja world but also for these ninjas who have become accustomed to living with superpowers and cannot accept turning back into common people. Chapter 160. 2 years later, 18-year-old Liu Sheng. 160-181st. Chapter 160. 2 years later, 18-year-old Liu Sheng. Time is like a fleeting moment. Inadvertently 2 years have passed. In the past 2 years, Liu Sheng has completely reshuffled the ninja world. The profession of ninja has been officially eliminated. The samurai regained its former glory and became the mainstream profession in the ninja world. In addition to the shuriken, kunai and short swords have gradually become unpopular weapons. Except for the god of ninja _ Liu Sheng and 5 cages, no one deserves the title of ninja now. Liu Sheng, who owns 100,000 white Zetsu avatars, has replaced all daimyos and nobles with white Zetsu avatars in the past 2 years, as well as businessmen who specialize in contraband business, etc. secretly controlled the entire ninja world economic lifeline and voice. Liu Sheng, who controls the entire ninja world, also began to vigorously develop technology just like the original book. Not only that, he also used reanimation jutsu, summoned Orochimaru and the Red Sand Scorpion and then devoured them, turning them into the death slaves of the Huangquanjin space come out to help Ziri work. The first time he used the perfect version of Huangquanjin, Liu Sheng had to sigh. Although this ability is not powerful, it is better than Shuiji's snare and the magic spell that he does not have yet. Because the perfect version of Huangquanjin is simply one person equals one power. If Liu Sheng devours a world of people, then he is equal to a world. After making Red Sand Scorpion and Orochimaru into self-death slaves, Liu Sheng entrusted these two scientists with the task of transforming the ninja world. The high technology they researched was all mass-produced by the company controlled by Huang Quan before and then sold to all over the world. 2 years later, the ninja world has also developed into the era of digital cameras just like the original 2 years later. I believe that in a few years things like laptops and game consoles will be born one after another. With the development of science and technology, the ninja world entered the peaceful age and began to become rich. The hundreds of thousands of unemployed ninjas have all completed their transformation and become elites or laborers in various fields. They used to be supermen. Even if they lost chakra, they still have stronger physical fitness and knowledge than the common people. Therefore their transformation was not only very smooth but also became a major contributor to promoting the reform of the times. With the cooperation of all ninja villages, big and small, the one village system in Japan has become worthy of its name. The daimyo and nobles are in charge of running the country and the 5 shadows are in charge of running the village. In the past 2 years, the 5 great ninja villages and some small ninja villages have also become richer. And the reason why they can become rich is naturally thanks to the savior of the ninja world, Master Liu Sheng, who is loved by countless people in the ninja world. Because in the past 2 years Liu Sheng has often traveled to the 5 major ninja villages and other ninja villages with harsh environments, using wood style to help them change the environment. Especially in Sunagaku, which is located in the desert, with the help of Liu Sheng there are already oases everywhere. Moreover, every time Liu Sheng came to plant trees, Temari, who was the Kazekage of 6th generation, would personally accompany him. Gradually Liu Sheng found that Temari's feelings for him seemed to be a little bit wrong. Liu Sheng, who thought that Temari had a good impression of Narashikamaru, after some trials found that Temari did not have a good impression of Narashikamaru. He only remembered that guy from the Nara clan who had a very smart mind and was an enemy a few years ago. Taught her a lesson with a mind that didn't fit her peers. Liu Sheng, who realized the incitement of the butterfly storm, also took the princess of the Wind Kingdom, the current 6th generation Kazekage, into his pocket. In addition, Liu Sheng, whose height is fixed at 1.88 meters, did not forget to flirt with Terumi Mei when he went to Kurigakure to help in the past 2 years. After 2 years of hard work, Liu Sheng also managed to seduce this older beauty who longed to find a tall and handsome boyfriend who was stronger than herself. Just like most of the great people who have climbed to the top after Liu Sheng reached the top, except for constantly searching for Otsutsuki style and silently reforming the ninja world, the rest of the time is enjoying life at a fast pace. What men pursue is nothing more than power and beauty. Liu Sheng, who secretly controls the entire ninja world, already possesses supreme power. Then what he pursues is nothing more than beauty. Except for Hinata and Ino, whom he grew up with, and Hanabi, who he cultivated silently, Liu Sheng has the idea of collecting other popular beauties in the original book. Therefore, because Samui and Black Soil were his focus, he did not hesitate to use distinguished heavenly gods on them who are enemy ninjas and difficult to attack. Liu Sheng only wants their beauty, not their affection. In the same way, Liu Sheng thinks the same about Temari and Terumi Mei. However, compared with Sami and Haidu, who are controlled by distinguished heavenly gods and only treat them as maids, Temari and Terumi Mei, who Liu Sheng took the initiative to tease like Uchiha, can get a little sincerity and affection from Liu Sheng. Even so, they are still just human beings in Liu Sheng's heart. It is still Hinata and other women who are really regarded by Liu Sheng as the other half. 2 years later, the new generation born in the 48th year of Konoha are all 18-year-old adults. As the god of ninjas and the master of the world behind the scenes and the richest man in the ninja world after transformation, Liu Sheng's 18-year-old coming-of-age ceremony was very grand. On that day in Konoha, all the restaurants and entertainment venues opened by Liu Sheng and the consumption of all villagers and outsiders were all free of bills. As soon as dusk arrived, the fireworks lasted until 12 o'clock. Liu Sheng, who has endured for 18 years in this life, at the moment when the fireworks ended, pulled 18-year-old Hinata and Ino, who were like goddesses, into the new 2-year-old building. In the master room of the manor castle, pick off the most beautiful 2 golden flowers among the 4 golden flowers of Konoha. Asking for flowers. From then on, Liu Sheng began to let himself go. Not only did he attack Shongalin and Yuhihong, but he didn't even let go of Shizune, who was next to him. From time to time I go to Cloud Shinobi Village to enjoy the double experience of dark color and white, and because of the loss of chakra everyone has no perception ninjutsu. I secretly use Flying Thunder God technique to find leg shadows in Iwagakure and taste the world's largest long hair leg. Or go to Sunagaku and Kurigakure, rub the girls and royal sisters with opposite attributes and taste the taste of greenness and maturity. In just over 2 years, Liu Sheng has changed from a young boy to a merciless slag. And the whole world doesn't know that apart from Tsunade, who is the foster sister, the other 4 Hokages are all Liu Sheng's maids and lovers. 0, However, it may be because of hypocrisy or because he does not want to damage his image in front of Hanabi. Liu Sheng is merciful everywhere, but in front of women such as Hinata and Ino he keeps the image of a good man. Due to Liu Sheng's supreme status and complicated emotional relationship, the Hyuga clan who lost chakra did not dare to urge Liu Sheng to marry Hinata. I don't know whether it is because of the feelings of those lovers or to maintain this freshness and excitement. Liu Sheng has no idea of getting married and he looks more and more like a scumbag. Not only that, but for his lovers to stay young forever. Before finding Otsutsuki and snatching the second 10 tails, Liu Sheng also gave the 100 healings mark to the girls. Yes, bestowed, not given, the way of cultivation. With yin-yang done, Liu Sheng can even distribute chakra to others easily, let alone leave a water chestnut imprint of 100 healings mark on the other party's body. After owning the 100 healings mark, girls such as Uchiha Shisui, Mabuyi and Terumi Mei are all frozen in the most beautiful stage. However, the mere 100 healings mark can only keep the girls young for decades at most, and it still cannot solve the problem of immortality. So Liu Sheng, who enjoys life, never forgets to send 100,000 white zetsu to search for Otsutsuki. After more than 2 years of searching, Liu Sheng has been very sure that Otsutsuki is not hiding in a corner of the ninja world but in a different space. To avoid bluffing, Liu Sheng also did not use Kamui or Wonquan Hirosaka to find Otsutsuki in different spaces one by one. Instead, increase efforts to promote the return of samurai to mainstream professions and let the ninja world bid farewell to the chakra era. Chapter 161. The collaboration between Hinata and Samui, the final ending. 161-181. Chapter 161. The collaboration between Hinata and Samui, the final ending. As the saying goes, the sky pays off. Driven by Liu Sheng's hard work, as Sixian's body is gradually reaching its limit and will collapse in a few years, it's time to come out and continue looking for the reincarnation container. Otsutsuki Ashiki, finally, with the shell created by his parasitic Sixian organized, come out of the different space to resupply in the real world and collect ninja intelligence in recent years. When Otsutsuki Aikishiki learned that following the eldest son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, another 10 tails Jinchuriki appeared in the ninja world and the other party had recovered all the chakra in the ninja world and was sacrificed by the eldest son of Otsutsuki Kagaya and sealed in a different space, now the ninja world has returned to the age of the samurai. Otsutsuki felt a burst of ecstasy. Just like Liu Sheng is afraid of Otsutsuki Yuya, why has Otsutsuki been hiding in a different space for thousands of years? Even after Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed by her 2 sons and 263, and both sons died of old age, why did Otsutsuki Kagaya still dare not come out to plant the sacred tree? It's very simple, because Otsutsuki Kagaya's eldest son, this Otsutsuki's mixed race, has reached the level of the Otsutsuki Ashiki, who only has half of his body left. Even if the opponent is dead, his soul is still the most terrifying existence in the ninja world. Otsutsuki Ashiki does not want to be the second Otsutsuki Kagaya be sealed up by Otsutsuki Yuya or be killed by him. Therefore Otsutsuki is parasitic on Sixian's body, and after secretly creating the shell tissue, he has been hiding in the different space and will come out to the ninja world for supplies every once in a while. By the way, he is looking for new ones which are suitable for reincarnation. But after supplying and searching for a period of time, Otsutsuki will quickly return to the different space. He is going to find a new reincarnation container and then completely turn from darkness to light, sacrifice Sixian's body to the second 10 tails, let 10 tails turn into a sacred tree to obtain the chakra fruit, restore and enhance his strength and lifespan. And now the birth of the second 10 tails Jinchuriki, the recovery of all the chakra in the ninja world, and the news that the eldest son of Otsutsuki Kagaya sacrificed himself to seal the 10 tails Jinchuriki for Otsutsuki Aikishi. It is simply a piece of pie from heaven. It seems that the god of luck is telling him that waiting will bring luck sooner or later. And today is your turn of luck. If it weren't for Otsutsuki Yishi, who has lived for thousands of years and has survived for thousands of years until now, and he is not weaker than Liu Sheng in terms of caution, he can't wait to release the second 10 tails in the different space immediately so that it can start to absorb the energy of this planet. Energy quickly bears the fruit of chakra. But after the excitement, Otsutsuki quickly regained his composure, ready to investigate the truth of the information. So Otsutsuki dispatched members of his shell organization to investigate the entire ninja world to see if chakra really disappeared. But Otsutsuki didn't know that the news spread all over the world because someone was luring them out of the cage. He also doesn't know that there are people in this world who don't need to sacrifice powerful sacrifices to 10 tails but can get 10 tails and chakra fruits by devouring them so as to gain the power of the Otsutsuki clan. This means that Otsutsuki Ashiki will be at an absolute disadvantage in terms of intelligence, just like Otsutsuki Yuya and Uchiha Sasuke. More importantly, Otsutsuki Aikishiki did not know that in this era there appeared a Earthman, who was as cautious as him and spent more than 10 years hiding his design to kill the eldest son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, whom he feared the most. In addition, this Earthman is still an Earthman from another dimension, and he is also a traveler who has a familiar plot ability similar to predicting the future and knows part of his experience and main abilities well. Therefore Otsutsuki Aikishiki didn't know that he had sent members of the shell organization out to investigate, and he had already rang his evening bell and started the countdown to death. The shell tissue in this period is not yet the complete body in the Boruto biography. Because in the shell tissue there is no counter who is more powerful than Otsutsuki's parasitic Sixian, and there is no Jiraiya's clone Guoxin Jushi. Except for the scientist Santo Amato, only Victor and Boro personal only. Whether it is Otsutsuki Ashiki or shell organization, I don't know. At this time the ninja world has already been monitored by the 100,000 white zetsu made by Infinite Tsukuyomi. As long as there is a chakra, then there is a 99% chance that they will all be discovered. When Victor and Boro went to the ninja village in the ninja world to investigate whether chakra had really disappeared, they who have chakra are quickly spotted by white zetsu clones using the mayfly technique, hiding in crowds and other things. After a while their information reached Liu Sheng. In the castle of the manor, Hinata was rarely coaxed into agreeing to go to Cloud Shinobi Village with the Flying Thunder God technique, and Liu Sheng, who brought Samui to make sandwiches with Hinata, was full of enjoyment. His left eye suddenly Black's lotus flower pattern flashed past. When such a pattern appears, it means that Huang Quanjin's slave of death is contacting Liu Sheng, the creator. And the person who contacted Liu Sheng this time was not the Red Sand Scorpion or Orochimaru, but one of the 100,000 White Zetsu, who was devoured by him and then made into a slave of death, becoming the new White Zetsu body among the 100,000 White Zetsu slaves to death. Just like would clone Tien Wan, White Zetsu can share information in real time. And the slave of death can also share the information he has collected with his master like would clone. Liu Sheng, who didn't want his life to be disturbed, deliberately devoured a White Zetsu clone and made it a slave of death, allowing him to transmit information to himself remotely. When sharing information, Liu Sheng's left eye does not always show the pattern of a black lotus. Only when the slave of death is eager to contact the creator and send a signal to the creator to release Huang Quanjin and take him back to the space of Huang Quanjin, or when the slave of death is killed, Liu Sheng's left eye will involuntarily emerge Rinne Sharingan pattern. If the Rinne Sharingan is not enabled, the speed of receiving the shared information from the dead slaves will be much slower. In other words, the slave of death was either in a hurry this time or was killed by someone. When Liu Sheng looked up at the ceiling, opened Rinne Sharingan and closed his eyelids, strange information suddenly appeared in his mind. Seeing his reaction, Hinata and Samui thought that Liu Sheng couldn't wait for 4.7 to taste their cooking skills, so they started to increase the heat. At this time, Liu Sheng also digested the information from the White Zetsu avatar. When Liu Sheng saw the trace of the shell tissue found by the White Zetsu avatar, he was suddenly excited. In addition, the two women just increased the heat at this time, causing Liu Sheng to accidentally add a lot of cream to the sandwich. Looking at the overflowing cream, Hinata and Samui hurried to eat it up. Let's get here first. Today I'm going out to do some important things. Quote. Just when the two girls were about to cook the next dish, Liu Sheng suddenly took advantage of his height, touched their heads and pushed them away. Then, after leaving a word with a serious face, Liu Sheng went back to the room and changed into the combat uniform with a Flying Thunder God technique, leaving the two women looking at each other, and then their little faces blushed. Chapter 162, Yin Death Otsutsuki First Style Divine Art and Second 10 Tails Acquired. 162-181st. Chapter 162, Yin Death Otsutsuki First Style Divine Art and Second 10 Tails Acquired. After putting on the combat uniform, Liu Sheng immediately used Wonquan Hirosaka to leave Konoha. Soon Liu Sheng found Victor, who was investigating in Sunagakur. Victor in the original book was involved in the Fourth Ninja World War and then conducted inhumane experiments as the president of a medical device company. In the end, the conspiracy was exposed and he was killed by the monk Guoxin. But in this life, because the Fourth Ninja World War happened too quickly and ended too quickly, Victor was obviously not involved in it. The arrival of Butterfly Storm made him very unfamiliar with the current ninja world. However, after investigating the ninja world, it was found that only the 5 cages and the god of ninja hyphenation point Liu Sheng possessed chakra. At this time, he and Sunagakur did not attack Tamari and wanted to capture him and bring him to Otsutsuki Aikishiki. Instead, organize the information you have collected and then continue to the next place. The next place is Konoha. After investigation, the members of Shell Organization all know that Konoha's wood-style ninja, the new ninja god after Senju Hashirama hyphenation point Liu Sheng, is one of the witnesses of Sage of Six Paths, sacrificing himself to seal 10 Tails Jinchuriki and the only one survivors. The other party also got the secret technique of Sage of Six Paths and distributed chakra to the current 5 shadows, continuing to maintain the world structure of the 5 major powers ruling the ninja world. As long as they go to Konoha to investigate again, they can return to the organization base. Of course, they didn't dare to do anything to Liu Sheng. When investigating the battlefield of the Fourth Ninja World War, they also saw the incredible size of the Land of Rain, the crater that has turned into a huge lake, and the ravine that has spread across several countries and is now full of bridges. Such battle traces are not in the same dimension as them. Being able to survive that battle even if there was an element of luck also shows that Liu Sheng's strength is an existence of another dimension. He is also the undisputed god of ninjas in this era. Therefore they only dared to sneak into Konoha secretly. After investigation, they found that the 14 strongest ninja village did not have chakra, only 5th Hokage and the people around Liu Sheng had chakra, and immediately left Konoha in a hurry. Then sort out the collected information on the road and prepare to report to Otsutsuki's parasitic Si Shion after returning to the base. Little did they know there was a pair of eyes watching them condescendingly from a distance of dozens of kilometers. And the owner of these eyes is Liu Sheng. With a Rinne Sharingan of blood succession snare level, Liu Sheng is not worried at all that Otsutsuki will find himself. As a time traveler, he is very clear that Otsutsuki's current strength is not his opponent at all. To be precise, it is Jixian, whose body will collapse in a few years. He cannot bear the full strength of Otsutsuki's half-body. He has to go through the first form and the second form to use more Otsutsuki's power. Therefore now Otsutsuki's one-style clairvoyance and farsightedness are not even qualified for Liu Sheng's shoes. If it weren't for Otsutsuki Aikishiki's right eye to have 2 god-tier skills, and he could also create a black portal similar to Wonquan Hirosaka, it would be right for Liu Sheng to escape into another different space. A raid has been launched. However, as a cautious old man, Liu Sheng does not want an accident to appear, causing himself to turn from darkness to light and the other party to turn from light to darkness. Then for many years to come he has to be vigilant about whether the mouse hiding in the dark will treat him woman and lover with hands. This underestimation of the enemy led to possible consequences, and Liu Sheng didn't want it to happen once. Therefore, even in the face of Otsutsuki, who is not as powerful as himself, Liu Sheng still has to look for a chance to kill with one blow. Following Victor and the others tens of kilometers behind, Liu Sheng soon saw them walk into a cave. In Liu Sheng's Rinne Sharingan, which can monitor the earth on the moon, the cave is full of enchantments and black cubes, and they are all advanced enchantments cast with yin-yang dun. Faced with such an enchantment, the perception of cheating will also be blocked by the black cube. The pupil technique below the level of Shuiji's snare can't see through this cave. This is true whether it is a Rinnegan or a Tenseigan. But this does not include the Rinne Sharingan, who is enlisting the level. Therefore, Liu Sheng's farsightedness and perspective, just like the gaze of a different dimensional god, easily penetrated the advanced enchantment cast by Otsutsuki and found it in the first place. Inside the building, Otsutsuki Aikishiki is drinking wine. Inaccurately speaking, it is the parasitic string of Otsutsuki. Although Otsutsuki is the G-chord, the chord is also Otsutsuki together. But these two titles represent strength and weakness. At this time, the wedge of the Otsutsuki family has been engraved in Sixian's body. Once Si Xian is killed, Yin Tongmu will use his body to revive him. But since Sixian's body is close to collapse, if Otsutsuki Yishi is resurrected with Sixian's body, his lifespan will be very short. Therefore, Otsutsuki Yishi now just uses magic to shrink the body, enter Sixian's body from the ears, and control Sixian in a parasitic way. After finding a new reincarnation container, Otsutsuki Aikishi will abandon the body of Sixian and reincarnate into a new container, then the body of Jiyu Sixian will be sacrificed to Ditujong. Therefore, Sixian can be said to be Otsutsuki but not Otsutsuki. Because he couldn't use the full power of Otsutsuki Aikishi couldn't use Jixian's body to exert his full strength. This is why Otsutsuki will never be Liu Sheng's opponent. As long as he doesn't give Otsutsuki a chance to forcibly revive him, Liu Sheng can kill him successfully. Therefore, after Liu Sheng used the Rinne Sharingan to confirm that Sixian was the main body, he made muters with his hands, used the dust-free maze, and slowly drew closer to the base of the shell tissue by flying. It wasn't until 10 kilometers away from Si Xian that Sheng Fang stopped slowly. Immediately, Liu Sheng, who was in an invisible state, slowly took out a gold coin from his body. I saw Liu Sheng playing with the gold coin, and after turning it a few times between his fingers, he suddenly flicked the gold coin forward. Exclamation mark. The moment the gold coin was just out of his hands, Liu Sheng suddenly stared at his own Rinne Sharingan. Then at a distance of 10 kilometers he cast the pupil art heavenly hand force obtained by devouring Uchiha Sasuke on Sixian. Yes, the Tiansho calendar that is 10 kilometers away. The specific range of Uchiha Sasuke's sky hand strength at the beginning is at most 100 meters. Uchiha Madara just distanced himself from him, and Uchiha Sasuke's heavenly power couldn't take effect. Even if Uchiha Sasuke continues to develop, the specific range of his heavenly hand power cannot reach the kilometer level at most. But now Liu Sheng cast his heavenly hand on Si Xian from a distance of 10,000 meters. It can be seen from this that the pupil techniques swallowed by Liu Sheng have all been strengthened at the temple level. 1. Sixian obviously didn't expect that among the descendants of the mixed-race children of the Otsutsuki clan someone's eyes derived such a disgusting pupil technique as Tianshuli. In addition, Liu Sheng cast the pupil technique at a distance of 10 kilometers, which made Sixian unable to react at all. When he disappeared into the base of the shell organization out of thin air and appeared in front of Liu Sheng, who was automatically released from the dust-free maze because of the use of heavenly hand power, he has gradually become a puppet for thousands of years with few other expressions. When Sixian appeared, his expression suddenly changed. Not only him but also the Otsutsuki Ashiki parasitic in his body. Almost subconsciously, Otsutsuki was about to manipulate Sixian to attack Liu Sheng as soon as he moved. It's a pity how can Otsutsuki's instinctive reaction compared to Dr. Liu, who had already formulated a plan to deal with him more than 10 years ago and was constantly improving the plan 2 years ago. Yin-Yang escaped spirit possession. Yin-Yang escaped sealed box. When one hand popped out the gold coin, Liu Sheng's other hand had already mobilized chakra. Almost at the moment when Si Xian was exchanging gold coins, Liu Sheng slapped out his palm and stuck it on Si Xian's body. In an instant, Liu Sheng, who devoured Otsutsuki Black Zetsu and Otsutsuki Yuya and who had reached the pinnacle of Yin and Yang escape, immediately created a huge mass of black liquid. The black liquid covered Sixian's whole body in almost an instant, first sealing his 5 sense organs and then quickly submerged his whole body, not giving Otsutsuki 10 styles a chance to jump out of Sixian's body. These black liquids contained Liu Sheng's powerful will. To be precise, it is Liu Sheng's will incarnation. The terrifying power of Yin and Yang also seized control of Sixian's body in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the black liquid that covered Sixian's whole body secreted more liquid and then solidified to form a square black box. If Otsutsuki sees this box, he will not feel strange. Because the principle of this box is exactly the same as his Yin-Yang escape seal gold. Ninjutsu and energy attacks with chakra are useless against the Otsutsuki clan and will even enhance the power of the Otsutsuki clan. Because the Otsutsuki family has the ability to absorb chakra, the best way to deal with the Otsutsuki clan is to use this technique, seal technique, in Yin and Yang escape. Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were able to defeat Otsutsuki Kagaya because of 6 paths planetary devastation. But because Otsutsuki has 2 god-tier techniques, one of which is called Sheoming by 197 Guna, which can make oneself very small and restore it to its original state in an instant. To prevent Otsutsuki from shrinking and using the black portal to escape or dying, Liu Sheng did not simply use the sealing technique to deal with him but used Yin-Yang Dun and Yin-Yang Dun Master's sealing technique. After using spiritual possession plus yin-yang done similar to the sealing cauldron to seal Sixian, Liu Sheng immediately used the devouring hand to suck the black box in front of him into the refining space. No matter how strong your strength is, once you enter the refining space the result will only be turned into nutrients. Liu Sheng, who has experienced the dominance of mysterious beads more than once, is full of trust in the power of refining space. When the black box entered the refining space, Liu Sheng's will incarnation, Otsutsuki's parasitic Sixian and Otsutsuki's parasitic body, all turned into endless molecules divided into several. In this part Liu Sheng has been improved in an all-round way. First of all, in Wangquanjin space there are two more slaves of death, namely Otsutsuki Yishi and Sixian. Then there is Liu Sheng's Rinne Sharingan, which has two more exclusive pupil techniques of the divine level. These two kinds of magic are Sheoming Viguna and Mahakala. The ability of Sheoming Viguna is that he can shrink himself to the size of a mosquito in an instant, and he can also restore his original size in an instant. In addition to oneself, it can also shrink other non-living objects. With Liu Sheng's chakra and pupil power he can shrink a mountain in an instant and can also turn Uchiha Madara's Tengai Shinsei into the size of a grain of rice. The ability of Dehedian is to keep the smaller objects of the small name Viguna in a different space where time is still. Yes, an alien space where time stands still. Fortunately the young man Viguna was unable to shrink life forms other than himself. Otherwise, if the lesser name Viguna is used in conjunction with Dehedian, the enemy who is sent to a different dimension will almost certainly die. In addition to the divine arts of the two pupil arts, Liu Sheng also obtained the wedge ability of the pure Otsutsuki family. With this ability you can digitize yourself, then penetrate into the body of others and use the other person's body to revive. But not everyone can withstand the power of the wedge, so this resurrection condition is a bit difficult. However, compared to these three abilities, Liu Sheng's biggest gain from the Otsutsuki style is undoubtedly his memory in the second 10 tails. 6 U.S. Chapter 163, Drilling the Loophole Chakra Fruit of Perfect Quality. 163-181. Chapter 163, Drilling the Loophole Chakra Fruit of Perfect Quality. Previous. Next. Doll. After devouring Otsutsuki Ashiki and gaining all his abilities, Liu Sheng immediately came to the different space where the second 10 tails were stored. As if aware of outsiders coming in, 10 tails, who was locked in a different space by Otsutsuki, suddenly stared at the reincarnation Sharingan and sent out a roar of air flow towards Liu Sheng. Looking down at the monster with its ferocious mouth, open teeth and mucus dripping down, Liu Sheng saw the strong greed and hot color in the one-eyed reincarnation Sharingan. It was the eyes that seemed to see the most delicious food in the world. Obviously this 10 tails wants to eat Liu Sheng and then transform into a sacred tree to absorb the energy of the planet. Liu Sheng, who devoured Otsutsuki's style, the label, Otsutsuki Hybrid, on the swallowing body, has long since become the label, Otsutsuki Pure Blood. Just like the Otsutsuki family has a very high status, Liu Sheng is also a very high status existence even in the Otsutsuki clan. If this 10 tails can eat Liu Sheng, then it will become a sacred tree to absorb the energy of the planet, and it will definitely produce a perfect quality chakra fruit. Don't worry, you will become a full body soon. Looking at the 10 tails below, Liu Sheng suddenly smiled. After speaking, Liu Sheng used Wangquan Bilyangsaka to leave this different space. After returning to the real world, Liu Sheng took his time to deal with the members of the Shell organization. When he exchanged the positions of the gold coin and Otsutsuki Ashiki with his hands, none of Victor and the others had seen Otsutsuki Ashiki. In addition, there are enchantments and black cubes everywhere in the cave except for Otsutsuki. All perceptions will be invalid in it. So Victor and others didn't know because Tsutsuki Kazutake and his parasites were already dead. When Liu Sheng used Wangquan Bilyangsaka to enter the cave, it was like a shark breaking into a fish pond with only one mouth, and those small fish were ruthlessly eaten. In the current Shell organization, except Santu Amador, the other members are dispensable miscellaneous fish. After devouring the Santu Amado, Liu Sheng immediately made him a slave of death, preparing him to help Orochimaru and the Red Sand Scorpion. If my next plan does not go well, I may still need the help of these three scientists. And Liu Sheng's next plan is to turn the second 10 tails into a sacred tree bear chakra fruit, refine it into an elixir, and improve the strength and lifespan of himself and the girls. To be precise, it is to improve the strength and lifespan of the women. After Liu Sheng devoured the first 10 tails, in addition to his strength suddenly reaching the peak of 6 paths, his lifespan has also skyrocketed. This is the hegemony of devouring ability. No need to change back to 10 tails, no need to bear chakra fruit. As long as swallow 10 tails and recycle chakra, you can get huge strength and lifespan. Liu Sheng's current life expectancy is conservatively estimated to be several hundred years or even thousands of years. That's why he's so eager to track down Otsutsuki Aikishi, wanting to devour him, get his spell in the second 10 tails. Because the second 10 tails cannot devour it like the first 10 tails, it must be turned into a sacred tree, slowly bearing the chakra fruit. This process will undoubtedly take a long time. This long time must be measured in years. Therefore, after sending Amador Santu to the experimental base where Orochimaru and the Red Sand Scorpion were located, Liu Sheng immediately went to the next destination, preparing to release the second 10 stars. And Liu Sheng's destination is exactly where the dragon's veins in the original book are located. Dragon Vein is one of the very special places in the ninja world where there is a very amazing earth chakra. If used carelessly, it is likely to destroy the entire earth. The location of like the three holy places is the only place that has not been affected by the descending of infinite Tsukuyomi and God Tree World and recovered chakra. It's not that Liu Sheng couldn't recover chakra, but that he deliberately didn't recover chakra. The purpose is to prepare for the second 10 tails in the hands of Otsutsuki Aikishiki. After more than 1,000 years of self-cultivation, the current earth is fully capable of bearing the second chakra fruit. If the sacred tree is planted at the location of the dragon vein, it will only take a few years for the sacred tree to bear the second chakra fruit. What Liu Sheng needs to do is how to turn 10 tails into a sacred tree. The best way is undoubtedly to cut open the moon and sacrifice Otsutsuki Kagaya sealed inside the moon to Tiano. Or wait a few more years until the rest of the Otsutsuki clan come to earth and then capture them and sacrifice them to the 10 tails. However, Liu Sheng does not intend to use these two methods. Liu Sheng intends to exploit the loophole to see if his brain hole can be realized. If it can be realized, then the chakra fruit produced by the second 10 tails must be more perfect than the one eaten by Otsutsuki Kagaya. Because Liu Sheng is going to offer sacrifices to the Otsutsuki clan of 10 tails, which has a higher status than Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki 1 style. Yes, Liu Sheng intends to sacrifice Otsutsuki who became slaves of death to 10 tails. The sacred tree may bear chakra fruit or it may not bear fruit. The quality of the fruit of the sacred tree depends on the quality of the sacrificed Otsutsuki. But in addition to the quality of Otsutsuki being sacrificed, it is necessary to plant the planet of the sacred tree with a powerful life energy zone. In this way, the quality of the chakra fruit produced by the sacred tree will be perfect. Earth satisfies the latter condition, and the slave of death she satisfies the previous conditions. Because the perfect version of Huang Quanjin under the interference of the mysterious beads has become a special and exclusive pupil technique that is not a divine technique but is more special than a divine technique and belongs to a higher dimension. The slaves of death are all products of the power of concepts. And the power of the concept, besides depriving the existence of the slave of death, has the potential to rise. She restores everything about the target. Therefore the body of the slave of death is the same as the body of a living person. Except for the incomplete soul, there are no flaws inside or outside. And 10 tails only need to eat the body of the Otsutsuki clan to become a god tree. Therefore the Otsutsuki clan who planted the sacred tree would bring a servant who was not strong and sacrifice the servant to Tianwei. But minions eaten by 10 tails are not really dead. Because before being eaten by 10 tails, the servant will look for the reincarnation container in advance and engrave the power of the wedge on the body of the container. After 10 tails eats itself, the servant will spend a lot of time to resurrect with the power of the wedge. This means that the body is the key to activate 10 tails to become the god tree, not the soul. If 10 tails eat the Otsutsuki form that becomes a slave to death and indeed become a god tree, it means that Liu Sheng has a perfect key. More importantly, this key can't be used up and it can't live in the room. Because no matter what form the slave of death died in, Liu Sheng only needed to consume part of his pupil power to use the power of concept to create an identical slave of death again. Therefore Liu Sheng couldn't wait to see if his brain hole could be realized. It doesn't matter if it can't be realized, Liu Sheng still has several options. One option is to use the split body and sacrifice your own split body to the 10 tails. Arsantu Amador and Orochimaru etc. use their own blood to create a clone and sacrifice the clone Liu Sheng to 10 tails. Compared with Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki who will come to earth in the future, Liu Sheng feels that his blood is more noble and can bear better quality chakra fruits. 2. When Liu Sheng uses the ability of Otsutsuki Aikishi to create a sacred tree planting site full of black cubes and advanced enchantments at the location of the dragon veins, release the 10 tails locked in the different space and summon Otsutsuki Aikishi, throw them into the after 10 tails in the mouth. The picture that made the corners of Liu Sheng's mouth rise suddenly appeared. I saw that after eating Otsutsuki-style 10 tails, Zhao Qianzhao suddenly became less irritable, and then his monster-like body slowly changed, gradually forming a towering tree over 100 meters high. However, a towering tree with a height of 100 meters is nothing. What is really powerful is the root of the sacred tree. Under the perspective of Liu Sheng's Rinne Sharingan, countless tree roots can be seen extending from the bottom of the sacred tree and spreading in all directions at an extremely fast speed. At this speed, I believe that it only takes a few months for these tree roots to spread all over the entire ninja world. When the roots of the tree finish extending, the tree of God will absorb the energy of the planet crazily and begin to bear the fruit of chakra. And this process will take at least several years. Therefore Liu Sheng made another batch of black cubes, and after shielding higher level perceptions, he separated a split body and let the split body stay here to guard the sacred tree. The second chakra fruit is related to his own strength and the lifespan of all the girls. Liu Sheng feels uneasy if White Zetsu is guarded by himself. No one is more suitable to guard the sacred tree than himself. Chapter 164. 5 years later, Hanabi is an adult. 164 181st. Chapter 164. 5 years later, Hanabi is an adult. After solving the Otsutsuki Aikishi and shell tissue and turning the second 10 tails into a sacred tree, the current ninja world has completely become Liu Sheng's domain. Except for the Otsutsuki clan who will come to earth in the future, there is nothing in the ninja world that can threaten Liu Sheng. In the Boruto biography, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the others came to earth when Hanabi was 27 years old. But now Mie's age is only 12 years old. In other words, if there is no butterfly storm, there are still 14 years before Otsutsuki Momo and the others come to earth. After such a long time, Liu Sheng's strength may have gone a step further. Because apart from the second 10 tails, Liu Sheng quickly found information about Otsutsuki Shibai and Otsutsuki Wang Xing's remains gene from Otsutsuki Aikishiki's memory. Otsutsuki Shibai is the only known member of the Otsutsuki clan who is closest to a god. For thousands of years, this member of the Otsutsuki family has gradually evolved into an existence that transcends life and death and transcends dimensions through continuous devouring of chakra fruits and reincarnation. The current Otsutsuki Shibai may have died or may have already surpassed this dimension, leaving only a body. And this body is one of the treasures of the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki has a part of the organization of this remains. In the original Boruto biography, Santo Amador also used Otsutsuki Shibai's genes to create two siblings, Amy and Daimon, who mastered the Master God tier techniques, clairvoyance, omnipotence, and reflection. Clairvoyance Almighty A20 and Reflection All are among Otsutsuki Shibai's magic spells. The genes of Otsutsuki Shibai are stored by Otsutsuki in the space of the black sky where time is still. In addition, Santo Amador has also begun to study the genes of Otsutsuki Shibai. When he is ready, he can start to create a transformed person who masters divine arts at any time. Liu Sheng believes that with the help of Orochimaru and the Red Sand Scorpion, Santo Amador will definitely create a modified human with divine magic faster than the original work. At that time, Liu Sheng will devour the reincarnated man who possesses the magic power again, and he who has reached 6 paths ultimate will definitely increase his strength again. After Otsutsuki Taoshi and the others came to Earth, it was time to give Liu Sheng experience. So with the perfect version of Huang Quanjin, I contacted Orochimaru and Santo Amato and asked them to study the genes of Otsutsuki Shibai with all their strength, and after creating a modified human with magical powers, Liu Sheng returned to Konoha with a Flying Thunder God technique home. After solving the mouse Otsutsuki, Liu Sheng, who will not face any challenges in the next 14 years, will let himself go even more in the days to come. He has secretly controlled the entire ninja world, and there is nothing he can pursue except for beautiful women and eternal life. Therefore, in addition to maintaining his image in front of Hanabi, Liu Sheng often used the excuse of going out for entertainment or helping out in other ninja villages. Sam Yi and Terumi Mei and other women. Just like a certain proverb in the previous life, the so-called domestic flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers. Girls like Hinata who have just grown up but are still young girls really can't give Liu Sheng a different experience like girls like Yuri Hong, Sam Yi and Terumi Mei. But if you go out to steal food, sooner or later you will get tired of eating. So after going out to pick wild flowers for a year, Liu Sheng secretly revealed the existence of Mayan to Hinata, just like when Samuel was brought over to join forces with Hinata. Yes, just revealed to Hinata. Otherwise Ino's little jealous alter will lose his temper. What Liu Sheng likes most about Hinata is that she is the same as when she was a child, she never fights or grabs. Moreover, Liu Sheng only needs to coax her a few times and she is willing to join hands with outsiders whom she has just met to deal with Liu Sheng. Back then Liu Sheng secretly used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Sammy over. Except for Hinata, none of the other women knew about the relationship between Sammy and Liu Sheng. With Sammy as the beginning, Hinata was not surprised that Liu Sheng had an affair with 5th Mizukage, but only pouted in a rare way. But after being coaxed by Liu Sheng a few times, Hinata lowered her head with a blushing face, agreed to Liu Sheng's request and was willing to join forces with Sam Yi and Terumi Mei. On that day, Liu Sheng, the richest man in the ninja world, faced the alliance formed by 3 of the 4 capitalists in the ninja world for the first time and was almost sanctioned by them. But soon this commercial war that lasted for a month and entered into a white-hot stage every night. After Liu Sheng became familiar with the routines of these 3 capitalists, he quickly turned from bad to good. Use strong financial resources to beat their alliance to pieces. If they want to turn defeat into victory, they may have to find the last capitalist, and the 4 major capitals will join forces to fight against Liu Sheng. After defeating the capital alliance formed by Hinata, Sammy and Terumi Mei, Liu Sheng suddenly offered courtesies to Nasho as if he wanted to achieve something. When the time came to Konoha 71 years later, unknowingly it has been 23 years since Liu Sheng came to this world. And 7 years have passed unknowingly since the end of the 4th Ninja World War. 5 years have passed since Otsutsuki was killed in the first form and the second 10 tails turned into a sacred tree and began to absorb the energy of the dragon's veins, the earth chakra and the planet. In the past 5 years the ninja world has undergone tremendous changes. With the efforts of the technology company controlled by Liu Sheng, shadow clone of Orochimaru and others and all scientists in the ninja world has completely entered the era of technology. The technological products contained in the original Boruto biography have already existed in this era. And some technological products of this era are not even in the Boruto biography. Liu Sheng just provided a little inspiration to the research and development team, and the scientists developed some technological products similar to the previous life and quickly spread them all over the world. With the explosion of technology, the lives of people in the ninja world have become richer and richer. Gradually warriors are not the mainstream of this era, businessmen, scientists and doctors are the mainstream. Under the awe of the 5 cages and the ninja god, it is impossible for a war to break out in the ninja world. So the era of shouting and shouting has long passed. Now everyone is pursuing money and material life. The ninja world has undergone tremendous changes, but Liu Sheng and others who have promoted the changes of the times and even personally reformed have not changed much. Devouring 10 tails, recovering chakra from the ninja world, and Liu Sheng, who has a lifespan of at least a few hundred years, even without the 100 healings mark he still looks like an 18-year-old teenager. The same is true for Hinata and other women who have the 100 healings mark. Of course they could have grown more mature like Haruno Sakura, but because Liu Sheng said they are the most beautiful moments when they are 18 or 19 years old. Therefore women such as Hinata and Ino used 100 healings mark to fine-tune their appearance to keep their appearance at the age of 18 or 19. Yuhihong and other women also use 100 healings mark to maintain the status of royal sisters in their 20s. There is only one person in the past 5 years not. To be precise, the changes in the past 7 years have been extremely great. And this person who was 18 years old this year has finally grown up. Liu Sheng Hanabi. She has been raised by Liu Sheng for 11 years and is the most beloved little princess. On Hanabi's 18th birthday, Liu Sheng gave her the most special birthday present. That's, take her to the moon. In the space channel connecting the moon, the two stepped on the shining sphere, reached the moon by walking and climbing, and then played hide and seek in the uninhabited city of the moon, and finally inside the artificial sun recreated by Liu Sheng in the master room of the palace, which was also rebuilt and renovated. The golden flower was finally removed. Since then, Liu Sheng has collected all three of the world's favorite female characters, who are also the three golden flowers on which his feelings rest. Liu Sheng is in this world. This life has been completely consummated. As if feeling Liu Sheng's mood, the location of the Earth's dragon veins, the sacred tree that has absorbed the energy of the Earth chakra and the planet for 5 years, is also happy to produce a perfect quality of the sacred tree. Chapter 165. Evolution, the crack of the mysterious bead. 165-181. Chapter 165. Evolution, the crack of the mysterious bead. The divine tree had just borne perfect quality divine tree fruit, and Liu Sheng immediately received good news from the split body. At this time, Liu Sheng just brought Hanabi down from the moon. After using the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Hanabi home and telling her to rest, Liu Sheng used another Flying Thunder God technique and instantly appeared at the location of the dragon vein. At this time, the split body has also taken down the fruit of the divine tree. Liu Sheng didn't immediately take the huge fruit of the divine tree from the split body, but used the devouring hand to inhale the fruit-bearing divine tree into the refining space. After devouring the sacred tree, Liu Sheng just took over the huge fruit of the sacred tree and took back the split body that had been guarding here for 5 years. Immediately, Liu Sheng opened the Rinne Sharingan, used the magical technique Dehedian obtained from Otsutsuki Yishi, took out the tools for refining the elixir and refined it directly at the location of the dragon vein. Refining the fruit of the sacred tree into elixir is a secret technique only owned by the top of the Otsutsuki family. Many of the Otsutsuki clan who went out to plant the sacred tree would not eat the fruit of the sacred tree like Otsutsuki Kagaya did, but handed it over to the senior management of the Otsutsuki clan, and then the senior management would refine the fruit into elixir for one person or multiple people eat it, and then one or more people evolve together. Only in this way can the value of the fruit of the sacred tree be maximized. Eating the fruit of the sacred tree directly like Otsutsuki Kagaya is simply reckless. As a higher status than Otsutsuki Kagaya and has lived for thousands of years, Otsutsuki Ashiki, who can obtain the gene of Otsutsuki Shibai's remains, he also mastered the ability to refine the fruit of the sacred tree into elixir. Moreover, he had refined the fruit of the divine tree into elixirs more than once. As such, he has 2 kinds of magic, while Otsutsuki Kagaya, who is his servant, has none of them. After digesting the memory of Otsutsuki Yishi, Liu Sheng has also mastered the alchemy skills. But to avoid mistakes, after Liu Sheng took out the props for refining the elixir, he still used the perfect version of Huang Quanjin to summon Otsutsuki, who became a slave of death, and asked him to help him refine the elixir. A few days later, the perfect quality fruit of the sacred tree was immediately refined into elixir by Liu Sheng. I saw 2 things placed in front of Liu Sheng. The same is a bottle containing a lot of red pills, and those red pills inside are all chakra pills. The other one is the size of a peach, blood red all over, and even has black reincarnation stripes on it, as well as the fruit of black Guyu. If you look carefully, the shape of this fruit is almost the same as the reincarnation Sharingan of 10 tails. If you can see through, you will find that this fruit contains a very amazing chakra area. Even if Liu Sheng from 6 Paths Ultimate eats this fruit, his strength will usher in an astonishing surge. And this fruit is an elixir made by Liu Sheng with half of the fruit of the sacred tree. Another bottle of elixir was prepared for the Hinata girls. As long as they take these pills, their life expectancy will increase by more than 100 years conservatively. Increase the lifespan of 100 years and then wait until the Otsutsuki clan comes to the earth a few years later, hunt them down, get their memories and even chakra pills and god tree seeds. Liu Sheng can increase their lifespan again in strength. When they are strong enough, they can even leave the earth voluntarily, pretending to be the pure blood of the Otsutsuki family, and hunt the Otsutsuki family scattered all over the universe. Larry cells. In this way, Liu Sheng and the daughters of Hinata will be able to achieve immortality sooner or later and even transcend this dimension. Therefore, Liu Sheng picked up the peach-sized blood red fruit, and instead of opening his mouth to eat it, he used the devouring hand to inhale it into the refining space, allowing the mysterious bead to maximize the fruit's effect. Even though he possesses a devouring body, even if he eats it, the effect can be maximized, but the speed is obviously not as fast as refining the space. Almost the second after the fruit entered the refining space, the mysterious beads contained in the soul suddenly shone with dazzling black light. Then circles of halo-like energy halos spit out from the black beads instantly from the soul to the body, strengthening Liu Sheng's body. Liu Sheng could clearly perceive that the trillions of cells in his body were cheering crazily, bursting out astonishing energy. Not only that, many cells have even undergone mutations, to be precise, evolution. Click. At this time, Liu Sheng seemed to have an auditory hallucination of something breaking. But Liu Sheng glanced at the bottle containing chakra dan but found that there was nothing wrong with the bottle. Looking around, there is nothing fragile. The tools for refining the elixirs had already been taken back to the heaven-defying dimension by him. So, where does this crisp sound like something cracking come from? Liu Sheng, who was so hard to figure out, didn't think too much and continued to sink his consciousness into the mysterious bead. However, when Liu Sheng's consciousness saw the mysterious beads that were spitting out energy halos stored in the soul, his expression suddenly changed. I saw that the mysterious bead was still spitting out energy halos, but the body of the bead that continuously released circles of energy did not know when there was a crack, and the white light burst out from the crack. It turned out that it wasn't an auditory hallucination just now. There was indeed a crackling sound, but it didn't sound from the real world but sounded in Liu Sheng's soul. Because the mysterious bead cracked. What's going on here? Liu Sheng, who has always been calm even in the face of a 1,000-year-old monster, can plan to kill him as firm. I saw him immersing his consciousness in the mysterious bead, trying to contact the mysterious bead bound to his soul, and wanted to know what was going on in this situation. It's a pity that the mysterious bead didn't respond to Liu Sheng but continued to emit energy halos. If it weren't for the extra crack on Ju's body, it would be no different from usual. Liu Sheng, who didn't get a reply, returned to reality with his consciousness and then cast the hand of devouring and found that he could still use the ability of devouring. 0. And there is nothing wrong with body and soul. Not only that, but his strength and chakra are skyrocketing every second. Suddenly Liu Sheng calmed down. It is impossible for the mysterious beads to split for no reason. With the domineering ability to refine Otsutsuki Yishi and even 10 tails in the instant of refining space, the power of the Hokage world cannot threaten the mysterious beads of higher dimensions at all. In other words, the reason for the cracks in the mysterious bead is most likely due to a mutation. Or is it evolution? Apart from these two possibilities, Liu Sheng couldn't imagine anything that could split the mysterious beads apart. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng calmed down quickly and was ready to wait until the mysterious bead ended its mutation and take the initiative to give feedback to his host. So Liu Sheng took the bottle containing chakra dan and teleported to Kurigakure. Hey, really, I've really become younger. In a villa that Liu Sheng built specially for her, Terumi Mei, who has become the mascot of Water Country in Kurigakure, is standing in front of a full-length mirror looking at herself excitedly in the mirror. I saw Terumi Mei's beautiful face maintained by 100 healings mark, and her skin became smoother and more elastic as if she had returned to her youthful and charming youth. The mature Yuji suddenly has a girlish youthful temperament which makes Terumi Mei a deadly poison. Liu Sheng, who was only here to deliver medicine to her and then went to deliver medicine to other lovers, suddenly couldn't help but drag her to Cloud Shinobi Village, gave Samui and Mabuyi Chakra Danho and went directly to Samui in the villa. These three high-ranking enemies with different skin colors and temperaments were given a good beating. Chapter 166. The Evolution of the Women Jimin, End of Hokage. 166-181. Chapter 166. The Evolution of the Women Jimin, End of Hokage. After beating Terumi Mei, Samui and Mabuyi, Liu Sheng didn't return to Konoha until evening. Because he went to deliver potions to Tamari and Black Earth again and got bored with them for a while. After returning home, Liu Sheng immediately called Yu Raihong Tsunade and Shizune over and then gave them Chakra Dan. Just like Terumi Mei, among the children who ate the chakra elixir, the one whose appearance changed the most is undoubtedly the oldest Tsunade. Although relying on the sage body of the Senju clan and the ability of 100 healings mark, Tsunade is still like a mature lady in her 30s. But if you look closely, you will still find that she is a little older than Terumi Mei. If it weren't for the 100 healings mark, Tsunade would have wrinkled things in no time. But after taking the chakra elixir, Tsunade immediately looked younger by dozens of years, as if he had returned to the World War II period. His mature temperament added the youthful vitality of a girl. Just like Terumi Mei, he became a deadly poison. If it weren't for Liu Sheng still not letting go at home, I'm afraid he couldn't help but offend this righteous sister. Even the appearance of Yujihong and Shizune has undergone a slight change in September 27th and restored the peak appearance of 11 years ago. As for the two sisters Hinata and Hanabi, as well as Ino and Shongalin, there is not much change in appearance. However, their strength has ushered in an astonishing transformation. The perfect quality of the fruit of the sacred tree is less perfect than the chakra fruit eaten by Otsutsuki Kagaya thousands of years ago. Although Liu Sheng ate half of chakra's elixir fruit, Hinata and his daughters were still able to share the other half equally. Even if this half of the chakra Hinata and the girls can only get 1/10 of it each, there are not many chakras that are beyond cage level. Therefore it is just to take the next pill. The amount of chakra of Hinata's daughters has directly skyrocketed to the super cage level existence below 6 paths. However, chakra's skyrocketing price is only second. The elixir refined by the Otsutsuki family is mainly for the purpose of self-evolution. Therefore the bodies of the Hinata girls began to evolve just like Liu Sheng. In this evolution, the people who have gained the most are undoubtedly the descendants of Hinata and Hanabi, as well as Shongalin and Tsunade, the mixed race of Otsutsuki. After eating the chakra elixir, their bloodlines from Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Ashura quickly completed sublimation. Among them is the white-eyed princess with the highest purity. Hinata's bloodline was the first to complete the sublimation, and there was a faint blue-white light flashing in those beautiful white eyes. This is the fetal movement of white eyes evolved into Tenseigen. It is a very normal thing for chakra to reach the super cage level. The bloodline has been sublimated and Hinata awakens Tenseigen. Not only Hinata but even Hanabi's white-eyed purity is also rapidly skyrocketing. According to this speed, I believe she will only be slower than Hinata for a while, and Bayan will usher in the fetal movement period of evolving into Tenseigen. After both girls awaken Tenseigen, the strength of Hinata and Hanabi will jump from super cage level to 6 paths level. Compared with Hinata and Hanabi, the evolution of Arana and Tsunade is not so amazing. No way, they are also descendants of the mixed race of Otsutsuki. Hinata and Hanabi are descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura, and Shongalin and Tsunade are descendants of Otsutsuki Ashura. In terms of blood, they are naturally not as pure as Hinata and Hanabi. So after eating the chakra elixir, they just evolved from a fairy body. When the evolution is over, they will have a fairy body no less than Otsutsuki Ashura. It's a pity that Tsunade failed to awaken Senju Hashirama's wood-style Shueiji boundary, so although chakra has reached Super Cage level, there is still a big gap in terms of combat effectiveness from Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's Super Cage level. Unlike the Hinata girls who will become 6 paths and Super Cage level powerhouses after the evolution is over after eating the chakra elixir, Yuhihong and other girls only gain a lifespan of more than 100 years in common Super Cage level chakra only. Although the strength is still amazing even in the era when chakra was still there, he was still a super strong, standing at the apex of the ninja world. But there is still a huge gap between the 4 daughters of Hinata. I don't know if picking the golden flower Hanabi brought Liu Sheng amazing luck. The evolution of the daughters of Liu Sheng and Hinata and even the mysterious beads is not over yet. Orochimaru and Santo Amato brought good news to Liu Sheng, and the good news is that they used the genes of Otsutsuki Shibai to create a modified human with magical powers, was born. Upon receiving this good news, Liu Sheng, who had just enjoyed the rewards of Hinata and other women, immediately pushed away Hanabi, who joined for the first time Hinata and the 2 sisters Tsunade and Shizune and their master and apprentice, and put on a simple set. The casual clothes disappeared with just a teleportation, leaving the 4 women looking at each other in blank dismay. "Thank you for your hard work. Where are the reformers?" Appearing out of nowhere at the experimental base where Orochimaru and the others were, Liu Sheng couldn't wait to ask the 3 of Orochimaru. "It's in this training cabin. Do you want me to activate her?" Holding a remote control in his hand, Orochimaru pointed to a training cabin with a young girl lying inside and asked Liu Sheng. "No success or failure, I will know soon." Liu Sheng shook his head, then walked to the front of the cultivation cabin, raised his hand and used Yin Yang Dun to create the black liquid, which instantly covered the entire cultivation cabin, forming a rectangular black box. Then used the devouring hand to suck the black box into the refining space. In an instant, the black box, the training cabin, and the girl in the training cabin instantly turned into endless molecules. By the way, the girl in the training cabin is not Ada in the original book Boruto. How old is Ada at this time? However, Santo Amador and Orochimaru, who started to manufacture humanoid transformations 5 years in advance, did not find Ada and Daimon. I don't know where they found this girl, but no matter where you look for it, it doesn't matter, as long as she inherits Otsutsuki Shibai's magical arts. However, Liu Sheng had just devoured the transformed girl, and a look of shock suddenly appeared on Liu Sheng's face. I don't know if it's because the girl has Otsutsuki Shibai's genes in her body or the progress of evolution has just ended. The mysterious bead in Liu Sheng's soul suddenly changed. And the source of this change is the crack on the body of the mysterious bead. I saw the crack spreading on Ju's body, suddenly bursting out a white light that was many times more dazzling than before. After the light dissipated, the cracks on the mysterious bead became more obvious. In the gap of that crack there is still white light flowing slightly. However, this time not only the appearance of the mysterious bead but also the internal refining space has undergone a change. The previous refining space was a dark space with no light source and no direction. The only light sources in this space are those balls of memory that compress a person's life, floating around aimlessly, waiting for the master of the refining space to come in and check it out. But now in the dark refining space a dazzling white light appeared out of thin air. This white light is synchronized with the white light that bursts out from the crack. After the white light emitted by the mysterious beads dissipated, the white light in the refining space was also extremely dazzling, as if it illuminated the entire space, and then at a speed visible to the naked eye it formed a door. What is this? Liu Sheng's consciousness came to the refining space, and then a piece of strange information emerged in his brain. However, before he had time to digest the information, Liu Sheng's consciousness subconsciously touched the west door, just like touching those memory light spheres and activating the memory movie on the 4.7 side. Swish. In an instant, the unfamiliar information in Liu Sheng's mind automatically appeared in 2 large characters, and then his consciousness was flooded by white light. And those 2 big characters are impressively written. Gate of Ghosts. In addition, Liu Sheng's body was flooded with white light along with consciousness. The screen returned to the laboratory in the real world, and Liu Sheng's body suddenly emitted a dazzling white light which pierced Orochimaru and Santo Amato, who subconsciously raised their hands to resist. Looking at Liu Sheng through their fingers, they suddenly opened their mouths slightly as if they saw some incredible picture. I saw Liu Sheng's body was completely submerged by the white light, and even after his body disappeared into the white light, the surrounding white light suddenly closed and contracted, finally forming a white line completely disappearing. What disappeared with the white light was Liu Sheng's body. So where did Liu Sheng go? Chapter 1. Time Velocity Upgraded Devouring Ability. 167-181. Chapter 1. Time Velocity Upgraded Devouring Ability. After the white light that flooded Liu Sheng's consciousness completely dissipated, Liu Sheng found out. He crossed over. Thanks for development. There was the sound of car horns and loud noises, and Liu Sheng, who was in a certain alley at this time, even if he hadn't turned on the Rinne Sharingan, even if he hadn't released his perception, he could still be sure that he would return to the urban world. As for this urban world, whether it is the world he lived in his previous life or other world cities, Liu Sheng doesn't know, and he is not interested in learning about it for the time being. Because of the sudden time travel, he was caught off guard. Liu Sheng has more important things to ascertain than understanding the world. That is, will he ever return to the world of Hokage? To avoid being disturbed by others, Liu Sheng quickly formed a mutter with one hand, using the dust-free maze to enter a state of invisibility. Consciously entering the refining space of the mysterious beads, Liu Sheng found that the previous light gate had disappeared. Instead, it is a white light sphere that is tens to hundreds of times larger than the memory light sphere. Just like the subconscious touch before, Liu Sheng touched the huge white light sphere with his consciousness. Snapped. In an instant Liu Sheng seemed to travel through 16 time and space, and his consciousness came to a space that was completely opposite to the refining space. If we say that the refining space is a dark space with no light source and no direction, then the space that Liu Sheng came to now is a white space with a completely white surrounding, but there is a platform under his feet and a light door is suspended in front of him. Yes, platform. After the consciousness came to this space, Liu Sheng was like those people in the Hokage world who used chakra to communicate in the spiritual world. The consciousness suddenly became his own body standing in a small spinning top shape with engraved on the platform of a black lotus. Looking at the light gate floating on the side of the lotus platform, Liu Sheng didn't walk away immediately but digested the strange information in his mind before and now. After Liu Sheng digested the information in his mind, the panic in his heart subsided immediately. Then with a curious attitude he walked up to Guangmin. I saw that when Liu Sheng's eyes fell on Guangmin's body there was originally white light flowing and he couldn't see the Guangmin picture inside the door at all, and the white light on it slowly dissipated. When the white light dissipated, the picture inside the light gate immediately came into Liu Sheng's eyes. The picture inside the light gate is impressively the laboratory where Orochimaru, Santu Amador and Red Sand Scorpion are located, and it is also the place where Liu Sheng disappeared. If you look carefully you will find that after Liu Sheng disappeared, Orochimaru, Santu Amador and the Red Sand Scorpion didn't panic but just widened their eyes and opened their mouths slightly. But their movements still kept their hands covering their eyes as if there was something dazzling in front of them. This action was clearly Liu Sheng's reaction when he traveled through time. Although Liu Sheng only traveled for a few minutes, this time was enough to make the big snake feel desolate. Unfortunately their reactions remained the same as when they saw Liu Sheng disappear. It's as if time stood still on the other side of the Hokage world. But digesting the information fed back by the mysterious beads, Liu Sheng knew that time was not standing still in the Hokage world. If you look carefully you will find that the bodies of the three Orochimaru are actually moving. It's just that their moving speed is many times slower than that of snails. At this speed the time it takes for them to put down their palms will take at least a few days or even more than 10 days. Obviously the time in Hokage's world is not static, but the flow of time is completely different from Liu Sheng's and it is slower than Liu Sheng's. When Liu Sheng stretched out his hand wanting to go back to the world of Hokage through the light gate, however he found that his palm was blocked by an invisible barrier. As soon as the palm touched the invisible barrier, the light door immediately splashed a circle of ripples. Boom! Liu Sheng took a few steps back and then slapped out with a palm. The terrifying airflow immediately formed a huge fist trying to smash the invisible barrier of the light gate. This punch is obviously a blood level Yashishin Kanji of the level of snare. After the consciousness materialized, Liu Sheng found that he could use chakra and ninjutsu in this special white space. However, it was this punch that could shake the sky which actually fell on the invisible barrier of the light gate, but the terrifying airflow bounced back, submerging the well and passing through Liu Sheng's body. As a result, it was only on the invisible barrier of the light gate that there were much larger ripples than before. Even Yashigami's air attack can't break it, so how hard is this wall of the world, and to what extent do you have to increase your strength to be able to break it? Liu Sheng said to himself slightly. Yes, the walls of the world. This light gate connects the worlds of two different universes, and that invisible barrier can be said to be the wall of the world or the wall of the dimension. After the mysterious bead completed its evolution, didn't it suddenly derive this ability called Simon? It's it. No. He finally recovered a bit of energy through the constant devouring of the host, trying to connect to the dimension where he was born, trying to take Liu Sheng the host to his own dimension, a specially derived ability. This light gate is not the only one but will gradually generate more light gates according to the strength of Liu Sheng the host and his degree of recovery, connecting one world after another. Until I return to the dimension where I was born with Liu Sheng the host. The barriers of these light gates also have limits. As long as Liu Sheng has the power to break the limit of the barrier, he can connect the Hokage world with the world he is in now and make the time flow of the Hokage world the same as the world he is in. In fact, Liu Sheng can freely travel back and forth between these two worlds, bringing Hinata's daughters to this world. Otsutsuki Shibai spent thousands of years, devoured an unknown number of chakra fruits, completed an unknown number of reincarnations, and destroyed an unknown number of planets. Liu Sheng only needs to have the power to break the wall of the world, and then he can lead the Hinata girls to transcend the dimension of the Hokage world. This is the dimensionality reduction blow of higher dimensional products. He also tried to use the truth-seeking ball to attack the light gate as well as pupil technique Tianshu, and tried to exchange positions with Orochimaru, who was opposite the light gate. After all failed, Liu Sheng finally accepted this fact and prepared to surpass in the new world with a power of 650, break the world wall and return to the Hokage world. After the consciousness returned from White's boundary gate space to the refining space and then back to reality, Liu Sheng slowly released the invisibility state of the dust-free confusion. Immediately afterwards, Liu Sheng didn't walk out of the alley immediately but activated the Rinne Sharingan using the Heaven's Yuzhong to enter the first ball space lodged in the eyes. Immediately Lu Niu slowly raised his right hand. In an instant a terrifying black mist appeared out of thin air, covering Liu Sheng's entire palm in an instant. Immediately afterwards more and more black mist emerged from Liu Sheng's palm. Along with the black mist there is also a terrifying gravitational force similar to universal pull. The black mist and gravity were mixed together, and on Liu Sheng's palm a black uzumaki that was 2 or 3 times bigger than a bowling ball was formed. This uzumaki, like a small black hole, seems to be able to swallow everything. And it is true, because this is an instant death skill after the devouring ability has been upgraded. A black hole that annihilates everything. In the future, no matter whether it is living or dead or organic or inorganic, all things that are close to the black hole will be mercilessly sucked into the refining space. Then the supreme power of rules will turn everything that enters the refining space into endless molecules. Unless one has the ability to break free from Liu Sheng's black hole, the person sucked by Liu Sheng will be swallowed immediately and become Liu Sheng's nourishment on the spot. This is the biggest transformation after the evolution of the mysterious bead apart from unlocking the realm gate. Chapter 2. Liu Sheng's exclusive pupil art Almighty Power. 168-181. Chapter 2. Liu Sheng's exclusive pupil art Almighty Power. Good ability no worse than those divine arts. Looking at the black hole in his hand, Liu Sheng couldn't be too satisfied with the ability upgraded from the devouring hand. With this black hole, Liu Sheng doesn't need to subdue the enemy first, then seize control of the enemy's body and then slowly cover the opponent's body with black mist and finally be able to swallow the opponent. When it devoured 10 tails back then, it took Liu Sheng several minutes. Fortunately at that time Otsutsuki Yuya was passing on Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, otherwise those few minutes must have been the most dangerous moment for Liu Sheng. But now with the black hole that annihilates everything, Liu Sheng no longer needs to complete those complicated steps before he can swallow the target. As long as the enemy's strength is not as good as his own or it is too late to break free from the gravity of the black hole, then the enemy who was pulled into the black hole will undoubtedly die. Not only that, the refining space has also become less picky. The refining space in the past was actually very picky. Except for corpses, living people and the clothes worn on them, things like weapons are not swallowed by the refining space. So every time Liu Sheng devours a large number of ninjas, a lot of weapons will fall on the ground. But now whether it is living or dead or organic and inorganic, the black hole will absorb it, and the supreme power of rules in the refining space will also decompose all these garbage. This means that no matter whether the enemy attacks Liu Sheng with energy or objects, Liu Sheng can cast a black hole to absorb the opponent's attack. If it was an energy attack, it would be refined into pure energy to enhance Liu Sheng's strength. This is simply an upgraded version of Hungry Kido. Therefore this black hole that annihilates everything is not only an auxiliary ability, not only an instant death ability, but also an almost unsolvable defensive ability. After experiencing the ability to upgrade from the devouring hand to the black hole, Liu Sheng did not immediately return to the real world but floated in the air of the original ball space, feeling the changes in his body. After the mysterious bead completed its evolution, Liu Sheng's body was also one step behind him and completed the evolution. The evolution of 6 Paths Ultimate made Liu Sheng surpass the category of 6 Paths and derived Otsutsuki Kagaya, which is not available to Otsutsuki, only Otsutsuki and other members of the Otsutsuki clan with high status. Exclusive magic. However, before perceiving his own exclusive magic, Liu Sheng first digested the cyborg girl made with Otsutsuki Shibai's genes. Similar to Ada in the original Boruto biography, this cyborg girl has inherited 2 magic arts from Otsutsuki Shibai. These 2 divine arts are clairvoyance and almighty. Clairvoyance, the ability to observe what happened in the present and the past, but it is limited to the things after the birth of the owner of the magic spell and cannot see things that happened before birth or in the future. Almighty, on the other hand, is the ability to materialize anything and turn one's thoughts into reality, which is the ultimate power that can only be controlled by gods. For example, the world is a network world and everything is made of data. And the omnipotent power is the omnipotent modifier. As long as you modify it with modifiers, then Liu Sheng can create everything. This ability is simply the ultimate evolution of the yin-yang escape technique. This omnipotent power is also one of Otsutsuki Shibai's strongest spells, if not one of them. In Liu Sheng's eyes, the upper limit of almighty power is very high, and it is a kind of auxiliary ability that is almost invincible. It is a pity that the more invincible the ability, the greater the consumption required. As strong as Liu Sheng, if you use your all-powerful power to do something that will affect the whole world, chakra will also consume an astonishing amount and it will take a long time to recover. After obtaining the power of omnipotence, Liu Sheng was very curious whether this invincible auxiliary ability can help him break the wall of the world, allowing him to take a loophole and return to the world of Hokage. However, according to the mysterious bead, a random gate can be completed. Otsutsuki Shibaju spent thousands of years to achieve the detachment of the dimension. Liu Sheng feels that this loophole may not be able to be exploited. After digesting the information of the 2 god-tier spells, Liu Sheng experienced his own exclusive divine spell again. It's just that when Liu Sheng digested the information about his own exclusive magic, his expression suddenly became weird. Because Liu Sheng's exclusive divine art is clairvoyance. Yes, Liu Sheng's exclusive magic is clairvoyance like Otsutsuki Shibaju. It's just different from Otsutsuki Shibaju, who can only observe the present and the clairvoyance of the past. Liu Sheng's clairvoyance is a clairvoyance that cannot observe the past but can only observe the present and the future. Combined, this results in Liu Sheng's clairvoyance the ability to observe the past, present and future. However, compared to observing the scene that has already happened, observing the future that has not yet happened, the consumption and restrictions are greater than observing the past. Liu Sheng's clairvoyance can only observe himself or other people's scenes in the next 10 days at most. Even so, this ability is scary enough. Combining his own clairvoyance with Otsutsuki Shibai's clairvoyance, Liu Sheng now possesses 4 kinds of divine arts. These 4 magical arts are Sheoming Vishina, Dehedian, Clairvoyance, and Almighty. There is also the black hole that annihilates everything, evolved from the devouring hand, as well as a large number of blood follower snares and exclusive pupil techniques. Liu Sheng's current firepower is unprecedentedly sufficient. Thus Liu Sheng finally returned to the alleys of the real world from the Shichu space in the royal palace of heaven, ready to get in touch with this strange urban world. Liu Sheng didn't do anything. The silver hair on his head turned into black hair and the red eyes turned into black eyes. It's not the impersonation technique from the white Zetsu clone nor the wooden transformation technique, it's a divine spell, all-powerful. Liu Sheng possesses all-powerful power. As long as he has enough energy he can theoretically create the world. Just like the description of the power of Almighty just now. The world is a network world, everything is a set of data, including Liu Sheng is no exception. Liu Sheng can use omnipotent power to modify the world's data and can also use omnipotent power to modify his own data. Although it is impossible to modify one's strength and lifespan with almighty power, it is completely easy to modify one's appearance or optimize certain abilities. And now Liu Sheng is temporarily using the power of Almighty Qian Zhao to change his hair color and eye color. After modification, Liu Sheng's hair color and eye color will be the same as those he was born with. No matter how powerful his perception is or how amazing his eyesight is, he will not be able to see any flaws. Liu Sheng is not sure whether the urban world he travels through is the world he lived in his previous life. If so, then the silver hair and red eyes are too eye-catching. Therefore Liu Sheng changed his hair color and eye color. After Liu Sheng walked out of the alley, he immediately determined that this was not the world hall he lived in his previous life. Because he just came out, he saw many men and women with other hair colors on the street. But amazingly they are all speaking Huxia, and the street signs and shops on the street are all written in Huxia. This means that Liu Sheng has come to the celestial dynasty of Otherworld. Returning to a familiar yet unfamiliar country, Liu Sheng suddenly became curious about what kind of Otherworld he came to. So Liu Sheng launched an investigation. Chapter 3. Luo Quilian, the World of Killing Gods. 169-181. Chapter 3. Luo Quilian, the World of Killing Gods. Previous. Next. Liu Sheng, who started the investigation first, released his amazing perception, wanting to see if this world is the Otherworld of Common or the Otherworld of Extraordinary. As soon as the perception was released, Liu Sheng immediately put it away and got the answer he wanted. Here is an Otherworld with extraordinaries. Because this street as well as various places in this city are covered with energy fluctuations that are much stronger than the common people. And in some places barriers that shield perception are arranged. The astonishing and powerful special energy as well as the enchantment shows that not only there are extraordinaries in this world, but there are a lot of extraordinaries, and the extraordinary system is very developed. In other words, Liu Sheng came to a world of high martial arts. Realizing this, Liu Sheng suddenly became more curious about this world. Therefore Liu Sheng is going to find an extraordinary to devour him and then have a good understanding of this world. But before taking action, Liu Sheng put his hands in his pockets, used his almighty power to make a pair of sunglasses and immediately activated Rinne Sharingan after wearing them. In an instant, the farsightedness and perspective ability of another dimension made Liu Sheng's eyes cover the city in an instant. But in the next second Liu Sheng immediately closed his Rinne Sharingan, just like releasing his perception just now. Looking in a certain direction, he secretly said in surprise, with such momentum and energy, there are still players of this level in the urban world. This feeling, is it the same kind or the god of disobedience who used insidious power to spy on me in 830? At the same time, in a Taoist nunnery built in the deep mountains, a peerless beauty dressed in ancient style also looked in the direction of Liu Sheng, and Liu Sheng frowned slightly. I don't smell it. The disgusting smell, could it be that someone or a magic association did it? HMPH, you escaped fast. She couldn't track down the person who was peeping at her, and peerless beauty didn't dig 3 feet to find him. Of course the premise is that you don't suffer a loss. Otherwise peerless beauty would be furious and order her subordinates to search the entire city to find the trace of the mouse. I am really more and more interested in this world. When he first came to this world he discovered that he was at least a surface level superpower, and Liu Sheng immediately became interested. Although it was just a quick glance, Liu Sheng saw the woman's dress and appearance. She was simply a peerless beauty who traveled from ancient times. Antique clothes, peerless beauty, and at least the power to destroy the surface level. Liu Sheng, who had been in the synchronization team in his previous life, suddenly felt strange and familiar. Therefore Liu Sheng no longer tiptoed around but used the illusion to hypnosis an extraordinary with special energy from a very long distance. Illusions are not only effective for people with chakra as long as they are living people or living creatures. Liu Sheng's illusions can work. Because chakra is the product of spiritual energy and physical energy, it is also divided into Yin-Dun chakra and Yang-Dun chakra. Illusion consumes the Yin-Dun chakra, so what the illusion affects is never someone else's chakra but someone else's spiritual energy. This is the reason why in the original book Uchiha Itachi was able to control the woman in common with illusion and seduce Jiraiya. After remotely controlling the extraordinary, Liu Sheng sent him to a place where no one was there and he returned to the alley. In the next second Liu Sheng used his hand power to exchange places with the small object next to the extraordinary appearing in front of the extraordinary. As soon as Liu Sheng appeared he used the black hole to suck the extraordinary into the refining space. With the power of the supreme rule, this extraordinary was turned into endless molecules divided into several parts. Liu Sheng immediately activated his memory light sphere to digest the extraordinary's memory. Soon Liu Sheng understood the world and knew why that peerless beauty in ancient costume gave him a feeling of strangeness and familiarity. The location where Liu Sheng is now is Xingzi County in Yuzhong Province, and the deep mountain where the Taoist nunnery is located is Mount Lushan, one of the 10 famous mountains in the Celestial Dynasty. So the Taoist nunnery is also called Lushan Nunnery. The owner of the Lushan Nunnery is the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, who has lived for more than 2 centuries and is over 200 years old this year. Luo Quilian. No, it should be Luo Hao. Because Luo Quilian's surname is Luo, her first name is Quilian and she is a courtier. According to the era of more than 200 years ago, it is generally not possible to call others by their first names but to use surname plus word or surname plus number. So compared to Luo Quilian, Bib all over the world only know the leader of the demon sect who has the titles of Warrior King, Leader of the Five Hells, Leader of the Martial Arts, and the most fiendish Godslayer, called Luo Hao. Yes, amazing. The other world that Liu Sheng travels to is the world of Godslayers. Godslayer, also known as Campione, is the supreme king representing the extraordinary world. This king can be understood as the king of the south, the king of the devil, or the king. The Godslayer is the king of the extraordinary world, and in reality he is also the king above all countries. Because they have the power that mortals living in the world can't compete with. By killing the gods in the sky they seized the supreme divine power held by the gods and calculated that the gods could dominate everything on the ground. And Luo Hao is one of the most vicious monsters and one of the strongest Godslayers among the 6 existing Godslayers in this era, who is as famous as the Marquis of Vauban in Eastern Europe. About 30% of all magicians in the world who have learned martial arts or alchemy belong to Luo Hao's Five Hells sacred cult, and they swear to obey the leader absolutely. Therefore Luo Hao is not only one of the strongest Godslayers but also the master of one of the world's largest magic knots. With a quick glance at Liu Sheng just now, he happened to see the strongest person in this country. Our superpowers per capita surface level worlds. After getting the information he wanted, Liu Sheng suddenly raised his mouth and said, "If I devour those disobedient gods and Godslayers, my strength should skyrocket with the power to break the wall of the world." Right. Quote, in an instant Liu Sheng found the goal to work hard for, and he no longer had the confusion of coming to a strange world. According to the information fed back by the mysterious beads, the defensive power of the Light Gate's world wall has a limit. Moreover, this limit does not require Liu Sheng to have transcended dimensions or to be the strongest in the universe to break through. Liu Sheng only needs to let his own strength break through a certain limit, or let the mysterious beads regain some strength through continuous devouring, then the defense of the world wall will be reduced and become weaker. At that time Liu Sheng can easily break it, and Liu Sheng's strength is basically linked to the mysterious beads. If he wants to become stronger quickly, he can only go through devouring. And if the mysterious beads want to recover their strength, they also need to be devoured by the host continuously. In this way Liu Sheng only needs to keep devouring the supplements of advance, then he will soon be able to break the world wall and return to the world of Hokage. The advanced supplements of this world are undoubtedly the Godslayers and the disobedient gods. Although the Godslayers and gods of disobedience are almost all surface level existences per capita. However, Godslayer and God of disobedience also have strengths and weaknesses. So, how will my current strength compare with the top in this world? Thinking of this, Liu Sheng looked in the direction of Mount Lu again. Chapter 4. Liu Sheng and Luo Hao, Old Township, C. Old Township. 170-181. Chapter 4. Liu Sheng and Luo Hao, Old Township, C. Old Township. Want to know how your own strength compares with the apex of this world? It's very simple, you only need to fight against the world's top powerhouse to know. Apart from the King of the End, Rama, who possesses the divine sword of salvation, Luo Hao is definitely one of the strongest in the world of Godslayers. Since the birth of the god of disobedience and the Godslayer, most of the Godslayers have achieved the miracle of the gods by virtue of amazing luck. However, a small number of people through their own strength and a little bit of luck have completed the great cause of killing gods. And this small group of people, once they become Godslayers, they will be the best among the Godslayers, even the strongest. Luo Hao, relying on his pinnacle of martial arts and alchemy skills as well as a bit of luck, managed to kill the gods. 200 years have passed since Luo Hao became a Godslayer. In these 2 centuries Luo Hao may initially manage the Five Hells sacred cult. But gradually she stopped caring about the affairs of the world and stayed in Lushan nunnery to practice all kinds of martial arts, alchemy and state of mind. Even when going out, most of them use their avatars to go out. Even if 200 years have passed, there are already 6 Godslayers in this era and she only knows 2 or 3 of them. The long period of closed-door training led to Luo Hao's martial arts and alchemy attainments reaching a shocking level. Salvaredo Tony, who is also a Godslayer and also has the title of King of Swords, is only similar to Luo Hao in terms of swordsmanship. Moreover, swordsmanship is not Luo Hao's most outstanding feature. Lightness, kung fu and palm technique are. It can be seen from this that as one of the oldest and strongest Godslayers, Luo Hao's background is very human. Using the vocabulary of Pirate World to describe her, the current Luo Hao is a super strong man who has reached the peak of mind, skill and body and has almost no flaws or weaknesses. Therefore Liu Sheng only needs to challenge the Eastern Hierarch to know his strength and what level he belongs to in this world. As soon as he thought of it, Liu Sheng immediately used his almighty power to change his hair color and eye color back to the original silver hair and red eyes. Then a letter appeared in front of Liu Sheng out of thin air and lines of words automatically appeared on the letter paper. In the end, the letter paper was automatically stuffed into the envelope, and on the surface of the envelope the 3 characters, challenge letter, slowly appeared. This is where the power of omnipotence comes in handy. As long as energy is consumed, all thoughts and thoughts can be turned into reality. Among other things, with this omnipotent power Liu Sheng can almost create whatever he wants in terms of material needs. It's just so convenient. It was the same with the sunglasses just now, and it is the same with the letters now. After creating a letter of challenge with almighty power, Liu Sheng's figure suddenly disappeared out of thin air. And where he disappeared there was an extra stone at some point. Using the heavenly hand power with an exchange range of up to 10 kilometers, Liu Sheng appeared at the foot of the mountain with just 2 teleports. Then looking at one of the top 10 famous mountains in front of him, Liu Sheng's Rinne Sharingan's farsightedness and clairvoyance ability immediately penetrated all things and barriers and landed on that peerless beauty in ancient costume again. How dare you? You managed to piss me off, sinister fellow. The farsightedness and perspective of another dimension just landed on Luo Hao. Luo Hao, who possessed a quick mind to see through, once again discovered Liu Sheng's peeping and locked onto Liu Sheng's position in an instant. Just when Luo Hao was about to use alchemy to shrink the ground into an inch to give Liu Sheng the retribution of provoking the Overlord, a letter suddenly appeared in front of Luo Hao out of thin air. Hey, is this kind of space attainment the same kind that I don't know? Seeing the challenge letter that appeared out of thin air, most of Luo Hao's anger disappeared in an instant, and it was due to his strong interest in Liu Sheng. It's not that she bullies the weak and fears the strong, but only those who are of the same level as her are eligible to be treated equally by Luo Hao. Since it is equal, then the other party peeping at oneself is not considered a crime. Of course, the premise is that you have not suffered a disadvantage. Otherwise Luo Hao doesn't mind letting this junior of the same kind feel the love of his senior. Picking up the challenge book in front of him, Luo Hao took out the letter paper inside and read it. After reading the contents on the letter paper, the corners of Luo Hao's lips rose slightly, then he glanced at the entrance of Daoan. His red lips parted slightly and said, "Come on. Come on, come on." At the same time, Liu Sheng, who was standing at the foot of the mountain, also heard a pleasant voice. This is really 1,000-mile sound transmission. In the two-dimensional world, experiencing the ability of this kind of martial arts world, Liu Sheng felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. And that melodious Huxia. I have to say that although Liu Sheng has not met Luo Hao face to face, he already has a good impression of this old town in his heart. Therefore Liu Sheng used his hand strength to shrink his mouth into an E. After just a few teleports, Liu Sheng arrived at the gate of Lucian Nunnery. Squeak. Almost the second after Liu Sheng arrived, the mahogany gate of Dao Temple opened automatically. Liu Sheng walked in. At the same time, a beautiful figure also walked out of the Dao Temple. It was a girl who looked only 17 or 18 years old on the outside, with exquisite facial features, noble temperament, and a peerless beauty exuding a strong and superior aura all over her body. She was wearing a gorgeous blue and white hanfu with a slit skirt embroidered with patterns which swayed slightly as she walked. Her long legs in black silk stockings were looming, and her silky black hair was braided into 3 braids and stood on end. This peerless beauty is Luo Hao, who is revered as the master by the world. I've heard about the leader's name for a long time, and now I'm going down to Liu Sheng to experience the leader's martial arts and god-killing abilities. Ask for flowers. Seeing Luo Hao coming out, Liu Sheng suddenly cupped his hands to her and said in an equal gesture. Luo Hao raised his willow eyebrows, looked at Liu Sheng with a little surprise and said, "Such fluent standard Huxia and not the ability of Chenji's language. Why haven't I heard Yinger mention that our country has born another famous my match? Or are you a foreign king who has mastered multiple languages before killing the gods?" Neither. Liu Sheng shook his head and explained with a smile, "I'm just a mortal who hasn't killed a god yet." Hearing this, Luo Hao frowned slightly. Not unhappy but strange, because Luo Hao also has clairvoyance, but it is the clairvoyance of this world. Her clairvoyance can also be said to be the eye of the mind. She can see through the supernatural speed of the power level, and she can also perceive the opponent's inner thoughts through the change of the enemy's expression. 0. So Luo Hao's eyes are the best lie detector in the world. Whether the other party is lying or not, Luo Hao can tell at a glance. That's why Luo Hao felt strange, because she could see that Liu Sheng was not lying. However, if he is not his own kind, why does he have such amazing magic power? Quote. Suddenly Luo Hao's willow eyebrows frowned again, and after looking carefully at Liu Sheng, he clicked his tongue and said in amazement, "What a strange mantra. Its capacity far surpasses me as the devil king on the earth, but its quality is not as good as mine, but it exudes an aura that makes me feel dangerous. It's not the devil king of the earth, so as a mortal, where did you get this level of magic power?" With the last sentence, Luo Meng's eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at Liu Sheng's red eyes like a blade. There is no comment on this. The corners of Liu Sheng's mouth slightly raised, and he cupped his hands again and said with a smile, "I'm here to challenge you because I want to experience the martial arts and god-killing ability of the leader. I hope the leader can teach me." Interesting. Do you want to use my power to sharpen your spell quality? Luo Hao, who has amazing eyesight, really saw through some of Liu Sheng's thoughts, and instead of being angry, he said with a smile, "As a mortal, you are undoubtedly the most special one. With your magic power, maybe you only need a little luck, you can become a person of the same rank as me. But it's not my kind, but they peeped and provoked me again and again. If it weren't for the last challenge letter to observe a little etiquette and that fluent Huxia, I wouldn't talk so much nonsense to you." Speaking of this, Luo Hao suddenly showed a maniac smile that doesn't fit a lady, stared at Liu Sheng like a hunter and said, "If you want to challenge me, are you ready to die?" "Certainly." Liu Sheng also smiled back and said, "Small." Chapter 5. Godslayers similar to 10 Tails Jinchuriki Godslayer. 171-181. Chapter 5. Godslayers similar to 10 Tails Jinchuriki Godslayer. Almost at the moment Liu Sheng responded, Luo Hao found that the scene in front of him suddenly changed drastically. She was still in Taoist temple, but at some point she came to a different space where the sky was green and the surroundings were surrounded by spherical rocks. Space teleportation and different space. And the space exchange just now. You really are a master of space. Luo Hao, who was suddenly taken to a strange place, didn't panic at all. His beautiful eyes full of majesty looked at Liu Sheng full of fighting spirit and admiration. He didn't think about whether there was some kind of trick behind Liu Sheng's move, and he didn't doubt whether Liu Sheng had ulterior motives, and he didn't care about Liu Sheng's dominance in the scene, because none of these are what a king should do. If there is a trap, then smash it with your fist. If there is a conspiracy, then use absolute strength to crack it. This is what a martial artist should do. This is Luo Hao's style of conduct, unmatched self-responsibility. Master, teach. Liu Sheng bowed his hands for the last time and communicated with Luo Hao using ancient etiquette and speaking style for the last time. In the next second, Liu Sheng took the initiative to make a move. Boom. I saw Liu Sheng's red eyes turned into the Rinne Sharingan of Black Lotus, and then he slapped Luo Hao from the air. The terrifying airflow immediately formed a huge fist and bombarded towards Luo Hao. As soon as he made a move, it was the Hot God air pressure of the blood successor snare level. Looking at the oncoming airflow fist, which was powerful enough to smash a mountain, Luo Hao's beautiful eyes lit up, and then he slapped out with a small white hand like jade. The palm wind formed by both mana power and terrifying force collided with the fist that came from the bombardment. In an instant, an energy storm that contains the power of mortals approaching and undoubtedly dying immediately erupted between Liu Sheng and Luo Hao, not only smashing the ground in an instant, even the flying broken stones were instantly reduced to powder. However, Liu Sheng and Luo Hao, who were in the center of the storm except for the rustling of their clothes, their eyes flooded by the storm, did not close tightly, not even blinking. In addition to the space type, is it also the pupil technique type? Know whether it is the peeping before or the space exchange, are they all the abilities of your pupil technique? Looking at Liu Sheng, whose pupils turned into black lotuses, Luo Hao quickly guessed everything through Liu Sheng's pupil power. At the same time, Luo Hao also felt that the blood in his body was boiling, and the fighting spirit that was ignited by Liu Sheng's punch just now could not help but burst out. Because Liu Sheng, the opponent, really suits her taste. The space exchange that is opposite to my shrinking to an inch, the fist that is opposite to my palm, and the pattern of the pupil linking technique is also opposite to my title. Yes, besides the title of Martial Arts King, Luo Hao also has the title of White Lotus King. If she is Bai Lian, then Liu Sheng is He Lian. Isn't this the old enemy prepared for her by the heavens? As Luo Hao's strength reached its peak, martial arts, alchemy, and power had all been developed to ultimate. The god of disobedience was no longer her old enemy but more like her prey. But Luo Hao will not be like the Marquis of Vauban, hunting everywhere and not gaining power from the god, but staying in a small Taoist temple, living a life of Duguchu defeat. But now Liu Sheng, who is not her kind but possesses the same level of strength as her, and a challenger whose attributes are similar to hers but just opposite to hers, is simply her old enemy arranged by heaven. Therefore Luo Hao once again showed the maddened smile that was not suitable for a lady just now and laughed loudly. Let's have a good fight, Liu Sheng. At this moment, Luo Hao's address to Liu Sheng was no longer, you who are condescending, but he was directly addressing him by his name. This means that Luo Hao already regards Liu Sheng as equal to her, even as a peer with a higher status than those of the same kind. Because this is her dream enemy. Since he is his old enemy, how can he rank below those weaker ones? Even now Luo Hao's self-confidence is not reduced by half. Bring it on. Liu Sheng also seemed to be emotionally infected and grinned back again. In 2 lifetimes it was also the first time for Liu Sheng to meet a woman like Luo Hao. In his previous life there was no such treasure-level woman on earth. Although in the Hokage world Liu Sheng has also seen confident and powerful women like Tsunade and Terumi Mei. But compared with Luo Hao, there is still an astonishing gap between them in terms of strength and aura. More importantly, Luo Hao's haki has a kind of beauty like a fairy from a previous life. This style of painting that does not match the 2-dimensional dimension, on the contrary, pokes Liu Sheng's aesthetics even more. Therefore Liu Sheng decided not to play any tactics and just had a good fight with Luo Hao. I saw Liu Sheng once again use the 80 Gods Air Strike. But this time the Yashigami Air Strike is not an offensive type but a defensive type. As a physical technique of the Shueji snare level, Yashigami Kongji is a move that integrates offense and defense. I saw the astonishing chakra refined to the current ultimate by Liu Sheng and then covering Liu Sheng's hands like a strange power fist. But it is the ultimate evolution version of Weilaquan. Seeing this scene, the corners of Luo Hao's lips rose again, and he instantly saw that Liu Sheng wanted to compete with her in terms of physical skills. Therefore Luo Hao did not use his power but waited until Liu Sheng was ready, then teleported to Liu Sheng's face and then drew out his palm. This is Luo Hao's strongest martial art. 12 Flying Phoenix Palms. Boom. Even without using power, Luo Hao's shrinking the ground to an inch and Flying Phoenix 12 palms are moves of the power level. And there are still no restrictions, no need for any cooling power. Even a God Slayer, if he didn't know Luo Hao well, he would be seriously injured if he was hit by Luo Hao's set of combo skills. However, Liu Sheng saw through Luo Hao's fatal blow in advance. This is the true sense of seeing through with his clairvoyance that can predict the future. Therefore Luo Hao's teleportation palm was easily blocked by Liu Sheng's fist. For ninja and mage, an energy storm that definitely belongs to another dimension level erupted from their hands again. But this time Liu Sheng and Luo Hao didn't wait for the energy storm to dissipate before continuing to fight. Instead they used their fists and palms to easily tear apart the storm, colliding with each other continuously, creating an energy storm with an even more astonishing density and area. Liu Sheng didn't use ninjutsu to attack Luo Hao but only used Rinne Sharingan's observation ability, clairvoyance, to predict the future, and Yashigami Konkai's combination of attack and defense. Because apart from the blood inheritance snare which contains the 7 nature transformations, ninjutsu has no effect on Luo Hao. Godslayer world is a world very similar to Hokage world 5.5. Ninjas are against the magicians of this world, while 10 Tails Jinchuriki and 6 Paths level powerhouses who ate the chakra fruit are against the godslayers of this world. Whether it's 10 Tails Jinchuriki or Godslayer, they all have amazing immunity. The former can be immune to most ninjutsu, only the truth-seeking ball and the blood-seeking snare, which is a fusion of Shanju and 7 kinds of nature transformation, can be hurt. The latter, however, are non-god forbidden curses and weapons which cannot break through the defense of the Godslayer. In addition, the chakra and spell power of 10 Tails Jinchuriki and Godslayer are many times stronger than those of super and first-class magicians. This strength is not only a quantity but also a quality gap. As for the power of the Godslayer, it was also a thing that started from the blood following the snare and even reached the level of divine magic. So just like dealing with Otsutsuki Yishi and them, if Liu Sheng wants to hurt Luo Hao, he must use Yin Yang Dun technique or blood succession snare and divine art, as well as his black hole that annihilates everything. Chapter 6. The End of the Warm-Up Magic versus Power. 170-181. Chapter 6. The End of the Warm-Up Magic versus Power. Boom boom boom. In the space of Shichiyu in Yuzhong of Heaven, the ground at this time seems to be displaying fireworks, continuously blooming dazzling light. The blooming of each ray of light will bring about a deafening roar. Then the ground trembled and countless cracks spread in all directions. The cyclone formed by the energy storm is getting bigger and bigger, gradually forming a forbidden area with an astonishing area, and once mortals approach it they will undoubtedly die. In the energy restricted zone, Liu Sheng and Luo Hao fought fiercely. Feifeng 12 Palms and Yashishin Kongjian kept colliding, aiming to hit the opponent's body. It's a pity that there have been hundreds of rounds of fighting, but neither Liu Sheng nor Luo Hao can hit the opponent's body. It wasn't that Liu Sheng let the water go, and it wasn't that Liu Sheng's martial arts attainments and combat experience were on par with Luo Hao. On the contrary, in that Hokage world where few people know how to use taijutsu, ninjutsu and tactics are generally used, even though Liu Sheng devoured a large number of strong people, including Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the two most powerful players in Sengoku period. For a strong man, his physical accomplishments are not even qualified to carry Luo Hao's shoes. Because in the Sengoku period, U18 Zebo Madara and Senju Hashirama and even all the strong men swallowed by Liu Sheng, their physical attainments are only in the realm of mortals. But Luo Hao's martial arts attainments have reached the level of gods, and he has already accomplished the great feat of killing gods 200 years ago, and now he has returned to the realm of innocence. In the world of Hokage, Luo Hao has developed the body and body flicker technique to the level of blood succession and snare through his own efforts. Liu Sheng, who has never taken any risks before facing enemies of the same level or higher than his own level, always uses the old method to kill the opponent. If there is no dynamic vision of Rinne Sharingan and the future prediction of clairvoyance, then unless he hid in the Kamui space he would be wounded by Luo Hao within a few rounds. But there is no if in reality. Although he is far inferior to Luo Hao in terms of physical skills, Liu Sheng, who has clairvoyance, bridges the skill gap with Luo Hao by predicting the future. A body full of flaws, seeming to have a hasty defense and counterattack. At first I thought it was because of your amazing dynamic vision or the perception ability similar to the eyes of the mind, but now it seems that your eyes can see. Let's go to the future. After several attacks failed to hit Liu Sheng, Luo Hao took the initiative to end the contest of physical skills, looked at Liu Sheng, who was not sweating at all, and said, "Yes, you guessed it right." Liu Sheng nodded with a smile and clicked his tongue slightly in his heart. This kind of combat experience and vision is simply outrageous. It's not a Rakshasa king, but it has the ability to transcend spiritual vision comparable to power. After seeing Liu Sheng admit it, the fighting spirit on Luo Hao's face became stronger, and he said with a smile, "Your existence has successfully aroused my interest in this world. Are you going to use the power?" Liu Sheng was also interested. "That's right, your spell power is far superior to mine, and the cost of predicting the future doesn't seem to be high. If you continue to fight with you, the situation will only be bad for me." Luo Hao also nodded bluntly. His eyes were filled with a different kind of heat. He stared at Liu Sheng and said, "Even the price of predicting the future is so small. You should have hidden more than one thing that is comparable to predicting the future, or even worse than predicting the future. If you want a powerful method, it must be just a warm-up just now. You are such a powerful woman." Liu Sheng admitted Luo Hao's guess with an exclamation. Seeing Luo Hao, who guessed correctly again, not only did he feel no pressure at all, but he became even more excited. Because she was just warming up just now. It is indeed the old enemy arranged by God. It is really great. Thus Luo Hao began to mobilize the mantra power in his body. Golden particles suddenly radiated from his white hands like jade, and at the same time he was chanting words. "The sky is clear, the earth is peaceful, the human world is peaceful. Drink." Although he didn't fully sing the spirit of speech at this moment, Luo Hao also used himself to ascend to the supreme martial arts, no matter whether it is the god of disobedience or the god slayer, no matter how much power the other party has. Whether it is strong or weak, neither can shake the two powers of its own position. These two powers are very powerful Vajra magic, and dragon chanting and tiger roaring Dafa. The former is the power usurped by killing two Buddhist kings, and it can endow her with unparalleled rigidity in the world, so that Luo Hao's 12 flying phoenix palms can easily destroy mountains, lift up divine beasts that ravage cities, and sink islands. From the god of God to the god slayer, he would be seriously injured if he received a palm from her. The latter is the power obtained by killing the goddess of hymns in Indian mythology, allowing her to gain powerful power in poetry, and can also turn her voice and breath into shock waves and blast them out. For example, now Luo Hao just sang such a short paragraph and then shouted loudly. His voice turned into a shock wave no less than Shishong, and it was like Liu Sheng's Yashishinkong strike just now blasting towards Liu Sheng. This blow can also break Liu Sheng's defense. However, when Luo Hao was making preparations, Liu Sheng was also making preparations. When the shock wave came roaring, Liu Sheng didn't use Yashigami to block it but a black sphere the size of a billiard ball which automatically floated in front of Liu Sheng, turning into a hemispherical black shield covering the shock wave was resisted. Besides this black sphere, there are 8 identical spheres floating behind Liu Sheng. In addition, Liu Sheng's Rinne Sharingan also switched from the Black Lotus form to the second form of the Ice Lotus. Switching to the Tensagen-based Ice Lotus form also shows that Liu Sheng is ready to be serious. Dehedian. The young name is Viguna. I saw that after Liu Sheng blocked Luo Hao's shockwave, he directly used the 2 god tier techniques that can be used no matter whether it is the first form of Black Lotus or the second form of Ice Lotus. In an instant the power of time and space was released from Liu Sheng's eyes, soaring into the sky. Dozens of black spots the size of 907 rice grains suddenly appeared under the green sky and then turned into dozens of mountain-like meteorites in an instant, falling towards Liu Sheng and Luo Hao below. It was a cheap accident that Liu Sheng traveled to this world. Because of the 5 years of freeing himself, his caution has decreased and he did not expect that the mysterious beads would unlock the ability to travel, so he was even less cautious, causing him to be caught off guard. But in those 5 years of letting go of himself, Liu Sheng did nothing. As a time traveler, he also has a phobia of insufficient firepower. Therefore, after devouring the Otsutsuki style and capturing the other parties Mahakala and Xiaoming Viguna, Liu Sheng would go to outer space to relax from time to time, shrinking all the meteorites floating in the outer space and then put them into the big space where time is still. Inside the black sky space. As a result, Liu Sheng does not need to create a large amount of planetary devastation like Uchiha Madara and also absorb a large amount of land to create a meteorite rain. He only needs to release the meteorites in the space of the Great Hydian and restore the original size of these meteorites with the minor name Viguna, and then he can create a meteorite rain. Looking at the meteorite rain falling from the sky, Luo Hao changed from the awe-inspiring Hokage just now but returned to the innocent and cute look with a serious face. If the Marquis of Vauban and people who knew Luo Hao were here, they would definitely find that this is what the Eastern leader looks like when he is serious. Chapter 7. Luo Hao's Power, the City-Destroying Battle. 173-181. Chapter 7. Luo Hao's Power, the City-Destroying Battle. South of the City of War, north of Dead Guo, wild grass can be eaten without burial. Call Wu for me, let's be a guest. Luo Hao, who became serious, exuded the aura of one of the strongest god slayers. With the chanting of Yan Ling, the terrifying mantra power turned into substantive arrogance. The first 2 lines of War City South, one of the 18 songs of Rao's songs, in the Han Dynasty, slowly came out of her mouth. Among all Luo Hao's powers, there are 2 powers whose words are related to War City South, one of the 18 songs of Rao's songs, namely, Magic Power of King Kong, and Wangliang Yi Cooking Dream. The speech spirit of the former is the first half of Zanchengyan, and the speech spirit of the latter is the second half of Zanchengyan. And what Luo Hao is singing now is the beginning of War City South, and it is also the first line of the Great Vajra Magic. In an instant, more golden particles were emitted from the terrifying mantra power, flames like fireflies. In the next second, Luo Hao ignored the meteorite rain falling from the sky and teleported to the back of Liu Sheng by using Shrink the Ground into an inch, and struck out with his palm again. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. However, it wasn't the sound of Liu Sheng being blown away by Luo Hao but Luo Hao's unparalleled rigidity, which slapped a mountain-like meteorite with his palm. When Luo Hao teleported back to attack Liu Sheng's Rinne Sharingan immediately switched from the Ice Lotus back to the Black Lotus form and then used the Sky Hand Force to exchange positions with the meteorite in the sky. It's like the magical young name Viguna, who can instantly turn mountains or meteorites into the size of rice grains and then restore them to their original state in an instant without any transmission in between. The switch between the 2 forms of Liu Sheng's Rinne Sharingan can also be completed in an instant without any stiffness in the middle. Snapped. After exchanging positions with the meteorite using Heaven's Hand power, Liu Sheng appeared in the sky and then they both took a shot. In an instant, Red's eyeshadow streaks appeared around the corners of Liu Sheng's eyes. Switching back to the Rinne Sharingan in Ice Lotus form around the dynamic lotus, besides the black light there is also the light of gold flowing slightly. At this moment, Liu Sheng suddenly entered Sage mode. Liu Sheng came here to challenge Luo Hao because he wanted to experience the world's top combat power to see what level his own strength was in this world. After fighting Luo Hao, the supreme martial artist, with Yashishengkongji, Liu Sheng already knew that his physical skills were far inferior to the opponents. Luo Hao's regular Flying Phoenix 12 palms is already a physical skill that started at the level of Blood Succession and Snare in the world of Hokage. After using the Great Vajra Magic Art and Dragon Sing and Tiger Roar Dafa, Luo Hao's physical skills are definitely at the level of divine skills. Even Liu Sheng's body would be seriously injured if hit by her. Despite the terrifying self-healing brought by devouring 10 tails, the resurrection of Huang Quanjin in the right eye and the astonishing amount of resurrection coins in the left eye, even if Liu Sheng stood still and let Luo Hao attack him, he would still kill him. Only by tens of thousands of times can you really kill yourself. But Liu Sheng has no habit of being abused, so he will not be beaten standing up. And just like Luo Hao's swordsmanship is not the most outstanding, lightness, kung fu and palm technique are the same. The most prominent part of Liu Sheng is not physical skills but Rinne Sharingan's pupil skills and divine skills. After confirming that his physical skills are not as good as Luo Hao's but Yashishin Kongjian can hurt the Godslayer, which also means that he can kill the Godslayer and the God of Disobedience, Liu Sheng wants to see 6 Paths Sage Artifact. Ninjutsu is useless against god slayers as it is against Ten Tails Jinchuriki. However, Six Paths Sage Art which contains natural energy can injure Ten Tails. So can Six Paths Sage Art hurt Godslayer? Liu Sheng was curious, so he was going to try it. So after Liu Sheng entered the sage mode, he immediately looked down from a high position and looked down at the place where the meteorite was smashed and the dust filled the sky, gradually forming a mushroom cloud rising up, and slowly raised his right tail. Buzz buzz. With the ear-piercing sound, the immortal art chakra which contains the 5 nature transformations of wind, fire, water, earth and thunder immediately condensed on the top of Liu Sheng's head, forming 5 huge sage art super large jade spiral shurikens. In the next second, Liu Sheng's Rinne Sharingan switched back to the black lotus form again and then activated one again. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, in the mushroom cloud that was about to form below, 5 overlapping deafening explosions sounded again. 5 different colors of light shone in the mushroom cloud that filled the dust garden. The 5 terrifying energies obviously caused serious damage to the already messy land below. The mushroom cloud formed in just an instant and its area was several times larger than before. The rise of the mushroom cloud instantly submerged part of the falling meteorite rain. Boom 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 boom. Soon another series of violent noises exploded. The area of the mushroom cloud skyrocketed again, covering Liu Sheng, who was floating in the air almost instantly. Even the dozens of spherical rock mountains around were smashed apart by the remaining meteorites, and the astonishing dust and mist merged with the mushroom cloud. If this dust fog zone is transferred to the real world, then the entire city will be shrouded in dust fog. It can be seen from this that the physical skill contest between Liu Sheng and Luo Hao just now, as well as Liu Sheng's 5-shot sage art super large jade spiral shuriken and the area of damage caused by the meteor rain, belong to the city destroying level. If the two fought like this in a bustling city, at least millions of people would be killed by the attacks and abilities of Liu Sheng and Luo Hao. This is the reason why Godslayer is called Overlord and Demon King in this world. Godslayers with astonishing immunity and defense power, non-mysterious, non-god forbidden spells and unbreakable weapons, modern weapons, are like scrap iron to them. And if they let go of their hands and feet a little bit, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people will be killed by the aftermath of their battles. Closer to home, the dust cloud that is enough to cover the entire city, if it is allowed to dissipate naturally, then I don't know how long it will take. Just when Liu Sheng was about to disperse the dust and mist below him, a voice that was clearly reciting poetry but whose voice was as pleasant as singing came to his ears. Quote. Last year we fought against Sanganyuan, this year we fought against Konghidao. Shi Bingtiao GC waves release Matianshan grass in the snow. Thousands of miles are fought and the 3 armies are exhausted. In just 3 lines of poetry, the terrifying gust of wind immediately blew away the mushroom cloud and also turned the dust and mist in the center into a vacuum, presenting a messy and deeply sunken crater. And at the bottom of the crater there is a beautiful figure, Qian Li's, who is reciting poems. It is Luo Haosong, who exudes gold particles all over his body. The strong wind that blows away the dust and mist is Luo Hao's power, the dragon singing and the tiger roaring. And the content of the poem she recited just now is also War City South. However, it is not Zanchengyan, one of the 18 songs of Rao's songs, but a poem written by Shixian with the title of Yufu poem Zanchengyan. Taking power from the goddess of hymns, Luo Hao can also use singing to increase his combat effectiveness. However, she was born in ancient times and she still wears ancient costumes. Her speaking style and etiquette are ancient, and she claims to be surname plus character. Even if she sings, it is not a modern or foreign song. It's an ancient Tuzhong song. But rather than singing to improve his strength, Luo Hao obviously prefers reciting poems and fighting. Chapter 8. Dragon Singing and Tiger Roaring. Dafa V's Yinlan Reincarnation Explosion Fierce Battle. 174-181. Chapter 8. Dragon Singing and Tiger Roaring. Dafa V's Yinlan Reincarnation Explosion Fierce Battle. No effect. Looking at Luo Hao, who had no scars on his body except for some torn clothes, Liu Sheng frowned slightly and whispered. But soon Liu Sheng suddenly revealed his face again and said, "So that's how it is, have you been defended?" Luo Hao's great Vajra divine art has, in addition to the unparalleled strength in the world, it also has the indestructible defensive power of a Vajra. In addition, Luo Hao's body of a Godslayer possesses strong immunity and defense. After using the powerful Vajra divine art, Luo Hao will directly become the ultimate killing weapon that integrates offense and defense. Therefore, whether it is Liu Sheng switching places with the meteorite, letting the meteorite appear out of thin air to hit Luo Hao, or the Sage Art super large jade spiral shuriken containing 5 kinds of nature transformation, it cannot break Luo Hao's indestructible diamond defense. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng once again used the Sage Art super large jade spiral shuriken. But this time he didn't directly make Shanju Chakra into a super large jade spiral shuriken with 5 attributes, but input Shanju Chakra into the truth-seeking ball floating behind him. In an instant, the 5 truth-seeking balls immediately turned into super large jade spiral shurikens with black score. Once it erupts, the enemy will bear the power to destroy everything. Heaven's power. After making the 5 truth-seeking balls into super large jade spiral shurikens, Liu Sheng once again resorted to supernatural power to exchange positions between the super large jade spiral shurikens and the gravel or sand around Luo Hao. Seeing this scene, Luo Hao, who suffered a loss just now and caused his clothes to be a little damaged, didn't make a move to stop him or use shrinking to avoid it, but continued to stand on the original ground and chant poems. The Zongnu used killing as farming, and since ancient times there have been only white bones and yellow sand fields. Following the exit of the 4th line of Shixian's War City South, the strong wind that blows away the dust and mist that is enough to cover a large city suddenly undergoes a qualitative change. Those broken rocks blown by the magic wind and even broken rock fragments were all lifted up like fallen leaves. Quote, where the Qin family built a city to avoid the Han family still has beacon fire. With the export of the fifth line of the poem, the wind undergoes a qualitative change again. Those things that were blown away by the magic wind were all half hit by the air cannon and began to shatter at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flames of war are endless and there is no end to the battle. Fighting to the death in the field, the sound of the defeated horse's trumpet mourns to heaven. The black bird pecks people's intestines and flies up to the dry branches. Soldiers are reckless but generals are empty. But at this time Luo Hao's voice singing verses became more and more enthusiastic, as if he was invested in emotion. As the chanting time got longer and longer, the power of the magic wind ushered in a qualitative change again, just like the continuous stacking of buffs, like a shock wave turning those objects that were shattered into dust again. Even the super large jade spiral shuriken made of 5 truth-seeking balls that appeared around Luo Hao out of thin air instantly turned into 5 beams of white light that destroyed everything, but it didn't spread out in all directions, but rather it was blown away by the magic wind, flooding everything around Luo Hao like a hurricane. Bidge. That's right, the white light from 5 truth-seeking ball explosions did not flood Luo Hao but was blown backwards by the magic wind, destroying the land around Luo Hao like a hurricane, but it did not affect Luo Hao himself. It is knowing that soldiers are murder weapons and the saints use them as a last resort. As the last sentence of War City South fell, Luo Hao suddenly looked at Liu Sheng in the sky and then raised his small hand to slap across the air. Boom. In an instant, the magic wind, whose coverage area can also destroy a city, ushered in the final qualitative change, turning into a shock wave with an astonishingly indescribable area soaring into the sky. Under the energy perspective of Liu Sheng's Rinne Sharingan, what he saw was a magic wind with an astonishing area which turned into a shock wave of distorted airflow and contained a very amazing quality of magic power which was constantly enlarged from his eyes from bottom to top, wanted to drown him. Silver Reincarnation Explosion. Faced with such an astonishing shock wave, Liu Sheng did not use Kamui Heavenly Hand Power or Wonquan Hirosaka to dodge, but quickly created a truth-seeking ball and then manipulated 5 truth-seeking balls around his right hand, forming a silver disc and then sending out an equally violent tornado downwards capable of destroying one side of the artificial moon. Swish. Boom 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 boom. When the shock wave with astonishing area and density collided with the equally terrifying tornado, a dazzling white light suddenly bloomed under the green sky of the first ball space, as if flooding the entire first ball space, temporarily turning the first ball space into a white world. Immediately a series of explosions suddenly sounded in White's world. That is the sound of something exploding or something being knocked off. When the white light dissipated and the world returned to its original state, Liu Sheng is still floating in the air with the truth-seeking ball for defense. His body is spotless. Luo Hao was still standing on the ground below, but around the two of them there was no longer a spherical rocky mountain to be seen. At least within the range of their eyes they couldn't find a spherical rock mountain at all, because they were all destroyed by the wave-like shock wave just now in Liu Sheng's silver wheel reincarnation explosion. Even Liu Sheng and Luo Hao were affected by the white light just now and the continuous explosion. It's just that Liu Sheng has a truth-seeking ball defense, so it looks spotless. But without the truth-seeking ball defense, only the indestructible Luo Hao, who needs to consume mana, her current image is not so good. The blue and white Cheongsam Hanfu was more damaged and the slit skirt was missing a section, revealing her long legs covered in black silk. The strong wind that hadn't completely dissipated lifted her skirt and she couldn't see it faintly. Safety pants that match her style of dressing. Obviously, as an ancient woman, the only thing Luo Hao recognized was the invention of safety pants. The clothes on the upper body are also slightly damaged and the damaged parts of the arms are still stained with blood. Yes, Luo Hao was injured. The long-lost pain made Luo Hao show a mad smile again, looked up at Liu Sheng and said, "In the past 200 years there are not many people in this world who can make my Luo Hao's clothes stained with dust. As for the person who made me Luo Hao bloody apart from the god of disobedience at the beginning and the dog who lost his family with the same name as me, only you can do it. Liu Sheng, your presence makes me very happy. Finally, I have finally met an opponent who can make my blood boil and go all out." After finishing speaking, a light flashed across Luo Hao's body. Immediately the damaged blue and white Hanfu immediately returned to its original appearance. Similarly, Luo Hao's injuries also disappeared and he instantly returned to the way he was before the battle started. But Liu Sheng in the sky felt the breath of death. Luo Hao seemed to have completed some probing, no longer using the long-range attack that he was not good at, but using the powerful Vajra art, and dragon singing and tiger roaring Dafa, at the same time teleported to appear in front of Liu Sheng, who was high in the sky, and then clapped throw like a jab while the verse continues on the lips. I still admire Tai Baishui and I am happy to meet the martial arts sky. Yingjing Changgong in front of Shinsu 7 School. At present Han Sheji, the new number is Zongxing Year. The verses from the 3 poems of Zita Xingzai, written by the sage of poetry, came out from Luo Hao's mouth. Every sentence uttered contains unparalleled strength in the world, as well as the strength and shock waves of the principle of yin and yang restraint, which are continuously struck out from Luo Hao's hands. Although Liu Sheng saw this scene with clairvoyance in advance, he also used the truth-seeking ball to defend in time. But very soon Liu Sheng discovered that the shield formed by the truth-seeking ball had been cracked by Luo Hao. At this moment Liu Sheng suddenly realized that although the God Slayers were similar to Ten Tails Jinchuriki, they were ultimately different from the Hokage world's power system. The God Slayer's spell power itself is an energy zone of extremely high quality and high degree of mystery. After using the power, it is like magic. Liu Sheng's truth-seeking ball after all is only an ability between ninjutsu and blood follow snare. The truth-seeking ball can resist all ninjutsu but it cannot resist the power of Luo Hao. However, before the truth-seeking ball shattered, Liu Sheng also used the celestial art chakra blessed by natural energy to once again use the 80 gods air strike to collide with Luo Hao's shock wave. And this time Liu Sheng directly hit a set of 80 combos that could shake the sky and destroy the earth. After using power and power-like moves to try out one of the other's big moves, Luo Hao and Liu Sheng returned to a higher level physical skill contest. The battle has also officially entered a fierce stage. Chapter 9. Liu Sheng's strength. The curtain comes to an end. 175-181st. Chapter 9. Liu Sheng's strength. The curtain comes to an end. Rumbling, accompanied by a deafening roar, sounded. The battle between Liu Sheng and Luo Hao intensified. After realizing that the truth-seeking ball can be broken by the 12 palms of the flying phoenix blessed by Luo Hao's power, Liu Sheng no longer relied on the truth-seeking ball but gave up his most prominent fighting method, Tien Luo Hao's body skills, to fight against him. The clairvoyance ability to predict the future is always activated, and the Yashishin air strike released by the immortal technique chakra constantly collides with the shock wave fired by Luo Hao. Then the two hit the messy ground from the sky. The terrifying shock wave and the celestial art chakra of the Yashigami sky strike once again caused more serious damage to the already devastated land. After hitting each other and finding that they couldn't hurt each other, Luo Hao increased the output of Dragon Sing and Tiger Roar Dafa, again turning sound and breath into shock waves, trying to use sound waves to hurt Liu Sheng. It's a pity that Liu Sheng's future foreknowledge had seen her intentions in advance, so she easily dodged Luo Hao's sonic attack. Then Liu Sheng returned to him in the same way, switching Rinne Sharingan from Ice Lotus form to Black Lotus form from time to time, and then used Amaterasu and Gajishi sneak attack on Luo Hao. It is a pity that Amaterasu, the inextinguishable fire, could not break Luo Hao's indestructible Vajra, but he did burn Luo Hao's blue and white Cheongsam Hanfu. Although Luo Hao quickly repaired his clothes, Liu Sheng still feasted his eyes. His actions undoubtedly angered Luo Hao, who was born in ancient times more than 200 years ago and valued integrity and chastity very much, causing Luo Hao to show shame and anger and intensified his attacks. Regarding this, Liu Sheng was very speechless. You were the one who sneaked in first, so why can't you afford it? If it wasn't for taking advantage of himself, Liu Sheng really wanted to mock the wind. Only women and villains are hard to raise. But if he said this, Luo Hao might really go berserk. 100 herbs are fragrant, thousands of flowers are dazzling. In order to teach Liu Sheng a lesson, Luo Hao used another power. This power, which she usurped by killing Tai Sui Xingjun, can create a dense forest full of poisonous weeds and animal-eating plants. If this power is fully released, it can even turn the entire territory of the Celestial Dynasty into a forest. This is a big move to properly destroy the country. In just a split second, Luo Hao turned the first ball space into a forest space, wanting to take away Liu Sheng's scene advantage and want to control those magical and poisonous plants to attack and bind Liu Sheng. However, how could Liu Sheng let her succeed? God Tree Realm comes. With all-powerful power, Liu Sheng no longer needed any seals and immediately poured his own chakra into the ground, causing countless towering tree-like roots to break out from the ground and quickly destroyed Luo Hao's creation, forest. Immediately afterwards, Liu Sheng raised his hand to create a Sage Art Scorch-style super-large jade spiral shuriken, transferred it to the forest with heavenly force and exploded. Then a sea of flames immediately ignited the first ball space in the Wobbing Forest area. Rumble. Ignoring the heat coming towards them, Liu Sheng and Luo Hao once again fought close to each other. The collision of the defensive 80 gods airstrike and the 12 palms of the flying phoenix once again created a cyclone and an energy storm formed by the celestial chakra and a shock wave, and soon turned a huge forest into a meteorite pit. Gradually, this contest of physical skills that changed from time to time lasted for 5 full days. During these 5 days, Liu Sheng and Luo Hao used almost all their whole cards. In addition to Liu Sheng not using the ultimate killing moves of Golden Wheel, Reincarnation, Explosion and Ashes, killing together, Expanding Truth-Seeking Ball and Black Hole that annihilates everything, and ultimate seals such as Dehedian and 6 Paths Planetary Devastation, basically everything was done. But apart from Yinlin Reincarnation's Tornado and Yashishenkong's Vajra Immortality that can break Luo Hao's other abilities, can't break Luo Hao's defense. And Luo Hao basically used everything except for not summoning 2 King Kong warriors who could easily destroy any country on the earth with a height of up to 3,000 meters and a few non-combat powers. However, her martial arts accomplishments are far superior to Liu Sheng's, but because of Liu Sheng's predicting the future, the disgusting space exchange of Tianshuli and various whole cards, she can't hurt Liu Sheng at all. Therefore, the two who are caught in a protracted battle can only win by exhausting each other's energy. And this method is undoubtedly very beneficial to Liu Sheng, whose amount of chakra far exceeds Luo Hao's mana capacity. Although Godslayer is very similar to Ten Tails Jinchuriki in terms of energy, it has advantages that Ten Tails Jinchuriki does not have and also has disadvantages that Jinchuriki does not have. The advantage is that the quality and mystery of the mantra are higher than that of chakra, so even the truth-seeking ball can be broken. But the disadvantage is that once one becomes a Godslayer, the spell power is basically fixed. No matter how many gods are killed, at most it can only be regarded as depriving the power of the gods, but there will not be much improvement in mantra power or even any improvement. In contrast, Ten Tails Jinchuriki is actually just the beginning. As long as more chakra fruits are devoured, Ten Tails Jinchuriki can continue to evolve and become a detached god like Otsutsuki Shibai. 0 Seeking Flowers. Although Liu Sheng is still far behind Otsutsuki Shibaju, he is equivalent to eating 1.5 chakra fruits, and the amount of chakra is at least several times, even more than 10 times that of Luo Hao's mantra. Therefore when Luo Hao couldn't kill Liu Sheng easily and it was even difficult to injure Liu Sheng, the ending was doomed to lose all his energy. By the third day of the battle, Liu Sheng already understood what level his own strength belonged to in this world and what level the power system of the Hokage world was in this world. Six Paths Sage Art is against the god-forbidden spells and weapons of this world which can hurt the Godslayer, but the effect is not as good as the blood following the snare. With 7 kinds of nature transformations, blood successor snare, it already belongs to the power level in this world. 0. As for the magic, it is the powerful power of the standard, advanced and rare. Liu Sheng, who has a large number of 6 Paths Sage Art exclusive pupil art, blood follower snare and divine art, is the strongest member even among the Godslayers. Because the power of the Godslayer is limited. The more powerful the power, the greater the limitation. On the other hand, Liu Sheng's blood inheritance snare and divine art can be used indefinitely as long as there is enough chakra. But through the battle with Luo Hao, Liu Sheng also knew his current shortcomings. Although one-on-one he can consume the strongest Godslayer like Luo Hao, but apart from Yinlin Reincarnated Explosion and Golden Loon Reincarnated Explosion as well as Kill Ash Bones and Yashigami Kongjon, Liu Sheng lacks the ability to break a high damage ultimate move for Godslayer and God of Disobedience defense. Therefore Liu Sheng has to make up for this deficiency. When the time came to the 6th day, Luo Hao, who was already extremely tired, finally bottomed out the mantra power in his body. Liu Sheng, who has clairvoyance, also found Luo Hao's weakness by predicting the future, and the defensive Yashigami air attack finally hit Luo Hao. A punch powerful enough to crush a mountain landed on Luo Hao's body, also announcing the end of this battle. Liu Sheng, who gained power with one punch, began to change from passive to active, beating Luo Meng violently without mercy. Soon Luo Hao's Vajra immortality was broken by Liu Sheng and he looked like a girl of 16 or 17 years old, but was soon beaten by Liu Sheng until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen and his Han clothes were in tatters. In addition, Liu Sheng also used the sealing technique that he was best at and also used the sealing technique of almighty power and Yin Yang Dun technique to seize control of Luo Hao's body and quickly subdued the martial arts supreme. If you find an opportunity, you will kill with one blow. This is Liu Sheng's fighting style. Chapter 10. Conditions for conquering Luo Hao. Liu Sheng of, a gentleman. 176-181st. Chapter 10. Conditions for conquering Luo Hao. Liu Sheng of, a gentleman. Ha ha. In the primordial space covered with poisonous weeds and dense forests, an area full of scars and scorched marks presents a huge crater. And at the bottom of the crater lay a girl wearing a blue and white cheongsam hanfu, but at this time the hanfu was already in tatters and the black silk covering her long legs was also severely damaged. It's just the girl's current appearance, but she doesn't have the image of the martial arts supreme and peerless beauty at all. Because in addition to the damaged clothes, her whole body was also covered with bruises and there were still traces of blood at the corners of her mouth. But even though he was seriously injured on Luo Hao's bruised nose and swollen beautiful cheeks, there was a satisfied smile. Even if he was gasping for breath, the corners of his lips were raised. I saw her looking at Liu Sheng, who was standing next to her, condescendingly looking down at her, and laughed proudly. Ha ha ha. I'm happy, I'm so happy. This is 193, I've been looking forward to battle. Quote, I lost, take my life and everything from me. But when you take everything from me, I hope you can spare a young man named Liu Yinghua who is my disciple. In the past 200 years of being a Godslayer, Luo Hao has long forgotten when he started living a life of Duguchu defeat. I don't know when Luo Hao has been longing for an opponent to challenge him or an enemy that he cannot defeat. But in the past 200 years, except for the first 100 years, the bereaved dog in Eastern Europe who was as famous as him could still give him a little pressure. With his own martial arts alchemy and power he has developed ultimate and perfectly integrated. Luo Hao had long since disregarded the Marquis of Vauban. In Luo Hao's eyes that strength has come to an end, so he always thinks about hunting more gods who don't obey, gaining more powers, and then mixing up the title of the oldest Godslayer, thinking that he is already the strongest guy is simply not worthy to be her opponent. Defeating him won't give him any sense of accomplishment. Therefore since many years ago Luo Hao never fought with the Marquis of Vauban. Even the King of Swords, Tony, who challenged Luo Hao last year, was only similar to him in terms of swordsmanship, and he was not even qualified to lift his shoes in terms of other martial arts. Only mature juniors. Just like this, when Luo Hao saw the non-God Slayer and the God of Disobedience, he possessed a special magic power greater than that of the God Slayer, as well as possessed many abilities similar to powers and non-powers, and various attributes were similar to those of the gods. After Liu Sheng, who is the opposite of himself, appears, the group will feel so excited. Whether it was defeating this old enemy arranged by heaven or dying at the hands of this old enemy, it was an indescribable sense of accomplishment for Luo Hao. Therefore Luo Hao, who had long looked down on life and death, saw that he was defeated, and he also resolutely abided by the rules of the martial arts and gave his life and everything to the winner. Looking at Luo Hao, who faced death so freely and interpreted what a heroine is, Liu Sheng smiled and said, Why do you think that I will kill you? Aren't you going to kill me? It was said that Luo Hao, who was already extremely tired at this time, seemed to have lost his ability to see through everything. Lu Mei frowned slightly and looked at Liu Sheng and said, Although the fate of the losers will be very miserable and they may even be humiliated, but I don't think that a strong man like you will do such a thing. I really wouldn't do something so out of character. Liu Sheng's heart skipped a beat, and with his superb acting skills he put on a gentleman's appearance and said. Liu Sheng really didn't have the idea of humiliating Luo Hao, but he had the idea of using distinguished heavenly gods to control Luo Hao and make her the first maid he came to this world. In ancient terms he was a maid. But soon Liu Sheng dismissed this idea. Because Luo Hao fit his taste too much. It would be a huge loss to use distinguished heavenly gods to obliterate the personality of this woman. Therefore Liu Sheng intends to conquer this woman. And if you want to conquer Luo Hao, you must have strength stronger than her and the record of defeating her. The current Liu Sheng already has the conditions to conquer Luo Hao. Next, just expand the strategy. Luo Hao, who might faint at any time at this time, obviously didn't expect that he overestimated Liu Sheng, let alone guessing Liu Sheng's inner mischief at this time. Seeing that Liu Sheng didn't intend to kill him, Luo Hao asked curiously again, "Since you don't intend to kill me and you don't intend to humiliate me, a loser, then how do you plan to deal with me?" "I'll talk about that later and deal with your injury now." Liu Sheng didn't answer but squatted down and put his hand on Luo Hao's abdomen where the clothes were torn, exposing the white skin like jade, and then a dazzling white light flashed on his palm. Point 0. Yes, white light, not the green light of healing jutsu. Because Liu Sheng didn't use medical ninjutsu at all but used the almighty calendar. Just like ninjutsu would be ignored by God Slayers similar to Ten Tails Jinchuriki, if Liu Sheng used medical ninjutsu to heal Luo Hao, it would have no effect at all. Unless Liu Sheng uses kissing or negative distance contact, medical ninjutsu can take effect. If Liu Sheng wants to heal Luo Hao, he needs to use the medical ability starting from the level of blood succession and snare. Otherwise even the ultimate yang power in Yin Yang Dun would not have much effect on Luo Hao. Therefore Liu Sheng could only use divine magic and omnipotent power to heal Luo Hao. Under Liu Sheng's almighty treatment, Luo Hao, who was originally bruised, quickly returned to his original appearance. It may also be because of Liu Sheng's words just now. Luo Hao, who knew that he had saved his life, was not afraid of Liu Sheng's rebellion, so he simply closed his beautiful eyes, relaxed his mind and fell asleep. After curing Luo Hao, Liu Sheng stood up, looked around, and then stepped up his almighty power again. Swish. In an instant the dazzling white light flooded the first ball space that turned into a forest space, just like the previous Dragon Sing and Tiger Roar Dafa vs Yinlin reincarnation explosion. And this time the white light lasted much longer than before. When the white light dissipated, it turned into a forest, and the initial ball space full of scars and scorched traces actually returned to its original appearance, full of spherical rocks, as if going back in time by 5.2. In fact, it is indeed not much different from going back in time. Because Liu Sheng used his almighty power to restore the data of the first ball space back to its original state. This is the inexplicability of omnipotent power. As long as there is enough energy, everything can be created, modified, etc. However, after fighting for 6 days, he was still able to use his almighty power to restore the first ball space. It can be seen that besides hiding a lot of ultimate killer moves, Liu Sheng still has a lot of power left. After repairing the Shichiu space, Liu Sheng hugged Luo Hao up like a princess and then used Wangquan Bilyongsaka to leave the Shichiu space in the Royal Palace of Heaven and return to the Taoist Temple in Lushan. Immediately Liu Sheng walked into the Taoist nunnery casually, just like the owner of the Taoist nunnery came to Luo Hao's room through perspective, put the peerless beauty on the wooden bed, and then went to the kitchen and began to personally cook. Chapter 11. The Blushing Luo Hao, the Treasure Girl. 177-181. Chapter 11. The Blushing Luo Hao, the Treasure Girl. I don't know if it's because of Liu Sheng's almighty power or the God Slayer's resilience itself is so amazing. Luo Hao only fell into a coma for 2 hours before slowly waking up. When Luo Hao woke up, he saw the familiar ceiling for the first time, then sat up, looked around, and found that it was his own boudoir. Luo Hao's innocent and cute face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. It wasn't that after she calmed down she found that her clothes were torn and she was full of joy. It was because she realized that Liu Sheng must have brought her back when she was lying on the bed. In other words, Liu Sheng entered his boudoir. This was the reason why Luo Hao blushed. Because in ancient times a girl's boudoir was as important as her reputation, and boys were not allowed to enter. Especially for a girl who pays great attention to etiquette, if a boy enters her boudoir it will be like being violated. Before becoming a Godslayer and during the 200 years of becoming a Godslayer, Liu Sheng was the first boy to enter Luo Hao's boudoir. In addition, during the 6 days of fighting, Luo Hao was once burned by Liu Sheng's Amaterasu's clothes and he saw his 20 bodies. And Liu Sheng is the first boy who beat himself. Therefore at this time Luo Hao finally did not have the majesty of the martial arts supreme and the leader of the demon sect, but a shy appearance of an ancient woman who looked like her. It looked like Song Yu was 16 or 17 years old. When you wake up, come out and eat. At this time a voice suddenly entered Luo Hao's ears from outside. Oh. Luo Hao, who was pulled back to his senses, seemed a little panicked and then subconsciously responded. Immediately she got out of bed quickly, an ray of light flashed on her body and the damaged Hanfu immediately returned to its original state and it was spotlessly clean. Luo Hao, whose mind was in turmoil, didn't even realize that Liu Sheng's voice was actually the alchemy she had used before, 1,000 miles of sound transmission. After walking out of the boudoir, Luo Hao quickly came to the restaurant where Liu Sheng's breath was. Looking at the delicacies placed on the mahogany dining table and Liu Sheng, who was just serving the dishes with an apron around his waist, Luo Meng's eyes fell into a trance again. How old is it? I hate seeing the images of the maid serving me dying of old age, so I never have to be served by a maid. I have always lived alone in the Taoist nunnery. No matter what I do it myself. How many years has no one cooked for me? Even Yinger, who occasionally came to accept his guidance, left Daoan on the same day. How many years have I not eaten at the same table with others? Wash your hands and eat. Just when Luo Hao fell into a trance, Liu Sheng had already brought out the last soup. Liu Sheng unbuttoned his apron and opened his mouth again to bring the distracted Luo Hao back to reality. This time Luo Hao didn't appear panicked but nodded silently, then washed his hands and sat opposite Liu Sheng, took the chopsticks from Liu Sheng and tasted the handicraft of the man who defeated him. After taking a sip, there is no picture of beautiful eyes shining and layers of delicious food appearing. If he didn't think he was impolite, Luo Hao's eyebrows would have frowned slightly at this time. Because Liu Sheng's cooking skills are too common, there is no comparison with his own. As the king above all countries, Luo Hao has eaten all delicacies from mountains and seas. As a Taoist nun, she doesn't need to abstain from meat and vegetables like those nuns. So after living alone in Taoist nunnery, Luo Hao's way of cultivating his mind is generally to arrange flowers and study cooking skills. 2 centuries have passed. Luo Hao is not only a grandmaster in 18 martial arts but also a top existence in terms of life and occupation. Therefore in Luo Hao's eyes, Liu Sheng's culinary skills are simply not popular. If it was made by the chef of common, Luo Hao probably couldn't help but spit it out, and then he would fire the other party or severely punish the chef who dirty his tongue. However, after eating such an unpalatable food, Luo Hao couldn't help but frown slightly at first, but gradually tasted a different kind of delicacy, and the more he ate it, the more delicious it became. Gradually, as a warrior and a godslayer, Luo Hao unknowingly ate up all the 5 dishes in one soup prepared by Liu Sheng. Now that you've recovered, I'll leave the job of washing the dishes to you. Liu Sheng put down his chopsticks and said to Luo Hao, who took out a handkerchief from somewhere to wipe his lips. Sure, go out and have a cup of tea, I'll be over soon. Luo Hao nodded slightly. The appearance of a lady was completely different from the arrogance during the battle. It was almost like a split personality. Luo Hao, who had saved his life and was not humiliated, was not in a hurry to ask Liu Sheng what to do with him. After cleaning up the dishes and chopsticks, Luo Hao came to the courtyard of Dao Temple. I saw Liu Sheng was already sitting in his rest area making tea skillfully. As the victor, what are you going to do with me? Still coming to sit opposite Liu Sheng, Luo Hao, who had already calmed down, regained a little strength. As the host, she took the initiative to grab the teapot from Liu Sheng's hand, and while making tea she looked at Liu Sheng and asked. If Liu Sheng made things difficult for her, then even if Luo Hao died he would not choose to agree. But if the conditions are not excessive and are completely within his acceptable range, Luo Hao, who was the loser and whose life was spared by Liu Sheng, is willing to do his best. Regarding this, Liu Sheng also said with a serious face, I want you to be my training partner to make up for my lack of physical skills. If possible, I also want you to teach me sword skills. This is the truth. Although Liu Sheng devoured tens of thousands of ninjas, many of them mastered the sword skills of the island country. Especially Kakashi's father Hatake Tsukumo, his swordsmanship and assassination technique are all cage-level existences. Liu Sheng, who avenged the Red Sand Scorpion and devoured Hatake Shuumo's soul, also naturally got Hatake Shumu's swordsmanship. But these sword skills are just mortal sword skills. Luo Hao's swordsmanship, like her flying phoenix 12 palms, belongs to the level of killing gods. Even Tony, known as the King of Swords, his swordsmanship is only similar to Luo Hao's. In Liu Sheng's eyes, Luo Hao, who is a grandmaster with 18 kinds of martial arts, masters all kinds of alchemy and develops them to the point where he is close to power and can even kill gods, is simply the biggest in this world. Treasure. If it weren't for the fact that this woman suits his taste too much, Liu Sheng, who has not concealed his LSP attributes all these years, was so greedy he couldn't help but devour Luo Hao long ago. If it wasn't for not wanting to obliterate Luo Hao's personality and greatly reduce her charm, Liu Sheng also wanted to use his almighty power to strengthen the distinguished heavenly gods and turn Luo Hao into his own bodyguard when Luo Hao's spell power was exhausted. Quote. Yes, I promise you. Luo Hao obviously did not expect that Liu Sheng's conditions were so simple. But immediately Luo Hao recalled that 6 days ago the purpose of Liu Sheng coming to challenge her was to sharpen the quality of his spell power, and suddenly came to a sudden realization. Therefore Luo Hao also readily agreed. And even Luo Hao didn't realize that after he agreed to be Liu Sheng's training partner he became happier. Obviously, first of all he had to look at his body and then broke into a boudoir that no one had entered for more than 200 years, and even cooked for himself, and most importantly defeated himself. Liu Sheng, the man Luo Hao regarded as his old enemy, broke into Luo Hao's heart in only 6 days. This also shows that Luo Hao, who has been a house girl for more than 200 years, is actually a girl who lacks love in essence. It's just that in the past 200 years no one has been able to defeat her and make her take off the mask of the Oriental leader who is the only one in heaven and earth. Chapter 12. Hearing the Sound and Dancing the Condor Heroes. 178-181. Chapter 12. Hearing the Sound and Dancing the Condor Heroes. Time flies and 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 months Liu Sheng received Luo Hao's instruction in physical and sword skills, while at the same time launched an astonishing offensive against Luo Hao. After defeating Luo Hao and obtaining the conditions to conquer Luo Hao, Liu Sheng's strategy has actually been half completed. Because Luo Hao, who was born in ancient times, is now more than 200 years old, but she is still a girl who has never even held hands, is very innocent and reserved and pays attention to etiquette and reputation. As the man who saw her body naked broke into her boudoir and defeated her in Luo Hao's eyes, Liu Sheng is a unique man in the whole world. Therefore when Liu Sheng launched an offensive he soon found that once he made an intimate and ambiguous move, Luo Hao's beautiful and cute little face would turn red from time to time, just like Hinata when he was a child. Dare to look Liu Sheng directly. The look of dodging his eyes is not at all the style of the leader of the demon cult, who is the only one in heaven and earth. Logically speaking, shouldn't she be furious, and even if she can't beat Liu Sheng she should give him corresponding retribution? Through these out-of-character reactions from Luo Hao, Liu Sheng soon knew that this super homegirl must have been teased by him for the first time. Yes, Luo Hao, who has lived for more than 200 years, has finally reached the stage of first love. Thus Liu Sheng began to change his offensive, letting Luo Hao taste the sweet taste of love. During the actual combat training he no longer fought with Luo Hao, no longer wounded Luo Hao mercilessly and then healed her with all-powerful power, but whenever he was going to hurt Luo Hao he would stop in time. Luo Hao was very dissatisfied with this kind of performance of pity and even couldn't help reprimanding Liu Sheng. But Liu Sheng's answer made Luo Hao's little face flush again. It's every man's nature to be compassionate and cherish the jade. This straight ball attack made Luo Hao finally realize that in Liu Sheng's eyes he turned out to be a girl. If it was any other man, Luo Hao would have regarded this answer as a provocation to her martial master and Godslayer and instead became even more furious. But these words came from Liu Sheng's mouth instead. It made Luo Hao feel like a deer was bumping in his heart. His heartbeat was speeding up even though he was not fighting. Therefore Luo Hao somehow began to pay attention to his own image. In front of Liu Sheng, apart from teaching him physical and sword skills, Luo Hao became more and more ladylike. After Liu Sheng stayed overnight in Taoist nunnery, Luo Hao not only took the initiative to take over the job of cooking but also cared about Liu Sheng's taste. When Liu Sheng tasted his cooking skills and showed his praise, Luo Hao felt so happy as if he had eaten honey. Luo Hao, who is a super home girl, doesn't know that when she starts to care about a person and it's a man, it means that the other person has already occupied a huge position in her heart. And she didn't even know that Liu Sheng also saw this and continued to intensify his efforts to make his impression in Luo Hao's heart even deeper so that the other party could not help but dream of him when he was sleeping. Knowing that Luo Hao likes poetry, Liu Sheng also specially discussed poetry with Luo Hao. When he learned that Liu Sheng like himself liked the poems of poets and poets, Luo Hao suddenly seemed to have found a confidant, and then the two of them spent more time reciting poems and composing music. There are also programs to study calligraphy and dancing. And Luo Hao soon discovered that no matter what he taught Liu Sheng, as long as it was not the exclusive power of authority, Liu Sheng would quickly learn it and even draw inferences about other cases from one instance. With this extremely powerful learning ability, Liu Sheng's physical and sword skills have soared countless times in just 3 months, and he also learned Luo Hao's alchemy, voice transmission for thousands of miles, and alchemy, shrinking the ground into an inch. After seeing Liu Sheng learn his own skills so easily and in the actual combat training no longer need to rely on predicting the future and was able to fight back and forth with her, Luo Hao didn't even notice it. Her man had a trace of admiration. And this trace of worship changed Luo Hao's attitude towards Liu Sheng. In front of Liu Sheng she no longer showed a strong appearance but became more virtuous and ladylike like a married woman in ancient times. If Luo Hao's disciple Liu Yinghua saw this appearance he would be stunned, his jaw would drop and he would doubt his life. Is this still the master who beat himself out of misogyny? And Luo Hao's changes were all noticed by Liu Sheng. At this point in the strategy, Liu Sheng can actually confess his love. If he confesses, the success rate is at least 90%. But Liu Sheng didn't do that. Instead he began to restrain his attack and stopped attacking Luo Hao actively. Even though he dances with Luo Hao every day, living a life like a couple of gods and heroes in the small eunuch. But Liu Sheng didn't make a move on Luo Hao but made Luo Hao sink even deeper. After Luo Hao completely got used to the life of condor heroes with Liu Sheng. On this day Liu Sheng suddenly cupped his hands to Luo Hao and said, "Master, thank you for your guidance for these 3 months, it's time for me to leave now." Liu Sheng, are you planning to leave? Liu Sheng's sudden departure caught Luo Hao by surprise. Luo Hao, who had turned into an ancient little girl, asked with a slightly flustered expression. Well, my deficiencies in body skills and sword skills have been made up, so I think it's time to kill God. Liu Sheng nodded. Kaido, I'll help you. Hearing this, Hao said almost without hesitation. No. However, Liu Sheng shook his head and said, I plan to find the god of disobedience myself and defeat him with a head-on confrontation. After all, only this way can become a 100% Godslayer, and by the way I will experience this wonderful world. Then can we meet again? Luo Hao looked at Liu Sheng like a weak woman, his eyes were full of tension and reluctance. Of course, and we'll meet soon. Seeing Luo Hao's weak side that only he can see, Liu Sheng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, some time ago you said that there is a steel hero god in the island country that you want to kill, but you want to resurrect him. However, it is necessary to obtain the Snake of Paradox in order to break the seal of the dragon snake. In that case, let's make an agreement. Liu Sheng suddenly pointed out his little finger to Luo Hao and said with a smile, see you next time. I will give you the Snake of Paradox as a meeting gift instead of a challenge book. ... Okay, it's a deal. Hearing Liu Sheng's last words, Luo Hao, who had suddenly become depressed because of Liu Sheng's sudden farewell, suddenly seemed to recall some sweet picture. His red lips could not help but rise slightly and his mood suddenly returned to cheerfulness. Up. So she also stretched out her small hand, and after pulling the hook with Liu Sheng, she looked at Liu Sheng affectionately and said softly, I will be here waiting for you to come back. Hearing this, Liu Sheng almost couldn't help but hug Luo Hao into his arms. But the reason of the king of the forest still made Liu Sheng resist this impulse. Before Luo Hao can't leave him completely, he absolutely cannot confess to her. Otherwise, even if he lived in ancient times, Luo Hao, who knew from a young age that a man could have 3 wives and 4 concubines, would definitely not tolerate the existence of other women. Even if it can be tolerated, she still wants to be the master of the harem and is very strict with Liu Sheng's other women. Therefore Liu Sheng had to endure for a while so that there would be a cooling off period between him and Luo Hao. When Luo Hao understood his feelings for Liu Sheng, realized that he couldn't do without Liu Sheng, and took the initiative to confess his love to Liu Sheng, it was time to accept this woman. Therefore Liu Sheng resisted the urge to hug this woman, gave Luo Hao a thumbs up, nodded vigorously, and then left the Lucian nunnery using Wangquan Bilyongban. Staring blankly at the place where Liu Sheng left, Luo Hao didn't recover for a long time. Luo Haofeng didn't return to the house until after dark. Seeing the deserted Taoist nunnery and courtyard again, Luo Hao suddenly felt a pang in his heart and realized that he couldn't go back to the solitary life he had lived for more than 200 years. Chapter 13. Reusing the distinguished heavenly gods first made of the otherworld. 179-181. Chapter 13. Reusing the distinguished heavenly gods first made of the otherworld. At this time it was the night at the end of March in the Godslayer world. Sardinia, a resort island located in the south of Italy and floating on the Mediterranean Sea, has a population of about 15 million people, more than half of which are concentrated in Cagliari, the capital of the island. The island is surrounded by clear waters on all sides, making the natural surroundings look extraordinarily beautiful. As Italy's second largest island, Sardinia's biggest industry is sightseeing and tourism. So whenever summer comes, there will be a large influx of tourists from all over the world, although most of them are from Europe and the United States. But there are also quite a few Asians. And Liu Sheng is one of the Asians. After bidding farewell to Luo Hao, Liu Sheng quickly rushed to Sardinia using the Rinne Sharingan and Wanquan Hirazaka. Regarding the world of Godslayer, Liu Sheng's understanding is far less than that of the world of Hokage. But he vaguely remembered that the son of destiny of this world went to Sardinia in summer. After devouring the extraordinary, Liu Sheng knew that the time period he traveled through was January. So when the summer came, Liu Sheng came to Sardinia for a short stay, waiting for the appearance of military god Veleslana and god king Maykarl. When he came to Sardinia, Liu Sheng first searched the island with Rinne Sharingan and then turned on the clairvoyance to predict the next 10 days. Finally, on the 7th day of 093, he saw the battle between Veleslana and Maykarl. Through this battle of gods, Liu Sheng knew that the two disobedient gods had not yet descended. After confirming the time period, Liu Sheng did not wait for the arrival of the two disobedient gods while playing in the city. Instead, he glanced in one direction and then the figure disappeared out of thin air. When Liu Sheng reappeared, he had already arrived in an incomparably luxurious manner and directly appeared in a castle-like house, but not as big as a castle. "You, who are you?" The sudden appearance of Liu Sheng was obviously the person who was coming to the house. Obviously she is a well-informed witch, but at this time the Sardinia witch, Lucarizia Zola, looked at the boy in front of her with a look of surprise. Her body in only sexy pajamas was subconscious, stood up ready to use magic on Liu Sheng. And what gave her this courage was obviously that Liu Sheng did not exude the mysterious aura of the God Slayer and the God of Disobedience, which showed that this young man was a human being just like herself. If Liu Sheng was a God Slayer, then Lucarizia at this time would definitely welcome Ren's arrival very respectfully. From Lucarizia's actions it can be seen that in terms of eyesight her spiritual vision is not even as good as Luo Hao's mind. Liu Sheng didn't know this, and if he knew he wouldn't care. Swish. Looking at the mature Yuji in front of him, Liu Sheng's Rinne Sharingan in the form of a black lotus suddenly flashed a scarlet color. In an instant, Lucarizia, who had just mobilized the magic power in her body, hadn't transformed the magic power into magic, and her expression immediately became dull. Master. Wait until the sluggishness on Lucarizia's face returns to normal. A title that was a little blunt at first and then quickly became fluent spit out from her mouth immediately. She looked at Liu Sheng in front of her fanatically, as if a believer had met the god he believed in. Very well, come here. After controlling Lucarizia with distinguished heavenly gods, Liu Sheng sat on the nearest sofa and then waved to Lucarizia. Yes, master. Lucarizia immediately walked over respectfully, then knelt down on the ground covered with blankets and lay on Liu Sheng's lap. Like caressing a pet, Liu Sheng first stroked Lucarizia Brown's long hair and then skillfully used the mind-reading technique of the Yamanaka clan, flicking through Lucarizia's memories wantonly, and obtained information from these memories. The information you want. In fact, Liu Sheng only needs to devour Lucarizia to get all her memories and then make her into a slave to death to gain her loyalty. But Liu Sheng didn't do that. Being a puppet, being a slave to death, is different from being hit by distinguished heavenly gods. Although the former is no different from a living person, after all, most of the soul is missing and even the body is also, CCE, the product of the power of concepts. No matter how beautiful the dead slave is, Liu Sheng would not play with this kind of slave that is his bottom line as a human being. But it's different if you hit the distinguished heavenly gods, it's just that the will is modified by external forces. In addition to facing Liu Sheng differently, people who have been hit by distinguished heavenly gods are still themselves in front of other people, and they are themselves with souls. Therefore Liu Sheng was able to hit distinguished heavenly god Samui Mabui in black soil. However, Liu Sheng would not give any affection to the woman obtained by this kind of external force and would only treat the other party as a maid. And Lucalizia is Liu Sheng's first maid who came to this world. Soon Liu Sheng checked Lucarizia's memory. From Lucalizia's memory, Liu Sheng also got the information he wanted. This information is not about when the Son of Destiny will bring Prometheus' secret book, but more detailed information about the forces in this world. The extraordinary who devoured a few months ago is just a minion in the mysterious world. In the other party's memory, Luo Hao's, Five Hells sacred religion, is the most powerful force in the world. Therefore it is impossible to obtain information about forces around the world from the other party's memory. In the past few months, Liu Sheng only wanted to attack Luo Hao and never asked Luo Hao about the power in this world. Even if he asked, Luo Hao didn't know. After all, this super house girl doesn't even remember the names of the other 5 of her kind. Even Tony, who challenged himself last year, couldn't remember the opponent's full name. If Liu Sheng asked her, then Luo Hao would definitely ask Liu Yinghua to collect information and send it to the mountain, which would delay Liu Sheng's strategy plan. Therefore Liu Sheng only now truly understands the world. After digesting the information he got from Luculasia, Liu Sheng patted the big brown cat lying on his lap and said, "Go and put the water, I want to take a bath." "Yes, master." Let Liu Sheng read his own memory. Luculasia, who even showed enjoyment when being touched on the head, suddenly showed a bit of reluctance but still very well behaved with bare feet and walked. Put water in the hall. While Luculasia released the water, Liu Sheng used his almighty power to create a diary and a pen. On the blank paper, when he read Luculazia's memory, the memory in his heart write down flashes of inspiration. Then sort out these inspirations and make a very simple and rough plan. If after the completion of this plan he can't break the wall of the world, then he can only go to the world of God's domain. After finishing writing, Liu Sheng did not destroy the diary but put it into the space of the Haitian and then walked to the bathhouse where he enjoyed the scrubbing service of Sardinia, which. In the evening, Liu Sheng, who came to this world to quit meat for several months, enjoyed the food of Otherworld for the first time. Chapter 14. Confronting the God of War and the King of Gods, a three-party melee. 181. Chapter 14. Confronting the God of War and the King of Gods, a three-party melee. Time flies and a week comes in the blink of an eye. During this week, Liu Sheng has been staying in Luculazia's house while tasting one of the world's top witches, waiting for the coming of the god of disobedience while digesting the sea of memories from Luculazia. The information obtained in it perfects his plan to break the wall of the world. On this day in Sassari, in the northwest corner of Sardinia, there was a sudden storm, thunder and lightning. As mentioned earlier, Sardinia is one of the world-renowned holiday islands. Especially in summer, it is full of tourists from all over the world just for that, to see and play. Therefore there are very few cloudy days in Sardinia in summer, let alone such lightning, thunder and howling wind. Fortunately, only Sassari in the northwest corner has such a weather change. Otherwise everyone will think that the end is coming. Even so, some magicians in Sardinia soon discovered the weather changes in Sassari. Especially some magic gods who have good perception and know the god of disobedience and the godslayer. After some perception, their expressions suddenly changed and then immediately contacted their Jungmai. It's a pity that by the time they contacted their superiors, this battle of gods had already ended. Finally showed up. I'm getting impatient. Sensing the appearance of two amazing auras, Liu, who was originally in Luculazia's library teaching Luculasia how to play musical instruments while reading books, ended the dual-purpose teaching. After tidying up his clothes, Liu Sheng left Luculasia, who was slumped on the ground coughing vigorously, turned on the Rinne Sharingan and disappeared into the library with all his strength. At this time the battle between military god Veleslana and god king Maykarl has already broken out. This is their first fight, not the second since the original book was restored. If Liu Sheng hadn't appeared, then the first battle between the two would have caused the witch Luculasia to run out of magic power and fall into a long-term weak state, barely keeping Sassari in the northwest corner of Sardinia. But the arrival of Liu Sheng set off a butterfly storm. After the battle with Luohao, Liu Sheng has a very good understanding of the strength of the god-slayers and disobedient gods in this world. They are like members of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki who mastered the blood succession snare, or members of the Otsutsuki clan who mastered divine arts, but they are more mysterious than the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore Liu Sheng, who has unlimited resurrection, does not need to wait until they are both injured before coming out, or wait until the protagonist of the original book Kusanagi Godu comes to Sardinia with the Prometheus secret book and then from his hand the secret book of snatching Prometheus on the internet, and use this foreign object to assist him in devouring two disobedient gods. Accepting Luohao's guidance using Rinne Sharingan's amazing copying ability, Liu Sheng, who has learned Luohao's physical and sword skills as well as alchemy, chose to use a simple and rude way to directly fight with these two gods of disobedience. Inside it also belongs to the advanced god and the god of disobedience head to head. The power of space in this level of mantra, is it the king of Rakshasa in this era? The arrival of Liu Sheng immediately attracted the attention of the two gods of disobedience, who were displaying their respective powers and fighting with a very obvious height difference. If mortals came, then even the highest ranking knights and witches would not be able to get the attention of the two disobedient gods. The only people in this world who can be recognized by the gods who disobey are the god-slayers, who are their natural enemies and old enemies. And Liu Sheng's chakra capacity is too amazing. It is not the amount of chakra that humans can have at all, and even the god-slayer's mana capacity is far inferior to him. Therefore the arrival of Liu Sheng not only instantly attracted the attention of the two disobedient gods, but also made Maykarl like Luohao think that Liu Sheng is the godslayer of this era. Interesting, with such amazing and special magic power, but not our old enemy. On the contrary, the military god Veleslana, who has the ability to see all the essence, can see Liu Sheng's specialness at a glance and looks at Liu Sheng with interest. It is different from the god who protects the light and the people in the mythology, but the god of conquest who is full of pride and war. Looking down at Liu Sheng, he asked in a deep voice, "Fool, why did you appear here?" "In order to become the king of Rakshasa." "Exactly." Liu Sheng didn't hide anything and nodded readily, and then a scarlet light flashed across the eyes of the black-faced Rinne Sharingan. In an instant the world in front of Welslaner Maykarl and even Liu Sheng's eyes has undergone earth-shaking changes, directly appearing in a first sphere space where the sky is green and the earth is full of spherical rocks. Asking for flowers. Different space. What a pair of good eyes. Welslaner and Maykarl, who were pulled into the starting ball space, did not panic at all. The former stared at Liu Sheng's Rinne Sharingan, first gave a good evaluation and then laughed with a fighting spirit on his face. "Ha ha ha. I am the strongest. To defeat all opponents since the battlefield is ready, let the three of us fight happily. Ha ha ha. The war god of the East and the inconceivable fool is an opponent." Then let's have a good fight. Like Welslana May Carl the king of the gods also doesn't care about sudden changes in the battlefield, let alone one more enemy. Since Liu Sheng is not a godslayer, he is not the natural and old enemy of the gods they do not obey, but a patient who wants to kill them and take away their power. Therefore this battle is not a divine battle between the disobedient god and the godslayer, nor is it a pure divine battle but a three-way melee between the godly battle and the test patient. Both Liu Sheng and Welslana are his enemies. So May Carl took the initiative to attack, pursue, exile, chase or become a pair of weapons for my minions. Chase the army god of the east and the foolish mortals in front of you. Let them experience the power of my anger. As May Carl's words fell, the two sticks in her hands shot up into the sky. Then the two sticks turned into lightning as if they were equipped with tracking devices. They fell towards Liu Sheng and Welslana respectively. Ha ha ha, Thunderbolt, it's too slow. Looking at the lightning that was chasing after him at this moment because two powerful enemies appeared on the battlefield, his abnormal rationality was suddenly completely attacked by the crazy fighting spirit, and the handsome young man's face was full of madness. With a ferocious smile he let out an incomparably conceited wild laugh and then sang the words, "Fear those who have wings. Evil and powerful people are afraid of me who have wings. Neither the strong nor the evil can strike me. Hit me." With the falling of the words, Welslana's figure turned into a rainbow light and disappeared immediately, leaving the lightning with tracking ability in the air. Heavenly power. But Liu Sheng's counterattack method is more direct, only using the almighty power to increase pupils and transfer the falling lightning to May Carl's back. Chapter 15. The God King who was hit hard at the beginning. 181-181. Chapter 15. The God King who was hit hard at the beginning. Previous. Boom. Being struck by his own lightning, there was a deafening explosion on May Carl's body. However, May Carl did not show any injuries except for a slight sway of her tall body. This is one of the advantages of the god of disobedience, who has the incomparable, privileged benevolence. Mortals may be accidentally injured by their own attacks, but the god of disobedience will not unless the attack was stolen by Prometheus's secret book and is no longer his own power. Otherwise the immunity of the god of disobedience will still take effect. Weird space means meet the fury of the storm. May Carl obviously didn't expect to be hit by her own attack. Liu Sheng's behavior also successfully attracted his gaze away from Welslana. Since Liu Sheng is not a godslayer, May Carl, who was the king of the gods during June 13th, actually does not put this human being first. In his eyes the only real enemy is the great military god. But now Liu Sheng's heavenly strength undoubtedly fully filled May Carl's hatred. As a result, May Carl once again exercised his power. The terrifying hurricane immediately blew towards Liu Sheng. In addition to thunder and locusts, May Carl is also the god of storms, and the storms he casts are also terrifying hurricanes that can blow away entire cities. However, this storm is still not taken seriously by Liu Sheng. Silver Reincarnation Explosion. After fighting Luo Hao, Liu Sheng, who already knew his own strength and knew the advantages of Godslayer and God of Disobedience, did not try each other with May Carl and Welslana. Looking at the incoming storm, the Rinne Sharingan in Liu Sheng's eyes immediately switched from the Black Lotus form to the Ice Lotus form, and then 5 black truth-seeking balls the size of billiard balls immediately appeared out of thin air surrounding Liu Sheng's body. A rosary is formed between the right hands. Then the vacuum area in the middle of the rosary gradually glowed with dazzling light, quickly forming a silver halo. Boom! A tornado capable of destroying one side of the moon surged out from the silver halo. When the tornado that can destroy one side of the moon collided with the hurricane that could blow the entire city away, the entire Sardinia could see the direction of Sassari, and a very terrifying storm appeared. In the eyes of the common people, this is just a natural phenomenon that suddenly appeared once in 100 years. But in the eyes of a magician with mantra power, this terrifying storm that suddenly appeared in Sardinia in summer is the manifestation of divine power. That is a power that humans and extraordinary simply cannot overcome. That's why Godslayers enjoy supreme privileges in this world. Because when the common people encounter this kind of power, they can only rely on the power of those same invincible demon kings. Just when those magicians thought that the city would be destroyed by the divine power of the god of disobedience. Among the extraordinary ones, it was also a top-level mantra, and it still possessed the breath of the earth. It suddenly appeared in the direction of Sassari, and it miraculously blocked the spread of the storm. No, to be precise, it refers to the aftermath of the storm. And the person who made the move was Lucarizia, as a witch of Sardinia, as one of the seniors in the extraordinary world. Blocking the aftermath of Liu Sheng and May Carl's storm is already the limit of Lucarizia. This is also because Luculazia is a witch, and Luculazia, who blocked the aftermath of the storm, had already exhausted all of her mana power and would fall into a weak state for a period of time to come. Of course, even if it only resisted the spread of the aftermath of the storm, Lucarizia has already done infinite merit. Because of the power of this storm, it was beyond imagination. I saw that the center of the storm was as strong as Welslana. At this time he also needed to use the bull one of his 10 incarnations to strengthen his physical body to block the power of the storm. And Liu Sheng also used Kamui's Hollow, and the team defended against the incoming storm. Carl, on the other hand, was not so lucky. Although he has powers such as Locust Thunder and Storm, he has no powers of defense. In addition to his tall stature, the simple magic defense was instantly torn apart by the storm that exploded from Yinlan reincarnation, leaving a large number of scars on his body, and the blood of the gods spattered. With just one move, Liu Sheng did a lot of damage to make Carl the king of the gods. Once the move was successful, Liu Sheng did not turn his eyes away to attack Welslana, who was watching the show, but created a truth-seeking ball again in seconds, switching Rinne Sharingan from the Ice Lotus form back to the Ice Lotus form and used it again. Tiancho transferred the truth-seeking ball behind Mei Carl. Swish. Boom. As the dazzling white light flashed, the deafening explosion sounded again. The truth-seeking ball, which destroyed the omnipotent power, exploded and soon formed a mushroom cloud that could be seen throughout Sardinia, rising in the direction of Sassari. Looking at the storm that has not dissipated and the mushroom cloud that rises in the storm, those who are located in Sardinia know the god of disobedience and the godslayer, but they don't know the god of disobedience and the godslayer. How powerful magicians feel that their worldview has been refreshed and they realize how small they are in front of the king and the gods. After the mushroom cloud and Hefeng storm dissipated one after another, Mei Carl's situation was extremely bad at this time. Although he is the king of the gods, even among the gods who do not obey, he is still a first-class existence. But in this world, apart from the king of the end, the god of disobedience is just good prey for the handful of strongest god slayers. Facing the explosion of Liu Sheng's truth-seeking ball, he has multiple powers, and even without powers he can rely on his own martial arts to kill Luo Hao and can easily resolve it or even ignore it directly. 4.4. But it doesn't mean that he doesn't have Luo Hao's mind, and even Mei Carl, who is very poor in perception, can ignore Liu Sheng's truth-seeking ball explosion. Plus Liu Sheng's truth-seeking ball explosion before the surprise attack, Mei Carl did not expect that her storm power would be defeated by Liu Sheng's tornado, and she also suffered a lot of damage. It is precisely because of these various factors that Mei Carl was not only injured by the tornado but also suffered from the explosion of the truth-seeking ball head-on. Therefore Mei Carl was very embarrassed at this time. Not only was his body covered with injuries and blood spattered, but even his left arm was blown away by the explosion because of the loss of the stick. In the first few rounds, Mei Carl was overshadowed by Liu Sheng. This three-way battle between humans and the disobedient gods, Mei Carl, the king of the gods and dragon hunter, has basically announced his exit.